Zhou Yu, status, normal, warrior, stellar level 1, mentalist, stellar level 1, genetic multiplier, 3, telekinetic amplitude, 325, physical strength, 66, domain, wind domain, 9th layer, 99.9. Secret techniques, body control, consciousness condensation, for seasons, domain mastery, treasure, data core, damaged, integrity 1 supreme treasure. Chapter 1, the beginning. On the azure planet of Earth, in the Guangdong province of China, at a certain crossroads, a young man lies in a pool of blood. A massive truck halted not far away, leaving behind several long black skid marks, while the driver, still in shock, gasped for breath in the driver's seat. Zhou Yu never envisioned that his life would conclude here, having graduated merely over a month ago. Blood continuously oozed from his mouth and nose as the cacophony of shouts and car horns reverberated in his ears. In his waning moments, Zhou Yu's gaze fell upon a phone that had tumbled before him, displaying the words, "My life is resplendent due to battle. It shines with endless brilliance because of you." As his body grew colder and his eyelids heavier, the phone screen remained illuminated. No longer feeling his body, Zhou Yu cast one last glance at the words, his lips barely moving as he murmured, "How wonderful." The blood engulfed the phone, and the world was instantly shrouded in darkness. The intersection was in chaos, with countless onlookers gathering to witness the aftermath of the accident, which caused severe congestion, obstructing the entry of ambulances and police vehicles. Among the crowd, an elderly woman lamented, "How tragic, such a young life facing such a fate. Alas, today's youth are so impatient, unwilling to wait even a few seconds for a red light, and now look where it has led them." "Indeed," another replied. "Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? It's been so long since the incident." In the solar system, Earth, China, at the Jiangnan City Extreme Martial Arts Hospital, in a pristine white room, a pallid young man lay on the hospital bed. If not for the nearby equipment indicating a heartbeat, one might be led to believe this patient had already succumbed. Suddenly, the young man on the bed seemed to respond to some stimulus, jolting awake, causing the devices in the room to register fluctuations in his vital signs, which triggered an alarm. The doctors who had been in a meeting upon hearing the alarm felt a jolt of urgency, swiftly rushing to the room. Such alarms typically indicated either an improvement in the patient's condition or a deterioration. The use of such high-tech monitoring devices often meant that the sound heralded the passing of a patient. Upon arriving at the young man's room, a young doctor examined the instruments and noted that the readings were gradually rising, prompting a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, "Thank goodness there hasn't been a negative outcome." He was the dedicated physician for this patient, and upon seeing the improvement, he promptly informed all relevant specialists in the hospital. Within mere minutes, over 10 specialized doctors entered the room, each responsible for different aspects of care, some analyzing data, others assessing the patient's physical condition. It seemed the clamor of the doctors disturbed Zhou Yu, who struggled to open his eyes, revealing a vast expanse of blurred white before finally achieving clarity. This did not go unnoticed by the physicians, who were immediately filled with excitement. The oldest among them approached the bedside, extending a finger toward Zhou Yu, asking, "How do you feel? Can you see what this is?" Zhou Yu, still in a daze, instinctively attempted to nod, but his weakened body prevented even that minor motion. He merely blinked slowly to indicate that he could see. The doctors, observing Zhou Yu's response, felt a surge of exhilaration. Consciousness had returned, and they quickly inquired, "Do you remember what happened earlier?" Zhou Yu blinked again, recalling that he had run a red light and been struck by a vehicle hurtling several meters away. Given the severity of his injuries at that moment, survival seemed improbable. As he struggled to reflect, a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his brain, accompanied by a torrent of memories flooding his mind. Terrifying roars of beasts, cries of anguish, and wails echoed in his consciousness, causing Zhou Yu to convulse on the bed, his eyes bloodshot, and a tortured scream erupted from his throat as sweat poured from his body. The doctors, witnessing Zhou Yu's distress, were alarmed and immediately began assessing for any complications. The senior doctor restrained Zhou Yu to prevent further struggle while simultaneously examining his physical state, calling out, "Has there been any change in the readings?" Fixated on the instruments, the doctors responded in unison. "Director Tang, the readings are stable and even showing a gradual increase. But why is the patient exhibiting such symptoms?" Hearing the doctor's remarks, Director Tang exhaled in relief, noting that Zhou Yu's body was beginning to calm. He explained, he must have just awakened and recalled his memories from before the injury, which stimulated his brain and triggered a protective response. Fortunately, there is nothing seriously wrong. Director Tang glanced at the still unconscious Zhou Yu and quietly instructed the dedicated doctor, "Monitor the patient's condition closely over the next few days. His consciousness has returned, and if there are any changes in the readings, notify me immediately." The dedicated doctor nodded earnestly. Understood, Director Tang. Director Tang replied, Very well, we shall take our leave now. With that, he and all the doctors quietly exited the room. In the realm of consciousness, Zhou Yu gazed in bewilderment at his own sea of awareness, while the memories flooding his brain left him in disarray. What is this? Beasts, warriors, war gods, lords, this is the devouring starry sky. Zhou Yu meticulously recollected the memories. Indeed, it seemed he had arrived in the grand world of the devouring starry sky. This realization left him somewhat distressed, as he was merely an ordinary university graduate, possessing little more than a good memory, and finding himself thrust into such a perilous realm was undeniably daunting. The only source of solace was that this body bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous self, sharing not only the same name, Zhou Yu, but even the position and shape of his birthmark were identical. However, due to the original owner of this body being a warrior, he was considerably stronger than his former self. Zhou Yu felt somewhat disheartened. In such a perilous world, how could an ordinary individual like him possibly survive? Suddenly, a resonant hum began to emanate within his sea of consciousness, and countless luminous points ignited in the vast expanse of that realm, gradually coalescing around Zhou Yu. Instantly, the ethereal figure that once lingered in the sea of consciousness began to take on a solid form. As the luminous points merged, Zhou Yu sensed that this was the original soul of this body. Yet, how could the souls of two distinct individuals blend so effortlessly, especially when they bore such resemblance to one another? Could it be that he was consuming another version of himself from the starry void? The amalgamation of souls allowed Zhou Yu to gradually regain awareness of his body. However, in his current physical state, he found himself utterly immobile. Within the ocean of consciousness, Zhou Yu's consciousness had fully materialized, and he sensed an enigmatic presence within his soul. Tentatively, he reached out with his hand, sweeping it forward. In an instant, a luminous screen appeared in the realm of consciousness, meticulously detailing an array of data pertaining to Zhou Yu. Chapter 2, Data Panel. Zhou Yu. Status: Weakened. Soul Fusion. Recovery in progress. Warrior. Apprentice Level 3. Advanced Warrior. Psychic Master. Apprentice Level 5. Intermediate Battle Master. Soul Fusion Awakening in progress. Gene Multiplier. 1. Psychic Amplitude. 1. Physical Strength. 21. Second layer of Ninefold Thunderblade. Zhou Yu felt a bit bewildered. What is this? Where did it come from? Is this the so-called cheat that accompanies one when they traverse realms? So this is my external aid? But how do I utilize it? There isn't even a manual. Fortunately, I have read Swallowing the Starry Sky 5 or 6 times, so I'm not entirely clueless about what the text means. Upon examining the information presented, Zhou Yu couldn't help but marvel at the potential of this body. At just 20 years of age, it possessed the strength of an advanced warrior. Moreover, from the memories that surfaced in his mind, he was aware that he had been in a coma for at least a year. Each month, someone had come to visit him, conversing with him, and he had presumed that the original body could not hear them. Yet, the memories revealed to Zhou Yu indicated otherwise. He could hear them and even feel the original body's anguish, madness, and the desperate struggle to break free from the confines of its own flesh. Every touch, every spoken word, every sensation was vividly felt, yet he couldn't even flutter his eyelids, existing in a hollow void, neither tired nor hungry. Over time, the original body's soul had begun to unravel. Yesterday marked the final moment of the original soul's collapse. Unexpectedly, a soul from another realm appeared, identical to his own. The original soul sensed a magnetic pull between them. Upon the instant of contact with Zhou Yu's essence, it beheld Zhou Yu's memories and realized that hope was lost. Thus, in that critical moment, it willingly guided Zhou Yu's soul to merge with its own, bequeathing all its memories and the fragments of its spiritual power scattered throughout the sea of consciousness to this soul that mirrored its own. In its dying breath, it left behind a poignant message. Please see this world on my behalf, Zhou Yu. As the luminous points of their souls intertwined, the memories began to fuse, revealing the entirety of the original's life to Zhou Yu. Orphaned by a beast tide at a young age, he had relied on his parents' legacy and his commendable talent to successfully pass the warrior assessment by the age of 19. He even achieved the rank of intermediate warrior during his first attempt at cultivating gene origin energy. Recommended by the instructors at the Martial Arts Academy, he joined a commendable team. Regrettably, within 6 months, while in the wilderness, they encountered a terrifying beast tide, resulting in only 2 survivors from their 6-member team. The others selflessly chose to leave the hope of survival to the original, enabling the strongest captain to lead him to safety. Unfortunately, during the escape, They were struck by a psychic assault from a low-level lord, the purple-eyed white fox, which rendered the original instantly unconscious until Zhou Yu's arrival. Previously, he had never comprehended why others referred to him as a genius and the future of humanity, someone capable of supporting the weight of the world. During the Beast Tide, it became clear it was solely due to this so-called genius talent that everyone wished for his survival, hoping he would one day carry humanity to greater heights. There is no such thing as tranquility. It is merely a facade supported by the sacrifices of others. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yu felt a wave of sorrow and muttered through gritted teeth, "I understand now. Even your temperament is just like mine. No one would believe you are not me." The fusion of souls left Zhou Yu feeling fatigued in the realm of consciousness, and soon he drifted into slumber. Within his dreams, the consciousness space began to expand, and the data panel before him emitted a faint glow, continually merging with Zhou Yu's body. On the sickbed, Zhou Yu's body gradually emanated light, with each muscle, organ, blood vessel, and even every cell glowing softly, initiating a process of restoration. The once dormant cells were seemingly awakened, becoming vibrant and active. Even the cosmic energy surrounding began to converge towards Zhou Yu's body, supplying ample energy for his recovery. The instruments in the hospital room displayed steadily rising data, all remaining stable and within safe parameters, thus avoiding any alarms. As the night passed, Zhou Yu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the glaringly white hospital room in silence. There was no turning back, and I have promised you to explore this world thoroughly. He felt a renewed sense of mobility within his body and gently raised his hand to lift the covers, trembling as he removed the medical apparatus affixed to him. Carefully, he stepped off the bed. This body had not moved for a year, causing him to feel a bit stiff. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing his attending physician, who had rushed in upon hearing commotion, fearing something was amiss. To his astonishment, the patient who had been bedridden had now stood upright. The flabbergasted doctor quickly pressed the emergency notification button and hurried to Zhou Yu's side, urging him back onto the bed. "Do not move yet. Wait for Director Tang to complete your examination." He promptly reattached the medical devices Zhou Yu had removed and swiftly checked the data on the equipment. Zhou Yu, taken aback by the doctor's flurry of actions, thought to himself that while the physician was indeed professional, he appeared somewhat dazed. Soon, Director Tang, who had met Zhou Yu the previous day, rushed in along with a team of doctors, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon entering, he noticed Zhou Yu seated on the bed and the attending physician extracting data from the equipment, which brought a sigh of relief. Without uttering a word, he approached the bedside and gently instructed, "Please lie down. Let us conduct a thorough examination." Zhou Yu clearly felt that he had recovered, albeit still adjusting to the sensation. He did not refuse the physician's good intentions and merely nodded, obediently lying back down. Meanwhile, all the doctors commenced their assessments, meticulously examining Zhou Yu's body. The doctor responsible for Zhou Yu's care approached Director Tang, stating, "Director, here are the test results for the patient from yesterday to now." Director Tang, upon reviewing the data sheet, displayed an expression of astonishment. As the doctors reported one by one that Zhou Yu's body had recovered, it was miraculous that a body once on the brink of death could rejuvenate to such an extent within a single night. With a fervent gaze, Director Tang addressed Zhou Yu, "Based on the data and our examinations, your body has healed. However, I recommend remaining hospitalized for a few days for observation. It would be even better if we could perform some deeper examinations." Feeling somewhat unnerved by Director Tang's intense scrutiny, Zhou Yu quickly replied, "No need, since I have recovered. Further examinations are unnecessary." Chapter 3. Cheng Xiao. A hint of disappointment flickered in Director Tang's eyes as he replied, "Very well, if you prefer not to undergo further examinations. We shall keep you under observation for a few more days. I have already notified your family of your regained consciousness. They will be here shortly. Expected to arrive by tomorrow." Zhou Yu fell silent upon hearing Director Tang's words. "Family." The captain, observing Zhou Yu's silence, Director Tang sighed, "Rest well. We shall take our leave." Clearly, he was not entirely uninformed about the events transpiring within Zhou Yu. With that, he departed along with the other doctors, signaling to the attending physician to keep a close watch over Zhou Yu. Click! As the door closed behind him, the hospital room was once again left with only Zhou Yu. He removed the medical apparatus from his body and slowly descended from the bed. Making his way to the window, the dazzling sunlight bathed Zhou Yu's somewhat pallid face, causing him to involuntarily squint his eyes. How wonderful it is to be alive! Not wishing to trouble the doctors, Zhou Yu began to gently move his body within the confines of the ward. His once rigid form gradually became supple through movement, while both his cognitive and physical memories began to awaken. His motions quickened until he finally halted, realizing that he had regained control of his body to a normal level. Clenching his right fist, Zhou Yu could feel the strength that resided within him. This world is truly terrifying, merely as a third-tier apprentice in the universe. He wielded a strength of 800 kilograms. In his previous life, only machinery of a medium size could possess such power. The so-called advanced war gods on this planet, being ninth-tier apprentices, boasted an astounding strength of 256,000, 512,000 kg, and yet this world is merely the lower echelon. Planetary beings can even escape their worlds and survive in the cosmos, not to mention the formidable entities that exist. The myth of capturing stars and seizing the moon has become a tangible reality, with true might residing within oneself. A multitude of thoughts raced through Zhou Yu's mind, and a faint smile graced his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. Who could possibly refuse such overwhelming power? This is especially true for humanity, propelling them to become one of the pinnacle forces in the vast universe. Feeling that his body had returned to a normal state, Zhou Yu eagerly settled cross-legged on the hospital bed, beginning to practice the 5 hearts to the sky cultivation method. Thanks to his previous memories, he quickly sensed the cosmic energy surging into his body from 5 distinct points, at a pace that rivaled his first experience of absorbing cosmic energy. And he could feel the absorption process was even more stable. Perhaps this was a gift of enhanced aptitude brought about by the compatibility of their souls. The cosmic energy he absorbed may have been due to his body's prolonged deprivation over the past year, which had consumed vast amounts merely to sustain its vitality, thus resulting in a scarcity of cosmic energy. Zhou Yu felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this time he could achieve a breakthrough, especially since this body had squandered an entire year. However, his current strength was incomparable to that of a year ago, for he had awakened his mental power, and the fusion of their souls had propelled him directly to the level of a mid-tier warrior. On Earth, a planet lacking in heritage, the awakening of mental power signified invincibility at the same tier. The likes of Hong and Thor were exceptions, having comprehended domains at the planetary level. They were indeed anomalies. Furthermore, they possessed what was referred to as the 3 realms of mental state, which was utterly terrifying, rendering the illusionary arts of mental cultivators a complete non-threat to them. Countless streams of cosmic energy continued to flood into Zhou Yu's body, akin to a parched riverbed being replenished with water. His body began to undergo gradual transformations. His cells brimmed with vitality and commenced division, while his heart beat with a more vigorous rhythm, echoing like a drum to anyone who approached. Zhou Yu felt as though he had entered a state of transcendence, losing himself until his body was sufficiently saturated, at which point he gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed that his body felt at least twice as powerful. The lights in the room were aglow, and the dawn was just breaking outside. Glancing at the small clock beside his bed, he noted it read 5:23. Zhou Yu understood. No wonder he felt so invigorated, having absorbed energy for nearly 20 hours. With a single hand, he pushed himself up and nimbly leapt from the bed, nearly grazing the ceiling due to his insufficient control over his newfound strength. Only by utilizing his mental power to manage his clothing did he avoid causing a ruckus. The sudden enhancement in his strength had resulted in a decreased mastery over his body. Realizing this, Zhou Yu quickly adjusted himself. With the experience gained, he regained control in mere seconds. Perhaps it was the influence of his potent soul. Stretching lazily, Zhou Yu heard a series of cracking sounds emanate from his body. He walked to the bathroom and gazed into the mirror, observing a lean young man whose prolonged confinement to the hospital had rendered his face somewhat pale. Yet, his eyes shone with an unexpected brilliance that compelled one to look deeper. For the sake of facilitating medical procedures, the hospital had cropped his hair quite short. But Zhou Yu did not mind. However, the stubble on his face, unattended for several days, had begun to appear. Looking at the sink below, he noticed all the necessary hygiene tools had been prepared, presumably by the doctor who had dozed off outside. Zhou Yu quickly attended to his personal grooming, shaving off the stubble and taking a shower. Upon exiting the bathroom, he felt as though he had been reborn, perhaps anticipating that Zhou Yu would not linger much longer. Director Tang had already arranged for his personal belongings to be delivered to the ward. Zhou Yu looked at the items laid out on the table and changed into his own clothes, a set of combat gear, a rather expensive gift from his comrades upon his breakthrough to advanced warrior status. Regrettably, it had gone unused, as he had ended up in this hospital due to injury. The familiar sensation stirred a pang of discomfort within him. The fusion of their souls was seamless, granting Zhou Yu complete inheritance of the original's essence, including emotions. Dressed in his combat attire, Zhou Yu sat quietly in a chair, knowing that someone familiar would come to see him today. Cheng Xiao, the captain of the Flame Squad, the only other survivor of their team, who had rescued Zhou Yu from the relentless tide of beasts. Before long, he heard the sound of heavy breathing and an erratic but powerful heartbeat approaching the hospital room. Zhou Yu rose to face the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a man towering at 9 meters, his muscular frame marred by a terrifying claw mark across his face. None other than Cheng Xiao, the captain of the Flame Squad. Upon seeing Zhou Yu standing in his combat gear, a few paces away, Cheng Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Only he understood the crushing weight of losing all his comrades a year ago, with Zhou Yu being the sole survivor, trapped in a comatose state. This blow had nearly rendered him despondent. Chapter 4. Discharge. Zhou Yu looked at Cheng Xiao, whose eyes were red-rimmed, and feigned nonchalance as he said, "Xiao Ge, I'm all right now." In an instant, Cheng Xiao was before him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Zhou Yu could hear the muffled sobs in his ear as Cheng Xiao murmured, "It's wonderful. You've finally awakened. I haven't let them down." Zhou Yu felt a twinge of sorrow. Throughout the past year, Cheng Xiao had contemplated giving up countless times. Fortunately, the life of Zhou Yu's original self had clung desperately to existence, along with the responsibility towards their fallen comrades' families, which had held him steadfast. Yet in that year, Cheng Xiao had relentlessly hunted in the wilderness, transforming from the once respected wild tiger into a frenzied beast, sparing no prey in his path. He had faced numerous life-threatening encounters, accumulating a plethora of hidden injuries upon his body. Perhaps he sought to numb his pain through battle, while the spoils of his hunts provided for his gear maintenance and Zhou Yu's medical expenses. The remainder he distributed to the orphans of their comrades. Even though the families of his fallen comrades repeatedly urged Cheng Xiao not to feel obligated, assuring him that having chosen the path of a warrior, they were prepared for what lay ahead, and that the funds left by their companions were more than sufficient for a comfortable life. Cheng Xiao knew they were merely offering him solace. The family has lost its pillar of support. Elderly parents mourn the loss of their son. A wife grieves for her husband, and a young child is bereft of his father. The situation is far from the ease they portray. Cheng Xiao finds himself unable to do much else, compelled to allocate all his earnings to them. His teammates, most of whom have children, possess commendable innate talents, a legacy of their forebears. Therefore, Cheng Xiao aspires to earn enough to provide those children with their initial funding to embark on their journey as warriors. Zhou Yu observes as Cheng Xiao's emotions gradually stabilize and interjects, "Xiao Ge, I've heard everything. From now on, we shall shoulder this burden together." Zhou Yu can distinctly sense Cheng Xiao's body tense up at this declaration. After a moment, he releases Zhou Yu, rubs his eyes, and feigns nonchalance, saying, "What burden can you bear? With your status as a senior warrior, you are of little use. It would be best for you to join another team and gain more experience. You need not concern yourself with these matters." Zhou Yu, touched by Cheng Xiao's earnestness, feels a pang of helplessness. Even in this situation, Cheng Xiao would rather shoulder the responsibility alone. "Xiao Ge, I have broken through, and I have awakened my psychic ability." As he speaks, objects in the hospital room begin to levitate around him. Initially, Cheng Xiao is indifferent, thinking a breakthrough to merely a junior battle general does not significantly close the gap. However, upon hearing Zhou Yu mention his awakened psychic power and witnessing the floating objects, this belief washes over him. In an instant, a smile brightens his face as he exclaims, "Ha! Splendid. Truly, you are the genius of our flame team, having awakened psychic abilities." Zhou Yu recognizes that Cheng Xiao does not wish to hinder his future. Awakening as a psychic master signifies an immediate ascent to one of the most formidable beings among Earth's warriors. Given Zhou Yu's youth, his future is undoubtedly radiant. It cannot be compromised by such matters. Thus, Zhou Yu interrupts Cheng Xiao's impending words, asserting with conviction, "Xiao Ge, I'm also a member of the flame team. This is not solely your burden. Moreover, Hao Ge and Lang Ge would not want you to bear it alone." Cheng Xiao falls into silence upon hearing Zhou Yu's words. After a prolonged pause, he lifts his gaze to Zhou Yu and simply utters, "All right." Zhou Yu's face lights up with a smile as he replies, "That's the spirit. Come on, Xiao Ge, let's head back. Staying in this hospital is truly uncomfortable." Cheng Xiao, momentarily taken aback, inquires, "You're feeling better? So soon? Director Tang mentioned just the day before that you had only just awakened and were in a weakened state." "No, you must undergo a checkup. Otherwise, I shall not feel at ease." Zhou Yu flinches at the memory of Director Tang's intense gaze during his last examination. Although apprehensive, he cannot refuse Cheng Zhao's request. He must assure this older brother, or he may never be allowed to leave. Zhou Yu calls out toward the entrance, "Dr. Lin, please arrange for a comprehensive examination for me." Soon, a voice from outside responds, "Understood, I will arrange it right away. Please wait." The sound of hurried footsteps recedes. But Zhou Yu faintly hears his dedicated Dr. Lin add, "Director Tang will surely be pleased." A chill runs down Zhou Yu's spine. In no time, a series of examinations is completed. Though Director Tang's gaze remains fervent, he refrains from any inappropriate behavior, only drawing a bit more blood than usual during the tests, which poses no adverse effects on Zhou Yu. This reveals that the doctors at this hospital indeed uphold their professional ethics. After the examination, Zhou Yu breathes a sigh of relief. Being scrutinized by a doctor with such an intense gaze is overwhelmingly stressful. Moments later, Dr. Lin approaches with a report. Addressing both Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao, "Gentlemen, according to the examination results, this patient has fully recovered, and compared to his condition upon admission, all indicators have even doubled." Zhou Yu expresses his gratitude, and then, addressing Cheng Xiao, he states, "Xiao Ge, now can you rest assured? Let us hurry and complete the discharge procedures. This place truly makes me uneasy." Cheng Xiao bursts into hearty laughter, clearly having noticed Director Tang's earlier expression as well. However, knowing him to be a principled doctor, watching Zhou Yu's awkwardness has been the most relaxed he has felt in a year. "All right, let us go and finalize the discharge procedures. Afterward, I'll treat you to a splendid meal," Cheng Xiao declares, his face aglow with joy. Zhou Yu, buoyed by this, also smiles as they swiftly complete the paperwork. They arrive at the parking lot and approach a massive off-road vehicle. Cheng Xiao instructs, "Get in." Gazing at the imposing vehicle before him, Zhou Yu is flooded with memories of their past adventures in this very beast of an off-roader, where they would venture into the wild and return each time with bountiful spoils. Now it is merely he and Cheng Xiao in this vehicle. With a slight pursing of his lips, he takes the passenger seat, falling into a contemplative silence. Cheng Xiao, oblivious to Zhou Yu's expression, relaxes and says, "Haha, let me show you my driving skills. I've had plenty of practice this past year." Suddenly, Zhou Yu recalls Cheng Xiao's driving prowess and instinctively grips the handles and seatbelt, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Oh no! He had forgotten that Xiao Ge is a speedster. He hastily cautions, "Xiao Ge, let us take it easy." Before he can finish, the roar of the engine drowns him out. With a thundering growl, the colossal off-roader bolts forward like a frenzied bull, careening out of the hospital with a series of drifts, heading straight for the heart of Jiangnan City. Zhou Yu clings tightly to the handles, his heart racing as he anxiously watches the road ahead, fearing that a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Chapter 5, Testing Strength. With a screech, the vehicle comes to a sudden halt, nearly causing Zhou Yu to lose his lunch. Even with his body strengthened to the level of a junior battle general, he finds Cheng Xiao's driving skills overwhelming. After parking, Cheng Xiao exclaims, "What a rush." It is evident that Zhou Yu's awakening has alleviated much of Cheng Xiao's stress. As they exit the vehicle, Zhou Yu, slightly green in the face, rubs his stomach and glances at the towering edifice before them, puzzled. "Xie, how do we end up here?" Before them stands the HR Alliance Tower of Jiangnan City, a grand 88-story structure adorned with the gleaming letters HR. This building serves not only as the headquarters of the HR Alliance, but also encompasses a multitude of functions, including dining, auctions, and offices. Most warriors in Jiangnan City frequent this place for transactions, whether selling monster materials, maintaining or purchasing equipment, or indulging in leisure activities. At the pinnacle of this skyscraper lies an opulent restaurant, where a meal could easily bankrupt anyone lacking considerable wealth. Cheng Xiao chuckles and says, "Come on. Today I'll let you feast your eyes." With that, he leads Zhou Yu into the building. Ding! The elevator doors slide open, and Cheng Xiao escorts Zhou Yu to the restaurant entrance, stating, "Reservation under Mr. Cheng." Zhou Yu gazes at the lavishly decorated interior, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his thoughts. Is this what foreigners assume we in Huaxia prefer? Soon, they are ushered into a private dining room. Cheng Xiao grandly hands the ordering tablet to Zhou Yu, saying, "You, go ahead and order. This is merely to celebrate you, otherwise I wouldn't dare to frequent such an extravagant place." Zhou Yu glances at the prices on the menu, his eyes widening in disbelief. Were these prices? The series of 8s makes him dizzy. Dragon fish soup, 158, 888 yuan. Royal honey, 88, 888 yuan. Grilled red dragon spine, 188888 cases. Zhou Yu glanced at Cheng Xiao and inquired, "Brother Xiao, are you certain you wish to dine here?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting pain crossed Cheng Zhao's face as he replied, "There's no choice. In a moment of excitement, I hastily reserved a private room and have already settled the payment. Regret comes too late now." Zhou Yu was momentarily speechless. This familiar sensation. Indeed, it was his captain, since the payment had already been made. Zhou Yu felt no hesitation and promptly began to order. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Zhou Yu reflected, although the dishes here are indeed pricey, the quality of the ingredients is unparalleled. All the produce has been procured by the restaurant through martial artists who hunt in the wild, and each ingredient undergoes meticulous preparation. The energy contained within and the flavors are simply exquisite. The methods of preparation are beyond the capabilities of ordinary chefs. Even the flesh of a slain beast-class monster retains its formidable density. The meat extracted is beyond the capacity of an average person to bite into. While martial artists can manage it, conserving effort is always preferable, not to mention the exquisite taste. As the two exited the restaurant and glanced at the bill, they exchanged a knowing look, both revealing traces of heartache in their eyes. However, for martial artists, the expense was bearable, albeit they were among the more financially constrained. Arriving at the parking area, Cheng Xiao casually discarded the bill, stating, "Let's head back to the base. It's a good opportunity to test your current strength." He made to get into the driver's seat. This startled Zhou Yu, who quickly interjected, "Brother Xiao, allow me. I would rather not regurgitate the meal we just enjoyed." Cheng Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment at this remark. He scratched his head, aware that he tends to get overly exhilarated when driving. Although his strength and reflexes were exceptional, it often resulted in discomfort for his passengers. With an awkward smile, he conceded, "Hee, then you drive." Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief as Cheng Xiao willingly moved to the passenger seat. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly took the driver's seat and gently started the off-road vehicle, proceeding steadily towards their squad small base. In the Huoding Villa district of Jiangnan City, Zhou Yu parked in front of a modest 3-story villa, which served as their squad's training base, specifically purchased for drills and contingencies. Cheng Xiao retrieved a long-unused access card and swiped it at the entrance. Beep! The door creaked open, revealing a first floor dedicated to training and testing. Aside from the load-bearing walls, everything had been demolished, replaced with various training weapons and several testing devices. However, due to a lack of use over the past year, a thick layer of dust now coated the surfaces. The second floor was designated as a resting area for squad members, while the third floor provided amenities for relaxation, featuring an indoor swimming pool, sauna, small bar, and a spacious terrace. Beneath the villa lay 2 levels of basement. The first housed an extensive array of equipment, weaponry, compressed food, and purified water. The lowest level contained a specially constructed safe room, its walls fortified with a 10 centimeters layer of Kroll alloy sandwiched between seemingly ordinary surfaces, a construction that had emptied the pockets of all squad members at the time. The outermost layer consisted of a robust 15 m thick reinforced concrete structure. Cheng Xiao disregarded the dust accumulating in the main hall and approached the testing device, addressing Zhou Yu, "Come on, let us assess your current strength." Zhou Yu nodded and stepped up to the dusty apparatus, activating it. The screen flickered to life, and, after taking a deep breath, Zhou Yu swiftly unleashed a punch at the target, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The machine soon emitted a sound. Beep! Cheng Xiao waved away the dust and glanced at the screen, noting 15,800 kilograms, quite impressive. "You're nearing the standard of a mid-level battle general. Let us see your exertion now. I want to ascertain if you've regressed." Zhou Yu remained silent, preparing once more, this time employing the technique of the 9-fold Thunderblade, striking the target with double the speed of his previous attempt. Bang! The punching target reverberated with a dull thud, and the testing device chimed in response. 33,100 kilogram. Cheng Zhao's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he remarked, "Excellent, no regression. Your physical exertion has reached 21 times that of an ordinary person, qualifying you as a mid-level battle general. Moreover, you're also a mentalist. How many objects can you manipulate now?" Cheng Xiao regarded Zhou Yu with curiosity. Zhou Yu, equally intrigued, recalled that since his awakening, although his data panel initially indicated a mental energy amplitude of 1, he had felt a continuous enhancement over the past few days. Without checking the data panel, he was uncertain about the precise number of objects he could control. Chapter 6, Recovery and Data Locking. Zhou Yu's gaze swept over a training iron ball in the corner, and his mental energy extended, lifting the ball 1, 2, 3. Upon the third, he sensed a significant decrease in his control over the objects. Although he could still manage them, it began to affect his grip on the others. Despite only being able to manipulate 3 items, he perceived an astonishing range of 3 kilometers. It was no wonder that on Earth, mentalists were considered invincible among their peers. This distance alone attested to that fact, controlling the 3 iron balls to hover around him. He addressed Cheng Xiao. Brother Xiao, my current limit for full control is 3 objects, but I can feel that I am continuously improving. Cheng Xiao exclaimed with excitement, wonderful. Let us test the impact of your control. Nodding, Zhou Yu focused on the target of the testing device, causing one of the floating iron balls to vanish in an instant. A sharp whistle erupted through the air, a sound generated by the iron ball slicing through it, followed by a thunderous crash from the testing apparatus. Bang! Cheng Xiao hurried to check the values, and upon seeing the numbers on the screen, he was taken aback. He turned to Zhou Yu, exclaiming, 65,400 kilograms. This is the pinnacle of a high-level battle general, and could even be considered the strength of a junior war god. Moreover, you can control 3 objects, an undeniable combat strength at the war god level. Zhou Yu was equally astonished, unable to fathom such an extraordinary figure. With the advantage of mental energy, he realized he could even fly. It was crucial to note that aside from mentalists, only those who had reached planetary level could negate gravitational forces. Although Zhou Yu's current power merely hinted at the threshold of a junior war god, the ability to fly bestowed by his mental energy ensured he would not be a weakling even among war gods. Cheng Xiao gazed at Zhou Yu, who was manipulating the iron balls, and remarked with a sense of pride, Yu, I never expected you to surpass me so swiftly. With that, it seemed he had released a burden, originally concerned that Zhou Yu's presence might impede his progress. He was astonished that a single awakening had transformed him into a war god. Zhou Yu, observing Cheng Xiao's expression, earnestly stated, no matter how strong I become, I am still Brother Zhao's teammate. Moreover, don't you think we now possess the strength to seek vengeance? A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened at Zhou Yu's words, excitement radiating from his expression as he replied, Yu, you are absolutely right. As it happens, I have gathered enough resources to break through to war god status. Give me a few days, and I will undoubtedly achieve it. With 2 war god-level combatants in our squad, we can surely recruit a few lone wolves and exact our revenge. Zhou Yu, upon hearing Cheng Xiao's remarks about resources, felt a twinge of confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Cheng Xiao, now brimming with excitement, pacing back and forth in the hall, seemingly oblivious to his words. Fortunately, the matter at hand was not of paramount importance, so Zhou Yu chose to remain silent, allowing Cheng Xiao a moment to collect himself. After a while, once he had calmed down, Cheng Xiao turned to Zhou Yu and declared, You, grant me 7 days, and I shall ascend to the level of a war god. At that time, we shall together vanquish that beast. Zhou Yu nodded vigorously, though a flicker of concern crossed his features as he replied, Very well, Xiao Ge. It just so happens I need to delve into the manipulation of mental energy and procure additional equipment. Thus, I require your financial support. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's request, Cheng Xiao surveyed the villa and resolutely stated, I will leverage this villa to secure a bank loan to provide you with the necessary funds. Once we have avenged ourselves, we shall pursue a grand venture. A glint of determination shone in Zhou Yu's eyes as he affirmed, Agreed, Xiao Ge. Cheng Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation as he ascended to the 2nd floor to retrieve his identification, swiftly exiting to arrange for the loan and the procurement of resources. Zhou Yu, observing Cheng Xiao's departure, opened the data panel, realizing that whether he could make further advancements in these 7 days depended entirely on the efficacy of this new tool. Zhou Yu, status, normal, warrior, apprentice level 4, junior battle general, mental energy master, apprentice level 6, senior battle general, gene multiplier, 1, energy amplitude, 3, physical output, 21, second level of 9-fold Thunderblade. Zhou Yu began to meticulously study the panel. The 7 days swiftly elapsed, and, through his research, Zhou Yu discovered that the emergence of this data panel had led to extraordinary changes within his body. Firstly, his recovery speed was astonishingly rapid. During training, an unfortunate accident caused him to overexert himself, resulting in an iron ball colliding with his body and fracturing several of his ribs. However, he soon noticed a peculiar itch emanating from the broken bones, and the status on the data panel indicated fractured bones, followed by the phrase recovering. Intrigued, Zhou Yu disregarded his injuries and focused intently on his condition. Remarkably, within just an hour, the fractured ribs had fully healed, even returning to their original positions. Simultaneously, the panel's status reverted to normal. The second revelation was that Zhou Yu's body possessed a form of data recording capability. It seemed that all achievements from his training were effectively locked within, ensuring he would not forget or regress. And even accidental breakthroughs during training were completely recorded and instantly converted into his own strength. Zhou Yu dubbed this ability data locking. As for other potential discoveries, he had yet to uncover them, given the brevity of the 7 days. Nevertheless, it was these two characteristics he unraveled during his exploration of the data panel that catalyzed a transformation in his combat prowess. For the first time, Zhou Yu gazed at the data panel with newfound confidence. Zhou Yu. Status: Normal. Warrior. Apprentice Level 4, Junior Battle General. Mental Energy Master. Apprentice Level 6, Senior Battle General. Gene Multiplier: 1. Energy Amplitude. 6. Physical Output. 35. Although his rank had not risen, his combat effectiveness had nearly doubled, bolstered by formidable recovery and the data locking ability. Zhou Yu engaged in relentless trial and error during training, discovering the potential for success amidst numerous failures, ultimately mastering it entirely. His energy amplitude had doubled, and his physical output had surged to 35 through rigorous training. In parallel, Cheng Xiao had achieved a breakthrough to the War God level within these 7 days, reaching the pinnacle of the Junior War God rank, with an average punching force exceeding 120,000 kg. However, Zhou Yu sensed that Cheng Xiao was concealing something from him. But with Cheng Xiao remaining reticent, he had no recourse. Additionally, the weaponry acquired through the villa loan had arrived, primarily consisting of a set of SS-grade flying knives. The purchase of 36 such knives had consumed a substantial portion of the loan, while the remaining funds were allocated for a specific toxin. Fortunately, there were ample spare combat knives and other equipment in the underground level of the villa. Otherwise, Zhou Yu might have found himself without sufficient gear. Chapter 7. Recruitment. Zhou Yu meticulously arranged all items, particularly the set of SS-grade flying knives, a total of 36, shaped like willow leaves and exceptionally sharp. Notably, after submerging 18 of the knives in the high-priced toxin, their lethality became formidable, capable of delivering a swift and decisive blow. A mere 100 milliliters vial of this venom consumed 1/5 of the villa loan. This toxin was a potent amalgamation extracted from several deadly monsters, including the soul-eating spider, illusion scale frog, and rainbow thread bee, all classified as highly venomous, with the soul-eating spider being a lord-level beast at the core of this mixture. This toxin, at sufficient dosages, could potentially eliminate high-ranking lords, and against smaller monsters, it would be lethal upon contact. Even the terrifying immunity of lord-level monsters would prove ineffective against it. Were it not for the thirst for vengeance, such a cost-ineffective item would never have been purchased, while its lethality was immense. The materials from monsters slain by this toxin would largely be rendered worthless. Zhou Yu secured the 18 knives soaked in venom within a pouch at his waist for immediate access, while the remaining knives were stored in a sheath on the opposite side. After consolidating all other supplies and spare equipment into a large tactical backpack, Zhou Yu ascended from the underground level to the first floor, where he found Cheng Xiao fully prepared. "Xie, I am ready. Let us depart," Zhou Yu announced. Cheng Xiao nodded, shouldering the equally sizable tactical pack, and replied, "Let us go." The pair drove to a small market on the outskirts of Jiangnan Bay City, bustling with warriors preparing to venture out for hunts or returning with bountiful catches. Though not extensive, the market was well equipped, allowing warriors to post tasks, offer bounties, recruit allies, and browse numerous material procurement shops lining the sides. Zhou Yu parked the car in front of a bar, a gathering spot for lone wolves. According to their plan, they required at least 3 additional teammates: a marksman proficient in firearms, a healer skilled in medical arts, and a tracker adept at stealth, all of whom should possess strengths at least equivalent to battle general level. Cheng Xiao, having mingled among these lone wolves for the past year, already had potential candidates in mind. The primary objective for the duo was to eliminate the initial lord-level beast, the purple-eyed white fox, which had triggered a beast tide. Additionally, they aimed to procure substantial resources in the wilderness. As Cheng Xiao described, they sought to secure enough resources to ensure the stability of their lives, even including provisions for the children within their families should they choose to pursue a path as warriors. This was by no means a trivial sum. Entering the bar, the chaotic scene unfolded before them. Cheng Xiao, assuming the role of captain, ascended to the recruitment stage in the center of the bar, exuding an intimidating aura that silenced the crowd, drawing all eyes to him. As solitary wolves, each possesses their unique prowess, yet their most formidable skill lies in their acute sense of murderous intent. Surviving to this day necessitates a top-tier ability in this regard. As lone wolves in the wilderness, they must not only contend with monstrous creatures, but also remain vigilant against the very employers who hire them, under the sway of self-interest, they easily become sacrificial pawns. The warriors in the bar, upon witnessing Cheng Xiao standing at the recruitment platform, exuding an aura of lethal menace, displayed expressions of exhilaration and rose to their feet. Such scenes frequently unfolded in this establishment. For these solitary wolves, the prospect of gain lay either in venturing into the wild or aligning themselves with team. Undoubtedly, the rewards of team hunting far surpass those of solitary endeavors. Thus, whenever a recruiter appeared at the platform, it heralded the commencement of a grand feast, eliciting smiles from a select few in the crowd. As the bar fell silent, Cheng Xiao unleashed the full extent of his murderous intent and proclaimed, "I am the captain. The Mad Tiger Cheng Xiao, a junior battle god, alongside my vice captain Zhou Yu, a senior psychic master. We seek to recruit 3 companions, a battle general level marksman, a doctor, and a tracker. Those below battle general rank need not apply. It could prove fatal." Zhou Yu, deftly manipulating flying knives that whirled around his hands, produced a series of whistling sounds. Instantly, disappointment flickered across the eyes of most warriors in the bar. They sat down, evidently realizing that this time, the opportunity eluded them. Either their strength fell short or they did not meet the requirements. Having been a lone wolf for a year, Cheng Xiao had a keen understanding of the remaining solitary wolves standing. He exchanged glances with 3 of them, signaling that they had been selected. Observing the chosen trio, others shook their heads in resignation and took their seats, while the bar gradually resumed its lively atmosphere. Cheng Xiao, accompanied by Zhou Yu and the selected 3 lone wolves, ascended to the 2nd floor, seeking a private room. This was a courtesy extended by the bar owner to all warriors whenever a temporary team formed. The owner would provide a complimentary private room for their use. This practice was one of the reasons for the bar's enduring success. Once inside the room, Zhou Yu remained silent, quietly observing the 3 recruits. They exchanged glances, and a short-haired man, reeking of gunpowder and bearing an ZG-83 sniper rifle, spoke first. "I am Luo Kai, a senior battle general, nicknamed the Ranger, skilled in sniping, with my highest achievement being the elimination of a junior lord, the wind-controlling hawk. Poison Scorpion Su E, a mid-level battle general, adept in toxins and surgical procedures. My greatest feat involves poisoning a horde of advanced beast generals," stated a robust man clad in RT combat attire, his expression unyielding. "Chasing Shadow Nye Yun, a senior battle general, specializing in tracking and intelligence. Meltia. The junior lord you asked me to monitor is currently situated not far from Jiangnan City, in Nancheng Valley, and has remained stationary for nearly a month," concluded the lean man dressed in black, addressing Cheng Xiao. Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao's attention was immediately captured by Nye Yun's words, their eyes gleaming with a terrifying murderous intent. Even with Nye Yun's strong psychological fortitude, being scrutinized by 2 formidable individuals caused him to break into a light sweat. Reflecting on their formidable presence, Nye Yun swallowed hard, raising a finger as he spoke. "Cheng Xiao, I understand that your primary objective is that creature. But since you formed a team, it cannot be merely for vengeance. Therefore, I request 10 of the spoils from this hunt as compensation for monitoring that lord. Is that unreasonable?" Exchanging glances, Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao nodded in agreement. For them, the primary mission remained the slaying of the beast, and the 10 was not excessive, considering Nye Yun had kept watch for an entire year. Chapter 8, Departure. Once the introductions were complete, Cheng Xiao stated, "According to our agreement, we shall take 50, while you 3 may decide your own shares. Nye Yun, you may take 10 from my shares payment, but I expect your intelligence to be accurate." Nye Yun shrugged, exuding confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, my intelligence has never faltered." Cheng Xiao, non-committal, responded, "Let us hope so. Prepare yourselves. We will be out for at least a month. Bring sufficient supplies. We shall convene at the base exit in 1 hour." With that, he exited the private room with Zhou Yu. The trio was taken aback by Cheng Xiao's words, realizing they were to hunt in the wilderness for a month. This was no ordinary task. Typically, small teams did not venture into the wild for longer than a week, making such lengthy assignments rare. Nevertheless, for them, it mattered little. However, upon hearing Cheng Xiao's plan, Nye Yun's face lit up with a greedy smile. He initially thought it was just a typical hunt, but now realized it was a long-term task. This could potentially yield great rewards, perhaps enough to secure his financial future. The 3 quickly deliberated on the distribution of shares, concluding that Luo Kai, as the marksman, would incur the most expenses due to his responsibility for the team's firearms. Thus, he would take a larger share of 20, while Nye Yun and Su Yi would each receive 15. Having finalized their agreement, the trio swiftly set off to procure supplies around the town. At the entrance of Jiangnan City, Zhou Yu leaned against the vehicle, skillfully manipulating flying knives that whirled around him, producing a series of whistling sounds that drew the attention of numerous warriors. Zhou Yu overheard some murmurs. Such a young psychic master. I don't think I've seen him before. Indeed, I wonder which faction as Prodigy has come out to hone their skills. Some opportunistic warriors considered approaching him. For Psychic Master, being an unrivaled existence among warriors of the same level would be a significant gain if they could establish a connection, especially given his youth. It would be a lucrative venture. Yet, upon seeing Cheng Xiao, who stood like a towering fortress beside Zhou Yu, and the flying knives swirling around the off-road vehicle, they hesitated. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Time swiftly passed, and the three arrived at the off-road vehicle, each burdened with two substantial backpacks, most of which belonged to Luo Kai. They deftly opened the trunk of Cheng Xiao's vehicle and loaded their supplies. Once everyone was prepared, Cheng Xiao tossed the keys to Nie Yun and signaled Zhou Yu to enter the vehicle. In an instant, the off-road vehicle roared to life, surging into the wilderness like a ferocious beast, while Nie Yun began sharing his intelligence. Knowing that Cheng Xiao and Zhou Yu's primary target was the Junior Lord, the purple-eyed white fox, Nie Yun first relayed information regarding the surroundings of Nancheng Valley. In the wild, each lord typically possesses their territory. However, this particular white fox was different. It wielded the ability to control monsters and had under its command a lord-level red-faced ape, which indirectly commanded the entire clan of red-faced apes, coupled with other beasts under the white fox's control. There were at least thousands of beast soldiers and over 1,000 beast generals in Nancheng Valley, a truly terrifying figure. Thus, Nie Yun advised that they should first eliminate the influence of the purple-eyed white fox. Cheng Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, "You can handle this aspect. Make the arrangements." Nie Yun continued, "Nancheng Valley is a vast gorge, where the two lords reside at the valley's center, and their subordinates are scattered throughout. It would be unrealistic to bypass the beast horde and slay the white fox. Even the battle gods risk falling if they inadvertently become ensnared within the beast throng. Thus, I propose we approach this endeavor from two distinct angles. The first step involves neutralizing the outermost clusters of beasts. Here is a distribution map of the beast horde in South Dragon Valley that I recently uncovered. The changes should be minimal. The horde can be broadly segmented into three regions: the core, the inner perimeter, and the outer perimeter. With one hand deftly steering the vehicle, Nie Yun extracted a map from his pocket and presented it to Cheng Xiao, which meticulously detailed the intelligence on the various beast groups within South Dragon Valley. Zhou Yu, upon gazing at the precisely quantified map, felt that the price of 10 was indeed justified. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those behind him, Nie Yun continued, "After we eliminate the dozens of beast groups in the outer perimeter, it will fall to Luo Kai. I have studied the terrain of South Dragon Valley, and the positions of the two lords are conveniently located at the center, surrounded by a vast expanse of rocky mountains. If we can identify an appropriate detonation point, it should suffice to incite chaos among the remaining monsters." Luo Kai, seated in the back, contemplated the map for a moment before responding, "No problem. I procured a significant quantity of LD9 type annihilators at the market. Strategically placing the detonation points according to the terrain could potentially eliminate a substantial portion of the inner perimeter beasts. The rest will depend on us. We must swiftly breach the core and eliminate those two lords. If they catch wind of our presence, escape will be impossible," Nie Yun stated with a degree of seriousness. Cheng Xiao, having absorbed Nie Yun's plan, nodded in agreement. "All right, we shall execute Nie Yun's strategy. We will expedite the clearing of the outer beast horde, after which Nie Yun and Luo Kai will proceed with the second phase of the plan. Zhou Yu and I will handle the remaining two lords. Zhou Yu, I will distract the red-faced ape, and you will take charge of the purple-eyed white fox. Utilize that vial of SS-grade venom. It must be a one-hit kill." A flicker of gravity crossed Zhou Yu's eyes as he nodded. "Rest assured, Xiao Go, I know what to do." Meanwhile, the poison master Su Yi gasped. "SS-grade venom? Are you referring to that vial that cost 3.5 billion for just 100 milliliters? That S extravagance personified." His eyes betrayed a hint of longing for someone of his profession. The allure of such venom was nearly irresistible. Cheng Xiao sighed, recognizing the necessity of this expenditure as a precaution. Otherwise, he would never have consented to such an impractical purchase. Both Luo Kai and Nie Yun inhaled sharply at the mention of that figure, realizing Cheng Xiao was indeed earnest this time. The group fell silent, each adjusting their focus. The South Dragon Valley was not exceedingly distant from the base city. However, the terrain was quite complex, leading to a 2-hour journey before their arrival. With a screech of brakes, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, instantly prompting everyone on board to awaken and swiftly disembark to retrieve their supplies. Zhou Yu quickly identified a suitable area and utilized his psychic power to manipulate flying knives, rapidly carving out a massive cave in the mountainside. Upon witnessing this, Nieyun promptly drove the vehicle into the cavern and efficiently organized their supplies. Moments later, the debris from the cave-in was controlled by Zhou Yu's psychic force, sealing them inside. Chapter 9. The Icebone Rhinoceros. Nieyun expressed his admiration. Psychic power is truly remarkable. Zhou Yu smiled without replying, at which point Cheng Xiao interjected, "Let us proceed to the first beast group. Nieyun, lead the way." Nodding, Nieyun swiftly extracted the map for reference and darted in a specific direction, with Zhou Yu and the others closely trailing behind. "Nieyun, what is the first beast group we will engage?" Zhou Yu inquired, gripping a weapon resembling an ancient tang knife, sleek and entirely black, measuring 13 meters in length. This was an S-grade battle knife from the Tiger Blade series, renowned for its superior hardness and heft compared to the Blood Shadow series, making it more suited for slashing. As they advanced at a brisk pace, Nieyun responded, "Our initial target is the nearest beast general level group, the Icebone Rhinoceroses. Their numbers are relatively modest, about 15 individuals, with the most formidable among them being a high-level beast general, nearly a lord. The others are around the medium beast general level. The most valuable asset is their horns, composed of a specific alloy. The horns of medium beast generals are worth around 15 million, while the strongest one is valued at least double, making them a rarity among beast general level monsters. 15? Not too many. But the Icebone Rhinoceros possesses formidable defenses and considerable size, which could complicate matters. If we fail to resolve this quickly, we risk inciting a ruckus and attracting other beast groups, which would prove troublesome," Luo Kai remarked, licking his lips. He had brought high-damage ammunition this time, and the 2-meter-long Annihilator, modified under his guidance, could unleash terrifying firepower. He even had another, even more fearsome weapon concealed in his backpack. Su Yi narrowed his eyes upon hearing the target was the Icebone Rhinoceros and declared, "No worries. These creatures fall perfectly within my research scope. We shall outsmart them." His assertion elicited smiles from the other three, aside from Zhou Yu, who appeared puzzled. Cheng Xiao offered no explanation, merely stating, "You'll see when we arrive." Before long, the five arrived in the territory of the Icebone Rhinoceroses. Zhou Yu curiously watched as Su Yi extracted various reagents from his pack, swiftly concocting a mixture. In no time, a vial of purple liquid appeared in his hands. Noticing Zhou Yu's inquisitive gaze, Su Yi elaborated, "This is a specific agent for the Icebone Rhinoceros. This monster is well within my research domain. It can effectively diminish their strength. Once it enters their system, it will corrode their bones." The Icebone Rhinoceros is named for its cold, hard skeleton. Regrettably, once deceased, the hardness of their bones diminishes instantaneously, and they lose their chill. This agent specifically targets their skeletal structure. He then handed the vial to Luo Kai, stating, "The next part is in your hands." Luo Kai grinned as he accepted the agent, retrieving 15 syringe-like bullets from his bag. He injected the agent into each bullet, a new type of round he had modified to work in tandem with Su Yi's serum. Loading the bullets into the magazine of the Annihilator, he declared, "Brothers, the feast is about to commence." Bang! The modified Annihilator emitted 15 faint gunshots in rapid succession, simultaneously discharging all the bullets. Among the Icebone Rhinoceros herd, only the one nearing Lord status seemed to sense something amiss, merely twitching its ears without any further reaction. Zhou Yu's eyes widened at Luo Kai's terrifying sniping speed, realizing that Cheng Xiao had indeed chosen formidable allies. Su Yi began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 down. One by one, the Icebone Rhinoceroses collapsed to the ground, yet they exhibited no further response. The agent had disrupted the equilibrium of their bones, stripping them of their previously high hardness, causing them to be overwhelmed by their own weight and fall. Su Yi had even included a tranquilizer in the concoction, leading the Icebone Rhinoceroses to merely believe they were fatigued and needed a moment's respite. Cheng Xiao, witnessing the scene, exclaimed with excitement, "Let us go. It's time to reap the harvest." He charged ahead towards the Icebone Rhinoceros herd, followed closely by the others. Instantly, all the Icebone Rhinoceroses turned their attention to the 5 intruders, beginning to roar in unison. In the next moment, the sound of countless bones fracturing echoed as the legs of the Icebone Rhinoceroses shattered, an intense agony flooding their brains and eliciting horrific cries. "Quick! We mustn't allow other beast groups to arrive," Cheng Xiao shouted. As the battle commenced, a powerful strike was unleashed. aimed directly at the neck of the most formidable icebone rhinoceros. Simultaneously, the others showcased their prowess. Zhou Yu wielded a spear, thrusting it toward the incapacitated rhinoceros's eye, while Zhou Yu, demonstrating unmatched lethality, deftly manipulated 6 SS-grade flying daggers that swiftly penetrated the creature's brain. Within a mere minute, all 15 icebone rhinoceroses fell before their might. Before they could revel in their victory, Zhou Yu immediately commanded, Zhou Yu, sever all the horns from the icebone rhinoceroses. Aware that time was of the essence, Zhou Yu skillfully wielded his mental prowess to command the flying daggers, efficiently slicing off the rhinoceros's singular horns. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu quickly produced a specialized potion to apply to the incisions. Before long, the core of the horns detached, revealing 15 gleaming, metallic horns in his grasp. Cheng Xiao urged, gather them swiftly. We must move to the next location and not allow the roaming beasts here to ensnare us. In the wilderness, one must remain vigilant during hunts. An inattentive moment can easily lead to being surrounded by errant beasts, particularly as the scent of blood acts as a beacon. Upon seeing Zhou Yu secure their spoils, Nie Yun promptly advanced to the next site, with Zhou Yu and the others trailing behind, expressing their sentiments. If only all beasts were so easily dispatched. Cheng Xiao rolled his eyes and replied, this time, we merely stumbled upon luck. Consider it free gain. The next encounters will not be so effortless. Zhou Yu chuckled sheepishly, I was merely jesting. The others, witnessing Zhou Yu's awkward demeanor, erupted in laughter, clearly buoyed by their recent triumph. Nie Yun, eager to divert the conversation, cheerfully announced, our next target is a cluster of pattern cats located 5 kilometers from here. The numbers are substantial, a result of domestic and feral cats mutating and proliferating during the Great Nirvana period. The strongest among them are 3 intermediate beasts, 10 lower-tier beasts, and the remainder consists of over 130 beast soldier ranks. Cheng Xiao promptly remarked, this time, the main forces will be Luo Kai and Zhou Yu. It's your time to shine. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Luo Kai's eyes. A vast horde of beasts was precisely to his liking. Zhou Yu, too, wore an excited smile, knowing that no one possessed greater area damage capability than a mentalist. Chapter 10, Preparations. In a dense thicket, numerous pattern cats concealed themselves, while today, 5 uninvited guests arrived. Luo Kai set an array of landmines in the thicket to prevent the pattern cats from escaping, while also positioning a modified QS-80 heavy machine gun at an elevated vantage point to maximize its destructive potential against the beasts. Simultaneously, Oyi concocted an anti-jink potion, which he handed to Nie Yun. This elixir would induce a state of heat in the pattern cats, ensuring they remained in proximity to Luo Kai, thus averting any ambushes. Cheng Xiao and Nie Yun were then levitated into the air by Zhou Yu's mental manipulation. Observing the multitude of pattern cats below, Nie Yun chuckled and released the potion, which swiftly dispersed into the air. In mere moments, the concoction permeated the thicket, and soon, the air was filled with the cacophony of feline cries. As the hidden pattern cats began to scatter in chaos, Cheng Xiao, witnessing the ensuing disorder, communicated through his portable communicator, commenced the operation. Let us conclude this swiftly. Luo Kai, gripping the heavy machine gun, wore a fervent smile as he replied, understood. Instantly, a torrential barrage of bullets erupted, painting the thicket with splashes of crimson, as countless trees and pattern cats succumbed to this initial onslaught. Meanwhile, the 3 airborne figures under Zhou Yu's guidance descended rapidly, honing in on the beast commander within the horde to initiate their slaughter. Zhou Yu, wielding the tiger's sole series of battle knives, navigated the thicket with agility, while the flying daggers whistled ominously around him, matching the speed of Luo Kai's firearms in their deadly efficiency. By the end of the first wave, over half of the pattern cats had been decimated, with the strongest among them beheaded by Cheng Xiao's blade. The remaining pattern cats quickly realized their peril and began to retaliate, their agile forms darting through the thicket. Yet, for Zhou Yu and his companions, such attempts were futile. The disparity in strength rendered their efforts meaningless. As the pattern cats scattered, Luo Kai grinned, adjusting the machine gun's firing mode to single shots, methodically targeting each foe. Cheng Xiao unleashed his war god-level prowess against the commander-class pattern cats, each strike resulting in the demise of a beast. Nie Yun matched his intensity, her speed rivaling Cheng Xiao's as each thrust of her daggers claimed yet another pattern cat. Zhou Yu soared above, targeting those attempting to flee. None could escape the wrath of his flying daggers. 3 minutes later, as the last pattern cat fell, the thicket was suffused with the acrid scent of blood. and the once picturesque scenery lay ravaged by the battle's aftermath. Cheng Xiao wiped the blood from his blade and said, "Let us move on. The most valuable spoils here are merely pelts. The rest holds little worth. Our vehicle space is limited, and once we gather what we can, we need not hunt further." A loud bang erupted from the communicator as Luo Kai reported, "The landmines outside have been triggered. We must retreat." Though Nian cast a regretful glance at the patterned cats, he acknowledged Cheng Zhao's authority as captain and nodded in agreement, swiftly navigating towards the next beast horde's coordinates. These beasts are truly bothersome, darting about everywhere. The mentalist lords are terrifying, unwilling to abandon South Dragon Valley, even as they near extinction. Zhou Yu remarked after resolving the final outer beast horde. Cheng Xiao and his companions nodded in agreement, exhaustion etched across their faces. 2 days of relentless slaughter in the South Dragon Valley's periphery had taken a toll on them, yet they had amassed considerable spoils during this time. Cheng Xiao declared, "Let us head to the vehicle and rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll initiate the second phase of our plan." Upon hearing this, Nie Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly responded, "Excellent. I'll lead the way." The past 2 days of unremitting hunting had left them exhausted, their bodies in disarray, a pungent blend of blood, sweat, and gunpowder clinging to them. Without waiting for Cheng Zhao's reply, he surged forward at a rapid pace towards the vehicle's location. Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao exchanged weary smiles, trailing behind. After 2 grueling days, they were dizzy from the relentless pace, and without Nie Yun, their living map, they would have struggled to locate their parked vehicle. The 5 of them hurried with utmost urgency, reaching their hiding spot in just half an hour. Zhou Yu used his mental powers to shift the boulders blocking the cave entrance and expanded the cavern. Cheng Xiao and the others swiftly entered, disregarding their disheveled states, tossing their packs into a corner and collapsing onto the ground, soon succumbing to slumber. Zhou Yu, too overwhelmed, manipulated the boulders to seal the entrance, leaving only a few ventilation openings before following suit and lying down, quickly drifting into sleep. When they awoke, it was already midday on the 3rd day. Sunlight streamed through the ventilation openings, warming Zhou Yu's face and gradually rousing him. Upon opening his eyes, the overwhelming stench nearly caused him to faint, prompting him to hastily clear the boulders from the entrance and step outside to breathe deeply, regaining his composure. The sudden commotion instantly roused Cheng Xiao and his companions from their slumber. In the blink of an eye, they dashed out of the cave, taking deep breaths of the fresh air. Upon witnessing their disheveled state, Zhou Yu could not suppress a hearty laugh, which soon resonated with the others as they burst into laughter as well. Moments later, unable to endure the discomfort, Nie Yun, leveraging his familiarity with the terrain, led them directly to a water source. Without a second thought, Zhou Yu and the others plunged into the water, disregarding any lurking monsters. Nie Yun's decision to bring them here indicated the place's safety. After cleansing themselves, they returned to the cave to organize their spoils and store them in their vehicle while swiftly replenishing their supplies, primarily that of Luo Kai, who even prompted Zhou Yu, Su Yi, and Cheng Xiao to each take an extra backpack for carrying explosives. The explosives were of paramount importance in the second phase, significantly depleting Luo Kai's inventory. As Cheng Xiao observed everyone preparing, a glimmer of gravity crossed his gaze as he said, "I beg you all." Luo Kai and the others merely nodded in response. The 5 promptly set off to initiate their second plan, with Zhou Yu closing the cave behind him before trailing after them. For the various detonation points within the confines of Namlong Valley, it required Luo Kai's expertise for on-site assessments. Although the critical locations marked on Nie Yun's map were manageable for Cheng Xiao, Zhou Yu, and Su Yi to set up. Meanwhile, Luo Kai and Nie Yun proceeded to other suitable sites for detonation, ensuring that the bombs would trigger in unison to maximize destruction and create chaos across the terrain. Chapter 11. Successful Revenge. The outskirts of Namlong Valley were now merely a scattering of monsters, no longer under the control of the violet-eyed white fox. Cheng Xiao and his companions hastened towards the inner confines of Namlong Valley, cautiously evading the monsters dispersed throughout various areas. The inner region of Namlong Valley was strewn with rocks, its core a vast expanse of flat land, once a strategic stronghold in ancient times. It was now the chosen burial ground for these monsters. The 5 split into teams. Zhou Yu, Cheng Xiao, and Su Yi each proceeded to one of the 3 core detonation points, deploying a substantial number of destroyers, while Nie Yun continuously guided Luo Kai, ensuring the area was saturated with destroyers. Under Luo Kai's meticulous arrangement, the potential for explosive synergy was established, poised to obliterate a significant portion of the landscape. Zhou Yu and the others found their tasks relatively light, completing their setups early and quietly awaiting Luo Kai and Ye Yun's arrival at the designated meeting point. The trio concealed themselves within a pile of rubble excavated by Zhou Yu. In the inner confines, the monsters grew more formidable and numerous to avoid detection. Su even sprayed a repellent potion around them. Before long, Zhou Yu's ears perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps. Cheng Xiao peered through a ventilation hole and spotted Luo Kai and Ye Yun. He turned to Zhou Yu and said, "It's them. They must be ready. Let's move out." Instantly, Zhou Yu manipulated the rubble to toss it a short distance away before swiftly regrouping. Cheng Xiao, his urgency palpable, asked Luo Kai, "How is the setup?" A fleeting sparkle of excitement flickered in Luo Kai's eyes as he replied, "Rest assured, it's even better than expected. We are about to witness a grand display of fireworks. This is the largest scale explosion I've ever orchestrated." Cheng Xiao's face broke into an exhilarated grin as he exclaimed, "Fantastic. What are we waiting for? Let us get to it, brothers." Luo Kai and the others nodded enthusiastically, racing towards the 3 primary detonation points, which required their presence to ignite. Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao, propelled by mental energy, soared rapidly into the clouds and headed towards the core area of Nanlong Valley, where they would await Luo Kai and the others to take their positions. In the clouds, Cheng Xiao's gaze fixated on the beast horde below, his hand incessantly stroking his blade, careful not to exude any murderous intent that might alert the 2 leading monsters. Zhou Yu reassured him, "Don't worry, Xiao Ge. This time we will definitely take down that beast." Cheng Xiao inhaled deeply in response, nodding silently. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life. "Detonation point 1 is ready. Detonation point 2 is ready. Detonation point 3 is ready. Ready to explode at any moment." Cheng Xiao's eyes gleamed with intensity as he commanded, "Detonate immediately. But take care not to harm yourselves with our own explosives." "Understood." In the next instant, Nanlong Valley erupted into chaos, engulfed in the cacophony of explosions and the roars of monsters. From the outside, only clouds of dust and flames could be seen. The explosions persisted for over 3 minutes, wreaking havoc on the monsters within the valley. Countless creatures were buried beneath the rubble, and the minions of the violet-eyed white fox, painstakingly cultivated, suffered devastating losses in those fleeting moments. The core area was equally chaotic, with numerous beast generals panicking and rampaging, even the 2 leaders momentarily losing control. At the very instant the explosions erupted, Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao plummeted from the clouds. Bolstered by their mental energy, they descended from an altitude of 2,000 meters to the ground in a mere 10 seconds, quickly locking onto the 2 most potent beasts within the horde. Cheng Xiao's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at the violet-eyed white fox, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. However, aware that his task was to distract the other monsters to create an opening for Zhou Yu, he swiftly redirected his charge towards the lower-ranking leader, the red-faced ape. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu swiftly retrieved 6 daggers soaked in venom from his waist pouch. The once gleaming blades now shimmered a deep purple-black. They sliced through the air, leaving trails of violet light as they hurtled towards the violet-eyed white fox. The 2 leaders quickly reacted, realizing they were under ambush. The red-faced ape seized a rock from the ground and hurled it at the advancing Cheng Xiao, commanding its minions to swarm him. Fueled by rage, Cheng Xiao unleashed his full combat prowess, cleaving through all red-faced apes that dared to obstruct his path, charging towards the leader with unbridled ferocity. The violet-eyed white fox, fixated on Zhou Yu, unleashed a mesmerizing gaze from its violet eyes. In an instant, Zhou Yu felt as though his mind had been struck, inducing a brief wave of dizziness. However, he swiftly regained his composure. In terms of mental energy level, he was on par with the violet-eyed white fox. And given that Zhou Yu's soul was a fusion of 2 beings, he faced no real threat from the fox's attack. The purple-black daggers whistled ominously through the air. Seeing its mental assault ineffective, the white fox dodged the daggers while frantically summoning its minions. Hearing the white fox's cries for help, the red-faced ape went berserk, directing its furious roars towards the white fox while swinging its 3-meter-long arms to force back Cheng Xiao, who stood in its way. Yet, Cheng Xiao would not allow the beast to breach his defenses. He retaliated with a fierce roar, swinging his battle blade to repel any monster attempting to pass. Zhou Yu beheld the desperate cry of the purple-eyed white fox, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, a flying dagger sealed off its escape route. The purple-eyed white fox, with no avenues left to evade, could only emit a resounding roar as the dagger hurtled towards its body. In the blink of an eye, the dagger pierced the flesh of the white fox. The immense roar abruptly ceased, and the once luminous purple gaze of the fox rapidly dimmed. The poison had taken effect. The lethality of such venom was terrifying, especially against a creature of this size. Within mere seconds, the Lord-level white fox succumbed to its demise. At the moment of the fox's death, the eyes of all monsters in the core area turned crimson, and they began to assault their own heads, including a Lord-level red-faced ape. Observing this, Cheng Xiao seized the opportunity, unleashing all his might to behead the Lord-level red-faced ape. After slaying the purple-eyed white fox, Zhou Yu swiftly approached, wielding his tiger blade, and severed the head of the fox. Cheng Xiao, witnessing the demise of the fox, could hardly contain his excitement as he swiftly communicated through his communicator. Success. Retreat immediately. He then signaled Zhou Yu to commence their withdrawal. Lingering too long in the core area would complicate their escape. Zhou Yu quickly ascended into the sky, carrying Cheng Xiao along with the severed head of the white fox and the corpse of the red-faced ape, leaving a cacophony of enraged roars from the monsters below. Chapter 12. Healing. The five of them hastily retreated to the gathering point. Due to their flight, Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao arrived first. Cheng Xiao had remained silent since Zhou Yu had dispatched the purple-eyed white fox, and as Zhou Yu observed Cheng Xiao striding away with the fox's head, he contemplated speaking, but ultimately refrained. Shortly thereafter, Luo Kai and Nie Yun arrived, looking quite disheveled, with visible injuries adorning their bodies. Upon seeing Zhou Yu alone, Luo Kai promptly inquired, "Where's the captain?" Zhou Yu gestured towards Cheng Xiao's departing figure, and the three instantly understood, a silence enveloping them, as they evidently grasped the underlying reasons. Nie Yun shifted the topic, lamenting with a touch of avarice, "What a pity, so many materials buried like that. Oye retorted. Then go back and dig them up. Whatever you recover is yours, I don't want any." Nie Yun chuckled awkwardly, "Gastkuden, ha 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 ha." Meanwhile, Su Yi's eyes lit up as he glanced at the corpse of the red-faced ape beside Zhou Yu, exclaiming, "Is this the Lord-level monster?" Zhou Yu, noticing Su Yi's eagerness, replied, "Yes, you handle it. You're the expert." Su Yi grinned broadly, unceremoniously setting to work. After all, they had not returned empty-handed, for they had a Lord-level monster to console themselves with. Su Yi placed his backpack down and retrieved several reagents, along with a dagger concealed in his shoe, commencing the processing of the corpse. Aware that this hunt would take a considerable amount of time, Su Yi opted to only remove the most valuable hide from the red-faced ape. Zhou Yu, witnessing Su Yi's elaborate methods for the first time, observed as he poured a transparent reagent onto the incision in the ape's hide. Before long, white smoke began to emanate from the cut. Zhou Yu instantly caught a whiff of a pungent odor and quickly recoiled. Su Yi, wearing a slight smile, remarked, "This is a toxin I concocted, specifically designed for separating flesh from skin, far more effective than using a knife." Zhou Yu's forehead broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Su Yi was indeed a dangerous individual. Unfazed by Zhou Yu's reaction, Su Yi approached the edge of the red-faced ape, giving it a vigorous shake, and the entirety of the hide came away intact. He then swiftly retrieved a bottle of purple reagent, evenly spraying it over the surface of the hide. In no time, the once white fur was enveloped in a layer of gray substance. This was a preservative Su Yi had formulated, intended for the preservation of the prey's hide and flesh. Luo Kai, meanwhile, was still relishing the recent explosion, an experience unparalleled in his life. Shortly after Su Yi finished processing the materials from the red-faced ape, Cheng Xiao returned from the direction he had departed, his eyes slightly reddened, and the head of the purple-eyed white fox was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Yu refrained from questioning Cheng Xiao about his absence. Cheng Xiao, observing Zhou Yu and the others engaged in light conversation, broke into a broad smile. Though his face, which could easily frighten a child, appeared somewhat eerie when smiling, he announced, "Brothers, we have successfully completed our first target in this hunt. Now it's time for us to make some money." Excitement flickered across the faces of Luo Kai and the others. It had barely been a few days, and they had effortlessly completed their first task. Moreover, this time they had two war god-level fighters hunting alongside them. They were poised to make a significant profit. Zhou Yu, noticing Cheng Xiao's expression, felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that after taking revenge, Cheng Xiao was far more relaxed. However, seeing the injuries on everyone, he quipped, "What profit can we make? With these injuries, are we just delivering provisions to the monsters?" He then turned to Su Yi, saying, "Old Su, I'll leave it to you to tend to their wounds." Instantaneously, a mysterious smile spread across Su Yi's face as he regarded the three injured men. Their expressions turned bitter, yet bearing their injuries was indeed detrimental to their impending actions. They could only grit their teeth and concede. "All right, let us do this." Su Yi's grin widened at their words, and he gave Zhou Yu a thumbs up, leaving Zhou Yu utterly perplexed. However, Zhou Yu would soon understand why their expressions were so peculiar at the prospect of merely treating their injuries. Zhou Yu cleared the cave and opened an aperture at the top, allowing sunlight to stream directly inside. Luo Kai and Nie Yun had sustained only minor injuries, with superficial abrasions from debris and a few bruises. Thus, Zhou Yu merely retrieved 2 potions from his bag for them to apply themselves. Instantly, Luo Kai and Nie Yun breathed a sigh of relief, while Cheng Zhao's injuries were more severe. In a recent battle, he had single-handedly withstood numerous beast generals and a lord-level monster, resulting in significant damage to most of his bones, particularly in his hands, which had even suffered fractures, alongside various muscular injuries. Although not fatal for a war god-level fighter, these injuries hindered Cheng Zhao's ability to perform at his best, making him Su Yi's primary focus. Cheng Zhao grimaced, "Old Su, take it easy, spare me a little dignity." Su Yi offered no response, merely smiling enigmatically, causing Cheng Zhao to feel a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, the 2 men applying their own ointments cast unkind glances at Cheng Zhao, their faces twitching from the effects of the medication, but the stark contrast to Cheng Zhao's plight brought them immense amusement. Su Yi extracted various tools and potions, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he looked at Cheng Zhao, who resignedly closed his eyes. Before long, the cave echoed with Cheng Zhao's cries of agony interspersed with the laughter of Luo Kai and the others. Zhou Yu, witnessing all this, understood why their expressions were so peculiar, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he gazed at Su Yi, feeling fortunate that he had not sustained any injuries. Su Yi's true expertise lay in medical treatment, particularly for external wounds. Few doctors could rival his skills. However, his methods were somewhat brutal, and the potions he concocted were highly effective, but often came with side effects, perhaps due to the fact that most of his concoctions were derived from toxins. Su Yi always managed to calibrate the dosage perfectly, maximizing their efficacy. As for the patient's feelings, they were not within Su Yi's realm of consideration. In fact, judging by his expression during the treatment, he seemed to relish the process. Thus, anyone with even a slight understanding of him would be reluctant to allow him to administer treatment, except in particularly urgent situations. This is why his title is Scorpion rather than Healer. Su Yi's speed in treating injuries was remarkable. Within merely half an hour, he had completely addressed Cheng Zhao's wounds. With a contented demeanor, he looked at Cheng Zhao, who was drenched in sweat and pale, and remarked, "The injuries are taken care of. With your god of war-level physique and my medicine, you should recover by tomorrow at the latest." Cheng Zhao managed a faint smile and replied, "Thank you." Su Yi responded without hesitation, "No need for thanks." He then glanced at Zhou Yu and the others, as if to convey that he was not yet satisfied. Instantly, Zhou Yu and the others averted their eyes from Su Yi, simultaneously attending to their own matters. Chapter 13. Return to the base city. A day later, Luo Kai and the others had mostly recovered from their injuries, and even Cheng Zhao, who had been the most severely wounded, was no longer hindered in combat capability. Cheng Zhao, as if reborn, said, "Old Nya, the extent of our upcoming gains depends on you. We shall target only the most valuable." Nie Yun immediately grinned and replied, "Rest assured, I have been well prepared. I brought out everything I had stashed away." He quickly retrieved several maps and a tracking device from his bag. Without waiting for Cheng Zhao and the others to inquire, he explained, "These are the data on the monsters surrounding Jiangnan City that I have tracked over the past 6 months, particularly those with established groups. I have installed the latest trackers within the bodies of the comparatively weaker monsters, and for solitary monsters, I've placed trackers in their frequently visited areas. Except for a few devices that were damaged, most are still functioning normally." Feeling a sense of pride, Nie Yun noted that while most people earned their living through hunting, he made a substantial portion of his income from selling intelligence. Anyone in the know would seek him out for information prior to their hunts. Luo Kai, cutting off Nie Yun's self-satisfaction, bluntly asked, "What is our first target?" Slightly miffed by the interruption, Nie Yun cast an annoyed glance at Luo Kai. However, upon noticing the formidable weapon strapped to Luo Kai's back, he shivered and said, "Let me check. Currently, we are in South Long Valley, and the nearest and most valuable monster group is located 30 kilometers away in the Ningliao mountain range, which is also the most valuable and perilous area northeast of Jiangnan Bay City." Zhou Yu's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Let us go there. Don't forget, I am a psychic, and if we can't fight, we can at least run." Instantly, Su Yi and the other spirits brightened, and Cheng Zhao declared, "Let us head to Ningliao mountain range." Zhou Yu skillfully cleared the cave with debris, and the 5 of them swiftly boarded the vehicle, setting off towards Ningliao mountain range. A month later, outside Jiangnan City, an exaggeratedly styled giant off-road vehicle cruised steadily toward the gates of the Bay City. The unpaved road had left deep tire marks, and only Cheng Zhao's vehicle, with its high chassis, could manage such a load. The top of the vehicle was secured with unknown materials harvested from monsters, carrying a substantial cargo that was nearly half the size of the vehicle itself. This return journey was driven by Zhou Yu, who, upon arriving at the Bay City gates, stepped out to reveal an aura of terrifying menace. His gear bore the marks of previous hunts, and the most alarming of all was a long claw mark stretching from his chest to his abdomen, a souvenir from an ambush by a Lord-level shadow leopard. Fortunately, he had managed to shift his body just in time, sparing his left chest from a fatal blow that could have pierced his heart, allowing him to appreciate Su Yi's formidable medical skills. This month of hunting was nothing short of frenzied, particularly for Zhou Yu, who had experienced significant improvements in various aspects. During the 20-plus days following their revenge, Cheng Xiao and the others had selectively hunted valuable monsters based on Nie Yun's intelligence. However, the high value of these monsters also meant they were formidable foes, and over those 20 days, the 5 of them had found themselves on the brink of death countless times. After disembarking, Zhou Yu gazed at the tranquil and harmonious base city. A smile creeping onto his face, they had finally returned. Yet, upon encountering the friendly smile of the guards, he suddenly felt tension rise within him. The guards, with their weapons raised and grips tightened, radiated an aura of fearsome intent. The commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby, prompting the guard captain to approach swiftly, inquiring, "What is happening? Is there a problem?" One of the guards replied, "Captain, this person exudes an intimidating aura, and my body reacted involuntarily." Zhou Yu, amused yet somewhat exasperated, quickly responded, "My apologies. I've been in the wild for too long and momentarily forgot to rein it in. It was my fault for scaring him." He then swiftly produced his Warrior-S identification and handed it to the guard captain. Upon scanning the document with the identification device, the captain noted the green light indicating successful verification and breathed a sigh of relief. "I sincerely apologize. Please proceed," he said, returning the document to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu accepted the document back into his bag, reciprocating the gesture with a respectful nod. "It's nothing. It's your duty." He then returned to the vehicle and, with a lurch, drove into the base city. Once inside the vehicle, Zhou Yu glanced at his teammates, each radiating an intimidating presence, as if they were ready to tear someone apart at any moment. The palpable aura of menace suggested that adjusting back to life in the Bay City would not be an easy task, and they would need some time to acclimate. Cheng Xiao and the others, observing the peaceful base city through the windows, gradually began to relax, finally able to ease the nerves that had been taut for an entire month. Upon returning to the base city, Nie Yun in the vehicle was noticeably excited. Not only had they returned safely, but their haul was also extraordinary. His share accounted for a quarter of the total, and the silly grin on his face had not faded, much to the envy of Luo Kai and Su Yi, who found themselves itching to act. Yet, they acknowledged that this was how Nie Yun earned his keep. Zhou Yu and Cheng Xiao exchanged glances at Nie Yun's silly grin, bemused by his apparent obsession with wealth. They hadn't anticipated he would be so foolishly delighted. "This kid is beyond saving," Zhou Yu thought as he drove to the HR Alliance headquarters. After some discussion, they decided to sell all their materials to the HR Alliance for cash, opting against selling to the Martial Arts Hall, which would convert part of the proceeds into contribution points. Although the Martial Arts Hall might offer higher values, what they desired most at present was money. As they drove while admiring the scenery of the Bay City, they soon arrived at the HR Alliance headquarters. The well-informed HR Alliance supervisor had already arranged for personnel to guide the striking off-road vehicle to the parking lot, where a team had been waiting in anticipation. The procurement minister of the HR Alliance, having never seen such an extravagant vehicle returning from the wild, initially intended to send someone to follow the vehicle to see if they could partake in the bounty. However, upon observing that the vehicle was headed directly toward their location, the procurement minister was overcome with joy and immediately arranged for the highest level of reception. In the parking lot, Zhou Yu parked the vehicle in front of the gathered crowd, and the procurement minister, having been waiting eagerly, approached the car door with a radiant smile, ready to welcome the occupants. Cheng Xiao and the others were struck by the scene, realizing that the HR Alliance truly lived up to its reputation as the third largest power globally, and even excelled in cash flow, demonstrating intelligence capabilities, service attitude, and discernment that were beyond the reach of ordinary factions. Chapter 14. The Sale of Spoils. As Zhou Yu and his companions disembarked from the vehicle, they were greeted by a tall, amiable middle-aged man. Upon noticing their arrival, he promptly approached the 5, bowing deeply in greeting. Good day, gentlemen. Welcome to the HR Alliance. I am Zhou Tianyun, the purchasing director of the HR Alliance based in Jiangnan. We have prepared the finest services for you, and I cordially invite you to our VIP lounge for some much-needed relaxation. Zhou Tianyun's words were imbued with sincerity. Observing the exaggeratedly designed off-road vehicle, its cargo causing the tires to bulge, he felt a surge of excitement, intuitively sensing that this would be his most significant business deal of the year. After stepping out of the vehicle, Cheng Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, quickly coming to the realization that they were indeed there to sell to the HR Alliance. Moreover, with their assistance, the process would be considerably more straightforward, and they were not overly concerned about being taken advantage of, as all the materials aboard had been meticulously catalogued by the financially astute Nie Yun. Should the HR Alliance dare to jeopardize their interests, they were far from defenseless. With this thought in mind, Cheng Xiao promptly stated, "The weaponry aboard is not to be touched. Everything else constitutes our spoils. You may handle it as you see fit. But remember, do not attempt any deceit, for we are not easily fooled." He tossed the vehicle keys to Zhou Tianyun, unleashing a palpable aura of menace. Zhou Tianyun caught the keys, his expression momentarily stiffening as he sensed Cheng Xiao's threatening demeanor. "Gentlemen, please, you jest. The HR Alliance is not an ordinary shop. We pride ourselves on our integrity and would never engage in such underhanded practices." Cheng Xiao remained impassive, replying, "It would be best if that were true. Now, lead the way." Zhou Tianyun nodded eagerly, a warm smile gracing his face as he handed the keys to an attendant, signaling for the team of employees stationed behind him to approach and begin unloading the spoils from the off-road vehicle. As the unloading commenced, Zhou Tianyun addressed Zhou Yu and the others. "Esteemed guests, please follow me. I shall escort you to the VIP lounge for some much-deserved rest. I shall provide you with a list and quote of the spoils as soon as the inventory is complete." With a slight bow to Cheng Xiao and the others, he gestured for Zhou Yu to follow and led them to the highest-tier VIP room within the HR Alliance headquarters. This VIP suite, the most luxurious in the HR Alliance, was equipped with an array of amenities. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast indoor swimming pool, alongside a relaxation lounge, sauna, and massage room, with 5 professional masseurs on standby to cater to their needs. The very air was imbued with a unique fragrance, a calming incense meticulously prepared by Zhou Tianyun to soothe their spirits, an ideal remedy for the current state of the weary hunters. Given the immense value of the spoils they had brought, Zhou Tianyun was unreserved in leading them to this premier suite. The incense alone was worth millions, exemplifying the allure of wealth. Cheng Xiao and his companions, seemingly unaccustomed to such opulence, gazed in awe at the surroundings. Zhou Tianyun, maintaining a composed demeanor, addressed them. "Esteemed guests, you may rest here for the time being. All items in this room are at your disposal, and the adjoining wardrobe has a vast selection of garments for you to choose from. Once the inventory is complete, I will promptly inform you." Cheng Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood. We shall take a moment to recuperate." The unspoken implication was clear. They required solitude to recharge. Zhou Tianyun, perceptively recognizing the cue, said, "Very well. I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your rest." Once Zhou Tianyun exited the room, Luo Kai and the others could no longer contain themselves, hastily rushing to the bathroom. Initially, they felt little discomfort, but upon entering that pristine environment, they suddenly became acutely aware of their own unkempt state after a month in the wilderness, conditions so dire they had scarcely found time to attend to personal hygiene. Zhou Yu observed their frantic actions with a smile. It was no wonder Zhou Tianyun had ascended to his position, possessing the acumen to discern their most pressing needs. Noting the unpleasant odor emanating from himself, he too could no longer endure it and swiftly sought the bathroom to cleanse himself. 2 hours later, Zhou Tianyun sat with Cheng Xiao and the others in a serene room, the 5 men now clad in leisure wear provided by the HR Alliance, feeling utterly rejuvenated. After 2 hours of relaxation, their nerves had significantly unwound, and the calming effects of the incense had gradually dissipated their earlier aggression. Zhou Tianyun received a file from his secretary and proceeded to distribute 5 meticulously organized folders containing the inventory and quotes for the spoils to Zhou Yu and the others. "Esteemed guests, here is the complete list and valuation of your spoils from this hunt. Additionally, due to the substantial worth of your spoils, the HR Alliance is prepared to offer an additional 5 on top of this valuation for acquisition." As Cheng Xiao and his companions opened the folders, they quickly assessed the estimated value of their hunt, but were uncertain of the precise figures. Upon reviewing the documents, they were astonished by the total value presented, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Particularly, Nie Yun, Ever the financial enthusiast, had his eyes narrowed to slits, reveling in the prospect of a significant profit. Had it not been for the fear of inciting a backlash, he might have laughed outright. The documents detailed the valuations of their spoils. Icebone, rhinoceros horn, 220,000, crimson-faced ape hide, 1,500,000, a thunderscale serpent, 2,000,000 total, 85,630,000, a staggering sum exceeding 8 billion. This terrifying figure quickened their heartbeats, a testament to the frenzied nature of their month-long endeavors, as they had virtually hunted down every high-value monster Nye Yun had collected, even targeting mid-tier lords in the final days. Remembering Zhou Tianyun's mention of an additional 5 on top of this valuation, their gazes toward him shifted significantly. Zhou Tianyun, sensing the intensity of their scrutiny, felt his expression tighten. Although he knew their intentions were benign, being the focus of 5 formidable men was unnerving. Just as Cheng Xiao prepared to respond to the proposal, Zhou Yu, seemingly struck by an instinct ingrained deep within his soul, interjected, "Wait, Director Zhou. Wouldn't 5 be rather insufficient? Surely we should negotiate for at least 10. Chapter 15, Dividing the Spoils. Zhou Tianyun, as if anticipating this counteroffer, allowed a hint of amusement to grace his features. Agreed, let's finalize this. Shaolin, please draft the contract. Without granting them any time to react, he turned to Cheng Xiao and the others, stating, "Esteemed guests, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." He swiftly extended his hand for a handshake, leaving Cheng Xiao and his companions momentarily bewildered. The contract was promptly retrieved by Zhou Tianyun's secretary and handed to Cheng Xiao, having been prepared in advance to facilitate a swift transaction. Zhou Yu? In an instant, Zhou Yu appeared utterly confounded. What just happened? Was that really so straightforward? No further negotiation? Zhou Tianyun's words left Zhou Yu momentarily speechless, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts, which caused him considerable discomfort. Cheng Xiao and the others were equally perplexed. Had the deal truly been struck? And at an additional 10? Such straightforwardness? Were we profiting or incurring losses? In truth, no party emerged at a deficit from this transaction. The HR Alliance reaped a substantial bounty of high-quality materials. Zhou Tianyun gained a handsome commission, and Cheng Xiao and his companions secured a significant amount of cash. The HR Alliance had priced these materials at the market's highest valuation, additionally offering a 10% premium, an unequivocal windfall. However, for the HR Alliance, their vision extended beyond immediate gains. The acquisition of such superior materials indicated that a plethora of valuable monsters in the vicinity of the Jiangnan base city had been vanquished, which also foretold a forthcoming decline in resource yields. Nevertheless, by procuring this batch of materials, the HR Alliance secured short-term benefits that could potentially surpass the value of the materials themselves. Thus, as soon as the price was estimated, the HR Alliance notified Zhou Tianyun, instructing him to seize this opportunity and granting him a 20% premium authority, along with a substantial reward, an indication of their generosity towards capable individuals. Initially, one might have anticipated complications, but unexpectedly, these individuals displayed a lack of negotiation skills. When Zhou Yu began to haggle, Zhou Tianyun was instantly elated. Perceiving the situation as a fortuitous boon from the heavens, and without allowing any time for contemplation, he finalized the contract. Once the contract was signed, Zhou Tianyun exhaled in relief, his smile unwavering as he courteously escorted them out of the HR Alliance building. On their way, Luo Kai and the others wore expressions of immense satisfaction, while Zhou Yu appeared distressed. Despite the substantial profits, the echoes of Zhou Tianyun's words regarding the deal lingered in his mind, eliciting amusement from Cheng Xiao and the others at Zhou Yu's demeanor. Upon receiving the transfer notification, the 5 returned to their vehicle, preparing to divide the spoils. Luo Kai and the others were notably excited, particularly Nye Yun. After the division of the illicit gains, he would emerge as the wealthiest individual in the car. Cheng Xiao reviewed the incoming funds. This hunting expedition yielded a total of 1939 billion. According to our prior agreement, Zhou Yu and I will each receive 376,772 billion. Due to his intel contributions, Nye Yun will receive an additional 10% deducted from my share, totaling 25,235,485 billion for him. Luo Kai 20. 188,386 billion. Su E 15. 141,2895 billion. Am I correct? Indeed. Come on, throw money at me. Nye Yun exclaimed, grinning broadly at the figures. Luo Kai and Su Yi shared the same eager anticipation as they glanced at Cheng Xiao. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiao transferred the funds to their personal accounts, jokingly remarking to Nie Yun, "Old Nie, you're the biggest winner of this hunt. Shouldn't you treat us?" Nie Yun, gazing at the hundreds of billions in his account, could only grin foolishly. The notion of a solitary wolf possessing such wealth was utterly surreal. Ignoring Cheng Xiao's jest, he declared, "No problem. I'll pick up the tab, and no one dare fight me for it." Their laughter filled the air, and they drove to a fine restaurant within the base city, ordering everything available. It had been a month since they'd savored a decent meal, and they intended to indulge without fear of excess, confident in their newfound strength. At the time of payment, Ingzi proactively approached the counter to settle the bill. As they exited, the five began their farewells. Luo Kai and the others sensed that Cheng Xiao's spirits had waned, predicting that such a team would not emerge again. They exchanged no words, departing in a carefree manner. For these solitary wolves, this was merely an episode in their lengthy lives. They still had their own battles and lives to lead. Zhou Yu observed the silent Cheng Xiao, noting his expression, which suggested he wished to speak yet hesitated. Zhou Yu found this somewhat amusing, aware that Cheng Xiao's melancholy stemmed from the spoils of the hunt. Understanding Cheng Xiao's plight, Zhou Yu preemptively stated, "Xiao Ge, I've decided to allocate all our gains to the children of Hao Ge and Lang Ge. I recall several of them possess considerable talent. This money shall serve as their seed capital." Cheng Xiao was taken aback by Zhou Yu's decision to bestow their earnings upon the orphans of their fallen comrades, leaving him momentarily speechless. He felt unable to refuse, especially as his recent ascent from a senior warrior to nearly a junior war god had been facilitated by the use of enhancement drugs, a power that would inevitably wane within the year, possibly regressing to a mere junior warrior or lower, with no hope for further advancement. Yet at that moment, he had felt compelled by vengeance, and despite knowing the consequences of the drugs, he had chosen to consume them without hesitation. Cheng Xiao gazed at Zhou Yu, uncertain of how to respond, ultimately managing to utter two words, "Thank you." Zhou Yu smiled and replied, "Xiao Ge, we are brothers. There's no need for such formalities. In the future, they will require your care more than mine, as I may not have much time left." Cheng Xiao chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony. This vehicle and that villa are yours now. Please do not feel obliged to reciprocate. This is all I can offer you at present." Zhou Yu considered refusing this offer, but, upon seeing Cheng Xiao's expression, ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh. "All right, thank you, Xiao Ge. However, I will not relinquish the permissions at the villa, just in case." Cheng Xiao nodded, then opened the car door, smiling. "Zhou Yu, let's part ways here. Strive hard, and do not become a waste like me. Farewell." With that, he closed the door, departing without affording Zhou Yu the chance to respond. Zhou Yu watched Cheng Xiao's retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. As he observed Cheng Xiao's silhouette fade away, Zhou Yu bit his lip, starting the engine and steering towards the villa, homeward bound. Parking his vehicle, he entered the villa, longing only for a restful sleep, wishing to ignore the myriad of trivialities. Ascending to the second floor, he entered what was once his room, lying down, closing his eyes, and soon succumbing to slumber. Chapter 16, Epiphany. In the early morning, Zhou Yu stood in the hall on the first floor, wielding a training sword as he commenced his morning practice. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Each swing, though merely fundamental techniques, possessed formidable lethality under the force of his might, particularly amid Zhou Yu's formidable aura, as if he aimed to rend the very fabric of reality. Gradually, Zhou Yu entered a trance, as cosmic energy began to oscillate, flooding his being. With each stroke, his speed accelerated, creating afterimages within the hall, the sound of the sword's whistle intensifying, conjuring gusts of wind that swirled around him. Crack! The distant rack began to yield under the tempest, cracks appearing upon its surface. Boom! At last, the rack could endure no more, collapsing in a cacophony of sound. Training equipment scattering across the floor. Zhou Yu was jolted awake by the sudden noise, quickly assessing the disarrayed hall and sensing the dissipating cosmic energy surrounding him. Astonished by the realization, had he attained enlightenment? Simultaneously, he perceived a significant breakthrough in both physical strength and mental acuity, feeling as though the environment around him could be manipulated at will. With a mere flick of his hand, a fierce wind surged forth, rushing ahead. Zhou Yu stared in astonishment at his hands, a burgeoning suspicion taking root in his mind. Could it be the essence of the concept? Suddenly struck by a realization, he activated the data panel, and before him appeared a comprehensive overview of his statistics. The display read, Zhou Yu. Status: Normal. Warrior. Apprentice level 6, Advanced Battle General. Mental Master, Apprentice level 8, Intermediate War God. Genetic Multiplier, 1. Telekinetic Amplitude, 10. Physical Power, 5. Concept, Wind, 80. Zhou Yu was taken aback by the figures before him. Not only had he ascended 2 levels, but he had also forcibly grasped the concept of wind. Furthermore, both his telekinetic amplitude and physical power had experienced significant breakthroughs. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he felt as though countless insights had surged into his mind, rapidly transforming into his intrinsic foundation. Glancing at the time, he noted that merely 4 hours had elapsed. What a staggering effect of enlightenment. What Zhou Yu remained unaware of was that although such enlightenment was formidable, without the data panel's locking capability, such profound changes would have been impossible, let alone comprehending the concept of wind. In that moment, he yearned for more instances of enlightenment. Observing the chaotic hall, he recognized this was merely a fantasy. It was far from reality. With a slight sigh of regret, he swiftly employed his mental powers to restore order to the disarrayed hall. Before long, the hall was returned to its former state, save for the damaged rack. One could not deny the efficacy of mental powers. After careful contemplation, Zhou Yu resolved to reassess his battle achievements, also seeking to hone his skills further in the hope of achieving another breakthrough, for it was only through combat that one could attain the greatest growth. Thus, after a mere night's rest, Zhou Yu decided to venture into the wild once more. This time, he would go alone, preparing only a few sets of spare equipment, and promptly drove towards the gates of the Bay City. Before departing, he sought intelligence about the depths of the Jiangnan Bay City's wilderness from Nie Yun, startling him in the process. Nie Yun quickly remarked, "Zhou Yu, the beasts in the depths are no trifling matter. Even Lord-level monsters may appear in swarms. The hunting grounds we are accustomed to are vastly different, and I possess little information about the depths. Without sufficient strength, I cannot gather data from there." Zhou Yu hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, brother Nya, I am aware of my capabilities and will not act recklessly. Besides, as a mental master, if I cannot defeat them, I can surely escape, right?" Nie Yun, filled with envy, responded, "All right then, just be careful. I'll organize the information and send it to you shortly. But you truly are daring, going out right after returning." Zhou Yu chuckled, "Thank you, brother Nya. I won't disturb you any longer." He then ended the communication. Shortly thereafter, he received the document sent by Nie Yun. Upon opening it, he found it not overly detailed, yet sufficient for his initial training needs. The guard on duty, noticing the vehicle that had just returned yesterday, setting out again today, was somewhat astonished. So diligent? After a brief inspection, he allowed Zhou Yu to pass, effectively placing him on the map as a reckless daredevil. Zhou Yu drove in another direction, aiming for the deeper, more primitive jungles where more formidable beasts resided. He was determined to push his limits, relying on his data-driven abilities and mental mastery, confident that even if he could not win, he could certainly flee. As long as he did not meet immediate death, he could recover swiftly given a little time. After over an hour, Zhou Yu arrived at the edge of the ruins of the old city. Beyond lay the primitive jungle, where the survival rules were far more brutal, and even lord-level monsters could appear in groups. He parked the vehicle in the center of a dilapidated building, using his mental powers to conceal it with a multitude of rubble. Once secured, Zhou Yu donned his tactical backpack, grasped his blade, and began his journey into the depths of the jungle. His pace was measured, maintaining a readiness to strike at any moment. The surrounding woods appeared tranquil, yet concealed dangers lurked everywhere. For instance, Zhou Yu sensed a venomous snake resting on a nearby tree, its emerald scales glistening. Although merely a beast general, its venom could potentially be fatal even to a war god if bitten. Despite its low physical strength, its explosive speed could rival that of a novice war god. As Zhou Yu advanced, he unleashed his killing intent, intimidating the lower-tier beasts nearby, which promptly fled in terror. Zhou Yu had no interest in these lesser creatures. Only the lord-level monsters were worthy of his pursuit. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He felt the weight of a gaze upon him. Instantly, he swept his mental powers across the surrounding environment, detecting a low-level lord, a blood shadow leopard, perched on a branch 30 meters ahead, its crimson eyes fixed intently on him. Drool dripping from its gaping maw, indicating it had been hungry for quite some time, poised to strike at Zhou Yu's advancing form. A hint of mockery flashed across Zhou Yu's face. Knowing there was a beast lying in wait, he would not fall for its ruse. He feigned to stumble, pretending to lose his footing. In an instant, the blood shadow leopard lunged with terrifying speed, its raised paw aimed directly at Zhou Yu's head. What the beast failed to notice was the slight curve at the corner of Zhou Yu's mouth, as he thought to himself, "Unaware of your own demise, are you? Just wait." In a heartbeat, Zhou Yu straightened his posture, pivoting swiftly, and with a rapid slash, deflected the leopard's paw. He mused, "Just as I wished to test the might of the concept of wind, you have delivered yourself to me, truly a fool." With a swift motion, he slashed upward with his blade, unleashing the full force of the wind concept. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of steel cutting through the air resonated as the wind-imbued blade cleaved through the blood shadow leopard-esque form, encountering no resistance whatsoever, effortlessly bisecting the lord-level beast. Zhou Yu stood in shock, gazing at the two halves of the defeated leopard. Though aware of the concept's power, he had not anticipated such sheer horror. His mere strength as an advanced battle general, amplified by the concept, had slain a lord-level beast in an instant. He was acutely aware that his attack, enhanced by the wind concept, had not only achieved a qualitative leap in speed, but had also significantly elevated its sharpness and range. Observing the trees over 10 meters away that had been affected by his strike, Zhou Yu silently marveled at the might of the concept. With a level of 80, it was approaching the threshold of a realm. He could only wonder how formidable he would become upon grasping a true domain. After dispatching the blood shadow leopard, Zhou Yu did not linger to collect his spoils. Instead, he pressed onward. Though it was a lord-level creature, the manner of its demise was rather grotesque. And given the beast's low value, he chose to disregard it, focusing instead on his objective of self-improvement as he delved deeper into the wilderness. Consulting the map provided by Yun, Zhou Yu scrutinized it closely, pondering his current status as a mid-tier war god mental master. He felt undaunted even in the face of high-level lords, bolstered by his ability to fly. His gaze quickly fell upon a marked location on the map, detailing the presence of a high-level lord beast, the heavy dry turtle, residing in the largest water body at the edge of the jungle, a true sovereign of its domain. With an impenetrable shell reflecting lord-level invincibility and remarkable speed within the waters. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, his furrowed brow easing, and resolutely decided that it was Yu. He promptly stowed away the map and swiftly soared towards the outer waters. After traversing a stretch of jungle, he stumbled upon a small lake, the only significant water source nearby. In midair, Zhou Yu sensed with his mental power that beneath the lake's surface resided a colossal tortoise-like beast. Its shell, several meters thick, enveloped its body tightly, adorned with countless sharp spikes. At that moment, it was resting, yet remnants of prey scattered beside it indicated that it had recently feasted. A sly smile crept across Zhou Yu's face as he observed the slumbering beast. He manipulated his psychic energy to launch 9 SS-grade flying daggers from his bag, which began whirling and gleaming with a silvery radiance under the sun's rays. Under Zhou Yu's mental command, the 9 daggers honed in on the gaps in the tortoise's shell, disappearing from sight in the next instant as they surged towards the creature. Bang! The next moment, a pained roar reverberated from the lake bed, infused with a frenzied rage as the waters began to churn violently. A gigantic tortoise emerged from the depths, its pitch-black eyes fixated on Zhou Yu, who hovered in the air. The beast bore several fresh wounds on its head, from which blood flowed freely, staining the surrounding water crimson. Zhou Yu gazed at the tortoise's injuries with a hint of regret. These were merely superficial wounds. Given its high-ranking lordly vitality, it would likely recover entirely within a few days. With a flick of his hand, the daggers lodged in the tortoise's flesh shot out, trailing a copious amount of blood. This action thoroughly enraged the tortoise. It had been peacefully resting at the lake's bottom when suddenly, a flying bipedal creature launched an attack. Though the injuries were not severe, they were nonetheless painful. Roar! With immense power, the tortoise's robust limbs propelled it out of the water, its massive body crashing toward Zhou Yu in a fierce charge. The terrifying spikes poised to strike. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was several dozen meters in the air and yet under threat. Reacting quickly, he evaded using his mental prowess while simultaneously directing the 9 daggers to assault the exposed parts of the tortoise's body. Sensing the imminent danger, the tortoise rapidly withdrew into its shell and began descending swiftly. The daggers, having missed their initial target, quickly adjusted course to strike at the turtle's retracted form, eliciting another furious roar from the creature. Boom! The tortoise's enormous body collided with the lake's surface, sending countless splashes of water into the air and momentarily obscuring Zhou Yu's view. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. Without time to sense further, he swiftly adjusted his position. In an instant, a black spike shot past where he had just been, its terrifying speed causing beads of sweat to form on Zhou Yu's forehead. Having narrowly avoided the attack, Zhou Yu exhaled in relief, his expression turning grave as he locked onto the tortoise beneath the water. He had not anticipated such a tactic. Truly, it was the overlord of this region. Below, the tortoise, frustrated by Zhou Yu's evasion, was determined to try again. It had always triumphed against flying foes with this strategy, and now it would unleash all the spikes on its back in a single explosive attack, resolute in its belief that it could eliminate the audacious biped that dared to harm it. Zhou Yu sensed the tortoise swiftly approaching from the lake bed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Did it truly wish to try again? Summoning the daggers back to his side, he unleashed the essence of wind, which shimmered with a verdant glow, patiently awaiting the tortoise's emergence from the water. The lake began to roil, and in the next moment, the immense tortoise burst forth like a cannonball. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Now was the moment. The surrounding daggers erupted forth at a speed several times greater than before, aimed directly at the tortoise's head. The tortoise, attempting to employ its previous tactic, retracted into its shell, expecting merely a few minor wounds. However, this time, the assault pierced through its head, obliterating its brain, and it did not even have time to let out a death cry before its life was extinguished. The lifeless tortoise plummeted into the lake, akin to a powerful missile striking the water, creating a tremendous splash. A smirk of satisfaction spread across Zhou Yu's face. What did it matter if the creature possessed formidable defenses? First, he had incapacitated it with ordinary attacks, then unleashed his full force at a pivotal moment, delivering a decisive blow. Zhou Yu found himself increasingly enamored with the essence of wind. It not only enhanced his attack power and speed, but also significantly augmented his physical velocity. As he beheld the tortoise sinking gradually, Zhou Yu hastened to drag its massive carcass to the shore. Gazing at the colossal body, he felt a pang of distress. How would he manage this bounty? This was material from a high-ranking lord, and even a cursory glance at the extraordinarily thick shell revealed its immense value among such creatures. Not to mention, the flesh of such a unique being was equally precious. Chapter 18, Domain. Contemplating the immense corpse, Zhou Yu steeled himself and departed. His primary objective was to undergo training, and attempting to haul such a vast prize alone would be exhausting. Moreover, the pungent scent of blood would undoubtedly attract numerous beasts. After all, the allure of a high-ranking lord's flesh was terrifying to lower-tier monsters. He flew resolutely towards the next location, his heart aching with the loss of a bounty worth hundreds of billions, lamenting internally that he would never again seek trouble with such creatures. Meanwhile, the now calm lake was tainted with the tortoise's blood, its rich scent luring countless beasts, igniting a gruesome feast. In their frenzy to consume the tortoise's flesh, numerous monsters turned on each other, and within mere hours, the once mighty tortoise was reduced to nothing but its hard shell, abandoned on the shore. The defeated beast could not even retain the carcass, devoured by others. This training session spanned nearly 3 months, with Zhou Yu teetering on the brink of death countless times. Were it not for the restorative capabilities of his data panel, he might have been completely consumed by the beasts. Despite the myriad dangers encountered, his strength had significantly advanced. During these 2 months, his martial prowess had ascended to the intermediate level of a battle god, while his mental power reached the limits below planetary level. Moreover, through extensive combat, he greatly enhanced his physical strength and the amplification of his mental energy. Most importantly, the essence of wind had finally evolved into a domain during the final days of battle. This had been the most perilous encounter yet, as Zhou Yu's relentless slaughter had drawn the attention of the core jungle's apex predator, the king-level beast, the lacerating cloud eagle. Sharing the affinity for wind, its flying speed was astonishing, seemingly born to ride the winds, with each of its attacks capable of conjuring violent storms. Zhou Yu was left to rely on his agile physique to navigate the onslaught of the lacerating cloud eagle. Perhaps the eagle sought to toy with him, granting Zhou Yu a moment to breathe. In the face of the imminent death threat, Zhou Yu experienced another moment of enlightenment. This time, he felt as if he had transformed into the favorite of the wind, effortlessly evading the eagle's attacks, and even using the storms generated by its flapping wings to aid his escape, emerging unscathed from the fierce gales. As a radiant point of light flickered in his mind, it grew increasingly bright. The flying dagger, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, surged forth along a mysterious trajectory, erupting with terrifying speed and lethality, piercing directly into the body of the Rift Cloud Eagle. The feathers, harder than diamond, afforded no defense. Upon penetrating the creature, the dagger unleashed an overwhelming energy that shattered the Rift Cloud Eagle's form, leaving it only time to emit a mournful cry. Caw! Startled by the final lament of the Rift Cloud Eagle, Zhou Yu awoke, gazing in shock at the royal beast, now transformed into a cloud of crimson mist. Could this be a domain? As he attuned himself to his body, he confirmed that he had indeed wielded the power of a domain. The difference between this and the previous realm of understanding was like that of heaven and earth. Attempting to unleash the wind domain, Zhou Yu felt an exhilarating sense of control over everything within its bounds. However, mere seconds later, he experienced a wave of weakness. His body could not sustain the might of the domain. After all, he had yet to reach planetary level, lacking the energy necessary to maintain such power. Following this perilous experience, Zhou Yu lost interest in further trials, sensing a bottleneck. Perhaps it was time for him to consolidate his strength. Regrettably, he lamented the loss of materials from the Rift Cloud Eagle, not anticipating that the domain would be so domineering as to obliterate everything within its reach. Upon returning to the location of his vehicle, he tossed the disassembled materials into the storage, feeling a profound satisfaction at the sight of a cart brimming with spoils. Since the reign of the heavy turtle, Zhou Yu had ceased to pursue those seemingly high-value but ultimately untransportable quarry. The treasures in his vehicle were all the most valuable parts of various beasts, the majority being from monsters rated as at least low-tier lords, with even over 10 types sourced from high-tier lords. As he maneuvered the vehicle onto the road, Zhou Yu took his seat at the helm and activated the data panel, his heart swelling with contentment upon viewing the statistics. Zhou Yu, status, normal, warrior, apprentice level 8, intermediate war god, mentalist, apprentice level 9, advanced war god, gene multiplier, 1, psychic amplitude, 24, physical force, 12, domain, wind domain level 1, 10, with his psychic amplitude having surged to 24 and physical force stacking to 12 under data constraints. Zhou Yu could be deemed invincible below planetary level. Even many planetary beings might not stand a chance against him, excluding the power of the domain. His formidable psychic amplitude alone was sufficient to render ordinary planetary beings powerless. Closing the data panel, a satisfied smile graced Zhou Yu's face as he leisurely drove back to Jiangnan Bay City. Not only had he achieved a significant breakthrough in strength, but he also returned laden with countless spoils, even humming a tune in delight. The off-road vehicle meandered through the wilderness, attracting a multitude of beasts. However, Zhou Yu harbored no concerns for the vehicle's safety. Around the exterior of the vehicle, a dozen flying daggers circled like celestial rings, claiming the lives of any beast that dared approach the vehicle before they could make contact. It was evident that Zhou Yu sought amusement. After 2 tense months, his nerves required some light-hearted diversion, with these monsters serving as mere sacrificial offerings. Though the vehicle's speed was leisurely, it soon returned to the base city. As they neared the city, Zhou Yu dialed the procurement minister of the HR Alliance, Zhou Tianyan, instructing him to bring personnel to the city gates to prepare for receipt of goods. Upon seeing the note indicating Wealth God, Zhou Tianyan's face lit up with joy upon receiving a call from the Wealth God after nearly 3 months of silence. It seemed another significant bounty was at hand, prompting him to rush with a large contingent of procurement staff to the city gates. Upon arriving at the gates, Zhou Yu observed that Zhou Tianyan had already set up a collection point. Recognizing the familiar vehicle entering the base city, Zhou quickly directed Zhou Yu to park and eagerly opened the car door for him. Seeing the smile on Zhou Tianyan's face, Zhou Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, determined to settle the score from their previous encounter. Though he was aware of his own pettiness, he appreciated Zhou Tianyan's efforts. Even after Earth aligns with the cosmos, Zhou Tianyan would undoubtedly thrive in the vast universe. Minister Zhou, the value of this cargo is quite substantial. Aside from a few specific items, we can sell you everything the HR Alliance can consume, Zhou Yu stated. Zhou Tianyan was initially surprised to see that Zhou Yu was alone in the vehicle, leading him to speculate that the haul might not be considerable. However, his expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Yu's words left him in disbelief. A confident smile appeared on Zhou Tianyan's face. No one understood the HR Alliance's financial capabilities better than he. The disposable cash available in Jiangnan Bay City, one of the 8 major bay cities in Huaxia, exceeded 200 billion. There was no way they could not acquire the contents of the vehicle. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou Yu, we have the resources to handle any spoils from transactions with warriors, Zhou Tianyan declared. Zhou Yu could only smile in acknowledgement of Zhou Tianyan's assurance. All right then, arrange for your personnel to inventory the goods. Of course, Mr. Zhou Yu. Let us step aside for a moment to rest. I have prepared some fine tea. Zhou Tianyan replied with a smile, signaling his subordinates to begin assessing the spoils. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. Ah, a beast! The scream instantly drew the attention of everyone present. It was one of the HR Alliance staff who had opened the back door and discovered a special beast that Zhou Yu had intended to use to refresh his warrior evaluation. Due to its relatively small size, He had brought back the entire corpse. Despite being deceased, the creature's formidable presence was beyond what an ordinary staff member could endure. Zhou Yu swiftly moved forward, stowing the corpse into his backpack, and the terrifying aura dissipated. It's nothing to worry about, just an ordinary carcass, he explained to Zhou Tianyun. As the procurement minister of the HR Alliance in Jiangnan Bay City, Zhou Tianyun had a keen eye. He instantly recognized the corpse Zhou Yu had concealed as emanating the aura of a high-tier lord. Moreover, from his vantage point by the open car door, he could discern that the vehicle was packed with valuable materials from lord-level monsters, predominantly the most precious parts. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Tianyun quickly calculated the worth. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It seemed the HR Alliance's cash reserves in Jiangnan Bay City might not suffice. Remembering his earlier boast, he gritted his teeth and respectfully addressed Zhou Yu. War God Zhou Yu, I need to make a call. Zhou Yu shot Zhou Tianyun an amused glance, savoring his tea leisurely. Go ahead. Relieved, Zhou Tianyun hurried to a corner to swiftly dial his superiors, reporting the situation. Within a minute, the vast HR Alliance began mobilizing resources for this matter. Funds from the main district of Jiangnan Bay City and the 8 satellite cities of the HR Alliance started converging towards the main area. And even the highest-ranking officials of the Jiangnan Bay City HR Alliance sought to borrow funds from the other 5 major bay cities of Huaxia. Zhou Tianyun was given a stern order, stating that he would resolve the financial aspects but must acquire all the materials without fail. Upon hearing his superior's response, Zhou Tianyun immediately exhaled in relief and approached the tea table, offering a wry smile to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, the god of war, you have truly drained us this time. Zhou Yu responded with a teasing smile. I had warned you that the value of this batch of materials is substantial. Who told you not to believe me? Zhou Tianyun managed a bitter smile, admitting, I believed, it was my lack of foresight. The two engaged in idle chatter while observing their team assess the value of the materials, quietly awaiting the data to emerge. Meanwhile, as the materials in the vehicle dwindled, the data gradually became available. An elderly appraiser, with graying hair, meticulously recorded the statistics, and when he saw the final figures, his eyes widened in disbelief. Director, the material assessment is complete. Here are the detailed figures for your review. The appraiser, overwhelmed with astonishment, handed the computer to Zhou Tianyun. Zhou Tianyun, already somewhat anxious, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead upon witnessing his appraiser's reaction. He thought to himself that the boss should be well prepared, otherwise the losses would be considerable. He quickly scrolled to the end of the data and gazed at the final amount. Gasp! Zhou Tianyun inhaled sharply. This is simply outrageous. 384. 6 billion. Zhou Yu, upon hearing this figure, was not particularly surprised. If they had brought back the gains from the past 2 months, it could easily triple. Unsure of how well the boss was prepared, Zhou Tianyun recognized that Zhou Yu would not wait for him indefinitely. Thus, he promptly sent the data to the headquarters in Jiangnan City and called his superior. Boss, quickly look at what I've sent you. Is the money ready? Hurry. This is a monumental business deal. Zhou Tianyun shouted into the phone. What the hell? Do we poke the monster's nest? This is too exaggerated. Came a shocked response from the other end. Zhou Tianyun grew anxious. Boss, stop being astonished. Where's the money? Is it ready? The voice on the other end regained composure and replied, Rest assured, the funds are secured. I've consolidated all available liquidity from the HR Alliance in Jiangnan Bay City, and even borrowed a portion from 5 other bay cities in the Huaxia region, totaling 500 billion. You can proceed boldly. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyun sighed in relief and quickly replied, All right, boss, leave the rest to me. He then hung up the call, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. Zhou Tianyun turned to Zhou Yu and said, Zhou Yu, the god of war, here is the list of your spoils. Please review it. Zhou Yu observed Zhou Tianyun, a mysterious smile gracing his face, and replied, There's no need to review it. Let's proceed with the transaction directly. Although slightly unsettled by Zhou Yu's gaze, Zhou Tianyun, seasoned in the business world, maintained his composure and stated, Very well, god of war Zhou Yu, the total value of your spoils amounts to 384. 6 billion. Just as before. Shall we proceed with the HR Alliance's premium acquisition? Zhou Yu smiled and asked, Still at 10? Zhou Tianyun, unflinching, replied, Certainly not. I shall offer you the highest rate of 20, totaling 461. 52 billion. Additionally, I will personally supplement it to 466. 6 billion. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhou Yu's eyes as he nodded decisively, stating deal. He then provided Zhou Tianyun with his account number. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Zhou Tianyun was filled with elation, exclaiming, All right, god of war Zhou Yu, please hold on. I will initiate the transfer immediately. A few minutes later, Zhou Yu received the transfer notification and smiled faintly. In the past, he would have been unable to contain his excitement, but for him now, it was merely a series of digits. With strength, he could acquire such sums at any time. Turning to the exuberant Zhou Tianyun, he said, "Let's go. I look forward to our next collaboration." Zhou Tianyun, hearing Zhou Yu's words, immediately bowed and replied, "Safe travels." Chapter 20. Performance Evaluation. Zhou Yu drove to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's headquarters in Jiangnan Bay City, one of the 6 principal academies in Huaxia. Each of Huaxia's 6 Bay cities had established a regional headquarters, where all visitors were martial artists, with a significant majority being battle generals. And even the god of war occasionally made appearances. On his way back, in addition to notifying the HR Alliance, Zhou Yu also arranged for a performance evaluation at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Zhou Yu parked his car and approached the entrance, where he was immediately greeted by 2 charming female attendants. One of the attendants, her smile revealing 2 dimples, inquired, "Good day, sir. Welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. How may we assist you?" Zhou Yu, carrying a black half-body bag and wearing a faint smile, replied, "I have an appointment for a performance evaluation, surname Zhou." The more mature attendant promptly accessed her communicator to verify the appointment, and then said respectfully, "Thank you for your patience. Please follow me. Supervisor Liao is waiting for you in the testing room." Zhou Yu nodded and followed the attendant into the elevator, where she pressed the button for the 18th floor. In no time, they arrived at the 18th floor, and the attendant led Zhou Yu to one of the testing rooms, knocking on the door. "Moments latte." A voice from within called out, "Please come in." The attendant opened the door and politely gestured for Zhou Yu to enter. Zhou Yu marveled at the professionalism of these global powers, realizing that they excelled in every aspect. He nodded and politely replied, "Thank you." The attendant smiled warmly, "You're welcome. It's my duty," and then returned to her post. Upon entering the testing room, Zhou Yu saw several massive testing instruments, beside which stood a middle-aged man. Zhou Yu sensed that this individual possessed considerable strength, likely at least a battle general S level. This must be Supervisor Liao. Zhou Yu nodded towards the middle-aged man and introduced himself. "I am Zhou Yu, here for the performance evaluation." Supervisor Liao looked at Zhou Yu, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Mr. Zhou, are you certain you are here for a god of war level evaluation?" Initially, Supervisor Liao had anticipated a man in his 30s or 40s for such an assessment, but was taken aback to find a youth who appeared to be barely 20. Realizing the source of Liao's surprise, Zhou Yu remained silent, effortlessly manipulating several flying knives to hover around him. Supervisor Liao quickly understood, realizing that Zhou Yu was a mentalist. Although still somewhat incredulous, he found it more acceptable and said, "Are you seeking to certify for the junior god of war level? Please present your hunting proof, and we will proceed with the strength assessment shortly." Zhou Yu's expression was slightly peculiar, but he said nothing. Instead, he retrieved 2 trophies from his backpack. The first was a 1-meter-long, pitch-black horn, originating from a high-level Lord-class creature, the Mo Jiao, a mutated snake beast, noted for the immense value of its singular horn. Another was an exceptionally rare high-level lord, discovered by chance during a hunt. While other lords typically towered at least several dozen meters, this particular beast was quite unique. Emerging from the serpentine category, it measured a mere 3 meters. Yet in terms of lethality, it ranked among the top 3 of all the monsters slain by Zhou Yu during this expedition. In terms of speed, it was hardly slower than Zhou Yu himself, who flew under the influence of his realm. Liao Tong sensed something amiss when Zhou Yu presented the first material. With his keen eye, he discerned that it was at least high-level lord material. When the second item was revealed, he tensed up, his pupils constricting, overwhelmed by the residual energy emanating from the entire beast's carcass. Noticing Zhou Yu's helpless glance towards him, Liao Tong awkwardly inquired, "Are these 2 indeed the certification materials?" Zhou Yu nodded and replied, "Yes, let us proceed with the testing." Liao Tong promptly retrieved the testing device, and soon the results emerged. Confirming his suspicions, both items were indeed high-level lords. The latter, known as the blood-red python, had been infamous many years ago as the god of war slayer due to its small size, swift speed, and potent venom, which even god of war level beings found difficult to withstand. In the past, numerous god of war level warriors had fallen prey to ambushes by this creature until one legislator's descendant was killed, prompting a bloody retaliation that led to the extinction of that species. Nowadays, finding a blood-red python would require venturing deep into desolate jungles. Astonished, Liao Tong turned to Zhou Yu and asked, "God of war Zhou Yu, did you personally slay these 2 monsters?" Zhou Yu, appearing somewhat resigned, nodded and said, "You'll know once we test your strength." Liao Tong quickly agreed, activating various equipment in the testing chamber, and said, God of War Zhou Yu. Let us first test your strength. Please direct the testing sphere to strike the force gauge target. Zhou Yu focused on the solid iron sphere, and with a mere thought, the sphere vanished from sight, followed by a thunderous collision echoing through the air. Bang! Liao Tong looked at the display screen, his eyes widening in shock. 528. 000 Kage. This strength was already the pinnacle of God of War levels. Any stronger, and it would surpass what a God of War could achieve. Moreover, Zhou Yu was a psychic master, rendering him an invincible force at the God of War level. Liao Tong immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Esteemed God of War Zhou Yu, there is no need for further testing. I will promptly update your certification data." Zhou Yu, recognizing Liao Tong's astonishment at the numbers on the force gauge, nodded and instructed. "Yes, and these two materials should be sent directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, exchanged entirely for contribution points, and then gifted to the warrior numbered 8254-846-1857, Changshao. Is that acceptable?" Liao Tong hesitated, as contribution points were typically restricted to personal operations. However, upon witnessing Zhou Yu's overwhelming presence, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Understood. Please wait a moment while I make a call." Exiting the testing room, he reported to his superior. Shortly after, a flushed Liao Tong re-entered and said, "God of War Zhou Yu, the Hall Master has agreed to your request, but he wishes to meet with you." Zhou Yu, indifferent, nodded and replied, "Very well. Please arrange a time." Liao Tong quickly acknowledged and sent out a message, then began drafting the contract. Having estimated the value of the two items during the testing, he smoothly printed the purchase contract. Once printed, he handed it to Zhou Yu, saying, "God of War Zhou Yu, please review this." Chapter 21. Refusal of the appointment. Zhou Yu merely glanced at the values of the two items before signing his name and returning the contract to Liao Tong. The values were Mo Jiao, single-horned, 3. 8 million contribution points. Blood Red Python, 12 million contribution points. Liao Tong swiftly operated on the computer and soon received a notification. God of War Zhou Yu. A total of 15.8 million contribution points have been credited to warrior Cheng Zhao's account. Additionally, your rank assessment has been approved. You may take a look. Zhou Yu opened the Extreme Martial Arts Hall Warrior section, where displayed Zhou Yu, high-level God of War. He then sent a message to Cheng Zhao, explaining the origin of the contribution points and assuring him not to worry. Subsequently, Liao Tong retrieved a black helmet from a safe within the testing room, carefully handing it to Zhou Yu. God of War Zhou Yu. This is a virtual consciousness helmet, allowing entry into the God of War Palace within the Sacred Hall of Warriors, where God of War level warriors from around the globe convene. A hint of envy and longing flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Zhou Yu, equally curious about the helmet, wondered if it truly allowed one to project their body entirely in a virtual world. However, mindful of the presence of others, he only glanced at it before placing it into his backpack. Meanwhile, Liao Tong looked at his communicator and said, God of War Zhou Yu. The president is currently on the top floor. Let me escort you there. Although eager to experience the virtual consciousness helmet, Zhou Yu recalled his prior agreement to meet and decided not to waste time, nodding in response. Lead the way. I am also curious about why the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall wishes to see me. Liao Tong exhaled in relief, fearing Zhou Yu might decline, and respectfully stated, Very well, God of War Zhou Yu, please follow me. Zhou Yu accompanied Liao Tong as they took the internal elevator of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, arriving at a room on the top floor. The door was ajar, and as the elevator doors opened, a deep voice resonated from within. God of War Zhou Yu, please come in. Liao Tong gestured for Zhou Yu to enter. With a look of curiosity, Zhou Yu did not hesitate and walked straight into the room, while Liao Tong bowed and took the elevator back down. Upon entering, he beheld a refined middle-aged man seated at a desk, the president of the Jiangnan Bay City, Zhou Jingyong, a mid-level God of War, a figure perched at the apex of power in the Huaxia region. Zhou Yu had only seen this man on television before and was intrigued to learn what this prominent figure desired. Zhou Jingyong, upon noticing Zhou Yu's arrival, warmly invited him. Please have a seat. You are indeed quite young. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Jingyong, the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. Zhou Yu, unreserved, took a seat and curiously inquired, May I ask why you have summoned me? President Zhou? Zhou Jingyong wasted no time in revealing his intentions. Firstly, I wish to get to know you, as a high-level God of War at the tender age of 20 is a rare occurrence. Secondly, it pertains to the position of inspector for our Jiangnan Bay City. The current inspector is on the verge of a breakthrough and has submitted a resignation request to the main hall, leaving the position vacant. I would like to recommend you for the role of inspector. Upon hearing Zhou Jingyong's words, Zhou Yu's brow furrowed in concern. Why me? Zhou Yu, not one to conceal matters, handed Zhou Yu a dossier containing detailed records of his journey from becoming a warrior to the present, including extensive data analysis. Zhou Yu felt a twinge of discomfort, as anyone subjected to such thorough scrutiny would naturally feel uneasy. Frowning, he gazed at Zhou Jingyong and asked, "So, what does this mean?" Zhou Jingyong observed Zhou Yu's expression and spoke directly. "First and foremost, I sincerely apologize for the investigation concerning you. However, it is customary for the War God Palace to conduct thorough analyses on every individual of War God caliber, considering that the number of high-level human combatants is rather limited. Rest assured, these records have been classified as top secret and are currently accessible only to Master Hong. As the president of this base city, I will personally oversee these documents. I believe you would be exceptionally suited for the position of inspector for this base city. If you agree, I can rally 3 supervisors and the former inspector to recommend you to Master Hong. Moreover, as you were originally from the Jiangnan base city, it would be a most fitting appointment." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Yu immediately grasped the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head internally and replied, "Forget it, President Zhou. I have no interest in that position and lack the time to manage affairs." Zhou Jingyong felt a surge of urgency upon hearing Zhou Yu's words and remarked, "This position does not require you to handle any mundane matters. It is merely that for certain formidable beasts that we cannot tackle, we would need the inspector to intervene." Zhou Yu instantly understood the underlying concern. They were simply apprehensive about appointing an inspector who might not align with their interests, and given his youth and reluctance to engage in administrative duties, they likely wished to employ him as a mere tool. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, "No need for that. Furthermore, President Zhou, as you can see, I am currently on par with the former inspector, both of us teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. In fact, I may even surpass him in achieving it." In truth, Zhou Yu had no intention of breaking through at this moment. He preferred to wait until his martial prowess reached its zenith before making that leap. And he currently lacked the sufficient energy to facilitate such an advancement. Zhou Jingyong was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with regret. "That is indeed a pity," he said with a hint of resignation. "Very well, I shall not press the matter further. However, I hope we can communicate more in the future. And should any beasts in Jiangnan City prove unmanageable, I would appreciate your assistance." Zhou Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "Of course, it is also our duty as martial artists. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Zhou Jingyong, albeit regretfully, nodded back, "Thank you, and do take care." As Zhou Yu exited the room and made his way towards the elevator, he could still faintly hear Zhou Jingyong's voice expressing disappointment as the elevator doors closed. Shaking his head, Zhou Yu thought to himself that such troublesome matters were not for him to partake in. His thoughts then drifted to the virtual reality helmet nestled in his backpack, igniting a fervent desire within him to return to the villa and immerse himself in the wonders of virtual reality. His pace quickened, nearly surpassing his usual speed. Had it not been for a vehicle still parked in the lot, he might have soared back without hesitation. Upon reaching the parking lot, he hopped into his car and eagerly pressed the accelerator, his driving fervor rivaling even Cheng Zhao's skills. The originally 2-hour journey was reduced to a mere hour under Zhou Yu's relentless acceleration. He felt no apprehension about an accident, for his mental energy enveloped the vehicle, allowing him to maintain control at all times. Had he not wished to avoid drawing attention, he would have even considered flying back with the car and all, as his strength rendered such weight negligible. Chapter 22. Mastery of the Flesh. After parking the car, he swiftly dashed into the villa, disregarding his appearance as he retrieved the virtual reality helmet from his backpack. He accessed the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's official website, perused the user manual, and eagerly connected the helmet to the power source before donning it. In the next moment, Zhou Yu felt a fleeting disorientation as his consciousness was drawn to an unknown realm. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in an expansive chamber, which he estimated to exceed 1,000 square feet. The room was replete with an array of equipment, divided into several zones: a training area, a relaxation zone, a recreational space, and a reading nook, all of which catered to Zhou Yu's myriad needs. As he experimented with the sensations of his body within this space, he noted that while it bore similarities to the physical world, the strength of his virtual form felt somewhat diminished in comparison. Nonetheless, the physical prowess of all war gods entering the War God Palace was standardized, leaving little room for complaint. Zhou Yu marveled at the various experiences within the room, spending a considerable time indulging himself before reluctantly pausing. Truly, this was the essence of virtual reality. This was merely a small space created by Hong, utilizing his auxiliary light brain. He could only imagine the experiences awaiting him within the virtual universe, crafted by the Virtual Universe Company. After regaining his focus, he approached the workstation and powered on the virtual computer. The screen displayed several categories: treasures, equipment, techniques, and more. Zhou Yu clicked on the treasure section, discovering a plethora of items unseen in the physical world. These were commodities offered for trade by war gods from across the globe, with the majority available for barter, and only a select few purchasable with currency. Upon scrutinizing the list, he found nothing suitable for his current needs. Indeed, what he required most were comprehensive techniques. Yet complete inheritances were virtually non-existent on Earth, consisting mostly of fragmented relics and subpar original techniques created by Earthlings. Despite this, Zhou Yu proceeded to the techniques section, scanning the contents when suddenly one particular technique caught his eye: the 12 controls. Could this be a simplified version of the renowned control 312 style from the 9 ruins? Without hesitation, he clicked on it to read further, discovering the technique's description: the 12 controls. Origin, número 9 ruins. Mentalist control techniques. Uploader, 1. Price, 10 million contribution points. Exchange permission, senior war god. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Zhou Yu's eyes. This was undoubtedly the simplified version of the control 312 style from the number 9 ruins. He promptly exchanged 10 billion in value for 10 million contribution points, which was a maximum he could redeem, and initiated the exchange. In the next instant, a tome appeared before him, the very 12 controls. Without concern for its manifestation, Zhou Yu eagerly opened the book, which meticulously documented the foundational techniques of the controllers: gather, scatter, flow, curve, stack, conceal, swift, split, shock, burst, stab, confound. As Zhou Yu perused the content, a flood of inspiration surged through him. So this was how mental energy should be wielded. His previous method of manipulation had been excessively crude, relying solely on the brute force of flying knives without any semblance of finesse. Though his approach, bolstered by tremendous amplitude, appeared formidable, it had utterly failed to showcase his true potential. Observing this set of control techniques, Zhou Yu promptly made his way to the training area within the virtual room to experiment with the techniques outlined in the book. Under his guidance, the flying knives prepared in the training zone not only exhibited a swifter execution of techniques, but also followed increasingly unpredictable trajectories, their penetrating power significantly enhanced, allowing for coordinated movements that were anything but chaotic. After a full hour of experimentation, Zhou Yu finally ceased his activities and remarked, gazing at the 12 controls: "This is truly worth it. Even if the price were doubled, it would still be a bargain." Simultaneously, he felt a sense of longing. If this mere 12 techniques could induce such profound changes within him, how formidable would he become upon mastering the complete control 312 style? Though these 12 techniques merely encompassed the foundational applications of controller, they had vastly broadened Zhou Yu's perspective. This is also a common ailment among warriors on Earth. They are largely self-taught, and even the most rudimentary elements of the cosmos are deemed invaluable treasures in their eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yu recalled Hong's treasure trove, instantly feeling a surge of desire, for he was well aware that it contained numerous remarkable items. However, the thought of having nothing of worth to offer in exchange dampened his enthusiasm. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yu had an epiphany and activated his data panel. Zhou Yu. Status: normal. Warrior, apprentice level 8, intermediate battle god. Mentalist, apprentice level 9, advanced battle god. Gene multiplier: 1. Psychic amplitude: 24. Physical power: 12. Domain: wind domain level 110. Upon observing the figures for physical power and psychic amplitude, he quickly contemplated whether he could organize this information for exchange with Hong and others, and his heart began to race with excitement. Without even visiting the Battle God Palace in the virtual space, he exited immediately. Back in reality, Zhou Yu began to attune himself meticulously to his body. Although he had not inherited the legacies of the ruins on Earth, he was not without advantages. Leveraging his external capabilities, he had forcibly augmented his physical power and psychic amplitude to an intensity unimaginable to other Earthlings. Zhou Yu's current task was to reverse engineer his physical power and psychic amplitude, aiming to devise a comprehensive cultivation method. He began with physical power, carefully sensing every part of his body. In the presence of his formidable soul power, Zhou Yu witnessed the trajectory of his bodily movements for the first time, observing the motion of each muscle. However, he was unable to perceive the deeper layers of his organs, bones, and blood. This revelation sparked a torrent of inspiration within him. He realized that each exertion only engaged 1/3 of his muscle strength, leaving 2/3 dormant. Even so, his physical power surpassed that of everyone on Earth, reaching an impressive 12-fold increase. Thus, Zhou Yu endeavored to forcibly engage the remaining 2/3 of his muscles, yet to no avail. After a period of reflection, he resolved to focus on the muscle groups he could control. This time, success was within reach. Thanks to Zhou Yu's potent soul, he gradually seized complete control of a particular muscle, which seemed to possess an independent life, capable of explosive action at his whim. Once he mastered one muscle, it felt as if a door had swung open. One by one, he gained control over his muscles. Had he activated the panel at that moment, he would have seen the figure for physical power steadily rise. 12, 13, 14. Chapter 23. Application for Teaching Position. Zhou Yu's experimentation extended over a span of more than 10 hours, and finally, he had gained mastery over the last muscle. The figure for physical power on the panel stabilized at a remarkable 30. Zhou Yu yearned to delve deeper, but his current soul strength was insufficient to continue. At this juncture, his soul power barely allowed him to manage the muscles of his entire body. Any profound enhancement would likely have to wait until he achieved planetary status. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu recognized the terrifying capability of data locking. Within just 10 hours, he had forcibly elevated his physical power to 30-fold. During this period, every correct attempt he made was immediately locked in place, explaining the remarkable enhancement. He meticulously documented his experimental process, naming it Mastery of the Flesh. Opening the data panel once more, he observed Zhou Yu. Status: Normal. Warrior. Apprentice Level 8. Intermediate Battle God. Mentalist. Apprentice Level 9. Advanced Battle God. Gene Multiplier 1. Psychic Amplitude 24. Physical Power 30. Domain: Wind Domain Level 110. Secret Technique: Mastery of the Flesh. As the words Mastery of the Flesh materialized on the data panel, a glint of brilliance illuminated Zhou Yu's eyes. Indeed, his suspicions had been confirmed. He could exploit this method. Regrettably, his soul was still not potent enough. Otherwise, he would have been eager to discern the path that lay ahead after achieving complete mastery over his muscles. With the data panel closed, he relaxed, only to be immediately beset by an overwhelming sensation of soreness throughout his body. The unregulated exertion of his muscles over the course of 10 hours had taken a significant toll, and had he not possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, enduring until the experiment's conclusion would have been impossible. Zhou Yu felt his condition begin to recover rapidly, while simultaneously sensing his body's yearning for cosmic energy. The extended duration of consumption had drained him completely. He promptly began to cultivate 5 hearts toward the heavens, anticipating that his martial prowess was on the verge of a breakthrough. A vast influx of cosmic energy was absorbed by his body, with the speed exceeding 3-fold that of previous attempts. As the cosmic energy streamed into him, his muscles ravenously devoured the energy as if they were famished wolves. Zhou Yu felt as though he were submerged in warm water, and just as the absorption of cosmic energy reached its critical point, it hesitated for but a moment before breaking through, while his body gradually reached saturation. His martial prowess officially ascended to Apprentice Level 9. Now, the paramount objective for Zhou Yu was to gather a substantial amount of energy to prepare for his advancement to planetary status. He opened his messages and began replying one by one. Upon seeing the news still broadcasting the exorbitant bounty announced by the Li Yao couple, a flicker of amusement crossed his gaze. A month prior, while he was immersed in his trials in the wilderness, he had come across this news. However, at that time, he was in the midst of his training and paid it little heed. He mused that Luo Feng had likely entered the elite training camp by now. Zhou Yu navigated to the official website of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, using his privileges to access the elite training camp page, where the profiles of all students were listed. Scrolling down, he found Luo Feng ranked 68th. What a terrifying talent. Currently, Luo Feng's external support, Baba Ta, had yet to be activated, and he was relying solely on his innate gifts to ascend. In terms of talent alone, Luo Feng could even rank among the top 3 globally. As Zhou Yu gazed at the detailed profiles, an inexplicable light sparkled in his eyes. This was the individual he had admired most in his previous life. Unconsciously, he clicked on the application for a temporary teaching position at the elite training camp. In the next moment, he received an email from the elite training camp. The message read, "Dear Battle God Zhou Yu, we are immensely grateful for your precious time in coming to the elite training camp to impart your teachings. On behalf of all students at the elite training camp, we extend our heartfelt thanks." Signed by the elite training camp, the email also included the schedule. Teaching would commence in 3 days, lasting a total of 30 days. This was a program available for all Battle God levels to apply for. The duration was relatively short, merely 1 month, but there was also the option for a long-term teaching application. However, most Battle Gods had their own affairs, so actual applications were limited. Additionally, the elite training camp was home to hidden talents. Some students had already surpassed Battle God status, yet they refrained from updating their records to secure the camp's resources. The Battle Gods on Earth were equally aware of these matters. So those below intermediate Battle God status understood that they might not even be able to compete with certain students. Meanwhile, the number of those above intermediate Battle God was exceedingly scarce, as the vast majority were focused on preparing for their own ascension to Battle God level. Only Zhou Yu would possess the leisure and grace to attend the elite training camp. Therefore, when the Camp S evaluators learned that a high-ranking war god was willing to teach there, even if only for a month, they promptly approved his application and hastily sent him a confirmation, as if fearing he might reconsider. Zhou Yu smiled, indifferent to the timing of his arrival. He had little to prepare. He planned to utilize these 3 days to organize his mental powers, which would serve as teaching material. As for how much they would learn, Zhou Yu was unconcerned. At the elite training camp, in the Jiangnan Pavilion, Zhao Ruo, Shi Jiang, and Luo Feng were engaged in idle chatter. Zhao Ruo, a bit excitable, exclaimed to Luo Feng and Shi Jiang, "Have you heard? A high-ranking war god has applied to teach at our training camp. He is from our hometown, Jiangnan City, and is a mentalist. They say he is incredibly young, though I wonder if he is handsome." As she spoke, she sighed dreamily. Shi Jiang was somewhat surprised at how Zhao Ruo had come by this information. Although it was not secret, he pondered how a student like her, who was somewhat oblivious, had learned about it. Could this be a unique talent of women for gossip? Despite his curiosity, he shared what he knew. The war god coming to the elite training camp is named Zhou Yu, hailing from Jiangnan Bay City. He is 20 years old and stands 183 centimeters tall. According to reports, he suffered a mental injury that left him in a coma for a year. However, upon awakening, he fortuitously awakened his mental powers and, in just 3 months, advanced from a high-ranking warrior to a high-ranking war god. The military intelligence suggests that his strength may surpass even that. Luo Feng was taken aback. As a gifted mentalist himself, he understood the implications of such rapid advancement. It was likely that Zhou Yu possessed a vast reservoir of mental power within his brain. However, Luo Feng was curious about how Zhou Yu had managed to enhance his physical attributes so swiftly and release more mental energy. He would never have guessed that Zhou Yu was merely a facade. Chapter 24. Arrival at the training camp. A glimmer of hope sparked in Luo Feng's eyes. Perhaps he would gain immense insight this time. Zhao Ruo, with an envious expression, remarked, "This is astonishing. To leap from a high-ranking warrior to a high-ranking war god in just 3 months is quite an exaggeration." Shi Jiang, equally envious, replied, "It is indeed possible. Military data indicates that mentalists experience a rapid period of advancement upon awakening. The stronger the latent potential in their brains, the faster their progress. The minimal improvement can elevate them by a rank, but Zhou Yu's rate of advancement is unprecedented." He sighed, lamenting the enviable talent of mentalists. Nearby, Luo Feng's gaze shifted subtly, but as a fellow mentalist, he felt compelled to inquire, "When will war god Zhou Yu arrive at the elite training camp?" Shi Jiang recalled, "He should arrive tomorrow morning. Today, the instructors at the elite training camp will likely arrange for us, the Jiangnan Pavilion students, to receive him properly. After all, he is a high-ranking war god and a mentalist. We cannot afford to neglect him." Zhao Ruo, with a hint of infatuation, mused, "I wonder if war god Zhou Yu has a girlfriend. I'm so excited." Shi Jiang cast a disapproving glance at Zhao Ruo, retorting, "You might as well forget it." However, if he were to be accepted as a disciple by war god Zhou Yu, that would indeed be a monumental leap, even for those with war god-level abilities. Moreover, Zhou Yu merely held a nominal position at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, lacking any substantial influence, making him an ideal candidate for certain individuals within the training camp to court, even within our military. Luo Feng sighed. This is the advantage of possessing strength. Shi Jiang nodded in agreement, while Zhao Ruo felt dejected by his words, unable to voice her frustration. On the 3rd day, in the early morning, Zhou Yu did not arrive at the elite training camp via the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's aircraft. Instead, he flew directly using his mental powers, matching the speed of the Academy's transport. As he soared through the rapidly changing scenery, a smile crept across his face. Anticipating meeting the absolute protagonist of Swallowing the Starry Sky, Luo Feng, which filled him with excitement. At the elite training camp, Jiang Feng led Luo Feng, Shi Jiang, and Zhao Ruo to the entrance. They were initially meant to wait at the training camp's landing pad. But upon learning that Zhou Yu had not taken a private jet, but had flown directly, Jiang Fong was somewhat astonished, reflecting that strength allows for such whims. Thus, she brought the others to the main entrance to await Zhou Yu's arrival. Before long, Luo Feng seemed to sense something, looking skyward. Noticing Luo Feng's unusual demeanor, Jiang Fong and the others turned their gazes in the same direction, spotting a small black dot in the sky that gradually enlarged. Shi Jiang, surprised, remarked, "What a strong sense." Jiang Fong looked at Luo Feng with astonishment, while Zhao Ruo gazed at the dot with eager anticipation. Luo Feng quickly explained, "I just felt as if someone was watching me." It was evident they all recognized that the figure in the sky was the war god Zhou Yu they were to receive. In the sky, Zhou Yu was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Luo Feng's sensory abilities were so acute that he had detected him merely by probing with mental energy. Jiang Fong gestured for silence, and the three fell quiet, patiently awaiting Zhou Yu's arrival. As Zhou Yu neared, he momentarily vanished, utilizing the essence of wind, and reappeared before Luo Feng and the others, greeting them with a smile. "Hello, I'm Zhou Yu." Instantly, Jiang Fong and the others narrowed their eyes. Shi Jiang fell into a defensive stance, while Luo Feng tightened his grip on his combat knife. Jiang Fong quickly intervened, stepping forward to say, "War god Zhou Yu, welcome to the elite training camp. I am Jiang Fong." She began to introduce the three Jiangnan Pavilion students behind her. Zhou Yu interjected, "Just call me Zhou Yu." The renowned moon demoness Jiang Fong and the three prodigies from Jiangnan City, Shi Jiang, Luo Feng, Zhao Ruo, greetings. He nodded at the three students behind Jiang Fong, though his attention was primarily on Luo Feng, the person he had admired in his previous life. Meeting him now left Zhou Yu feeling somewhat disoriented, but he maintained his composure through sheer will. The trio offered a simple bow, "War god Zhou Yu." After they exchanged greetings, Jiang Fong informed Zhou Yu, "We have prepared a resting room for you at the Jiangnan Pavilion. Please follow me." Zhou Yu suppressed his excitement, calmly nodded, "Thank you very much." He then followed Jiang Fong, with Shi Jiang and the others trailing behind. Luo Feng, curious, asked, "War god Zhou Yu, how did you suddenly appear before us just now?" Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. That was the essence of intent, though not the kind associated with blade techniques. It was the essence of wind. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. What was the essence of the wind? He wished to inquire further, but was nudged by Shi Jiang beside him, causing him to feel a tad embarrassed to ask again. Meanwhile, Jiang Fong, who was leading the way, appeared somewhat astonished. She was acutely aware of what Zhou Yu meant by the essence of the wind, having taught in the elite training camp for nearly a decade, and having produced numerous war god-level students under her guidance. Initially, she presumed that Zhou Yu had merely been fortunate enough to awaken his mental powers, but was taken aback to discover he possessed such hidden depth. Luo Feng silently committed the phrase essence of the wind to memory, intending to seek clarification from Jiang Fong later. Following closely behind Jiang Fong, Zhou Yu discreetly surveyed the environment of the elite training camp. Although the number of students was limited, the camp itself occupied a vast expanse. Moreover, according to Zhou Yu's perception, there were over 50 individuals with war god-level prowess within the camp. Excluding those out hunting, most of the remaining were instructors. Yet there was still a considerable number of students boasting war god-level capabilities. This was also the reason why most intermediate war gods were reluctant to serve as instructors in the camp, not out of disinterest, but due to insufficient strength. The basic training camp posed far less intimidation. Before long, the five of them arrived outside Jiangnan Pavilion. Jiang Fong turned to Shi Jiang and the others, saying, "You may proceed with your training. I will escort Zhou Yu to the lounge." Luo Feng and the others exchanged glances, nodded, and then bowed to Jiang Fong and Zhou Yu, saying, "Understood, teacher. Farewell, War God Zhou Yu." Chapter 25. The Lecture Zhou Yu. This is the room prepared for you in the training camp. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, there will be a class for you in Hall A. However, since we are unaware of your areas of expertise, we have not drafted a schedule for you. Jiang Fong informed Zhou Yu as she led him to the east wing of Jiangnan Pavilion, which was also the residence of her disciple, Luo Feng. Clearly, Jiang Fong had her own ulterior motives in this arrangement. Zhou Yu glanced around the room, which was equipped with basic living necessities, and smiled as he remarked, "Thank you very much. I will be punctual this afternoon. As for the classes, there is no need for you to schedule them, as I have my own plans." Jiang Fong nodded, unconcerned. Most war gods arriving at the training camp had their own preferred subjects and habits, and the camp did not impose scheduling on them. Satisfied that Zhou Yu was pleased with the room, she promptly stated, "Very well, I will communicate this to the camp staff. I shall take my leave now." Zhou Yu nodded, replying, "Thank you." You're most welcome, Jiang Feng replied, before departing with a decisive stride. Zhou Yu surveyed the room once more, retrieving items from his backpack. Aside from his personal effects, the rest comprised training equipment he had prepared for this session at the camp. On the other side, after Jiang Feng left, she quickly found Luo Feng, who was diligently practicing with his sword. Seeing her devoted disciple, Jiang Feng nodded approvingly and approached him, saying, Luo Feng, I have arranged for War God Zhou Yu's room to be in the same pavilion as yours. You must seize this opportunity. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with him. Luo Feng, taken aback by Jiang Feng's words, exclaimed, Teacher, this isn't. Jiang Feng interrupted him, stating, It is no big deal. After all, the training camp assigned us to accommodate here in Jiangnan Pavilion. Furthermore, War God Zhou Yu is originally from Jiangnan Bay City, so my arrangement cannot be contested. It was evident that Jiang Feng had anticipated that this would not cause any trouble. At worst, there would be some gossip behind her back, but she cared little for such matters. A glimmer of gratitude appeared in Luo Feng's eyes as he said, Thank you, teacher. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, replying, Who else would I prioritize if not my own disciple? Good fortune should naturally come your way. In Hall D, even before the class was set to commence, numerous students had arrived early, most of whom were not mental power practitioners. Among them were those hoping to befriend Zhou Yu and others wishing to make their presence known to him. Only a handful of mental power practitioners had come specifically to attend the lecture, some of whom were even contemplating the possibility of becoming Zhou Yu's disciple. As the time for the class drew near, the number of attendees in Hall D swelled, including many instructors from the training camp eager to discover what Zhou Yu had to offer. When Zhou Yu entered Hall D, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of nearly 100 individuals, but quickly regained his composure, understanding their intentions. He shook his head and made his way to the podium at the front of the hall. As Zhou Yu stepped onto the stage, the students below fell silent. They had learned of his appearance through various channels, yet seeing such a youthful figure as a high-level war god felt surreal, especially considering that many of the students were significantly older than him. Zhou Yu beamed at the now quiet assembly, unleashing his killing intent and imposing aura without reservation, even invoking the essence of the wind to exert pressure on everyone present, firmly suppressing all students and instructors. He then began his self-introduction. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Zhou Yu. This served as a display of authority to all the students. Upon noticing some newcomers to the training camp struggling to maintain their composure, he immediately tempered his intensity. The students below exhaled in relief. They had genuinely sensed a profound threat to their lives just moments ago, and under the weight of an unusual force, they found themselves utterly unable to resist. While they understood that Zhou Yu would not harm them, their instinctive reactions still evoked a sense of dread. Once the initial shock passed, excitement took its place. They had not anticipated their instructor to possess such formidable strength. Those who had merely intended to gain familiarity or to curry favor with Zhou Yu now regarded him with eager anticipation, while those who had come due to his identity as a mental power practitioner were even more exhilarated. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's eyes glimmered with fervor, for he too was a mental power practitioner. Once Zhou Yu sensed that everyone had regained their composure, he disregarded their gazes and began the lecture. The first lesson he prepared for students was on physical exertion. Given the current state of Earth, his physical prowess was unparalleled, boasting an astounding 30-fold increase in strength, whereas the Thunder God's 9-fold Thunderblade, when perfected, only achieved a 7-fold boost. Looking out over the assembly, Zhou Yu wore a mysterious smile as he declared, For our first lesson, I will discuss physical exertion. Upon hearing this, some students below exchanged skeptical glances. After all, Zhou Yu was a mental power practitioner, and his expertise was presumed to lie in mental abilities. Why was he now addressing physical exertion? Surely this was not a jest. Unfazed by their reactions, Zhou Yu continued, What is physical exertion, in my view? It is merely the application of one's body. The extent to which you can master your own physique determines the upper limit of your physical exertion. His words instantly captured everyone's attention. They were among the most gifted individuals globally, and Zhou Yu's statement prompted them to listen intently, realizing that their instructor indeed had valuable insights to offer. Observing the students becoming increasingly serious, Zhou Yu elaborated, All techniques worldwide, whether it be the Thunder God's 9-fold Thunderblade or Hong's Annihilation, follow the same principle, relying on the explosive release of hidden strength. For instance, the first level of the 9-fold Thunderblade requires the release of one layer of hidden strength, and with each subsequent level, an additional layer is unleashed, ultimately achieving 7-fold physical exertion. Assuming we do not rely on the force of dark energy attacks as a baseline of 1, to unleash dark energy, one must first restrain their strength. Even with the enhancement of the first level of dark energy, the multiplication factor merely reaches 14, which is quite unreasonable. In my perspective, the inherent explosive potential of human musculature should be at least 30 times. Zhou Yu's words fell upon the hall like a bombshell, instantly igniting a flurry of discussions among the students and instructors present, with some even daring to voice their skepticism. 30 times? How is that possible? The mightiest among us, the Thunder God, only achieves 7 times. Are you jesting? Indeed, this cannot be mere fancy. Observing the murmurs below, Zhou Yu chose not to indulge them. He unleashed his aura, intimidating them into silence, and began, "Quiet, allow me to finish." The room fell silent, as if they were startled quails. Chapter 26, Complete Mastery. Gazing at the now hushed hall, Zhou Yu spoke with gravity. "Let me provide you with an example, one that I believe you have heard of. Before the Great Nirvana, there was a report of an elderly man who, in a moment of desperation, lifted a car weighing 15 tons off his grandson. Given the man's physical condition prior to the Great Nirvana, his strength would not have exceeded 30 kilograms. Yet he managed to lift a 15-ton vehicle using a force that was less than 30 kilograms. This extraordinary display of strength surpasses all of us here. Do you believe this man understood dark energy?" The students below appeared contemplative. Zhou Yu continued, "This is a manifestation of the body's latent potential, a momentary aggregation of all one's strength, resulting in what seems like an implausible force. I categorize the human body into 3 primary components: the outer layer of muscle, the middle layer of internal organs and bones, and the innermost core of countless cells. Regrettably, I have only achieved integration of the first component. Yet I posit that the ultimate potential for strength should be 100 times. His pronouncement rendered the audience speechless. A student immediately inquired, "Zhou Yu, the war god, do you mean that your strength has reached 30 times? Zhou Yu turned his gaze to the inquisitive student, Shi Jiang, nodding affirmatively as he replied, "Indeed. When you can fully master every muscle in your body and achieve integration, your strength will naturally reach 30 times. Zhou Yu addressed the incredulous students. "You may attempt it. Try to master the muscles within your body." Instantly, the students and instructors began to experiment with their own physiques, yet regardless of their efforts, they could only manage basic movements, with some even causing muscle spasms through excessive exertion. Zhou Yu's words opened a new realm of understanding for them. One student, after trying, hesitantly asked, "Zhou Yu, the war god, is it truly possible for someone to master all their muscles? That seems exceedingly difficult." Zhou Yu smiled, raising his hands and rolling up his sleeves, allowing them a clear view of every muscle in his arms. His actions captivated the attention of all present, and in the next moment, every muscle in Zhou Yu's arms began to pulsate, with the biceps, triceps, and every muscle in his palms engaging in irregular movements, creating a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. How astounding! Is this truly within human capability? Zhou Yu lowered his hands and declared, "This is muscle mastery. When you can completely control each muscle in your body, exerting force in whichever direction you desire, will your physical power be feeble?" The students and instructors below gazed at Zhou Yu with intense fervor, recognizing the veracity of his theory. Disregarding their fervent stares, Zhou Yu continued, "So how does one master their muscles? In my view, there are 2 methods. The first is a laborious approach, attainable through prolonged training. For martial artists, this is feasible. The first step is to master one muscle, any muscle completely. Once you have achieved mastery over it, you proceed to the next, akin to rolling a snowball. With sufficient perseverance and time, you can fully master all your muscles, though this may take decades. The second method is for the gifted, requiring acute perception, formidable willpower, and heightened sensitivity to one's body. By harnessing a strong awareness of one's muscles, one can exert control over them with sheer will." At this point, Zhou Yu spread his right hand, instantly unleashing 30 times the force. The air in his palm could not escape in time and was explosively ruptured, producing a thunderous sound. The students, caught off guard, flinched at the resounding explosion, some experiencing a ringing in their ears. Shi Jiang quickly regained his composure and asked, "Zhou Yu, is this the power derived from complete muscle control?" Zhou Yu nodded, affirming precisely, "This is the 30-fold force achievable through complete mastery of muscle control." Ro Feng, still nursing his ears, mused, "Then, Zhou Yu, does exceeding 30 times signify venturing into the realm of internal organs and bones?" Zhou Yu regarded him with approval. Indeed, the protagonist displayed confidence in his ability to reach 30 times. Nodding, he replied, "Correct. In truth, the body's strength should be unified. However, my method is somewhat of shortcut. While mastering the muscles is essential, the body must also be capable of supporting such explosive power. At the very least, one must attain the level of a war god to wield it freely. As of now, my research remains confined to the muscles. Deeper exploration is beyond my current capabilities. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, a student inquired, Zhou Yu, will you be offering a specific training regimen for achieving this 30-fold strength? The other students, upon hearing this, looked at Zhou Yu with eager anticipation, for they had only been introduced to the general concept. The specifics of the training methods remained unknown to them. Despite their innate talents, the correct techniques could significantly accelerate their progress. They sought guidance on how to master the first muscle, how to sense all their muscles, the criteria for complete mastery, and the means to achieve integration thereafter. Feng's gaze was fervent as he observed Zhou Yu. Sensing Feng's intensity, Zhou Yu chuckled inwardly. Even Lord Ro shared that expression, and he wished he could capture it for posterity. Zhou Yu announced after this class, I will publish the training methods on the Extreme Home. When they will be available depends on their response. Instantly, the students erupted into ecstatic cheers. Wonderful. Long live Zhou Yu. The instructors present also regarded Zhou Yu with excitement. Hearing the enthusiastic accolades from the students, Zhou Yu smiled. Yet he found the phrase long live somewhat perplexing. Was it an affront to someone? He rapped on the desk, at the podium, observing their exuberance without exerting further pressure, and said, all right, quiet down. Are you still listening? Let us continue discussing the key points of physical strength. Upon hearing the words of Zhou Yu, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Although detailed cultivation methods would be available for purchase in the future, the original creator of the secret manual was right before them, imparting invaluable lessons. They could not afford to miss a single detail. It was possible that during critical moments in their future training, the key points emphasized by Master Zhou would facilitate their breakthroughs. Chapter 27, Upload. 2 hours later, Zhou Yu glanced at the time and addressed the eager students below. The time is nearly up. I will be residing at the training camp for a month. There are only 3 classes in total, with today marking the first session. The next will occur in 10 days. Should any of you manage to elevate your physical prowess to above 10 within these 10 days, I will grant that individual the opportunity for a private training session. I will be temporarily staying at Jiangnan Pavilion this month. That will be all for today. Without waiting for the students' reactions, Zhou Yu ascended into the air, heading towards Jiangnan Pavilion. A wave of excitement swept through the audience, igniting a fervent resolve to train relentlessly. After all, this was a chance for Zhou Yu's personal guidance. If one were to be selected as a disciple, the possibilities would be boundless. As they witnessed Zhou Yu depart, they quickly rose in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Zhou." Zhou Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Immediately after his departure, the attendees contacted their respective factions, realizing that this was a transformative class. Although they could not record the session visually, they managed to capture audio recordings, ensuring that the entire lesson was documented. They felt fortunate to have attended. The only faction with complete video documentation was the elite training camp. The moment class concluded, a teacher rushed to the monitoring room, eager to copy the session's content. Unfortunately, they were informed that the video had been classified as top secret, a directive personally issued by Hong. It turned out that Jiang Feng had contacted the enchanting member of the 5 Imperial Guards during Zhou Yu's lecture to report the developments, which promptly captured the attention of both Hong and Thunder God. They ordered an immediate lockdown of the video to prevent widespread dissemination and potential unrest. Once they received the news, Hong and Thunder God swiftly utilized their authority to take control of the elite training camp surveillance, listening to Zhou Yu's lecture in its entirety. Upon returning to Jiangnan Pavilion, Zhou Yu settled into his room, cross-legged, and retrieved his computer. He uploaded a file entitled Mastery of the Physical Body directly to the Extreme House. The next moment, the computer emitted a notification sound. Beep, beep. The recently uploaded Mastery of the Physical Body was instantly approved and classified as top secret, accessible solely to individuals who had entered the War God Palace. Zhou Yu chuckled softly to himself, remarking, true to form, Hong is remarkably swift. He then noticed an email sent directly by Hong. Hello, Zhou Yu. I am Hong, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Given that the cultivation difficulty of mastery of the physical body is exceedingly high and poses certain dangers, which may hinder the training of the global lower-tier combatants, it has been classified as top secret. Only individuals who have broken through to the War God level and joined the War God Palace may purchase it. All students of the elite training camp are granted access to study it, but sharing the manual without the owner's consent is strictly prohibited. After reading the email, Zhou Yu nodded to himself, acknowledging Hong's discerning judgment. He had astutely recognized the dangers inherent in mastery of the physical body, which was not intended for the average individual. It could be considered a manual for geniuses, aside from those with exceptional perseverance who might invest considerable time in training. Only a select few could achieve rapid success. Even those at the war god level might find it ill-suited. The concept of controlling muscles, though simple in theory, was far more complex in practice. Particularly with the initial muscle, lacking experience made it nearly impossible to master without at least 6 months of focused training, let alone the multitude of muscles in the human body, which would require decades of diligent practice. Given the limited lifespan of a war god, why would one not prioritize breakthroughs in their training rather than struggle with such an exaggeratedly challenging manual? Only a few types of individuals would find it suitable for cultivation. Those who believed they had no further room for improvement, those who had reached the planetary level, and a select few geniuses. After all, not everyone possessed Zhou Yu's extraordinary talents. Meanwhile, within a colossal, spaceship-like structure, Hong and Thunder God were engaged in discussion. Thunder God remarked in astonishment, "Zhou Yu's research has ventured into uncharted territory for us. We have relied on ancient Chinese martial arts and Indian yoga to explore physical power. Who would have thought there were such significant flaws, fundamentally flawed, in our approach?" Hong echoed his surprise, initially believing Zhou Yu to be an ordinary war god who had merely awakened psychic powers. Though his combat prowess had reached the 9th tier of apprenticeship, he had not broken through to the planetary level, which had prevented Hong from recognizing his potential. To discover that Zhou Yu could provide such profound insights was an unexpected delight. In agreement with Thunder God's observations, Hong nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I did not anticipate his profound understanding of physical power. I wonder if he has received extraterrestrial knowledge, or if this is purely his own insight." As they conversed, they examined the manual Zhou Yu had sent to the Extreme House, attempting to apply its methods for muscle control. Thunder God, while practicing the techniques outlined in the manual, suddenly pondered, "Hong, do you think he might have created this himself? It feels as if this method of cultivation was tailored specifically for Earthlings." Clearly, within minutes, Thunder God had already begun to yield results, being the foremost expert on physical power from Earth. His mastery over body control was unmatched, and his pure-hearted nature significantly enhanced his spiritual prowess. Within the span of their conversation, he had increased his physical power tenfold. Hong's progress was even more astonishing. With his expansive mindset and understanding of realms, he was the first to surpass Thunder God in muscle power, drawing ever closer to complete mastery. Pondering deeply, Hong addressed Thunder God. "It seems we must arrange a meeting with him. We ought to share some truths, and given the monumental gift he has provided us, we cannot simply express no gratitude." A smile crept on Thunder God's face as he replied, Hong, do you think he might be intimidated by us?" Hong, somewhat exasperated by Thunder God's off-topic musings, chose not to respond. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing intently on the practice of mastery of the physical body. Thunder God, unfazed by Hong's lack of response, shrugged and followed suit, closing his eyes to begin his own training. With their rapid progress, it would not take long for them to complete the manual, as they had previously stumbled in the wrong direction, lacking guidance. Now that they had been shown the right path, their rate of advancement was beyond what ordinary individuals could fathom. They even aspired to delve deeper into the intricacies of body control. At the elite training camp, Zhou Yu adjusted his state within his room at Jiangnan Pavilion, reflecting on the content of his lecture, which also served as an introspection of his own cultivation. Simultaneously, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped all the faculty and students at the elite training camp. Within half an hour of class concluding, everyone was aware of the session's content, and those who had missed it lamented their absence with regret. Chapter 28. The commencement of private training. Concurrently, the students of the elite training camp were engulfed in a fervor, eager to meet the standards set by Zhou Yu within the 10 days to come. After all, being accepted into the elite training camp, they were undoubtedly among the most gifted individuals globally and possessed ample confidence in their abilities. After acquiring the mastery of the flesh, they immediately advanced to the second method, attempting to cultivate according to the prescribed techniques. However, reality often proves to be unforgiving. Not only could they not sense their entire muscular structure, but even a single muscle eluded their awareness, let alone mastery over it. This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to their spirits, revealing that their innate talents were not as elevated as they had imagined. Yet, they did not surrender. Realizing the second method was unfeasible, they reverted to the first method of cultivation. After all, even if the training took longer, the high potential of the technique justified their efforts. Within the elite training camp, only 3 individuals exhibited a certain talent for this technique. Renatus Bridge ranked first, Chu Chong second, and Luo Feng. The top two excelled purely due to their formidable willpower and deep-rooted experience, enabling them to swiftly grasp the second method. Luo Feng, possessing an unparalleled mental prowess, found it considerably easier to sense his muscles during the practice of mastery of the flesh. With his significantly stronger soul compared to others, he quickly discerned the key elements, making rapid progress. Upon entering the cultivation phase, Luo Feng sensed his body and a smile of excitement blossomed upon his face. It seemed he had a genuine chance to break into the top 10 this month, and with the opportunity for private training from Master Zhou Yu, even first place was within reach. As he felt his control over his muscles gradually intensifying, a resolute expression formed on his face. He silently vowed to secure Master Zhou Yu's private training. The other students in the elite camp shared Luo Feng's sentiments, since the genius approach was proving ineffective. They committed themselves to the more arduous method of training, pouring every ounce of effort into their practice. As for rest, what was that? Now was not the time to relent. Thus, the atmosphere in the training camp became increasingly peculiar over the following days. Some returning students, upon witnessing this unusual ambience, felt a sense of bewilderment. Upon learning that Master Zhou Yu had conducted a groundbreaking class, their eyes turned red with envy. Wishing they could travel back in time to attend his lecture, even spending substantial sums to acquire recordings of that class from fellow students. Eager to catch up on lost progress, those who had attended the lecture quickly purchased the manual and hurried back to their rooms to train. After all, falling behind any further would risk being surpassed in ranking. Meanwhile, Master Zhou Yu utilized these days to further refine his own cultivation, feeling a subtle progression. Opening his panel to review his current data, he sought to assess his advancement. Zhou Yu. Status: Normal. Warrior. Apprentice level 9, High Battle God. Mentalist. Apprentice level 9, High Battle God. Gene Multiplier. 1. Telekinetic Amplitude. 36. Physical Force. 30. Domain. Wind Domain level 1, 15. Secret Techniques. Mastery of the Flesh Consciousness Manifestation. Zhou Yu stroked his chin, realizing that both his warrior and mentalist forms had reached the limits below planetary level. The next step required him to acquire a substantial amount of energy for a breakthrough, and he already had a plan in mind for this. The telekinetic amplitude had experienced tremendous growth due to the forced organization of the mental technique consciousness manifestation during previous experiments. Reflecting briefly, he smiled and decided that since the first lesson focused on the body, the second would delve into the soul, whimsically determining the content of the upcoming lesson in mere seconds. With 3 days remaining until the second class, 2 individuals arrived outside the Jiangnan Pavilion. The top 2 ranked students, Renatus and Chu Chang. They had both nearly achieved a 10-fold increase in their power on the same day. Upon seeing each other, they momentarily froze, clearly surprised that another had managed to meet Master Zhou Yu's standard, as they had previously learned that most students in the elite training camp were adhering to the first, more rudimentary method of cultivation. Belonging to different factions and having a long-standing competitive dynamic, they exchanged only a glance before falling silent. As Chu Chang stepped forward to knock on the door, it swung open unexpectedly. Zhou Yu's voice reached their ears. "Guomin, proceed directly to the top training hall. I did not anticipate that there would be others capable of meeting my standards." "Impressive," he remarked, a hint of astonishment evident in his tone. Furthermore, both Chu Chang and Renatus instantly grasped the implication of Zhou Yu's words. Someone had achieved their goals even before them and had already begun training under Master Zhou Yu. Wasting no time, they swiftly entered the Jiangnan Pavilion, ascending to the highest level. As they approached, faint cries echoed from within, causing them to exchange uncertain glances. Yet, having come this far, neither was inclined to retreat. Standing outside the training hall on the top level, they listened to the anguish sounds emanating from within, and Renatus, with a slight grimace, knocked on the door. "Master Zhou Yu, we have achieved your target and seek your guidance." Zhou Yu effortlessly opened the door with his mental power, revealing Luo Feng within, who was surrounded by over a dozen shimmering silver needles, engaged in combat with a dummy. The two were momentarily taken aback by the peculiar scene. At a loss for words, Zhou Yu wore a playful smile, noting their arrival. "You must be the top 2 from the elite training camp. Quite the talent you possess. From now until the second class, I will be guiding you. You have 3 days. How much you gain depends on your innate abilities." Zhou Yu's words astonished Chu Chang and Renatus, realizing the extended duration of this training, calculated from the time they had achieved their targets. They glanced at Luo Feng, who was too engrossed in his training to acknowledge them, envy flickering in their eyes. Not daring to squander time, they promptly responded, "Yes, Master Zhou Yu. Please commence our training immediately." A cryptic smile danced on Zhou Yu's lips as he addressed the two. Certainly, this training will be an unforgettable experience. Chapter 29, Training. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, Renatus and Chu Chong exchanged glances at Luo Feng, who was adorned with numerous silver needles, causing them to shiver slightly. Chu Chong swallowed nervously and inquired, Master Zhou Yu, what does this training entail? Zhou Yu chuckled, retrieving 2 additional sets of silver needles from his bag, having prepared a total of 10 sets for contingencies. Addressing the somewhat apprehensive duo, he stated, the fastest way to grow stronger is through combat. Only in battle can one achieve the greatest growth. Your strengths are comparable, and since you both have recently achieved a 10-fold increase in power, it will simplify matters. You will engage in combat with each other. Remember to unleash your full physical strength. As for how to progress, that will depend on these precious tools. With that, he produced the 2 sets of needles in their entirety. Without waiting for the two to inquire further, he continued, I shall employ silver needles to guide the muscles within your bodies, enabling you to exert force in the most exquisite manner. However, be forewarned, it may entail some discomfort. You must experience how I harness muscular strength amidst combat. In an instant, Chu Chong and Renatus comprehended the essence of Zhou Yu's methodology. Yet, witnessing Luo Feng still vociferously enduring the training on the field instilled a tinge of trepidation in them. Renatus turned to Zhou Yu and queried, Is this the only method available, Teacher Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu feigned a stern demeanor and replied, Of course not. However, this technique is the most effective. Other methods yield only half the efficacy of the silver needles. The choice is yours. This declaration resolutely steeled their determination. Eyeing the 2 sets of silver needles in Zhou Yu's grasp, they gritted their teeth and proclaimed, No need for alternatives, Teacher Zhou Yu. We shall proceed with the silver needles. A smile illuminated Zhou Yu's face as he remarked, Then what are we waiting for? Let's commence. Chu Chong and Renatus exchanged glances, clearly eager to engage in a contest, and this moment provided the perfect opportunity. They swiftly began their duel. Zhou Yu, observing the onset of battle, meticulously scrutinized their exertion patterns. Soon, he had entirely grasped their muscular dynamics. Initially apprehensive about where a silver needle might strike from, the two gradually acclimatized to the situation. A glimmer of mischievousness danced in Zhou Yu's eyes as 2 silver needles vanished from his hand, and the next moment, the 2 combatants emitted cries of anguish. The clash ceased abruptly. Chu Chong clutched his thigh, where a silver needle had penetrated, causing the muscle to convulse uncontrollably. Renatus faced a similar plight, but he pressed down on his right hand. Zhou Yu, upon hearing their cries, wore a mocking expression. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, entangled in his own battle, discerned their yelps and bore a smirk of schadenfreude, evidently having endured this training for over 2 days. However, thanks to his innate talent, his progress was rapid. In a mere 2 days, he escalated his muscular exertion from 10-fold to 15-fold, a remarkable transformation that made him both love and loathe this training regimen. Yet, he always arrived punctually, fearful of squandering even a moment of training time, despite being adorned with over 10 silver needles. Zhou Yu, observing that they had begun to adapt to the pain, bellowed, Haven't you rested enough? Focus on the sensation of the silver needles piercing your muscles. Do not squander such a splendid opportunity. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, the two endured their agony and resumed fighting, simultaneously attuning themselves to the strength conferred by the needles. Truly deserving of their reputation as top talents, they quickly recognized the benefits of the silver needles. Merely one muscle enhanced their exertion's fluidity. In their perception, the punctured muscle seemed to possess a life of its own, perfectly harmonizing with their every movement. Was this the epitome of muscular mastery? It was undeniably formidable. Zhou Yu smiled, acknowledging that while there were indeed geniuses on Earth, many were shackled by their lineage. In terms of comprehension, they were not lacking. On the 10th day, as Zhou Yu extracted the silver needles from their bodies, the 3 collapsed on the ground, clearly indicating that this phase of training had officially concluded. Observing their exhausted forms, resembling individuals drained of their very bones, Zhou Yu expressed a satisfied smile, stating, Well done, your progress has pleased me. Return and rest well, and do not forget that tomorrow is the second lesson. Lying on the ground, Luo Feng and his companions exhaled in relief, finally concluding this love-hate relationship with training. Nonetheless, they were immensely satisfied with their results over the past few days. Luo Feng, having been the first to reach 10-fold exertion, had trained an additional 2 days compared to Renatus and Chu Chong, achieving a remarkable 23-fold exertion, approaching perfection. Meanwhile, Renatus and Chu Chong, relying on their accumulated experience. Likewise made significant strides, each attaining 18-fold exertion. It is worth noting that the cultivation of such techniques typically becomes increasingly arduous over time. Achieving nearly double their initial exertion in just 3 days was nothing short of astonishing. Amused by the sight of the trio still languishing on the ground, Zhou Yu adopted a more serious tone, stating, "What are you still doing here? Am I to treat you to a meal? This training session has concluded. Quickly depart and reflect on the sensations of each needle." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's somewhat stern voice, the three sprang to their feet, their expressions flustered as they responded, "Yes. Thank you, teacher." They then bowed to Zhou Yu and, with weary bodies, exited the training hall. Zhou Yu, surveying the disarray of the training hall, dialed the elite training camp to arrange for its cleanup. Outside the hall, Luo Feng and his companions felt utterly drained, akin to limp fish, struggling even to walk. Their muscles rebelling against them. The luckiest among them was Luo Feng, residing in the same building as Jiang and Pavilion, as he only needed to ascend a few floors to reach his room and rest. Conversely, Renatus, the furthest from his room, found himself nearly in tears, awkwardly calling a friend to assist him in being carried back. Instantly, rumors of Zhou Yu's formidable private training spread throughout the elite training camp, particularly due to Renatus's disheveled appearance, which was evident to all. Yet, despite this, the majority of students still aspired to partake in Zhou Yu's private training. Those who could enter the elite training camp were far from foolish. Although Renatus appeared in a dire state, the smile on his face indicated the training's extraordinary effectiveness. Furthermore, news from his friends revealed that Renatus had made tremendous progress in just 3 days, which sent other students into a frenzy. Regrettably, apart from Renatus, Chu Chang, and Luo Feng, no other participants achieved Zhou Yu's objectives, underscoring the difficulty of mastering the control of the flesh. Chapter 30, the second lesson. On the final day, all students unanimously opted to rest, knowing they had exhausted their chances. Aside from Renatus and his companions, the strongest among them barely reached 8-fold exertion. Concurrently, they learned from Renatus that only 3 individuals had met teacher Zhou Yu's objectives, the other 2 being Chu Chang and Luo Feng. Curiosity piqued among their closer peers, prompting inquiries about their training experiences. Upon hearing his friend's questions, Renatus's face suddenly paled, his body instinctively trembling as he gazed deeply at them and uttered, "You would want to know what I've been through these past few days." This left ample room for their imaginations. Chu Chang, when confronted with similar inquiries, also trembled slightly, his face ashen as he remarked, "I'll find a chance to let you all experience it." With that, he donned a terrifying grin, startling his friends. As for Luo Feng, no one sought him out. Even his housemates, Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo, were unable to coax him outside. At that moment, rather than resting, Luo Feng was meticulously reflecting upon and reviewing his memories from the training. Undoubtedly, Luo Feng's remarkable achievements stemmed not only from fortuitous encounters, but also from his relentless dedication. The rest period passed swiftly. In the same Hall A, the number of attendees this time had doubled compared to the previous lecture, as nearly all members of the elite training camp had gathered, particularly those who had missed Zhou Yu's previous lesson, arriving early to the hall. As Zhou Yu entered the grand hall and beheld the assembly of over 200 individuals, he was taken aback and jested, "I never anticipated my popularity to be this overwhelming. This must be the first time the elite training camp has gathered in full attendance." The jest elicited laughter from the students, prompting one to cheerfully exclaim, "Teacher Zhou Yu, I feel utterly unwell if I don't attend your class." Zhou Yu, hearing the playful banter from a student with a noticeable accent, merely glanced around the hall at all the attendees and remarked, "All right, enough of the jokes. Let us commence the lesson." The previously noisy hall fell into a hush at his words, with all eyes fixed intently on Zhou Yu, their focus razor-sharp, eager not to miss a single detail, some even retrieving recording devices to capture the moment. Observing the now attentive students, Zhou Yu smiled, allowing their recording endeavors to continue unimpeded, and began the day's lesson, stating, "In our first class, I introduced the concept of physical mastery, and I trust you have gleaned some insights from it." A teasing smile danced upon his lips as he spoke. Below, the students regarded Zhou Yu with a tinge of sorrow, yet, owing to the lessons learned from the previous class, they refrained from voicing their feelings. Noticing their glances, Zhou Yu's amusement deepened, and with a radiant smile, he declared, "Today marks our second lesson, focusing on the realm of mental power. This session also involves a secret technique. I am aware that most of you are martial artists rather than mentalists, but the knowledge I impart today will be of substantial benefit to you, perhaps even exceeding that of a mentalist if your talents are sufficiently remarkable. A handful of mentalists in the audience, initially excited about the prospect of discussing mental power, found themselves questioning their own capabilities upon hearing Zhou Yu's subsequent statement. Conversely, the martial artists, who had anticipated a disappointing session, were pleasantly surprised by Zhou Yu's promise of valuable insights. Though they no longer regarded themselves as exceptionally gifted, they were determined not to leave empty-handed. Their attention now fixed with renewed seriousness upon Zhou Yu. Among them, Luo Feng, equally engrossed, recognized that he too was a mentalist, albeit one who had not extensively practiced in this domain. He believed that this lesson might just fill the gaps in his knowledge, and he felt confident in his ability to meet Zhou Yu's expectations. As Zhou Yu surveyed the earnest faces of his students, he delved into the core of the subject, articulating, "What is the mental power of a mentalist? I perceive mental power as the outer manifestation of the soul, an extension of one's will. Each individual possesses it to varying degrees. Some have robust souls, resulting in abundant mental power, while others, with more ordinary souls, may find it challenging to awaken their mental capabilities." He continued, "Currently, those mentalists on Earth who have naturally awakened possess inherently strong souls, with some exceptionally gifted individuals capable of forming tangible substances within their sea of consciousness. The larger the substance, the greater the aptitude for mentalism. However, the majority of mentalists on Earth merely harbor streams of mental energy, with the better practitioners capable of manifesting a few droplets of liquid mental power." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's discourse, Luo Feng's heart raced, for he recognized himself as one of those exceptionally gifted individuals. Zhou Yu, catching a glimpse of Luo Feng's momentary distraction, suppressed a chuckle, affirming to himself, "Yes, I am indeed speaking of you." Yet, he quickly shifted his focus back to the lesson, stating, "Since everyone possesses mental power, can martial artists cultivate mental power akin to that of mentalists?" The answer is yes, but it is akin to pursuing the inconsequential. While a typical mentalist may spend a day cultivating their mental power, martial artists might require tenfold or even more time for the same results, which is entirely unnecessary. Instead of augmenting the quantity of mental power, martial artists should concentrate on strengthening their will to enhance the quality of their mental power, which is far more crucial. This approach can accelerate a martial artist's breakthroughs and render them less powerless in the face of mentalists. Reflecting on his own journey in developing the two secret techniques, Zhou Yu mused, "In my view, humanity can be divided into the physical and the spiritual. The physical encompasses muscles, bones, blood, and all manner of material substance, while the spiritual comprises the soul, memory, will, and the outer layer of mental power." The students below appeared contemplative, clearly resonating with Zhou Yu's theory. He continued, "So how does one enhance mental power? I believe all mentalists present have experienced the rapid growth phase following their awakening. This surge stems from the accumulated mental energy within your souls. The amount varies, but once depleted, the growth phase concludes. Those with exceptional talents can continuously release mental power as long as their physical strength permits. The most common method of enhancement involves exhausting one's mental power and subsequently experiencing a degree of growth upon recovery. However, this method is inefficient and time-consuming." The mentalists in attendance exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that they had employed this very method for their advancement. Moreover, Zhou Yu added, "To elevate the amplitude of mental power, willpower is absolutely paramount. For martial artists, the enhancement of willpower is even more vital than physical strength. Its potency dictates the limits of your growth." Zhou Yu, observing a few thoughtful mentalists in the hall, posed a question to one of them. "How many weapons can you currently control?" The queried student stood, a mix of excitement and trepidation in his demeanor, and replied, "Teacher Zhou Yu, I can currently control 7 weapons to the best of my abilities." Zhou Yu smiled and gestured for him to take his seat. Addressing the others, "You are likely similar in your numbers. Since your awakening, the increase has been minimal. Do you know why that is?" As he spoke, Zhou Yu began to manipulate flying daggers, causing them to rise 1 by 1, 2, 3, until he reached 30. Dozens of daggers swirled around his form, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. The students below were visibly shaken by the staggering number of weapons Zhou Yu commanded, particularly the mentalists, who understood the gravity of such control. As the daggers gracefully returned to their sheath at his waist, Zhou Yu, with a playful glint in his eye, asked, "Would you like to learn?" Instantly, all the mentalists present were stirred, their eyes gleaming with a hunger akin to that of ravenous wolves. Zhou Yu wasted no time and declared, "This exemplifies the power of will. In my perspective, for mentalists to wield a greater number of weapons, the most crucial factor is their willpower. If your mental energy is likened to soldiers, then your willpower serves as the general. There's a Chinese proverb that states, "An incapable general can exhaust his entire army," and the same principle applies here. When your willpower is weak, you cannot condense your mental energy effectively, often requiring more mental power to achieve the same results. For instance, if your mental energy is quantified at 100 points, you may need to expend 20 points of mental energy to control a single weapon. However, with sufficient willpower, you could achieve the same effect using merely 10 points, thus increasing your capacity. I refer to this as amplitude. Furthermore, willpower and mental energy are interdependent. The stronger your will, the higher the quality of your mental power. Zhou Yu's discourse prompted all the mentalists present to reflect deeply, as they had never considered how willpower could influence their capacity to manipulate weapons. Observing the contemplative expressions of the attendees, Zhou Yu turned to the other disciples and proclaimed, "For martial artists, willpower is paramount, especially when confronted by a psychic practitioner. When you encounter an illusionist or a mentalist, a mere mental assault or an illusion can render you incapable of resistance. Even if you manage to react swiftly, that fleeting moment of distraction may very well be your last." A formidable will enables martial artists to exhibit remarkable resilience against mental assaults like illusions, steadfastly guarding their consciousness. When your will is sufficiently robust, you may even disregard the mentalist's influence entirely. Zhou Yu's words ignited a surge of excitement among the martial artists present, all too aware of the challenges posed by psychic practitioners. Eager to inquire about enhancing their willpower, they were met with no such opportunity. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity, and an invisible force abruptly immobilized all the disciples in the hall. This was a byproduct of his research on consciousness solidification, and as he wielded only a slight force, the attendees regained their composure within mere seconds. As Zhou Yu surveyed the gradually reawakening crowd, he continued, "This exemplifies the power of will. As long as a martial artist's will is sufficiently strong, they too can achieve similar feats, albeit perhaps on a more limited scale." His statement instantly thrilled the audience. Could they truly attain such heights? There are myriad methods to enhance one's will, as many sages of ancient China derived enlightenment from the natural world. The texts passed down through antiquity often serve as sources of illumination for martial artists, particularly the Taoist scriptures. For contemporary martial artists, one of the most effective methods for cultivating will is through combat, growing through battle, awakening through slaughter, gaining self-awareness, and steadfastly adhering to one's core principles. However, it is crucial to avoid becoming ensnared by the allure of bloodshed. One must consistently affirm their beliefs and the reasons behind their actions. Of course, there exists a safer alternative, wherein powerful martial artists or psychic practitioners exert will pressure upon you, be it the aura of slaughter or something else. Resisting under the might of a stronger presence will naturally bolster your will. Zhou Yu, gazing at the eager disciples below, encouraged, "The methods for enhancing willpower are not confined to these two. Each individual is suited to different approaches. Some may find solace in sculpting, while others may be drawn to sword practice. Completing a particular creation or wielding a sword countless times can also elevate one's will. I hope you can discover the method that best suits your growth." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, the disciples seemed to grasp a profound understanding. Ignoring their reactions, Zhou Yu continued, "A powerful will empowers you to face formidable foes without trepidation, to confront fear head-on, and even to meet death with tranquility. These are the manifestations of will. However, the role of will for a psychic practitioner diverges from that of a martial artist. The latter must solidify their convictions and believe in themselves, while the former requires meticulous control, whether in the realm of object manipulation or illusion creation." Zhou Yu once more commanded the flying daggers to dance before him, and this time, under his guidance, they moved with perfect order, morphing into various forms, sometimes resembling fish. At other times, sharp blades, effortlessly transitioning through myriad shapes. A psychic practitioner unable to exert precise control over their own weapons, regardless of their amplitude, is akin to a scatter of sand. Despite appearances of strength, they are but a paper tiger, and the same holds true for illusionists. A psychic practitioner who perfectly masters their mental energy wields each weapon as an extension of themselves, striking with finesse, while the illusions they conjure become increasingly lifelike. Zhou Yu, noticing Luo Feng's pensive demeanor, smiled and continued, "There are countless methods to refine the precision of mental energy. The most rudimentary involves repetitively training with weapons, a path that encompasses the majority of your practices. Alternatively, as I previously mentioned, seek out an endeavor that captivates your heart, such as sculpting. When you can accurately carve a flawless piece, your control capabilities will naturally experience substantial growth. Zhou Yu added with a mysterious smile, however, this is not the method I intend to impart to you. Chapter 32. Consciousness Solidification. Zhou Yu's words immediately captivated the attention of all present. An eager disciple promptly inquired, "Teacher Zhou Yu, what method do you wish to teach us?" Aware of the urgency in some students' expressions, Zhou Yu decided to forego further suspense, stating directly, "Consciousness solidification. Enter your own sea of consciousness. Visualize the object you're most familiar with, and the more vividly you can condense this object within your consciousness, the higher your mastery over it will be. Once this object appears indistinguishable from the external world and can exist stably within your consciousness, you will have succeeded. Then proceed to condense the next object. The amplitude of your mental energy determines how many objects you can condense. There exists another method, envisioning the entire world within your sea of consciousness. Initially, it may seem illusory, but as you persistently render the world increasingly real within your consciousness, your mastery over your will may even surpass that of all others. One day, if the world within your consciousness mirrors the true world, allowing you to experience all its changes, you will become unimaginably powerful. Martial artists need not condense numerous objects. Instead, they should identify one that resonates with them and focus solely on that. One force can shatter myriad techniques. Zhou Yu's declaration struck them like a bolt from the blue. They had not anticipated that mental energy could be cultivated in such a manner. Luo Feng, intrigued, asked Zhou Yu, "Which method do you practice, Teacher Zhou Yu?" His question instantly drew the attention of all the disciples. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, noting that the second method was beyond their current capabilities. Without a sufficient understanding of this world, they could not possibly visualize the entirety of it. With a hint of regret, he replied, "I employ the first method, condensing one by one. The second is merely my conjecture. The manual I will upload later contains only the first method of practice." Upon hearing this, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was merely Zhou Yu's hypothesis. The next moment, their gazes turned to him with a mix of disappointment and longing. Observing their peculiar expressions, Zhou Yu felt no embarrassment. Instead, he addressed them directly. "All right, that concludes today's lesson. Similar to the previous session, as long as you can condense the first object within your consciousness before the third class, you may come to Jiangnan Pavilion to seek me out, and I will provide you with special training. As for the specific results, refer to Renatus, Chu Chong, and Luo Feng." As Zhou Yu concluded, all the disciples simultaneously displayed expressions of determination, while those closely acquainted with Luo Feng and the others revealed fervent anticipation in their eyes, fully aware of the training's potential. Having undergone Zhou Yu's training, Luo Feng, Renatus, and Shi Jiang silently vowed to achieve success swiftly, especially Renatus and Shi Jiang, who had surprisingly fallen behind a newcomer in the last class. This left them wondering how to maintain their esteemed positions as the top two. Gazing at the over 200 individuals before him, Zhou Yu inwardly mused, "These are the elites of Earth. The opportunity has been granted to you, but whether you can forge ahead further lies entirely in your hands." In the eyes of Zhou Yu, the two secret techniques he devised are undoubtedly the most suitable for human cultivation on Earth, encompassing both the corporeal and the ethereal, achieving an unparalleled degree of compatibility with the path of cultivation. At their current level, they can rival the legacies of certain cosmic factions, albeit lacking in comprehensiveness. After articulating these thoughts, Zhou Yu soared back to the Jiangnan Pavilion, where he created the technique consciousness condensation. He managed to materialize only a few items, utilizing his respite to maximize his potential and condense as many forms as possible. Meanwhile, the other students below, upon witnessing Zhou Yu's departure, bowed toward the sky as they had done previously, and then hastily returned to their quarters, eagerly awaiting the manuals uploaded by their instructor. They were determined not to waste a single moment, for they knew that this special training session was imperative for each of them. Upon returning to his room in Jiangnan Pavilion, Zhou Yu proceeded to upload consciousness condensation following the same procedure as before. It swiftly passed the examination and was classified as top secret by the War God Palace. Furthermore, he received another email. "Greetings, Zhou Yu. I am Hong, the headmaster of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and I cordially invite you to meet after the conclusion of the elite training camp. The location is at your discretion." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes. He could no longer contain himself. He was also coveting certain treasures within Hong's private vault, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to ensnare him. He then disregarded the message, seated himself in a meditative posture, and concentrated on his consciousness sea. In the vast expanse of this realm, several items floated. Various weapons Zhou Yu had condensed based on an array of mythologies, including the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Fushi Qin, the Kunlun Mirror, and the Xianyuan Sword, although they currently only possessed form and lacked extraordinary abilities. It was not inconceivable that they could one day showcase their splendor in this world. Gazing at the weapons within his consciousness, Zhou Yu felt a flicker of aspiration and proceeded to condense the next item. A month passed in silence. The individuals in the elite training camp seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, with each participant experiencing remarkable enhancements in their capabilities. Even the least improved student had augmented their strength by nearly threefold, let alone the top-ranking students. The most astonishing progress was observed in Luo Feng, the fated child who, leveraging his early advantages, flawlessly completed the training of body control within this brief month. His physical power surged to an astounding 30-fold, and his mental prowess was equally formidable. After successfully condensing his first item, a battle knife, during the second lesson, he approached Zhou Yu to confess his identity as a mentalist and subsequently broke through from an amplitude of 4 to an impressive amplitude of 20 during the ongoing training. Zhou Yu, somewhat puzzled by Luo Feng's disclosure, had not anticipated that he would reveal such a secret. Observing Luo Feng's initial trepidation, Zhou Yu casually remarked, "Oh, I knew from the moment I met you. If you wish to conceal it, I 1T pry." Luo Feng was momentarily speechless, a hint of curiosity prompting him to ask, "Teacher Zhou Yu, how did you discern it?" Zhou Yu rolled his eyes, unable to admit that he had gleaned this information from a novel. Instead, he fabricated an excuse, stating, "Initially, I merely sensed with my mental power. Jiang Feng and Shi Jiang had no reaction, yet you were able to instantly perceive my mental presence. From that moment, I was aware. Furthermore, do not believe you have hidden it well. Anyone who reaches a certain level can sense the mental power emanating from you. It's not something that can be concealed." Chapter 32. The Meeting. Luo Feng, a touch embarrassed and flustered, expressed his gratitude to Zhou Yu. "Thank you, teacher, for not exposing my identity as a mentalist." Zhou Yu found Luo Feng's expression quite amusing, almost tempted to capture the moment with a photograph, for it was undeniably a piece of black history. With a smile, he said, "I'm not one to meddle. You are concerned about Li Yao and the others, aren't you? Rest assured, as long as you remain in the training camp, they lack the qualifications to cause you trouble, and your family will be safe. No one dares to violate the ironclad rules." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Luo Feng exhaled in relief. Zhou Yu, noticing the relaxed expression on Luo Feng's face, wore a mischievous grin and remarked, "You approach me not only to confess, but also because you have condensed your first item in the consciousness C and wish to seek my special training. Am I correct?" Recalling the trials he had endured during his initial training, Luo Feng felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead and paled as he replied, "Yes." Zhou Yu's smile widened, and he said to Luo Feng, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin." The second special training session saw a significantly larger turnout than the first, as nearly all participants in the elite training camp were prodigies, naturally possessing strong willpower. Within 10 days, over a dozen students arrived consecutively. If the previous session had subjected their physical forms to torment, this time the focus shifted to their mental fortitude. After each day of training, one could observe the students returning to their rooms with bloodshot eyes and mental exhaustion. On the final day of Zhou Yu's time in the elite training camp, news reached the camp that Hong, the headmaster of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, along with Thor, the headmaster of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, would be coming to the camp to retrieve Zhou Yu, bestowing great honor upon him. Thus, early in the morning, nearly all students flocked to the training camp's helipad, both to bid farewell and to welcome him. As the protagonist, Zhou Yu felt somewhat helpless. Truthfully, he did not desire such treatment. Moreover, he surmised that this was likely Thor's idea, as he tended to be rather unrestrained. As for Hong, he probably regarded it as inconsequential, transforming what could have been a simple meeting into this grand spectacle. In response to the email, Zhou Yu chose to meet at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. After confirming his attendance, he received a reply stating that arrangements would be made for his pickup. To his surprise, the ones sent to collect him were none other than the two most formidable figures on Earth. When Zhou Yu arrived at the helipad, it was already teeming with people, all eagerly gazing skyward. One could not deny that the allure of Hong and Thor on Earth was unparalleled, as the two pillars of humanity. They were idols to all martial artists. Soon, a deafening sonic boom echoed through the air, and a blood-red, triangular fighter jet materialized above the helipad, descending gracefully, leaving behind a massive cloud of sonic vapor. As the jet landed, the hatch gradually opened, revealing two of Hong's three chief inspectors, Ice Mountain and Enchantress. The students of the training camp erupted in a chorus of astonishment, never expecting Zhou Yu's stature to warrant such a grand introduction, with Hong bringing along his two elite guards for the meeting. While they understood the worth of the two secret techniques Zhou Yu had presented, witnessing two inspectors of such caliber, surpassing even the war god, serving as attendants was undeniably extravagant. Ice Mountain and Enchantress stepped out from the hatch, standing respectfully at either side, awaiting the arrival of the men within. In the next moment, two imposing figures emerged from the cabin. The man on the left donned a black jacket and bore a gentle demeanor, yet his aura was akin to a spear piercing the heavens, causing even the light around him to warp. He was none other than Hong, the world's strongest warrior, who rose during the cataclysm of humanity's great nirvana, defying the odds to establish the extreme martial arts academy and secure a realm of survival for humankind. On the right stood Thor, who needed no introduction. Only he could stand alongside Hong. Thor wore a warm smile, yet his presence radiated an intimidating power, as if he harbored an infinite tempest within, ready to unleash devastation upon the world, standing firmly beside Hong, exuding a spirit that was equally formidable. The moment the two individuals appeared, the trainees in the elite training camp transformed into fervent fans, incessantly calling out the names of Hong and Thunder God. This spectacle was so compelling that even the teachers found it challenging to maintain their composure. However, Hong and Thunder God, observing the students who had morphed into enthusiastic admirers, displayed little reaction, merely allowing faint smiles to grace their faces. From the moment they stepped out of the aircraft, their gazes were firmly fixed on Zhou Yu in the crowd, as if attempting to peer directly into his very soul. Zhou Yu, wearing a hint of exasperation on his face, was keenly aware of their scrutiny. A flicker of amusement danced in the eyes of both Hong and Thunder God, with Thunder God nearly bursting into laughter. Although Zhou Yu felt a sense of helplessness under their gaze, he did not shy away. Instead, he met their eyes with calmness. In this peculiar atmosphere, the trainees appeared to be subdued by some unseen force, gradually falling into silence. The three stood in a silent standoff, with Hong and Thunder God eager to discern what kind of individual Zhou Yu was, possessing two revolutionary techniques. Zhou Yu, too, felt a surge of excitement. He anticipated this meeting with the two strongest individuals on Earth. His gaze was intensely fixed on them, not seeing mere men, but rather two formidable weapons, a divine spear that distorted light and a battle blade capable of annihilating worlds, exuding dominance over everything around him. If Hong and Thunder God represented thunder and light, Zhou Yu embodied the free wind. As the trio's momentum surged, the pressure of their collective will grew increasingly oppressive, causing the trainees to experience difficulty in breathing. Under the weight of their intentions, many began to lose the ability to move. In this environment, nearly all the trainees found themselves immobilized by the oppressive wills of Hong, Zhou Yu, and Thunder God, yet exceptions inevitably arose. Amidst this mental strain, Luo Feng felt his face redden and, upon reaching a certain threshold, involuntarily summoned his mental power to resist. Thunder God turned to Luo Feng, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Somewhat astonished. Noted the hidden strength of a trainee under such pressure and regarded Luo Feng with a hint of approval, remarking, impressive mental prowess. Zhou Yu, wearing a mischievous smile, directed his gaze at Luo Feng, as if to say it was time to reveal his true abilities. Luo Feng, taken aback, had not anticipated that his long-concealed mental power would be exposed in such a situation. A sense of resignation flickered within him, especially upon seeing Zhou Yu's playful grin. However, having been revealed, he felt no particular anxiety. In an instant, he reaffirmed his resolve. What if he was exposed? Let those who wish to confront him come forth. After a month of training, he possessed ample confidence to face the tactics of Li Yao and his wife. Zhou Yu observed Luo Feng's fleeting panic as he revealed his mental prowess, only to quickly regain his composure. He couldn't help but reflect on Luo Feng's character, acknowledging that it was no surprise he would achieve great things in the future. Noticing some trainees struggling to maintain their stance, Zhou Yu wore a wry smile and said, "Gentlemen, it's about time. Continuing like this could lead to an undesirable conclusion." Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances, chuckling at the sight of the trainees desperately holding on, before retracting their imposing presence and offering words of encouragement, effectively rekindling the trainees' spirits. Zhou Yu observed as the once diminished trainees were revitalized by the words of Hong and Thunder God, their energy igniting as if they had been injected with adrenaline. He couldn't help but smile wryly at the sheer fervor of the fans. Hong and Thunder God nodded at Zhou Yu and said, "All right, let us depart for the headquarters." Zhou Yu smiled, recognizing the honor of being escorted by the two strongest figures, and replied, "Very well, masters." With that, he followed Hong and Thunder God into the triangular aircraft. Meanwhile, the Iceberg and Enchantress, the two inspectors, remained behind at the elite training camp, as their visit was primarily to handle certain affairs, and thus they did not accompany the departure. Once Zhou Yu and the others left, the trainees began animatedly discussing the recent events, particularly their curiosity about Luo Feng's hidden identity as a mentalist. However, those who entered the elite training camp were not foolish. The majority surmised the implications, casting peculiar glances at Luo Feng and Candace. Candace, of the Polanas family, approached Luo Feng directly, her eyes tinged with shadow as she inquired, "Luo Feng, your involvement in my cousin Li Wei's death is evident, isn't it?" She almost asked outright if Luo Feng had been responsible for her cousin's demise. Luo Feng met Candace's gaze expressionlessly and replied coolly, "I do not know," no longer concealing his strength. A flash of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he unleashed a formidable mental force, pushing everyone around him aside before soaring back to Jiangnan Pavilion. He felt secure within the training camp, yet he was wary of the Li couple's potential desperation, necessitating careful contemplation on how to address the situation. The other trainees, witnessing Candace's outburst, quickly connected the dots and realized that Luo Feng was likely the protagonist behind the billion-dollar bounty. Many were tempted by the prospect, knowing full well how difficult it was to resist such temptation, especially for those in need of countless resources. Yet, others simply watched the unfolding drama. Having witnessed Luo Feng's potential over the past month, as he had been a constant presence in their training sessions, Zhou Yu followed Hong and Thunder God onto the aircraft, his curiosity piqued by the onboard technology. Hong commanded the control room. Number 1, return to the Extreme Martial Arts School. A holographic image appeared on the screen, responding, "Affirmative." "Master." Instantly, the aircraft surged forward with terrifying speed toward the Extreme Martial Arts School. Zhou Yu inquired, "Master Hong, is this your intelligent light brain?" Hong nodded, "Indeed, though it is merely a supportive brain and not yet at the level of true intelligence. Nonetheless, it suffices for our needs." It was essential in the establishment of the War God Palace. Clearly, Hong felt no need to conceal this information from Zhou Yu, assuming he had similarly acquired extraterrestrial heritage. Within mere minutes, Zhou Yu sensed the aircraft coming to a halt, feeling a pang of envy. Truly, this was Hong's vehicle, likely one of the legendary aircraft from his treasure trove. Thunder God noticed Zhou Yu's expression and, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Do you desire one? You could simply ask Hong for one later." Zhou Yu looked at Thunder God, somewhat exasperated. "Master Thunder God, please do not jest." With a click, the hatch opened. Hong gestured to Zhou Yu and Thunder God, saying, "Let us proceed to the conference room." As Zhou Yu gazed at the exaggeratedly designed, ship-like structure below, a glimmer of awe flickered in his eyes. This must be the Star-class transport vessel mentioned in the original text, measuring a staggering 10,000 meters in length. Its metallic exterior shimmering under the sunlight, though regrettably marred by severe damage. Thunder God, noticing Zhou Yu's rapt attention on the ship, chuckled and said, "Curious about the origins of such a grand vessel, are we?" Zhou Yu turned to Thunder God and nodded. "Indeed, a ship of this immense size is certainly a rarity, even in the cosmos." Thor gazed upon the architectural marvel of the Star-class transport ship, a flicker of envy dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "This magnificent vessel was discovered deep within the Pacific Ocean while Brother Hong was in pursuit of the octopus beast emperor. Regrettably, the emperor's prowess in evasion within the aquatic depths proved too formidable, and he could not vanquish the creature. Upon his return, Brother Hong stumbled upon this ship nestled within a profound oceanic trench. Alas, the vessel was exceedingly damaged. However, it remains a paragon of technology far surpassing anything on Earth. Thus, Brother Hong resolutely salvaged it from the ocean floor. Although most of the ship's apparatus had succumbed to ruin, the technological concepts gleaned from it have heralded significant advancements for us. Following its disassembly, we extracted a plethora of invaluable insights. Presently, nearly all high-tech innovations on Earth trace their origins back to this Star-class transport ship. There were thoughts of restoring the vessel. Yet the vast chasm in technology and the inadequacy of Earth's existing materials rendered that ambition futile. Ultimately, we opted to dismantle the ship for research purposes, with many laboratories still focusing on components sourced from this vessel. The ship, now reduced to its primary framework, seemed a waste to Brother Hong, who resolved to repurpose it as the global headquarters for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. It must be noted that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy frequently holds an advantage over the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, a fact amplified by this vessel. Thor expressed his envy. Observing Thor's envious demeanor, Zhou Yu could not help but envision a scene in his mind. Online, the martial artists of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy engaged in a spirited exchange with their counterparts from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The Thunder Martial Arts exponent proclaimed, "Our academy leader has devised the ninefold Thunder Blade with unparalleled might." In response, the Extreme Martial Arts practitioner shared an image of the ship, stating, "This is our headquarters." The Thunder Martial Arts warrior countered, "Our leader is the fastest individual on Earth." The Extreme Martial Arts champion remained silent, merely sending another angle of the ship's photograph. The Thunder Martial Arts fighter lamented, "Can we refrain from sharing ship images?" To which the Extreme Martial Arts practitioner replied, "Certainly. Our leader, Hong, is the strongest in the world." The Thunder Martial Arts warrior retorted, "Let us return to discussing the ship." Zhou Yu smiled at the memory, while Thor, puzzled, wondered what was amusing. Chapter 35, Conversation. Zhou Yu and Thor strolled alongside Hong, engaging in light-hearted banter as they approached the vessel's core. The corridor was lined with metallic walls, occasionally adorned with incomprehensible patterns. After passing through numerous automatic doors, a vast reception room unfolded before Zhou Yu, who surmised it to be the command center of the Star-class transport ship, now transformed into a lavish reception area. The expansive chamber exuded an air of grandeur, its decor reflecting a distinctly Huaxia aesthetic, particularly the array of calligraphy and paintings gracing the walls, alongside a few slightly antiquated bookshelves tucked in the corners. Likely part of Brother Hong's private collection, Hong guided the duo to a nearby lounge area, where Thor, akin to returning to his own abode, promptly retrieved the finest tea available and commenced brewing. Despite being of mixed heritage, Thor's Huaxia lineage seemed to bestow him with an inherent mastery of this craft, leaving Zhou Yu in awe of the meticulous process. The camaraderie between Hong and Thor was palpable, their bond forged through countless battles during the Great Nirvana period, where they had risen from obscurity together, establishing their martial arts academy and safeguarding humanity's future. Zhou Yu, recognizing their profound connection, felt a sense of admiration when he unreservedly uploaded two groundbreaking secret techniques for humanity's practice. Both Hong and Thor acknowledged Zhou Yu's leadership, affirming that, for those techniques alone, it would not be an exaggeration for all of Earth to call him teacher. Noticing Zhou Yu's momentary distraction, Hong, with a warm smile, encouraged, "Please have a seat. Thor's tea is quite exceptional." Zhou Yu snapped back to reality, nodded, and settled into a chair, observing Thor's actions. Shortly thereafter, Thor completed the tea preparation, pouring a cup for both Hong and Zhou Yu before unabashedly indulging in the brew himself, clearly relishing the exquisite flavor. One could ascertain that this tea was far from ordinary. Hong chuckled at Thor's enjoyment, lifted his cup, and gestured for Zhou Yu to partake, subsequently savoring the tea himself. As Zhou Yu raised the cup, the aroma wafted towards him, igniting his senses. "Delicious," Zhou Yu exclaimed, as he savored the tea, feeling as though his very essence was rejuvenated. His genetic energy and mental fortitude momentarily invigorated. "What an extraordinary tea," Zhou Yu remarked. Thor, elated by Zhou Yu's praise, responded, "Indeed, this is the sole spirit-level tea tree on Earth. Had I not discovered it early, others would have claimed its core long ago. This is a remarkable treasure, even offering enlightenment to those below the planetary level." Zhou Yu was taken aback, astonished to learn such a rare tea tree existed. Observing Zhou Yu's unresponsive demeanor after sipping the tea, Hong's expression flickered with disappointment, as he perceived Zhou Yu had likely reached the threshold beneath the planetary level. He had expected that after tasting such tea, Zhou Yu would easily transcend to planetary rank, but alas, there was merely a fleeting ripple of energy. Catching the fleeting disappointment in Hong's eyes, Zhou Yu smiled gently, stating, "Brother Hong, I appreciate it, but I believe breaking through to the planetary level is not so straightforward. This tea alone is insufficient. I require a substantial influx of energy all at once." Hong and Thor exchanged puzzled glances. Perhaps Zhou Yu's lineage had imparted a different understanding. Thor then inquired, "Since you require a copious amount of energy, might the spirit-level tea be beneficial for you?" Zhou Yu's eyes brightened. "Certainly. The energy contained within the spirit-level tea is the most gentle form of cosmic energy, serving as the finest nourishment for beings below the planetary level. However, my body's demands are quite substantial." Zhou Yu lamented, shaking his head slightly. Hong and Thor shared a knowing glance, silently communicating, before addressing Zhou Yu. "How much energy do you estimate you would require? Our Extreme Martial Arts Academy can provide you with 6 spirit-level T trees. Thur added. The Thunder Martial Arts Academy has fewer resources, but we can offer 4 spirit-level and 5,000-year-level T trees. A glimmer of gratitude appeared in Zhou Yu's eyes as he calculated in his mind. That would be more than sufficient. These energies would enable me to breach the planetary level, with some surplus remaining. Hong and Thor, unperturbed by the prospect of parting with such resources, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall arrange for the spirit-level tea to be delivered to your villa in Jiangnan City shortly. Zhou Yu, accepting the offer without hesitation, replied, Thank you. Esteemed leaders. Hong chuckled. No need for such formality. Just call me Brother Hong. Thor, with a jovial tone, added, And feel free to call me Second Brother. Upon hearing their words, Zhou Yu rose, respectfully bowing to both, declaring, Brother Hong, Second Brother. Upon witnessing Zhou Yu's actions, both Hong and the Thunder God displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in their eyes. The new blood on Earth was exceedingly scarce. The vast majority of planetary-level beings, after achieving breakthroughs, had lost their ambition and lacked sufficient potential. They were acutely aware of the universe's brutal realities from their inherited knowledge, and the pressure on just the two of them was immense. Thus, Zhou Yu's emergence brought them not just relief but a profound surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Hong decided to directly inquire, Zhou Yu, are those 2 sets of secret techniques a part of your inheritance? The Thunder God paused his tea drinking, fixating his gaze intensely on Zhou Yu. Understanding the essence of Hong's question, Zhou Yu, however, had not received any inheritance, but had merely acquired some information that was difficult to articulate. He shook his head and responded, These 2 sets of secret techniques stem from my own cultivation, not from extraterrestrial inheritance. What I received was more about esoteric knowledge, such as the powers within the universe, the levels of realms, and classifications of secret techniques, without delving into the cultivation aspect. Zhou Yu's statement bore no falsehood. After all, the planet from his previous life could be considered an alien world to Earth. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Hong and the Thunder God's faces, soon replaced by astonishment. The Thunder God exclaimed in disbelief, So, you mean to say these 2 sets of secret techniques were created entirely by you? Zhou Yu smiled wryly. Indeed, trust in me, Brother Hong. You too have practiced them. These techniques are perfectly tailored for the human body of Earth. While they are merely classified as ordinary techniques in the universe, they are undoubtedly on par with top-tier techniques for Earthlings. Having personally experienced the efficacy of the 2 techniques, Hong and the Thunder God wholeheartedly acknowledged their merit. Not only was the difficulty of cultivation low, but the enhancement in combat power was comparable to the top-tier techniques recorded in their own inheritances. Chapter 36. Preparing for the breakthrough. Though stunned, Hong had anticipated such a possibility and quickly suppressed his emotions. He then turned to Zhou Yu and said, In that case, let us exchange the contents of our inheritances. Additionally, your uploaded techniques are of immense benefit to Earth, and we cannot offer anything of equal value. Aside from the spirits of flora and fauna, I hereby grant you unrestricted access to the treasures of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Upon hearing Hong's words, Zhou Yu's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he readily accepted, stating, Thank you, Brother Hong. I shall not be modest. The Thunder God, observing Zhou Yu's unabashed demeanor, smirked and remarked, Don't forget about me, your second brother. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. Thank you, second brother. I could never forget you. The 3 then commenced a sharing of cosmic intelligence. Although Zhou Yu had not received a detailed inheritance, he could still provide a general understanding of the universe. Several hours later, gazing at the spatial ring in his hand, Zhou Yu's face radiated satisfaction. He had managed to procure a significant haul from Hong and the Thunder God. While he hadn't taken much, the items were primarily their most treasured possessions, even if some of their functions remained unknown. As Zhou Yu observed Hong and the Thunder God reveal their treasure vaults, he unabashedly selected items, causing even Hong to feel a twinge of pain, while the Thunder God exaggeratedly expressed his dismay. Had Zhou Yu not discerned the calm depths in their gazes, he might have been deceived. He understood that as long as it benefited Earth, neither Hong nor the Thunder God would harbor any regrets. Zhou Yu selected a spatial ring nearly 100 meters in all dimensions, an ancient civilization gravity chamber, a star map comprising nearly all global civilizations' relics, a primordial-grade warplane, and a small intelligent brain crafted from extraterrestrial materials with Hong's assistance. Although its performance paled in comparison to Hong's, it represented the utmost capability achievable under Earth's current conditions. And its intelligence could be upgraded, allowing for hardware modifications once in the cosmos. He did not neglect the Thunder God's offerings either, taking nearly all the unknown items. As for the reason, It stemmed from Zhou Yu's curiosity to examine them himself. He recognized that most were likely of no use. But the allure of curiosity was irresistible, perhaps a peculiar aspect of a man's collecting instinct. Making his way to the landing pad of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Yu approached a sleek black triangular warplane and spoke to his intelligent wristband. Number 3, open the hatch. The wristband emitted a mechanical voice, affirmative, master. A beam of light shot from the wristband onto the warplane, instantly taking control of it. Zhou Yu, filled with excitement, boarded the aircraft, which featured a metallic structure and a black exterior, capable of reaching extreme speeds of up to 230 Mach. An aircraft of such caliber was possessed only by Hong on Earth. Entering the cockpit, Zhou Yu settled into the pilot's seat and touched the control panel. Although unfamiliar with flying, his exhilaration was undiminished. In his previous world, he had only driven a car. Airplanes were beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Now, owning a fully intelligent warplane was a source of uncontainable joy on Zhou Yu's face. He addressed the display in front of him. Number 3, take me home. A thin line began to ripple on the screen, and Number 3's mechanical voice responded, understood, master. Locking in the route, arrival in approximately 5 minutes. Zhou Yu chuckled, captivated by the scenery outside the warplane. Moments later, upon disembarking, he activated the cloaking mode and reduced speed, thus avoiding any commotion. Gazing at the immense warplane before him, Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile cheekily, instructing Number 3, return the warplane to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and inform Brother Hong to assist with its maintenance. He could already envision Hong's resigned expression. At the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, upon receiving Zhou Yu's message, Hong indeed shook his head in exasperation. Already burdened by the antics of the Thunder God, and now faced with Zhou Yu's audacity. However, as the elder brother, Hong arranged for the staff to perform routine maintenance on the warplane. Having somewhat calmed his emotions, Zhou Yu ascended to the top level of the villa. Recognizing that his progress had reached a complete standstill, he understood it was time for a breakthrough. Awaiting the arrival of the flora and fauna spirits from the Thunder God's side to proceed. Silently adjusting his state, Zhou Yu had inquired with the Thunder God, who assured him that the spirits would arrive by evening at the latest. Seizing the time, Zhou Yu prepared himself to reach his peak condition. As dusk descended, Zhou Yu sat quietly atop the villa, hearing the roar of the warplane approaching from the sky. He opened his eyes, gazing upward with a smile, and instructed his wristband. Number 3, send a signal to the warplane above, instructing it to hover. I will retrieve it myself. Affirmative, master, responded Number 3. Zhou Yu then soared into the sky, heading towards the location where the warplane had suspended itself. The pilot aboard the aircraft, upon receiving the signal, quickly halted in midair. Tasked with delivering the precious flora and fauna spirits, he was one of the Thunder God's personal guards. Although he found it perplexing why the Thunder God would send such valuable items to a battle god as a loyal guard, he was unwaveringly obedient to the commands of the Thunder God. Zhou Yu approached the open hatch of the aircraft, where he encountered a man with an expression of indifference. Taken aback, Zhou Yu did not anticipate that Thor would dispatch a planetary-level being to transport the spirit of Flora. Without uttering a word, he proceeded to receive the items from the cold man and departed. Meanwhile, the bodyguard aboard the aircraft appeared somewhat dazed, having recently ascended to planetary rank. He possessed an acute sense for danger. In his perception, beneath Zhou Yu's seemingly frail physique lay a terrifying power capable of tearing apart anything. Even as a second-tier planetary being, he felt a chill run down his spine, akin to facing his own master. It was evident why his master had entrusted the spirit of Flora to Zhou Yu. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the pilot. Let us return to headquarters. At this moment, Zhou Yu gazed at the dozen or so spirits of Flora in his hands. Excitement etched on his face. He carefully sensed the energy contained within. Realizing he had finally amassed enough energy for a breakthrough, he promptly stowed the spirits away and dashed to the underground level of his villa, keen to circumvent any unforeseen circumstances. Sitting cross-legged, he arranged the spirits of Flora before him, beginning with the smallest one for consumption. As he felt his energy gradually swell, Zhou Yu immediately commenced his breakthrough using the method he had devised. Chapter 37. Breaking through to planetary level. In Zhou Yu's anticipation, the focal point of this breakthrough was the domain of wind. Upon offering the spirits of Flora, a rich cosmic energy began to emanate from within him, forming countless life forces that gradually nourished his body. Zhou Yu sensed the spirits of Flora taking effect and, without hesitation, applied the wind domain internally. Instantly, a vast majority of his energy was drawn into an invisible whirlwind, causing a significant amount of ethereal energy to separate and begin nurturing his body. Under the purification of the wind domain, only the most refined and vibrant energy remained, converging at his dantian, forming an eye of the storm. The genetic primal energy within him, the life energy from the spirits of flora, and the cosmic energy absorbed from the surroundings began to coalesce towards the eye of the storm. With a sufficient energy supply, the eye gradually expanded from the size of a bean to that of a ping-pong ball in mere minutes. Similarly, within his sea of consciousness, under the influence of an invisible whirlwind, all of Zhou Yu's mental powers, including over 30 forms of consciousness weapons he had painstakingly condensed, were directly amalgamated. He seemed to hear the sound of weapons shattering, which was no mere illusion, in a fleeting moment. The consciousness weapons he had invested immense effort into were pulverized by the wind domain, eliciting an involuntary groan of pain from Zhou Yu. Yet, he understood the necessity of this sacrifice. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Only through the refining of energy could a stable core be forged. At this moment, Zhou Yu was not only enduring immense mental suffering, but was also experiencing physical torment akin to being flayed alive. The wind domain was not easily controlled, especially since he was merely at the first tier of the domain. If it were applied externally, it would be manageable. But now Zhou Yu was wielding the wind domain directly within his body. Had it not been for a unique energy firmly locking his form in place, he might have been torn to shreds before achieving his breakthrough. As the wind domain exerted its influence, the consumption of energy was rapid. Were it not for his ample preparations, he would have likely failed outright. As the breakthrough progressed, the rate of energy absorption increased, and the ingestion of the spirits of flora quickened, exerting greater pressure on both his body and spirit. With 4 spirits of flora remaining, the planets within his sea of consciousness and dantian began to take shape, enveloping Zhou Yu in a cocoon of azure energy. Gazing at the now-formed planets, Zhou Yu knew he was merely one step away from success. Fusion of the 2 planets was imperative. He understood that within the universe, a living entity could possess only a single life core, be it at the planetary level, stellar level, or even higher as a cosmic domain master. This was an unyielding law. Should Zhou Yu dare to condense a planet in both his dantian and sea of consciousness simultaneously, the moment of success would mark his demise, as he would be instantly torn apart by overwhelming gravitational forces. Sensing the planets within his sea of consciousness and physical form becoming increasingly tangible, Zhou Yu recognized the moment had arrived, and in his heart, he roared, "Condense!" The remaining 4 spirits of flora erupted explosively, swiftly absorbed by Zhou Yu's body. Under the immense energy from the 4 spirits, the 2 planets began to shift slowly. Even amid an abundance of energy, Zhou Yu felt excruciating pain. The gravitational pull of the colossal planets bore down on his soul and body, as if he were on the verge of being crushed. Had it not been for a persistent energy safeguarding him, he might not have been able to endure. As the 2 planets drew closer, the repulsive forces intensified, continually injuring Zhou Yu's body while ample energy simultaneously healed him. His eyes turned crimson, his teeth nearly ground to dust. He understood that he could not relent, for to do so would mean his utter destruction. With a hum, the 2 planets made contact, their previously repulsive gravitational forces transforming into attraction, initiating their fusion. The planet condensed within his sea of consciousness began to shrink, morphing into a radiant stellar core. The planet formed from his genetic primal energy gradually expanded, engulfing the stellar core planet. While the planet began to rotate, its once chaotic gravitational forces steadily stabilizing. At last, within the dantian, the immense azure planet achieved complete stability, commencing a slow rotation and emitting a faint glow. A smile graced Zhou Yu's face as he thought, "At last, I have succeeded." However, in the next moment, the azure planet began to spin rapidly, accelerating until it exploded with brilliant light. Concurrently, Zhou Yu's body commenced a voracious consumption of the surrounding cosmic energy. The energy he had previously absorbed merely sufficed for the formation of the planetary core. His body had not undergone significant transformation. Now marked the true beginning of his bodily evolution, as Zhou Yu's form unleashed a ferocious energy tempest, obliterating all materials on the 2nd underground level and exposing the metallic walls beneath. Fortuitously, Zhou Yu had chosen this subterranean level for his breakthrough. Otherwise, the potential devastation could have been unimaginable. Achieving planetary rank represented a vital leap in existence for nearly all life forms within the cosmos, signifying the onset of the ability to resist planetary gravitational forces and, under sufficient energy, the capability to survive temporarily in the vacuum of space. In this moment, Zhou Yu could only passively experience the transformations within his body, muscles, bones, blood, organs, sea of consciousness, and even his soul, each undergoing a culmination of millennia of evolution in a single instant, growing stronger with every passing moment. This marked the first fundamental metamorphosis of his life. This transformation persisted for a full 3 hours. Enveloped in a vast reservoir of cosmic energy, Zhou Yu resembled a massive egg radiating azure light. Gradually, the surrounding energy tempest began to subside, and the energy within him started to dissipate. As he opened his eyes, Zhou Yu felt acutely aware of the Earth's fragility, as if any slight movement could unleash catastrophic calamity upon it. He smiled, knowing this was merely an illusion born from the vast disparity in power following his breakthrough. Nevertheless, in comparison to before, Zhou Yu felt undeniably empowered, at least dozens of times stronger than he had been. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Zhou Yu began to lift off the ground. Unlike before, when he had to use his mental powers to elevate himself, he now merely needed to stir the celestial body within his dantian slightly, instantly negating the gravity of the planet. It felt as though he were instinctively soaring through the air even more effortlessly. Recalling the perilous moment of his breakthrough, Zhou Yu felt a shiver of fear. He had not anticipated that such a method of advancement would be so fraught with danger. Had it not been for the energy that had continuously locked his body in place during his breakthrough, preventing him from being torn apart by the chaotic forces, he might have already contemplated his next transcendence. Zhou Yu surmised that this energy was undoubtedly linked to his data panel, although his body remained flesh and blood. With the panel's assistance, he possessed the terrifying abilities of data restoration and locking. Chapter 38. Sparring. Zhou Yu activated his data panel to observe the changes following his ascension to planetary level. Zhou Yu status: Normal Warrior, Planetary Level 1 Mentalist, Planetary Level 1 Gene Multiplier, 1 Telekinetic Amplitude, 49 Body Power, 40 Domain, Wine Domain Level 1, 35, Secret Arts, Body Control Consciousness Condensation having fully broken through to planetary level. Zhou Yu noted the growth in both his telekinetic amplitude and bodily strength due to this advancement. He could sense a fine awareness of his body, suggesting further enhancement was still possible. Clenching his fist, he mused that, according to the timeline, Thor had likely yet to comprehend the domain. Thus, Zhou Yu could confidently assert that he was now one of the strongest beings on Earth, second only to Hong. With a mischievous smile, Zhou Yu commanded his wrist communicator. Number 3, send a message to my second brother, stating that I wish to engage him in a spar. Let us meet at the center of the Yellow Sea. As for Hong, that could wait. He was not yet a match. Moments later, a reply arrived. Little Zhou, seems like you're a bit inflated after your breakthrough. Just wait, I'll be there shortly. Clearly, Thor was unaware of Zhou Yu's ulterior motives. However, it was not surprising that Thor had guessed Zhou Yu's ascension to planetary level, given that he had been on the verge of breaking through for some time. And once resources were at hand, there would be no delay. Zhou Yu grinned at Thor's response before stepping out of the villa and instantly transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing from sight. In the sky, Zhou Yu experienced a flight sensation entirely different from before, as if he were instinctively gliding through the heavens. If previously he had to pull himself up with sheer mental force, now he felt akin to a fish swimming freely in the air. Within mere minutes, he had flown from his home in Jiangnan City to the center of the Yellow Sea, and this was without exerting his full speed. After sending his location to Thor, Zhou Yu waited patiently. As for the creatures lurking beneath the waves, as long as they did not attack him, he could not be bothered with them. At the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Thor glanced at the message Zhou Yu had sent, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he said to Hong, Brother Hong, looks like Zhou Yu is getting a bit too full of himself, challenging me to a duel. Hong, amused yet exasperated, realized that both of them were rather unruly. With them now clashing, one could only imagine the fun that lay ahead. Though Hong was somewhat speechless, he did not intervene. He too was curious to witness Zhou Yu's prowess. When they had last met, even as a mere apprentice, Zhou Yu had exuded a potent sense of threat, and Hong was quite confident in his instincts, believing Zhou Yu to be far from simple. Thor felt similarly, having fought from the time of the Great Nirvana until now. His perceptive abilities were on par with Hong's. To him, Zhou Yu represented a formidable opponent, and he was but a step away from comprehending the domain himself. Perhaps this battle would serve as his opportunity for breakthrough. As Thor looked at Zhou Yu's location, anticipation lit his face. Brother Hong, let us go witness this. Hong replied, Sure, let us take my fighter jet. It'll be faster. With that, they made their way to the helipad. And soon a blood-red triangular fighter jet streaked across the sky. Above the yellow sea, Zhou Yu meticulously adjusted his state, wielding the same set of flying knives he had purchased long ago. Although some had been severely damaged due to prolonged combat, he still had 28 remaining, and he knew he would need to consider replacing his telekinetic weapons after this battle. As for the heaven-dodging shuttle in Hong's treasury, Zhou Yu had originally considered selecting it, but realizing that planetary-level beings could not enter the number 9 ruins, and thus could not acquire its operational methods, he deemed it less beneficial for him and opted against it. Suddenly, Zhou Yu turned to the north, spotting a blood-red fighter jet swiftly approaching. He smiled. Brother Hong has arrived as well. Before long, the jet hovered a short distance in front of Zhou Yu. With a click, the hatch opened, and Hong and Thor emerged. Standing atop the aircraft, Zhou Yu flew closer, grinning. Brother Hong, second brother. Thor, noting où échappera, chuckled, et eager to find some action right after your breakthrough. Are we? Yet, despite his jest, Thor was acutely aware of the heightened sense of danger emanating from Zhou Yu, which had multiplied significantly since his ascension to planetary level. Hong cast a skeptical glance at Zhou Yu, forming a hypothesis in his mind. He exchanged a sympathetic look with Thor, acknowledging that this could very well present an opportunity for Thor. Thus, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply signaling Zhou Yu with his eyes. Zhou Yu beamed. Isn't it because my second brother is so powerful? Should I challenge those mediocre fighters? That would be far too unchallenging. Seeing the dubious look on Hong's face, Zhou Yu understood that Hong had likely deduced his hidden trump card, and he nodded in acknowledgement of Hong's insinuation, confirming that Hong's suspicions were correct. In response to Zhou Yu's reaction, Hong smirked. Zhou Yu, Thor, you don't mind if I watch, do you? Thor rolled his eyes. Brother Hong, what nonsense. If you minded, would I have let you come? Zhou Yu shared a knowing glance with Hong, both of them wearing teasing smiles. Brother Hong, I still haven to thank you for the spirit of flora you sent me. What are you saying? Thor, unable to contain himself any longer, urged little Zhou. Let us get started already. I can't wait. Zhou Yu regarded Thor, who was radiating intense battle intent, and replied, All right then, be careful, second brother. In an instant, both vanished from the fighter jet. Above the yellow sea, Zhou Yu and Thor exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing a powerful aura. Zhou Yu manipulated the remaining 28 flying knives, sending them darting through the air, creating 28 streaks of azure light. Thor wielded his blade, his body crackling with furious lightning, the energy crackling in the air producing violent detonations. As Zhou Yu observed Thor searching for an opening, he smiled. Second brother, since you won't make the first move, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion of his right hand, nearly 20 flying knives disappeared from sight under Zhou Yu's command. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Thor's eyes as he wielded his blade with impenetrable precision. The flying daggers, under Zhou Yu's deft control, relentlessly pursued him. Yet he effortlessly deflected each strike. With a sly grin, Thor remarked, Zhou Yu, let us cease this probing. Such trivial assaults hold no weight against me. A mischievous smile crept across Zhou Yu's face as he replied, You were the one who suggested I refrain from holding back, dear brother. In Chapter 39, a stalemate ensued. Zhou Yu instantaneously unleashed his domain of wind, a vast azure field enveloping the surrounding sea. Thor, witnessing the complete coverage of the domain, was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching as he exclaimed, By the heavens, Zhou Yu, you're playing dirty. Zhou Yu, unhurried in his approach, wore a teasing smile as he responded, Did you not instruct me to reveal my full potential? Though startled by the eruption of Zhou Yu's domain, Thor quickly regained his composure. If there were anyone on Earth, apart from Hong and Zhou Yu, who possessed a deep familiarity with domains, it was undoubtedly him. Thor was no stranger to domains. He was but a step away from mastering one himself. Frequent battles with Hong had allowed him to devise a strategy to counter the oppressive influence of Zhou Yu's domain, albeit at a tremendous cost. Without achieving decisive results swiftly, he would soon be forced to concede. With a faint smile, Thor inhaled deeply, the dissipating sparks of lightning around him gradually fading, replaced by a radiant layer of purple light, a technique he had grasped during his confrontations with Hong, condensing his energy tightly around himself. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, sensing a profound sense of danger as he beheld Thor, now aglow with purple light. Within the violet glow, Thor's exhilarated voice rang out, Zhou Yu, be on your guard. Instantly, Zhou Yu, realizing the gravity of the situation, summoned all his flying daggers back to him, while simultaneously exerting the full power of his domain. However, to his astonishment, it appeared that the effects of the domain were rendered ineffective against Thor. In a flash, Thor transformed into a streak of purple light, appearing before Zhou Yu. His blade crackling with terrifying purple lightning as he swung it towards Zhou Yu. Unwilling to underestimate him, Zhou Yu vanished from Thor's sight under the dominion of the wind domain. In the next instant, all the flying daggers, empowered by the domain, tore through the air toward Thor. Zhou Yu observed the diminishing purple radiance enveloping Thor and surmised that the reason Thor was not being suppressed by his domain was undoubtedly the effect of that very glow. Thor, once more deflecting the incoming daggers, bellowed in frustration. Mentalists are a nuisance. His eyes flashed with purple light as the glow surrounding him rapidly waned, culminating in an ear-splitting thunderclap that sent all the daggers flying and made him momentarily disappear from view. Taken aback, Zhou Yu hastily summoned all the daggers back. Sensing Thor approaching him at an alarming speed, panic set in for Thor as he realized his situation. Could he genuinely fall prey to Zhou Yu? In his haste, he failed to notice the flickering lightning emanating from him, which spread outward under the pressure of Zhou Yu's wind domain. Observing Thor's peculiar behavior, Hong swiftly recognized the anomaly. He intended to warn Zhou Yu, but noticed that Zhou Yu was not interfering, merely evading Thor's onslaught. Relieved, Hong smiled and remarked, "You've finally come to understand, Thunder Brother." Zhou Yu, however, was not at ease. He distinctly felt a burgeoning resistance within his domain, an awakening of Thor's own domain as it began to contend for control of the space. Thor, in a state of confusion, resembled a force of nature, lightning relentlessly striking toward the target while simultaneously feeling the surrounding space slipping from his grasp. The violent clash between the two warriors caused the sea to churn, with stray attacks resulting in the demise of monstrous creatures dwelling within. Zhou Yu and Thor seemed to teleport across the ocean, their movements fluid and relentless. Simultaneously, the range of Thor's domain expanded. Zhou Yu, feeling a mixture of frustration and admiration, observed Thor, who was still grasping the nuances of his domain. Although Thor's understanding was not yet on par with Zhou Yu's, he held an advantage of 6 levels in terms of cultivation. Zhou Yu, mastering the domain of wind, excelled in speed and agility, allowing him to evade Thor's assault time and again. At last, Thor's domain fully materialized, colliding with Zhou Yu's and fiercely vying for dominance over the spatial realm. In that moment, Thor awakened to the reality of his transformation, recognizing the circumstances and his own evolution. An expression of exhilaration illuminated his face as he gratefully turned to Zhou Yu, exclaiming, "Zhou Yu, thank you." Zhou Yu, relieved at Thor's newfound understanding, sighed. Truth be told, if the battle had continued in such a manner, he would have soon reached his limit. After all, the energy disparity between a first-tier planet and a seventh-tier planet was immense, even with Thor in a state of energy depletion. With a smile of excitement, Zhou Yu replied, "No need for thanks, brother. Let us conclude with one final move to determine the victor." Thor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at Zhou Yu's words as he shouted, "All right, be cautious." Both warriors were not in optimal condition, their domains precariously maintained, yet their auras surged with unprecedented strength. Their gazes locked onto one another intently. The brilliance surrounding Thor had completely faded, leaving only his battle blade, which had transformed into a dark purple hue. Zhou Yu mirrored this transformation, with 28 dazzlingly sharp, flying daggers swirling around him, glinting menacingly in azure light. Zhou Yu gazed at the daggers with a tinge of reluctance, knowing that this strike would leave no room for survival. In the next moment, Thor let out a thunderous shout, his dark purple blade slicing through the air, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy toward Zhou Yu. The flying daggers around Zhou Yu vanished instantaneously, coalescing into a formation resembling a flock of returning geese as they surged toward Thor. A deafening roar echoed as the two attacks collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The azure winds and purple lightning annihilated each other, unleashing a tempest of energy that disturbed the tranquility of the sea. Amidst this cataclysmic energy storm, the two domains dissipated as they focused intently on their respective strikes. Zhou Yu, a hint of resignation in his eyes, realized that both attacks had extinguished simultaneously, signifying a stalemate. To his surprise, amidst the chaos, one flying dagger remained relatively intact. A glimmer of delight sparked in Zhou Yu's eyes as he swiftly controlled it back to him, intending to cherish and preserve it. He then maneuvered his somewhat depleted form to land atop Hong's battlecraft. Thor, having executed his final strike, also returned to rest atop Hong's craft. Though the battle had concluded in a draw with Zhou Yu, he emerged as the true victor of the encounter, having gained profound insights into domains. He turned to Zhou Yu, expressing, "Zhou Yu, I owe you my thanks. Without you, I would have been oblivious to the timing of my enlightenment." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Brother, You needn't stand on ceremony. The god of thunder gently stroked his smooth head, chuckling as he said, He indeed. Let us return to the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. I shall treat you all to something splendid. Chapter 40, A Toast. Hong gazed at Zhou Yu and the god of thunder, both of whom had comprehended their domains, and a flicker of battle intent ignited in his eyes. Unfortunately, both Zhou Yu and the god of thunder were currently in a weakened state, yet they wore warm smiles as they addressed the god of thunder at long last. You have grasped your domain. How does it feel? The god of thunder smacked his lips, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he replied, Within the domain, I experience an overwhelming sense of omnipotence, and everything, be it attack speed or strength, receives a terrifying enhancement. It feels as though I have transcended into an entirely different realm. Hong nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he could finally unleash his full potential in combat against the god of thunder. His gaze shifted to Zhou Yu, who had also comprehended his domain, and his excitement grew. Having reigned supreme on Earth for far too long, Hong's progress had stagnated due to the lack of worthy opponents, causing him to fall behind the god of thunder in cultivation by a whole rank. The emergence of two individuals who had comprehended their domains stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Zhou Yu, observing Hong's gleaming eyes, felt somewhat overwhelmed and cast a pleading glance toward the god of thunder. Understanding the situation, the god of thunder cleared his throat and said, Brother Hong, let us first enjoy a drink at my place. We can schedule a time to spar later. I may have struggled against you before, but that may no longer be the case. Hong snapped back to reality, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, All right, I shall await you. Do remember to bring out your finest treasures. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge it. Curiosity piqued within Zhou Yu upon hearing Hong's words. What treasures? He wondered, casting a puzzled look at the god of thunder. The god of thunder, noticing Zhou Yu's inquisitive expression, chuckled and said, You will find out shortly. The three then boarded a fighter jet, swiftly heading towards the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, leaving behind a chaotic sea stained with the blood of countless beasts. The once blue ocean was now a crimson tapestry, littered with the corpses of monsters. The pungent scent of blood attracted numerous creatures, igniting countless battles over the remains, a veritable feast of the hunt that lasted nearly 10 days before it gradually subsided. Thunderbolt Martial Hall. The god of thunder carefully emerged from a hidden chamber, cradling an ancient wine jar. Upon seeing it, Hong's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, Wow, you actually dared to bring this out. I must say, I truly hit the jackpot this time. Zhou Yu, intrigued by Hong's reaction, turned his gaze toward the jar. Wine? He pondered. In his perception, this modest jar contained an immense reservoir of energy, rivaling the essence he had absorbed from numerous spiritual plants. An impressive total indeed. With a hint of reluctance, the god of thunder remarked, Were it not for my comprehension of the domain, I would never have parted with this treasure. Noticing Zhou Yu's curiosity, explained, This is a liquid the god of thunder discovered during an expedition of ancient ruins. Tests revealed it to be akin to our earthly wines. Yet it is infused with colossal energy. Even a planetary-level being would find themselves entranced, awakening with a profound refinement of their own energy, potentially ascending 1 or 2 ranks. Alas, we only uncovered 3 jars throughout the ruins, and this is the final one. Hong's eyes gleamed with reminiscence, clearly enchanted by the exquisite nature of this wine, even as the strongest on earth. Zhou Yu's curiosity intensified upon hearing Hong's words as the god of thunder placed the jar upon the table and retrieved 3 cups from the drawer. With utmost care, the god of thunder uncorked the jar, and in an instant, an intoxicating aroma filled the room. Zhou Yu, inhaling the fragrant scent, instinctively closed his eyes, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Brother Hong, does it have a name? Zhou Yu inquired, swallowing hard. Hong, watching the god of thunder pour the wine with great care, replied with a smile, It is called Jade Nectar. Zhou Yu instantly understood the appropriateness of the name. It was indeed fitting. The god of thunder filled the cups with a satisfied grin, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. He turned to Zhou Yu and said, Zhou Yu, do try this. By this time, Hong had already lifted his cup, savoring the exquisite liquid. Zhou Yu nodded at the god of thunder, raising his own cup to behold the glimmering, golden-hued liquid within, his eyes reflecting a sense of enchantment. Unable to resist any longer, he took a sip, and an indescribable aroma rushed into his mind. Just one mouthful left him feeling intoxicated. Simultaneously, a surge of energy radiated from the liquid, perhaps due to Zhou Yu's already refined essence. All the energy was absorbed by the planetary core within him, transforming into enhancing power. The trio lapsed into silence, merely relishing the wine until the very last drop. In that transcendent state, They began to emit a spectrum of colors that gradually enveloped their bodies. After a while, Zhou Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of lightness, as if he had been cleansed. He also sensed a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Even his control over the domain had improved. Noticing Zhou Yu's awakening, the god of thunder and Hong opened their eyes as well. The god of thunder gazed longingly at the now empty jar and lamented. What a pity, this was the last one. Hong and Zhou Yu nodded in unison, their eyes reflecting a trace of nostalgia. Suppressing his emotions, Hong regained his composure and addressed Zhou Yu. Now that you have attained planetary level, your combat prowess is no less than ours. Thus, I formally invite you to become the third speaker. What say you? Zhou Yu fell into contemplation upon hearing Hong's words. The third speaker, indeed? Sensing Zhou Yu's hesitation, the god of thunder interjected, rest assured, there are no obligations. No one can constrain the existence of a speaker, especially at our level of strength. Zhou Yu smiled and responded, in that case, I accept. However, I must clarify that I do not wish to form or join any factions. I merely desire to cultivate in peace. Upon Zhou Yu's acceptance, a smile spread across Hong's face as he declared, excellent. I shall summon all planetary level beings across the globe to the War God Palace to announce this matter. The god of thunder added, worry not. No one would dare oppose you. The commotion from our battle was quite significant, and many satellites were observing. By now, I suspect the major powers around the world are already aware of your strength. Moreover, as a speaker, you have the authority to establish your own guard. Thus, any matters that arise can be delegated to them. Zhou Yu suddenly realized the truth in his words. Indeed, such a grand battle could not have gone unnoticed. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 41, the third speaker. After Zhou Yu's agreement, Hong immediately instructed the auxiliary AI to notify all planetary level beings on Earth to gather at the War God Palace within half an hour for an important announcement. He then turned to Zhou Yu and said, the wristband you possess can now directly access the virtual space without the need for a virtual reality headset. Zhou Yu gazed at the bracelet adorning his wrist, astonished by its remarkable capabilities. Amusingly, he had not ventured into the virtual space since his last sojourn in the realm of virtual consciousness. He had not even set foot in the War God Palace. Yet, in a mere few months, he had ascended to the position of the third in command of the War God Palace, a feat that felt almost surreal. Hong addressed Zhou Yu and Thor, saying, let us connect and prepare to enter the War God Palace. Both Zhou Yu and Thor nodded in agreement, calling out, enter virtual space. Instantly, the bracelets on their wrists illuminated simultaneously, emanating a faint glow. With a whoosh, Zhou Yu reappeared in the intricately constructed virtual chamber. This time, he lingered not, striding directly towards the grand entrance. Upon opening the doors, he was greeted by a vast corridor. Following its length, he soon arrived at an enormous plaza, where individuals continuously materialized. A few had surmised the purpose of Hong's gathering, yet the majority remained oblivious to the reason for summoning all War God-level beings from across the globe. Such gatherings of this caliber had occurred only a handful of times since the inception of the War God Palace. Spotting Hong and Thor standing at the center of the plaza, Zhou Yu moved forward, instantly appearing before them with a nod. The onlookers, surprised by someone daring enough to approach the first speaker, were filled with curiosity about his identity. In a moment, most of the war gods recognized Zhou Yu, the creator of two revolutionary secret techniques. Some were also acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by this young man, barely 20 years of age. Zhou Yu surveyed the surroundings. The plaza could accommodate at least tens of thousands, encircled by several arenas designated for conflict resolution amongst members. Each war god on Earth was indispensable, with only over 3,000 emerging from a population of billions. The loss of any one of them would be a grave detriment to humanity. These arenas were established to mediate disputes among war god-level beings. Within the War God Palace, all individuals possessed equal physical prowess, leaving only soft power as the basis for competition. Here, no matter how fierce the battles waged, they bore no consequence in the real world. Thus, except for those deep-seated grievances that could not be resolved within the virtual space, most conflicts were settled within the arenas. Beyond the arenas lay an abyss of darkness, roiling with tumultuous waves. The War God Palace stood resolutely amidst the relentless tide, a bastion against the encroaching shadows. Despite the towering waves, it remained steadfast, symbolizing the palace's capacity to suppress all darkness faced by Earth, bringing illumination to its inhabitants. Zhou Yu contemplated the palace's arrangement, reflecting on how humanity had persevered through countless crises, thanks to the valor of those who stepped forth, carving a path through adversity. Indeed, How fortunate it was to be human. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and over 3,000 war gods and planetary-level humans now occupied the plaza. With only a few unable to enter the virtual space, nearly all were accounted for. Hong opened his eyes, surveying the assembly, and with a wave of his right hand, a platform rose from the ground, transporting all planetary-level individuals onto it, a feat only achievable by Hong, who possessed the highest authority in the virtual space. Standing upon the platform, Hong's voice resonated clearly for all to hear as he addressed the members of the War God Palace. Greetings, esteemed members. I have gathered you all to announce a significant development. After a brief pause, he scanned the crowd, and once silence enveloped them, he continued. Our Earth is about to welcome its sixth speaker, Zhou Yu. With a flick of his right hand, a colossal light screen manifested in the air, showcasing scenes of Zhou Yu battling Thor after his breakthrough to planetary level, detailing his contributions to Earth and his exceptional combat prowess. Zhou Yu was taken aback as he observed the footage. He had not anticipated Hong would record video. Most of the war gods present were merely aware of Zhou Yu's existence and appearance, unaware that his strength could rival that of Thor. Only those with satellites among the great powers comprehended the true might of the three most dazzling figures on the platform. After Zhou Yu and Thor's battle concluded, formidable war gods from powerful factions arrived at the scene, discovering the terrifying aftermath of their clash, the seabed marred by the devastation of their confrontation. As the video neared its conclusion, the war gods below the platform regained their composure, their eyes now fervently fixed on the silent Zhou Yu standing beside Hong. This was the sixth speaker of Earth, and according to strength, he was undoubtedly the third speaker, following Hong and Thor. Indeed, Hong's subsequent words confirmed their thoughts. As you have witnessed, the strength of Speaker Zhou Yu is evident. In martial matters, strength prevails, the strong rise, while the weak fall. Therefore, I appoint Zhou Yu as the global third speaker, with the remaining speakers advancing one position. Upon this declaration, the expressions of the other three speakers on the platform darkened instantly. However, they understood that there was no recourse against this decision and could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, the war gods below erupted into cheers, signifying that humanity's strength had grown even more formidable. Hong gestured for Zhou Yu to take the floor for his address. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yu stepped forward, addressing the assembly of war gods. I am deeply grateful to each of you for attending my inauguration ceremony. Simultaneously, over 100 students from the elite training camp prepared to embark on a life-and-death trial in the Australian continent, under Zhou Yu's tutelage for a month. The combat prowess of the elite training camp students had undergone a remarkable enhancement, thus elevating the difficulty of their trial significantly. Most students faced double performance requirements compared to previous standards, especially the top 10, whose expectations were even more exaggerated. As the 100-plus students boarded their warplanes, Candace, arranged by her family's influence, shared a plane with Luo Feng, her gaze fixed intently on him. Luo Feng, aware that Li Yao and his wife would not spare him, ignored Candace's antics, closing his eyes. The training of the past month had endowed him with ample confidence. Additionally, having met the contract criteria, apart from the Black God suit yet to be acquired, all other resources were in place, with the dragoness blood having elevated his body to the war god level, indicating that his mental prowess had ascended to that of a high-level war god. Chapter 42, The Guardian Squad. Zhou Yu stood upon the platform, distinctly sensing the attitudes of all present in the plaza. The majority of war gods regarded him with goodwill or neutrality, while a select few gazed upon him with fervor and admiration. However, some bore a hint of malice. Their intentions laid bare under Zhou Yu's acute perception. These individuals were the subordinates of the other speakers, perhaps resentful of Zhou Yu's ascension to their leader's position. The most pronounced hostility emanated from the original fifth speaker, Atkin, whose welcoming smile belied the jealousy and venomous intent lurking in his eyes as he regarded Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu reminisced, recalling that this Atkin was never a commendable character in the original trajectory, and ultimately met with a rather dismal fate. His gaze shifted to Atkin, revealing a glimmer of concealed murderous intent that pierced through to Atkin. Overwhelmed by the aura of death, Atkin's body stiffened, cold sweat trickling from his virtual form, his eyes darting anxiously towards Zhou Yu. Observing Atkin, who resembled a mere wastrel, Zhou Yu turned away to continue his discourse. Should Atkin possess any sense? Zhou Yu had no desire to engage further. Should he err under Zhou Yu's hand, he would not hesitate to crush him without a second thought. Zhou Yu's attention then gravitated towards the Polena's family, where Li Yao and his associates were, ever vigilant of Luo Feng. Zhou Yu was acutely aware that the elite training camp was poised for a life-and-death trial. and he knew that Li Yao and his wife would undoubtedly seize this exceptional opportunity. It could even be said that this life-and-death trial was their singular chance. Should Luo Feng progress further, even they would find it impossible to seek vengeance. Zhou Yu briefly surveyed the Polainas family before redirecting his focus to all the God of War level participants present, declaring, "Moreover, I shall establish a personal guard, limited to 5 members. Those who can cultivate physical mastery to a 15-fold output and condense 3 stable items within their consciousness may contact me directly." It was evident that Zhou Yu understood that, upon becoming the third speaker, there would inevitably be significant matters requiring his attention. Thus seizing this opportunity to voice Thor's proposal and prepare to enlist a few pawns to support him. His words instantly elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The God of War present were all acutely aware of Zhou Yu's teaching prowess, fully cognizant of the rumors circulating within the elite training camp. To become Zhou Yu's personal guard would mean regular guidance and training, leading to an exponential increase in their strength. Furthermore, this recruitment was open to all God of War, implying equal opportunity for each. After Zhou Yu uploaded 2 sets of secret methodologies, virtually everyone commenced their training, with some reaching 10-fold physical output in record time, indicating that the goal was well within reach, driving them into a frenzy. Zhou Yu could already envision the God of War on Earth plunging into a fervent training state in the upcoming days. Following the conclusion of Zhou Yu's appointment ceremony, most of the God of War opted not to log off immediately. Such synchronized behavior typically only occurred during a speaker-level appointment or in the face of a significant crisis. Therefore, it was an opportune moment to resolve several pressing matters right then and there. As a result, most of the God of War began to congregate according to their respective regions and factions, as each possessed their own responsibilities, making gatherings somewhat challenging. Meanwhile, the 9 external arenas saw some participants ascend, a few engaged in sparring, while most sought to resolve conflicts. Within the God of War Palace, all bodies were identical. Losing merely indicated the presence of a weakness, serving as an excellent method for self-validation. Zhou Yu noticed Li Yao and others swiftly transform into a streak of light and vanish after the ceremony, having evidently seized the opportunity for revenge. Zhou Yu observed their disappearance with a mocking smile, anticipating an entertaining spectacle, as he was acutely aware of Luo Feng's current capabilities. Beside him, Thor remarked, somewhat bewildered by Zhou Yu's smile, which unfortunate soul has incurred his wrath to elicit such a grin. After the ceremony, Hong addressed all the speaker-level members, stating, "Let us proceed to my space. Some matters require reallocation. Zhou Yu, since you currently lack a personal guard and do not intend to join any faction, until your guard is assembled, my and Thor's guards will temporarily serve your needs, assisting you with various trivialities." Upon hearing Hong's words, Zhou Yu nodded swiftly, for he detested such troublesome matters. With a hint of jest, he replied, "Thank you, Brother Hong. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss regarding how to manage the forthcoming issues. Perhaps I should forego recruiting a personal guard altogether, as I have little to attend to. Your guards could simply assist me in resolving those nuisances, wouldn't you agree, Brother Two?" He then cast a playful glance at Thor. Understanding that he could not simply retract his earlier proclamation made amidst the global God of War. Thus he chose to ignore it, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Thor, however, burst into hearty laughter. "Not a chance. You are unencumbered by faction responsibilities, while we are not so fortunate. Without our guards, an avalanche of duties would descend upon us. I certainly refuse to accept that. Ha ha ha." In an instant, the guards following Thor shot him glances filled with grievance, wondering if their leader truly meant to be so forthright. Zhou Yu and Hong were amused by their reactions, while the other 3 speakers gazed at Zhou Yu with envy, astonished by the rapport he had cultivated with both Hong and Thor. Within the Polainas family, Vinina, recalling the detailed video she had observed in the God of War Palace, expressed her concerns to her husband, Li Yao. "Yao, it seems that this Luo Feng is quite favored by the 3rd speaker within the elite training camp, always present during training. Do you think?" Hailing from the Polainas family, Vinina faced considerable restrictions, burdened by countless considerations. Li Yao's expression darkened at his wife's words. Yet he remained acutely aware of Zhou Yu's terrifying prowess. With bloodshot eyes, he declared, "I care not for that. Luo Feng killed our son, a life for a life. What does it matter if he is the 3rd speaker? This time, in a life-and-death trial, I shall ensure his demise." He continued, "Moreover, whether there exists a connection between Luo Feng and the 3rd speaker remains uncertain. Should I eliminate Luo Feng, I would bear the consequences alone. At worst, I would face imprisonment. I refuse to believe that the god of War Palace would hold a high-ranking god accountable for the death of a mere mortal. Upon hearing her husband's words, Vanina's eyes glimmered with a vengeful light as she nodded in agreement. Yao, you are right. We must ensure that Luo Feng, the one who took our child's life, is utterly obliterated. Chapter 43, Pursuit. In the Australian continent, a black fighter jet hovered in the air, emitting a low hum as its cabin door opened, revealing 6 figures emerging, none other than Li Yao and his companions. In pursuit of vengeance, Li Yao had exhausted his assets. Among the 6, aside from Li Yao and one member of the Polainas family, the remaining 4 were infamous mercenaries. There are always individuals in the world who, driven by their own interests and desires, commit numerous acts that contravene legal and moral standards. These were such individuals, belonging to the ranks of the powerless. And even some were wanted by various factions. When certain factions found themselves unable to carry out specific tasks, they would think of these outlaws. The 4 of them, possessing formidable strength and a clean record, were relatively well known in their circle. For people like them, the reward from occasionally accepting a mission would suffice for a lavish lifestyle for an extended period. This time, having accepted a substantial contract from Vanina of the Polainas family, they were particularly exhilarated. The task merely required them to kill a student still within the elite training camp, a task that was child's play for these 4, all of whom were at least intermediate god of war level mercenaries. To simply kill one person and receive a reward equivalent to what they would earn from 10 missions. Could there be anything more delightful? Thus, the 4 of them were utterly obedient to their benefactor, Li Yao. Each of them was a force to be reckoned with, possessing capabilities surpassing that of intermediate battle gods. One among them was even a psychic adept. Assassinating a mere student still in the elite training camp seemed to them a task assured of success. Consequently, they approached the mission with an air of nonchalance, dismissing any concerns raised by Li Yao. Li Yao, observing their lax demeanor, felt a flicker of ruthlessness in his gaze. Were it not for their formidable combat prowess, he might have unleashed his fury upon them for their lack of cooperation after being compensated. Once their objective was accomplished, he deemed that none would be spared. He then turned to the aide dispatched by the Polainas family and inquired, "How are things, Old Li? Have you gathered any intel? Where is Candace directing us?" Opposite him sat a sprightly elderly man, a technician from the Polainas family, adept in technological methods and skilled enough to independently operate a laser cannon. His assistance was, in fact, more significant than that of the 4 mercenaries. Had it not been for Vanina's high status, he would not have ventured into the wilderness, for individuals of his caliber were, in many respects, more valuable than some battle gods. Upon hearing Li Yao's question, the elder operated a refined device and replied, "Master Li Yao, according to the signal, Luo Feng is located approximately 100 kilometers northeast of our position. Based on the information provided by young Master Candace, Luo Feng managed to shake off his pursuers immediately after disembarking from the aircraft. Fortunately, we managed to bribe a student from the elite training camp to obtain Luo Feng's contact number. Otherwise, he might have slipped through our fingers." Li Yao Nuda. His eyes bloodshot, and a sinister expression crossed his face as he spoke quickly. "Excellent, Old Li. Take the laser cannon and find a suitable vantage point. We will corner him to prevent his escape." He then glanced at the 4 mercenaries engaged in conversation, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes as he silently mouthed to the white-haired elder, "Eliminate them, if necessary." Old Li, observing the ferocity emanating from Li Yao, swallowed hard and silently nodded in understanding. The pressure of facing such a terrifying employer was palpable, as he feared that at any moment, he too could fall victim to Li Yao's wrath. Subsequently, Li Yao instructed the weakest of the mercenaries to accompany Old Li with the laser cannon, assisting him, while he and the other 3 hastened towards Luo Feng's direction. At that moment, Luo Feng was cautiously evading other students as he made his way to his designated location to hunt beasts, having turned off his communication device as a precaution. He was acutely aware that Li Yao and his wife would not let this opportunity slip by, and if he wished to avoid becoming prey, he must assume the role of the hunter. The only way to eradicate the threat once and for all was to eliminate it in one decisive blow. Luo Feng's target was a herd of heavy-horned rhinoceroses by a lake on the Australian continent, and he needed to maintain a kill rate of over 90 to be deemed successful. As he approached his destination, the surrounding environment thickened with fog, which grew denser the further he ventured in, reducing visibility to a mere 10 meters. If he pressed on, it could diminish even further. However, for Luo Feng, this was unproblematic, as it was arguably the most suitable battlefield for him. Li Yao and his group split into 2 factions. Liao and the three mercenaries proceeded to the last known signal location, while Old Li, with the laser cannon, sought the optimal spot for its deployment near a lake. He intended to set up the laser cannon on the highest peak surrounding the lake, transmitting the coordinates back to Liao before swiftly making his way to the target, which lay in the direction of Fog Island. Half an hour later, upon reaching his destination, Old Li was somewhat disheartened by the heavy fog that enveloped the area. The obscurity would severely hinder the cannon's effectiveness. However, he had no choice but to proceed with the installation, as time was of the essence. Meanwhile, Liao had already initiated action and had to adhere to the original plan of setting up the laser cannon. Even at half its power, it would still suffice to eliminate any target below the battle god level. Following the device's guidance, Liao and his team arrived at the last known signal location a little over 10 minutes later. However, due to Luo Feng's communication device being turned off, they could only track his movements based on the evidence left behind. It must be noted that, as mercenaries, they displayed a commendable level of skill, quickly discerning the direction in which Luo Feng had progressed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, who had just concluded a high-level meeting at the Battle God Palace, spoke mysteriously to Hong and Thunder God. "Brother Hong, second brother, come, I shall show you a splendid spectacle." Curiosity piqued. Hong and Thunder God inquired about the nature of this spectacle. Zhou Yu chuckled. "You'll see soon enough. I assure you it will be a sight to behold, perhaps even yielding unexpected rewards." With nothing pressing on their agenda, Hong and Thunder God readily agreed. In an instant, the trio transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the scene, logging off. When Zhou Yu opened his eyes, the light from the wristband dimmed. He noticed Hong and Thunder God gazing at him, grinning widely as they made their way to the aircraft hangar. Thunder God eagerly followed, questioning what kind of spectacle awaited them, while Zhou Yu maintained an air of mystery, refusing to divulge any details. This time, they boarded Zhou Yu's aircraft, which had been prepped by Number 3 to fly from Hongning Bay City to the Thunder Martial Arts Institute ahead of the meeting. Zhou Yu kept the destination under wraps, heading straight to the location. Upon boarding, the aircraft ascended rapidly, leaving trails of Mach rings and a resounding sonic boom in its wake. Chapter 44, a spectacle. As Hong gazed out at the advancing landscape from the aircraft, he thought to himself, the Australian continent? A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he turned to Zhou Yu, exchanging a knowing glance. Zhou Yu, noticing Hong's response, smiled faintly and nodded, impressed by Hong's perceptiveness. As for Thunder God, well, that was another matter entirely. Moments later, the aircraft arrived at the region designated for the life and death trials on the Australian continent, showcasing the prowess of the primal grade warplane. The speed was indeed remarkable. Hovering above the elite training camp's trial area, Zhou Yu, Hong, and Thunder God ascended to the top of the aircraft. Thunder God surveyed the surroundings, somewhat perplexed, and queried Zhou Yu, "Are you saying the spectacle involves watching these youngsters train?" Zhou Yu chuckled, "Not so fast, Thunder God. The main event has yet to commence. Our timing is impeccable." Hong interjected, "Zhou Yu, neither of us are psychic adepts, so our range of perception isn't as vast. How do you expect us to observe?" Zhou Yu, no longer concealing his intentions, clapped his hands together. An invisible wave emanated from his palms, swiftly enveloping the vast majority of the Australian continent. Hong and Thunder God sensed this wave. Their curiosity piqued as they watched Zhou Yu's actions. Moments later, Zhou Yu spread his hands apart, revealing a colossal light circle that displayed the entirety of the training area. He contained this wave within the designated region. Hong and Thunder God stared in amazement at the light circle, with Thunder God asking, "Zhou Yu, what kind of technique is this?" Zhou Yu, while observing the luminous halo, deftly adjusted the emanating fluctuations around him, explaining, "Second brother, this is a manifestation of my understanding of the domain since I ascended to the planetary level. My comprehension lies within the essence of wind. Under the influence of the domain, I can exert complete dominion over its existence, allowing it to serve as my eyes and ears. The fluctuations you just witnessed are the manifestation of the domain's power, which collects data from the surrounding environment through the intangible winds and directly transmits it back to me. After some adjustments, the imagery is revealed. This technique can be utilized below the planetary level, but upon breaking through, one can inherently sense these fluctuations and shield against them at will." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Hong's eyes sparkled with insight, instantly broadening his perspective. In truth, this method was not particularly challenging, and given that Hong had comprehended the essence of light, his application of the domain surpassed that of Zhou Yu. However, as Zhou Yu aptly noted, such a tactic was rather superfluous, prompting Hong to refrain from overthinking it. Instead, he focused on the increasingly vivid halo before him, within which the figures of Luo Feng and others began to materialize. Upon spotting Luo Feng within the halo, Thunder God suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, exclaiming, "So this is the grand spectacle you were referring to?" Thunder God held a profound impression of Luo Feng, recalling how he had dared to conceal his strength even under the pressure exerted by the three of them in the elite training camp, which had stirred global uproar when the billion-dollar bounty was announced. Once Zhou Yu had fine-tuned his observations, he remarked, "The show is about to commence." Within the halo, Luo Feng had found himself pursued by Li Yao and others, nearly ensnared in a surrounding trap crafted by the four. Yet, Luo Feng remained unperturbed, as the only genuine threat among them was the Psychic Master. The others lacked the ability to fly, prompting Luo Feng to resolve to eliminate the Psychic Master, deemed the most significant threat. However, the seasoned Li Yao and his comrades were well aware that to hunt a Psychic Master, only another Psychic Master could effectively do so. What they failed to anticipate was that Luo Feng had already attained the level of a high-grade battle god in terms of psychic mastery. When Li Yao laid eyes on Luo Feng, an intense murderous intent surged forth, and he bellowed, "Luo Feng, today marks your demise." Luo Feng dismissed Li Yao's words as mere barking, swiftly evading in the air. Despite Li Yao's frenzy, it was evident he had not succumbed to blind hatred. Rather, his gaze was cold and calculating. Though filled with rage, he adhered to the plan, strategically driving Luo Feng toward a designated location. The escape capabilities of the Psychic Master were notoriously formidable, and given Li Yao's assessment, Luo Feng likely possessed at least mid-grade battle god strength. Thus, Li Yao suppressed his ire, realizing that only through the use of a laser cannon could he secure a decisive kill. Luo Feng found himself puzzled by Li Yao's actions. Despite the fervor in Li Yao's voice, he had yet to launch a direct attack. In an instant, a realization struck Luo Feng, and his expression darkened. He surmised that Li Yao and his companions intended to employ the laser cannon, a weapon of terrifying lethality capable of obliterating a powerful psychic master in an instant. Consequently, Luo Feng, who had been soaring at great heights, descended, wary of flying too high. Upon witnessing Luo Feng's abrupt descent, Li Yao's expression soured, realizing that Luo Feng might have grasped their intent. He quickly relayed a message to Elder Li, urging him to prepare accordingly. As Li Yao observed Luo Feng flying low, his determination hardened, and he commanded, "Charge!" Clearly, he sought to test whether they could eliminate Luo Feng outright. The three mercenaries, upon hearing Li Yao's command, wasted no time, unleashing their full might. Notably, the Psychic Master propelled the other three forward, swiftly closing the gap to Luo Feng. Li Yao, enveloped in dark matter, swung his battle blade menacingly toward Luo Feng's back. Although startled by their sudden acceleration, Luo Feng's high-grade battle god psychic prowess was formidable. He conjured several flying daggers to intercept Li Yao's strike and deftly evaded. Surveying his surroundings, Luo Feng noted he had been encircled, yet he remained composed, aware that panic would not resolve his predicament. No longer concealing his strength, he unleashed his full speed and sent forth 15 flying daggers to counter the onslaught of the four, the Psychic Master among them. Witnessing Luo Feng's exaggerated control over the multitude of weapons, was taken aback with disbelief and exclaimed, "How is it possible for you to manipulate so many weapons?" Luo Feng merely smirked, disregarding the remark as he meticulously analyzed their vulnerabilities, discreetly keeping 5 daggers in reserve for an ambush. It was evident that these mercenaries were on the black list of the Battle God Palace, and were thus unaware of the 2 secret techniques Zhou Yu had disseminated. Frustrated by the stalemate, Li Yao shouted, "Unleash your full power. Do you still wish to claim the bounty?" At this proclamation, the 3 mercenaries ceased their leisurely efforts, intensifying the ferocity of their attacks, with the Psychic Master launching into a frenzied assault, no longer assisting his comrades in their elevation. Chapter 45, Counterattack. Luo Feng recognized this moment as an opportunity. In an instant, he surged forth, driving back the other 3 with his flying daggers and swiftly closing in on the Psychic Master. Li Yao reacted immediately, bellowing, "Get out of the way!" He understood that if their only Psychic Master fell to Luo Feng, their chances of eliminating him would plummet. The Psychic Master, hearing Li Yao's warning, instinctively sought to flee from Luo Feng, panic etched across his face. However, Luo Feng would not grant him such an opportunity. He commanded the 5 concealed flying daggers to transform into 5 streaks of light, piercing through the Psychic Master's body, leaving behind a lifeless form that gazed at Luo Feng with fading terror before collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the demise of the Psychic Master within his ranks, Li Yao felt a mental cord snap, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power as the black god's suit morphed under his command. At that moment, Luo Feng's flying daggers were at a distance, leaving him with only his battle blade for defense. Confronted with Li Yao's full-blown attack, Luo Feng was not one to underestimate the situation. Boom! With a single strike, Luo Feng's hand fractured under the impact, sending him flying. Yet, a glimmer of joy illuminated his face. He had managed to withstand it. Li Yao, on the other hand, wore an expression of disbelief. He was a pinnacle high-grade battle god, having recently broken through to 6 times his former strength. The fact that his full-powered strike had merely resulted in a fracture of Luo Feng's hand left him incredulous. According to the intelligence, Luo Feng's physical prowess should have barely breached the threshold of a novice battle god. How could he possess such strength? The disparity in power was nearly tenfold. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Li Yao, and his expression shifted dramatically as he incredulously exclaimed, "You have mastered body control." Only under such circumstances could it explain why a full-blown attack from a high-grade battle god merely resulted in a fracture of a novice battle god's hand. Luo Feng cast a cold glance at Li Yao, swiftly recalling all his flying daggers, and began his retreat. Despite only sustaining a fracture to his hand, the bones in his arms had begun to crack under the strain, for Li Yao was indeed a pinnacle high-grade battle god, and the disparity in their physical attributes was immense. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Luo Feng dared not linger. He quickly withdrew, knowing that the most formidable threat, the psychic master, had already been vanquished. The tide of battle had turned, and Luo Feng now intended to toy with Li Yao and his companions. Moreover, the current circumstances have transformed into an environment from which Li Yao and his companions cannot simply retreat. The density of the mist has reached a terrifying level. Li Yao gazed vacantly at the receding figure of Luo Feng. The other 2 mercenaries felt a twinge of fear at this moment, regretting their acceptance of the mission. They had not anticipated that a mere trainee from an elite training camp would possess such formidable strength. Observing the lifeless expression of the psychic master, the 2 shuddered, and as they attempted to speak to Li Yao, they were immediately cowed by the intensity of his gaze. Li Yao turned his attention to the remaining 2 mercenaries, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and ominously remarked, "Surely you do not intend to abandon the mission?" The 2 men swallowed hard, quickly realizing their mistake, and replied, "Of course not." Li Yao scrutinized them with a lifeless gaze, stating, "You have accepted a task from the Bolinas family, so exert yourselves diligently. Should you contemplate withdrawal, you would not wish to discover the consequences." Even though the 2 were advanced warriors, they felt their resolve weaken under Li Yao's terrifying presence. They understood that together, they were no match for him. Thus, they began to pledge their loyalty, assuring him that they would not abandon this mission. Li Yao disregarded their vacillation. Casting his eyes upon the corpse on the ground, a flicker of malice crossing his features, he swiftly struck twice, severing the psychic master's body into several segments, the air instantly thickening with the pungent scent of blood. In truth, this pursuit could be deemed a failure. Luo Feng's psychic power had already surpassed that of an advanced warrior. In their earlier confrontation, Li Yao sensed that, had he not donned the black god suit, he might not have stood a chance against Luo Feng. A chilling realization gripped Li Yao as hard. If Luo Feng were not eradicated now, their next encounter might spell their doom. With the only psychic master in their ranks now deceased, their hope of eliminating Luo Feng rested solely on the laser cannon positioned by the old man Li. Turning to the 2 mercenaries, he commanded, "Pursue." Then, he unleashed a surge of speed, vanishing from their sight. Witnessing Li Yao mutilate their fallen comrade, the 2 mercenaries wore grim expressions but dared not delay, hastily following in Li Yao's wake. Meanwhile, Luo Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of where Li Yao and the others had stationed the laser cannon. Thus, he refrained from soaring through the skies. The laser cannon's targeting capabilities could not be thwarted by the mist. Although the mist somewhat diminished its power, it was still beyond what Luo Feng, as a novice warrior, could withstand. However, flying at low altitude would not allow him to shake off Li Yao and the others. And despite having taken medicine, his injuries rendered him incapable of exerting force. This meant that he could only rely on his psychic powers. At this moment, Luo Feng was left with 2 options. First, to utilize his psychic power to burrow underground and escape. Second, to employ the environment for a stealthy assassination, ideally locating the sole threat to him, the laser cannon. On the aircraft, Thor observed Luo Feng's decisive counterattack with admiration, remarking, "This Luo Feng is quite impressive. He strikes with decisiveness and composure. He is a promising talent, and to have mastered physical control in such a brief span. His psychic amplification is rather extraordinary." Hong nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I sensed his psychic potential back in the training camp. But I never anticipated his talent for combat would be so remarkable." Zhou Yu chuckled, wearing a smug expression. "Well, let us not forget who taught him." Thor's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer, saying, "Zhou Yu, you see how well the second brother treats you. Will you come by the Thunder Martial Arts School for some guidance?" Zhou Yu, perceiving Thor's shamelessness, responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Next time, definitely." Upon noticing that Luo Feng had largely escaped the peril, Hong promptly declared, "The show is over. It is time for us to depart." Zhou Yu, seeing Hong and Thor preparing to leave, revealed a mysterious smile, saying, "Hold on, Hong. There are treasures to be found in this place." Curiosity piqued. Hong turned to Zhou Yu. Thor, equally intrigued, inquired, "What treasures?" Zhou Yu pointed to the light circle, and the image instantly shifted to a location by a lake. When Hong and Thor beheld an object on the island in the lake, their eyes widened in shock, exclaiming in unison, "Mo Yuan Vine." Chapter 46. Mo Yuan Vine. Seeing the astonished expressions of Hong and Thor, Zhou Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Unfortunately, he had no camera on hand to capture their reactions. Hong scrutinized the plant displayed in the light circle, and upon noticing the thick main vines, he confirmed with disbelief. Just as recorded in ancient civilization relics, it is indeed Mo Yuan Vine. But how could such a treasure appear on Earth? Feigning ignorance, Zhou Yu replied, "That remains unclear. Perhaps it emerged from a relic of an ancient civilization that was overlooked. Moreover, Hong, have you observed the flora on this island?" Zhou Yu manipulated the image in the light circle to reveal the entirety of the environment atop the Mist Island. Thor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! It's teeming with spirit plants. We're about to strike it rich." Then, feigning greed, he added, "Hong, Zhou Yu, I want half of the spirit plants on this island. Don't even think about contesting me." Upon hearing this, Hong fell silent, unsure of how to respond, while Zhou Yu smiled knowingly, recognizing Thor's intentional sacrifice of the Mo Yuan Vine. Observing Thor's brazen demeanor, Zhou Yu chimed in, "Second brother. Since you're taking half of the spirit plants, then the remaining half shall belong to me. It's just in time, as I have yet to prepare gifts for my newly formed personal guard." Hong, touched by the antics of the two, turned to Zhou Yu and remarked, "Zhou Yu, you discovered the Mo Yuan Vine first. It rightfully belongs to you." Before Hong could finish, Zhou Yu threw an arm around Thor's shoulder, declaring, "Second brother, let us go. We must summon people to harvest the spirit plants." With that, he dragged Thor away, swiftly disappearing from the aircraft. Watching the two vanish, Hong smiled faintly, amused by their antics. He then shifted his gaze towards the Mist Island, determination glinting in his eyes, since Thor and Zhou Yu had left this opportunity for him. He could not disappoint them. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. At that moment, Zhou Yu and Thor observed in the light circle as Hong made his way towards the Mist Island, both exhaling in relief. Zhou Yu looked at Thor, noticing he wore a similar expression. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Zhou Yu remarked, "Second brother, have you called someone to come and harvest? Others have already discovered the spirit plants on Mist Island. If we don't hurry, I'll feel embarrassed to snatch them from their hands." Thor patted Zhou Yu on the back, saying, "Do you doubt my capability? I just notified my personal guards to come over. Coincidentally, one of them is a planetary-level awakener with a wood spirit body, the nemesis of these spirit plants." Zhou Yu chuckled. That's reassuring. The two then turned their attention back to the light circle, where Hong effortlessly grasped one of the main vines of the Mo Yuan Vine, lifting it with ease. As he faced the onslaught of several 1,000-meter-long vines, radiant energies enveloped him, severing the vines with precision. He forcefully subdued the Mo Yuan Vine and began the process of claiming it as his own, based on the records from the ancient civilization relics. The god of thunder gazed at Hong's movements with a sense of admiration, proclaiming, "No matter how many times I witness it, Brother Hong's techniques remain ever so delightful." Zhou Yu observed Hong's actions, nodding in agreement. If he and the god of thunder represented strength and momentum, then Hong epitomized skill, intricately weaving it into the realm itself. While the majority of light fields in the universe travel in straight lines, Hong's light field was rife with distortion. After Hong had subdued the Mo Yuan Vine, Zhou Yu and the god of thunder did not linger any longer, promptly returning to their warplane to quietly await the return of the god of thunder's guards, who were to harvest the spirits of the flora on the island. At that moment, Luo Feng, adapting to the environment, launched a counterattack against Li Yao's team, fortuitously eliminating the duo stationed at the laser cannon. As for the cannon itself, it was swiftly concealed. Such a prized possession was beyond mere wealth and would fetch a handsome price. Noticing that Luo Feng was no longer in danger, Zhou Yu utilized the wind to convey a message to him, informing him about the spirits of the flora on the island. Startled by Zhou Yu's sudden voice, Luo Feng was taken aback, then astonished by the revelation of such a miraculous treasure as the spirits of flora. He dismissed the frenzied Liao and swiftly flew in the opposite direction towards Mist Island. Outside the warplane, a man with long hair clad in a black divine suit presented a spatial ring to the god of thunder, stating, "Master, this contains all the spirits of flora from the island, totaling 129. Accepting the spatial ring, the god of thunder beamed with satisfaction, replying, "Excellent, well done." The guard shook his head, saying, "Serving the master is no hardship at all. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave." The god of thunder waved his hand, saying, "Go ahead." The guard bowed to the god of thunder before vanishing from sight. The god of thunder, gazing at the ring in his hand, returned to the warplane and exclaimed, "Zhou Yu, you've struck gold. Do you have any idea how many spirits of flora there are here?" Zhou Yu rolled his eyes, responding, 129. There should have been 135 on the island, but 6 were snatched away by others. The god of thunder was momentarily dumbfounded, asking, "How do you know this?" Beside him, Hong, somewhat exasperated, explained, "Zhou Yu has been continuously utilizing his detection technique, though it hasn't T-projected anything. He is nonetheless well aware of the island's circumstances." The god of thunder, enlightened, expressed a hint of envy, saying, "Zhou Yu, that's incredibly convenient. Unfortunately, my lightning domain is not so easily controlled." Zhou Yu chuckled, "Brother, didn't I mention that this technique is of little use beyond planetary levels?" With a grin, the god of thunder poured out the spirits of flora from the ring, and an instant surge of life energy filled the cabin. Raising an eyebrow, he declared, "Brother Hong, these do not concern you. I will split them with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, you may choose first." Hong smiled, but remained silent, while Zhou Yu, not one to be courteous, promptly stored half of the spirits into his own spatial ring. Afterwards, Hong remarked, "This Mist Island is definitely not simple. It's a pity I found nothing during my recent exploration." The god of thunder nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. A mere small lake island possesses over 100 spirits of flora, along with the Mo Yuan vine. It would be peculiar if there were no secrets here. Alas, I have just grasped the concept of the realm and need to solidify my understanding. Otherwise, I would surely turn this place upside down." Zhou Yu laughed, saying, "Brother, it's not too late to return after solidifying your understanding. Unfortunately, I have no time myself. I have a premonition that my 2 secret methods are about to break through." Simultaneously, Zhou Yu and the god of thunder turned their gazes towards Hong. Hong, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, coughed lightly, saying, "I still need to familiarize myself with the Mo Yuan vine. After all, I have only just begun to establish a bond with it." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu and the others burst into laughter. Chapter 47. Healing. Despite their light-hearted banter, both Hong and the god of thunder remained attentive to Mist Island. Although they could not spare time for a thorough investigation at present, their vigilance towards this area would not wane. As for Zhou Yu, he was already aware that beneath Mist Island lay the ageless intelligent life form, Babata, and even a luxurious F-class spaceship, the Fallen Ink Star, which could rival those found in the cosmos. Although Zhou Yu was tempted by the inheritance of the Fallen Ink Star, he had no intention of claiming it. Whether one deemed him stubborn or hypocritical, he could not bring himself to disrupt another's life trajectory, especially that of someone he had long admired. Furthermore, given his current relationship with Luo Feng, joining the Fallen Ink Star lineage in the future would be quite effortless. While he might not become a core member, he could at least learn a significant portion of the secret methods, so Zhou Yu was in no rush. In truth, Zhou Yu had little fondness for Babata's character. He lacked the patience that Luo Feng possessed. After sending Hong and the god of thunder back to the martial arts hall, he returned to his villa in Jiangnan Bay City. Observing the spirits of flora within the ring, he activated his wristband and dialed a number. "Xia Yi, are you free now? Let's gather." "All right, I'll be waiting at the villa." After ending the call, Zhou Yu found himself lost in thought, recalling the feelings of anxiety and helplessness he had experienced upon his arrival in this world. Cheng Zhao's appearance gradually instilled in him a sense of belonging to this realm. Upon learning that Cheng Xiao had broken through to the god of war level using prohibited drugs and the severe aftereffects that accompanied it, Zhou Yu had been intent on finding a remedy for Cheng Zhao's condition. Initially, Zhou Yu believed that a few remaining spirits of flora would be available during the breakthrough. Such treasures, brimming with life force, would undoubtedly be the best choice for healing Cheng Zhao's body. Regrettably, during the breakthrough, all the spirits of flora had been completely absorbed. As for the water of life, it could merely repair most external injuries, offering little relief for the aftereffects of the prohibited substances Chang Xiao had consumed. From a Mist Island incident, Zhou Yu had acquired a total of 52 spirits of flora, all of relatively high value. Thus, the quantity was comparatively limited. A few of these were particularly suitable for Chang Xiao, and Zhou Yu had even set aside several others, intending to elevate Chang Xiao to the peak of the High God of War in one go. Alas, these spirits of flora had become entirely ineffective for him, and he could only store them for future exchanges or cultivation of subordinates. Simultaneously, he noticed a colossal object within the spatial ring, and Zhou Yu smacked his forehead. Having forgotten about this treasure, he then proceeded to a spacious area in the hall, his eyes gleaming with determination as an immense object materialized, gently descending under Zhou Yu's mental command. It was the gravity chamber of ancient civilization. Had the villa not possessed sufficient height, this enormous chamber would surely have breached the ceiling. Zhou Yu, surveying the grand object before him, nodded in satisfaction. Although it could only generate a gravity of 1,000 times due to energy constraints, its utility for him was limited. It would greatly benefit his future subordinates and Chang Xiao. After retrieving several medium-sized generators from the basement to connect the ancient gravity chamber, Zhou Yu watched as the devices gradually illuminated, nodding approvingly at the stable activation of the chamber. Suddenly, the villa's front door swung open. Chang Xiao walked in, familiar with the surroundings. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, he initially intended to greet him, but was instantly captivated by the ancient gravity chamber beside him, asking in surprise, "Zhou Yu, what is this?" Zhou Yu's face broke into a smile upon seeing Chang Xiao, and he exclaimed, "Xiao Gu, you're here. This is a treasure I exchanged from the Extreme Martial Arts Guild's vault. It's a gravity chamber, renowned for its exceptional effects in aiding cultivation. You can come here to train anytime you wish." Chang Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that such an item could assist in his training. But then he recalled his current predicament and, with a hint of bitterness, replied, "This might be of little use to me." Zhou Yu sensed Chang Xiao's physical condition and furrowed his brow, realizing the severe side effects of the banned substances. Chang Xiao had astonishingly plummeted to the rank of a high-level warrior. Indeed, signs of aging had begun to manifest on his body. It seemed that his decline in strength was not merely superficial, but had perhaps even cost him a portion of his lifespan. However, recalling the several spirit herbs he had prepared for Chang Xiao within his ring, his expression softened, and he smiled, saying, "Xiao Gu, I assure you, this will be beneficial for you. The reason I called you here is to address your physical issues." Chang Xiao's face flushed slightly at Zhou Yu's words, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes as he asked, "Really? Is there a way to remedy my condition?" To be honest, Chang Xiao had been struggling during this period. His strength was rapidly diminishing, often leaving him with a sense of helplessness. And recently, he felt his vitality waning at an alarming rate. After all, at the age of 40, he was still at the pinnacle of his lifespan. Seeing Chang Xiao's eagerness, Zhou Yu wasted no time and promptly retrieved 3 spirit herbs from his ring. Instantly, a refreshing surge of life energy began to permeate the hall. Chang Xiao inhaled the invigorating aroma and felt a sense of lightness wash over him, astonished by the sudden appearance of the 3 spirit herbs. He inquired, "What are these?" With a chuckle, Zhou Yu began introducing the herbs from left to right. "Xiao Gu, these 3 treasures are known as spirit herbs. This one is called Qi Xia Lu, which, according to Master Hong, is a millennium-level treasure. It possesses the ability to purify the body and can even facilitate a complete transformation, making it the most unique spirit herb I acquired this time. The middle one is the Millennium Willow Heart, also a millennium-level treasure, with gentle effects that can enhance the physical attributes of a beginner-level war god by 5 to 10 times. The final herb, which is the most valuable among my finds, has a singular effect, nurturing. After consumption, its effects won't manifest immediately. Instead, it will lie dormant within the body, ready to take effect whenever the body sustains damage or is excessively drained. The efficacy of this herb is sufficient to last until you surpass the war god level." Chang Xiao stared in awe at the 3 spirit herbs before him, utterly flabbergasted by such treasures. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly declined. "Zhou Yu, you should keep these for yourself. Such exceptional treasures shouldn't be wasted on me." Zhou Yu, touched by Chang Xiao's earnestness, replied, "Xiao Gu, I'm already a transcendent war god. These items hold no value for me anymore. Moreover, I have been appointed as the 3rd speaker of the Global Assembly." A decree personally issued by Hong. Chapter 48. 60 times? Chang Xiao's mouth fell agape at Zhou Yu's words. Disbelief etched on his face as he asked, "Transcendent war god? 3rd speaker? Zhou Yu, are you pulling my leg, or did I mishear?" With a wry smile, Zhou Yu opened his wristband, accessing his identity information, which displayed his status and combat capabilities. Xiao Ge, I'm not joking. These 3 spirit herbs are inconsequential to me. You can use them without worry. He then proceeded to extract all the spirit herbs from the ring. As Cheng Xiao beheld the multitude of spirit herbs that appeared before him, he felt slightly dizzy, swallowing hard as his eyes reddened with determination. Damn, you wealthy bastard, I won't hold back, he declared, grabbing the 3 spirit herbs and rushing to the second floor to prepare for consumption without glancing at the others. Zhou Yu chuckled at Cheng Xiao's retreating figure and called out, Xiao Ge, I've sent you the instructions for consuming those spirit herbs. A somewhat muffled voice responded, got it. Thanks, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu grinned, eagerly anticipating the return of the audacious fierce tiger. After collecting the scattered spirit herbs back into his ring, he entered the gravity chamber and set the gravity to its maximum limit of 1,000 times. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pressure that momentarily took his breath away. But he quickly adjusted. This was his first experience moving under such extreme gravity. Unfortunately, given his current strength, this level of gravity provided only minimal assistance, barely worth mentioning. However, under the weight of gravity, his bodily perception became remarkably clearer. Zhou Yu sat cross-legged, and, while Cheng Xiao was repairing his body, he attempted to further develop his mastery over the body control technique. Closing his eyes, he attentively sensed his body, having broken through to the planetary level. His soul power had significantly increased, thereby enhancing his control over his body tenfold. Now, Zhou Yu needed to identify the focal points for this newfound strength. Releasing the tension in his muscles, Zhou Yu envisioned that the second phase of body control should pertain to the body's bones, internal organs, and meridians. Although he appeared calmly seated, a careful observer would note the subtle vibrations coursing through his body. Drawing on his experience in muscle control, he continuously probed his physique, occasionally producing a cracking sound from the collision of bones. The furrow in Zhou Yu's brow indicated that this was no easy task. It was only due to his extraordinary recovery capabilities that he dared to engage in such rigorous practice. Had it been anyone else, even a planetary-level warrior would likely have succumbed to their own efforts. As the popping sounds from his body gradually diminished, Zhou Yu's furrowed brow began to relax. He had identified the direction for amplifying his strength tenfold, and the next step was to advance further. Zhou Yu sensed that, at this rate, he could potentially elevate his physical output to 60 times. Suddenly, he perked up as he heard a commotion from above. With a smile, he quickly stood, deactivated the gravity, and exited the chamber, only to be greeted by the sound of laughter from the second floor. Ha ha, Cheng Xiao is back. His laughter echoed throughout the vicinity, prompting Zhou Yu to sense the surrounding residents gradually turning on their lights and clearly hearing their grumbled complaints. Which idiot is still awake at this hour, laughing so loudly? Be careful not to laugh yourself into a fit. Zhou Yu even discreetly caught snippets of their remarks. Wow, what a softy. Which bastard is laughing? I finally got up, and now you scare me back to bed. Get lost, you useless thing. Oh no, darling, let me explain. Zhou Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a swift motion of his right hand, a blue barrier enveloped the villa, isolating all sounds. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 2 in the morning, and calculating the elapsed time, he was astonished to discover that Cheng Xiao's talent surpassed his expectations, having completed his task in less than 10 hours. At that moment, Cheng Xiao, brimming with vigor, descended the stairs. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly surged forward to attack. Zhou Yu observed Cheng Xiao advancing towards him, a smile gracing his face. For the speed suggested that Cheng was at least a high-level battle god. The true extent of his power, however, would require further testing. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes as Cheng Xiao's assault came to an abrupt halt. It was revealed that Zhou Yu had seized control of all of Cheng Xiao's belongings, effectively anchoring him in place. With a chuckle, Zhou Yu remarked, Brother Xiao, that's rather ungracious of you, attempting to deal with me right off the bat. He then released his mental force. Cheng Xiao, beaming with joy, replied, Isn't it because you claim to surpass the battle god level? Naturally, I had to test it out. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes and asked, So what did you discover? Cheng Xiao gave a thumbs up and declared, Impressive. Zhou Yu, brimming with pride, laughed heartily. Need I even say it? Haha. Cheng Xiao, expressing gratitude, said Zhou Yu. Thank you. I haven't felt this at ease in ages. Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. Brother Xiao, there's no need for formality. So, how effective were those 3 spirit herbs? Cheng Xiao clenched his fist and responded, Remarkably powerful. Not only did they completely eliminate the side effects of the forbidden drug, but my strength has multiplied several times over. I feel as though my current power is at least that of a high-level battle god. and I can sense a vitality coursing through my body. I believe even if I were to lose a limb, it would regrow in no time. Zhou Yu nodded, affirming. Brother Xiao, your intuition is spot on. The third spirit herb is recorded in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy to have such effects, but alas, these herbs are exceedingly rare. Gazing at the visibly excited Cheng Xiao, Zhou Yu added with a hint of urgency, Brother Xiao, do not let this newfound strength lead you to recklessness in the wild. This regenerative ability has its limits. Once depleted, it could indeed lead to death. Moreover, the optimal way to harness this effect is through training in a gravity chamber. Cheng Xiao, as if caught in a slip, chuckled awkwardly and assured, I won't. Besides, I'm too lazy to venture out again. Just dealing with those little rascals is enough for me. Huh? Zhou Yu chuckled lightly before glancing at the gravity chamber behind him, saying, That's good to hear, Brother Xiao. You can bring them here to train. It would be a waste for the gravity chamber to remain unused, and there's ample space for them to build a solid foundation. Cheng Xiao's eyes lit up, and he broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, that's fantastic. You said it, so I won't hold back. I'll make sure they get to meet you. They've been eager to see you for quite some time. A soft glimmer flickered in Zhou Yu's eyes as he nodded. Indeed. It's settled then. Chapter 49. Exploring the solar system half a year later. The cosmic environment is both harsh and brimming with opportunities. For those at the planetary level, survival in the vastness of space is but a fleeting affair. Only upon reaching the stellar level can one freely traverse the cosmos. Zhou Yu stood alone beyond the Earth, marking his third foray into space. He cast a glance at the planet behind him before vanishing instantaneously from that expanse, leaving only a faint azure receding into the distance. 6 months prior, shortly after Cheng Xiao's recovery, Zhou Yu had entered a period of seclusion. In a mere half-month, he had fully tested the second stage of body control, achieving a physical output that reached 60 times its original capacity. However, as Zhou Yu endeavored to delve deeper into his cultivation, he felt the inadequacy of his soul power. This time, he sensed that even a breakthrough to the stellar level would yield minimal advancement. Thus, after imparting the second chapter of body control to Hong and Thunder God, Zhou Yu resolved to undertake a daring venturing into the cosmos. The resources available on Earth had dwindled significantly, as the Zerg Mother nests, mechanical starships, and Black Dragon vessels were beyond his current capabilities to procure. Moreover, Babata had yet to awaken, and it would be at least another year before that occurred. Zhou Yu had no intention of usurping Luo Feng's opportunities either. Relying solely on cultivation to enhance his strength was intolerably slow. Observing Hong and Thunder God, it was evident that decades had passed since the Great Nirvana, yet they had merely ascended to the 7th tier of planetary strength. Such a pace was utterly unacceptable for Zhou Yu, prompting him to set his sights on other planets within the solar system, hoping to uncover a ship suitable for interstellar travel. When Zhou Yu divulged this plan to Hong and Thunder God, they immediately intervened. Both had entertained similar thoughts in the past. In fact, Hong had meticulously gathered star maps from all the relics on Earth, especially the auxiliary light brain he had obtained, which clearly delineated a route to the outside world. However, their planetary-level strength rendered them incapable of surviving long in the cosmic environment, allowing them only a few days in space. In the vastness of the universe, a few days were insufficient even to reach the nearest planet, let alone embark on exploration. Zhou Yu pressed his lips together and addressed Hong and Thunder God. Brother Hong, second brother, trust me. I am confident. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's earnest declaration, Hong fell into contemplation, aware that if they opposed him, Zhou Yu would still seek opportunities in the cosmos. After a lengthy pause, Hong finally spoke. Zhou Yu, I can agree to your quest for a ship on other planets, but you must demonstrate the means to survive long-term in space. With your current planetary first-tier strength, you cannot endure the harsh cosmic environment. Do not think that wearing a space suit or utilizing other isolating equipment will suffice for space travel. Both Thunder God and I have tested these methods, and they are ineffective, especially once your energy is depleted. Your planetary body would swiftly perish in the cosmic void. Zhou Yu remained silent for a moment, then broke into a smile, saying, Brother Hong, second brother, follow me. Zhou Yu led Hong and Thunder God outside the Earth, where the three stood in the cosmos, enveloped in a layer of genetic primordial energy, resembling 3 radiant lights. Zhou Yu, observing Hong and Thunder God, utilizing the domain of wind, said, Brother Hong, second brother, did you not wish to know how I can survive long-term in space? This is my assurance. With that, he retracted the genetic primordial energy into his body, exposing himself to the cosmic environment. The formidable conditions of space began to inflict damage upon Zhou Yu's body, Yet the process was slow, and any harm was swiftly mitigated by his innate regenerative capability. Upon witnessing Zhou Yu's actions, both Hong and Thunder God immediately moved to envelop him with their domains. Thunder God, infuriated, exclaimed, "Zhou Yu, are you out of your mind?" Hong, equally serious, gazed at Zhou Yu with concern. Zhou Yu chuckled, "Second brother, it's all right. You may examine my body." At Zhou Yu's words, Hong and Thunder God paused, contemplating. Hong promptly extended his hand to sense Zhou Yu's body, finding it unscathed. After a deep, scrutinizing gaze at Zhou Yu, Hong instructed Thunder God, "Reinstate the domain." Thunder God hesitated before retracting the domain, anxiously watching as Zhou Yu remained defenseless in the expanse of space. Should any mishap occur, he would be ready to rescue Zhou Yu in an instant. Observing the concern in Hong and Thunder God's actions, Zhou Yu felt a surge of gratitude and spread his arms wide, allowing the cosmic environment to test his resilience. Zhou Yu remained acutely aware. Though exposed to the harshness of space, he was prepared to react swiftly to any unforeseen circumstances, feeling the cosmic environment eroding his body, only to be instantly counterbalanced by his own resilience. Zhou Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Although this process inflicted immense pain, it also affirmed Zhou Yu's capacity to endure in the vastness of space. After several hours of experimentation, Hong and Thor regarded Zhou Yu with a mixture of complexity and hope. Hong sighed deeply, then transmitted all the star maps, including the designated route, from his auxiliary holographic brain to Zhou Yu, instructing him to exercise utmost caution. With that, he took Thor and returned to Earth, refraining from commenting on Zhou Yu's terrifying regenerative abilities, as they each harbored their own secrets and there was no need for intrusive inquiries, especially since Zhou Yu was recognized as a brother by Hong. Thor, with a hint of concern, murmured, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Zhou Yu, watching Hong and Thor depart, pressed his lips together, a satisfied smile gracing his face, for they had not betrayed his trust. Subsequently, Zhou Yu commenced his exploration of the planets within the solar system. Regrettably, after 6 months, he found only useless debris on the first 2 planets. Though he took solace in the fact that he had ascended to the second tier of planetary mastery and even reached the second level of his domain, likely as a reward for his relentless efforts. This marked Zhou Yu's 3rd expedition within the solar system, targeting Mars, which he deemed the most promising planet. Once the direction was set, Zhou Yu erupted in a brilliant display of light, unleashing his domain and genetic primal energy, surging towards Mars. Utilizing a telescope from Earth, he confirmed that Mars was currently at its closest point to Earth. Under Zhou Yu's full-speed propulsion, he swiftly reached nearly 25 Mach and continued to accelerate. In the vacuum of space, he could achieve a maximum speed exceeding 300 Mach, allowing him to traverse the tens of millions of kilometers to Mars in just a week's time. Chapter 50, Mars. After 7 days of flight, Zhou Yu found himself before a reddish-orange planet roughly half the size of Earth, his destination, Mars. Gazing at the planet before him, Zhou Yu's expression reflected weariness. Even with his rapid regenerative capabilities, the strain of high-speed travel in outer space took its toll, particularly on his psyche. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that this was his final hope for reaching a life-bearing planet. Should he return empty-handed, he would have no choice but to seek out Babata on Earth. After a brief rest, he relinquished his gravitational resistance and was instantly captured by Mars's gravity, plummeting towards the surface. Moments later, as he neared the ground, he skillfully controlled his descent, surveying the entirely reddish world around him before initiating his exploratory tactics and soaring into flight. Compared to Earth, Mars was significantly smaller. Traversing its entirety would not consume much time. Moreover, based on his recollections, Mars harbored abundant black iron ore, prompting the Silver Blue Empire to establish a city for mining activities. Zhou Yu's primary objective was that very city. Half an hour later, Zhou Yu sensed a towering pyramid structure ahead, and a smile broke upon his face. He had found it. He immediately adjusted his course and unleashed his full power, vanishing in a flash of azure light as he sped towards the pyramid. As he drew nearer, the visage of the pyramid complex unfolded in his mind. 9 majestic pyramids stood resolutely upon the crimson planet, and upon closer inspection, the entire architectural ensemble appeared somewhat dilapidated. Many robots and devices lay dormant, perhaps due to the ravages of time or depletion of energy reserves. Yet, the occasional flicker of light from the massive pyramids indicated that the city had not entirely succumbed to oblivion. From those sporadic glimmers, Zhou Yu discerned that the city still possessed the capacity for resistance, and thus he approached with caution. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed the full might of his domain. the second level of the wind domain erupting forth, instantly solidifying the entire pyramid city in a myriad of invisible gales. In the next moment, the immobilized pyramids seemed to awaken, and Zhou Yu sensed resistance emanating from his domain, affirming the correctness of his actions. Although many robots and devices had deteriorated over the prolonged duration, several began to flicker back to life, their lights illuminating in a gradual revival of power. Unfortunately, under the suppression of Zhou Yu's domain, they could merely illuminate without executing any actions. The iron city beneath the pyramids also began to glow, and numerous laser guns extended from the structures. Before they could lock onto their targets, they were swiftly reduced to fragments by a sharp blade of wind. Zhou Yu, now in complete control of the situation, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his thorough preparations. Otherwise, he could not ascertain the potential damage to critical areas of the city. Such a vast metropolis undoubtedly had an intelligent core overseeing operations. As for sentient life, a mere mining facility hardly warranted such advanced intelligence. Given the city's recent responses, it was likely that the intelligence core remained in a dormant state, requiring time to awaken. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize control of the city. Swiftly locking onto his target, Zhou Yu directed his course towards the largest pyramid at the center, disregarding the sealed metallic doors, and commanded the winds to form countless blades that shattered the entrance. He advanced rapidly towards the core control room, aiming to gain dominion over the city before its intelligence could awaken, reducing every obstructive door to mere debris along the way. In just a few minutes, Zhou Yu breached the innermost sanctum, confronting a door that differed vastly from the previous ones. His unstoppable wind blades merely left shallow scratches, the metallic clamor eliciting a frown from Zhou Yu. Halting the assault of wind blades, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his right hand, gathering invisible winds that coalesced into a long sword radiating an azure glow. In his consciousness, a sword-like weapon ignited with brilliance. In an instant, the sword in his hand unleashed a formidable brilliance, and with a swift motion, Zhou Yu cleaved the once impregnable door in two. Dismissing the sword, Zhou Yu pushed open the shattered entrance, revealing a vast control room filled with an array of operational devices. At the center stood 9 colossal light screens, with the largest displaying a progress bar nearing 50. Observing the progress, Zhou Yu exhaled in relief and promptly instructed his wristband, "Number 3, it's your turn." The wristband emitted a beam of light onto the screen, halting the progress bar and generating a cascade of garbled numerical data. Moments later, a new progress bar emerged. As for whether he could commandeer the city, Zhou Yu harbored no doubts. Against a slumbering intelligence, Number 3 possessed ample strength to engulf it. As time ticked away, Zhou Yu's gaze remained fixed on the progress bar inching forward on the colossal screen, a look of elation blossoming on his face. 20, 50, 80. 30 minutes later, the progress bar reached 100. Zhou Yu fixed his gaze on the luminous screen, a mechanical sound echoed, and subsequently, the other screens illuminated one by one as the control equipment began to operate. In the next moment, an electronic voice resonated. "Master, greetings. Unit 3 has fully taken control of the city, and the city data has been merged. Shall we proceed to open it?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Yu's face lit up with excitement. He nodded affirmatively and said, "Unit 3, splendid work. Please assist me in checking whether there are any navigable spaceships within the city." "Affirmative, Master," responded Unit 3. Searching. After the search, it reported no spaceships were found within the city. However, a semi-finished B-8 class spaceship has been located in the Pyramid Warehouse number 6. According to the intelligence database, it was constructed by the former miners stationed on Mars as a means of escape. A total of 4 were produced, but the last one was left incomplete due to insufficient materials. Zhou Yu's eyes brightened instantly upon hearing Unit 3's response. So, there exists a production line for spaceships here. What aspects remain unfinished for this vessel? What materials are required? Indeed, beneath this pyramid lies a fully automated spaceship production line, Unit 3 replied. The completed components of the unfinished B-8 class spaceship include a complete B-8 class Xian iron alloy shell, a light-speed engine, a power furnace, an intelligent control center, B-8 class ship cannons, protective fields, and a small reconnaissance radar. The incomplete components consist of mimetic camouflage, a cryogenic chamber, an escape pod, a gravity device, and a life support system. Chapter 51, The Return. Upon hearing Unit 3 list these numerous technical terms, Zhou Yu felt a slight headache. What were all these? How could so many components be missing? After pondering briefly, he inquired of Unit 3, disregarding other factors, What is the minimum requirement needed to ensure basic navigational capability? Upon Zhou Yu's question, a vast stream of data flashed across the enormous screen, and 3 seconds later, Unit 3's voice responded, Master, if we only consider navigational status, we still require the installation of a gravity adjustment device and a life support system. Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile, saying just those two? Marvelous. Unit 3, please check how long it will take to install these 2 devices. Unit 3 quickly replied, Master, the life support system is readily available in the Pyramid Warehouse and can be installed at any time. However, the materials for the gravity device have long been depleted by the former miners, and what remains is insufficient to produce another set. The gravity device? Zhou Yu felt a pang of frustration. They were missing the most crucial component. It was critical to understand that without the gravity device, the spaceship would generate gravitational forces upon accelerating to light speed that no planetary-level being could endure. If it failed to reach light speed and enter dark space, relying solely on the ship to travel from one life-bearing planet to another would exceed his lifespan as a planetary-level being. Zhou Yu paced restlessly in the control room. Was returning to Earth the only option? The gravity device, gravity. The ancient civilization's gravity chamber. The remnants of ancient civilizations on Earth. The thought struck him like a flash of inspiration. He hurriedly asked Unit 3, please investigate whether the ancient civilization gravity chamber at home can be transformed into a gravity device. Affirmative, Master. The screen flickered with data. Soon, Unit 3 provided an answer. Master, after data comparison and analysis, the ancient civilization gravity chamber cannot be converted into a gravity adjustment device. However, it can be modified into a single-person gravity pod. Upon hearing Unit 3's words, Zhou Yu was instantly elated, asking, so the ancient civilization gravity chamber is indeed useful? Yes. However, during the ship's acceleration, you'll need to enter the single-person gravity pod until entering dark space. Similarly, you must exit the pod upon leaving dark space. Zhou Yu could no longer contain the joy on his face and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Unit 3, quickly calculate how long it will take to convert the ancient civilization gravity chamber into a single-person gravity pod. Also, how long will it take to install the life support system? Master, the life support system can be installed in just 1 day since it is readily available. The modification of the gravity pod is not particularly challenging. Once the production line is activated, it will take at most 5 days to complete the transformation. A satisfied smile spread across Zhou Yu's face, meaning that within a maximum of 20 days, the spaceship could be assembled and ready for navigation. He immediately commanded Unit 3, swiftly take control of the city, then restart the production line and check if there are any other issues with this semi-finished spaceship. Affirmative, Master. Please retract your domain. Your domain has caused damage to certain areas of the city. Zhou Yu was taken aback, realizing that his domain had remained active. Noticing the smoke rising from several overloaded robots and the collapse of some mechanical structures, he awkwardly chuckled and promptly retracted his domain. He then gazed at the screen, slightly puzzled, and said, Unit 3, you seem to have changed quite a bit. Indeed, Master. After assimilating the intelligence of this city, my computational speed has significantly increased. Zhou Yu nodded, saying, No wonder, I thought you seemed more human-like. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Zhou Yu wore a satisfied smile. This was a positive development. Perhaps, in the future, he could cultivate Unit 3 into an intelligent life form akin to Babata, which would be quite an achievement. He then said, Unit 3, proceed according to plan. I will recover my state and then hasten back to Earth to retrieve the gravity chamber. You can manage things here. Affirmative, Master. I will comply with your instructions. As the electronic voice faded, a stream of data flickered across the wristband, and the sub-body was successfully installed. Zhou Yu glanced at the restoration function of the wristband, disregarded it, and swiftly began to recover his state. As Zhou Yu commenced his recovery, Unit 3 rapidly began reviving the Steel City. The lights of the entire Steel City flickered to life, the machines on the production line whirred, and countless vehicles and robots gradually awakened, moving in an orderly fashion under Unit 3's command. The operational robots, under Unit 3's guidance, transported all damaged robots and equipment to the repair area, maximizing the use of the city's resources to complete the tasks as quickly as possible. 2 hours later, Zhou Yu opened his eyes, fully restored, and even sensed that he was on the brink of reaching the 3rd tier of planetary-level power. Upon noticing Zhou Yu's recovery, Unit 3's voice echoed, Master, after 2 hours of adjustments, the majority of the functions of Steel City have been rebooted, and I am currently checking the condition of the spaceship. Would you like to inspect it? As it spoke, the status of the entire city was displayed on the screen. Zhou Yu glanced at the screen and nodded in satisfaction, then declined Unit 3's offer. The priority now was to bring the ancient civilization gravity chamber from Earth. So he said directly, "No need. I'll check it when I return. There's no point in looking at an incomplete setup. You handle things here." "Understood, Master." After Zhou Yu finished speaking, he flew out of the control room, and in the next moment, he shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light as he departed Mars. All that remained was a gradually reviving steel city, where faintly an electronic voice echoed, "Master, safe travels." Unfortunately, due to his eagerness, he did not hear Unit 3's farewell. Zhou Yu unleashed his full power, and within mere seconds, bolstered by his domain and mental prowess, he transcended the gravitational pull of Mars, accelerating relentlessly in the direction from which he had come. From a distance, he appeared as a fleeting meteor streaking across the cosmos. This time, Zhou Yu exerted all his might. As he traversed, meteors were cleaved asunder by his domain, a clear testament to his anxious state of mind. In just 6 days, Zhou Yu returned to Earth, that blue cradle of life. Outside the planet, he set his course and soared directly towards the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, hurtling through the Earth's atmosphere and igniting fierce flames of friction, resembling a meteor descending to the ground. Chapter 52, Communication. Minutes later, Zhou Yu arrived at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. At the entrance stood a youthful and radiant staff member, who, upon witnessing Zhou Yu descending from the sky, promptly approached him and said, "Chairman Zhou Yu, greetings. Master Hong has sent me to escort you. Please follow me." A spark of excitement flickered across Zhou Yu's face as he nodded to the staff member and replied, "Yes. Let's go." Following the staff member's guidance, Zhou Yu made his way to the training grounds of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Along the way, he was greeted by numerous voices, to which he simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Chairman Zhou Yu, greetings, third chairman." Before long, they reached the training grounds of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's headquarters. "Chairman Zhou Yu, Master Hong, and Master Thunder God are already waiting for you inside." "I understand. You may return to your duties," Zhou Yu replied. The staff member bowed slightly and returned to their post. Zhou Yu gazed at the building before him and walked directly towards the entrance. Sensing an approaching presence, a beam of white light appeared above the door, scanning Zhou Yu. In the next moment, a gentle female voice echoed, "Identity confirmed." "Welcome, Chairman Zhou Yu." The door swung open, and Zhou Yu stepped inside to find Hong and Thunder God engaged in a sparring match, both refraining from employing their full powers, even controlling their strength to a certain extent. The combat spear in Hong's hands transformed into a fearsome serpent, poised to strike Thunder God with deadly precision, while Thunder God wielded his combat blade with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, creating a deafening roar with his terrifying speed. As if sensing Zhou Yu's arrival, both Hong and Thunder God executed their final moves simultaneously. With a thunderous crash, the two ordinary weapons collided, unable to withstand the force of their combined might. Shattering upon impact, it was a stalemate. The two were far too familiar with each other, and given their equivalent strength and weaponry, the outcome was hardly surprising. Unperturbed by the broken weapons, Hong and Thunder God turned their gazes toward Zhou Yu, asking, "Why have you returned so soon?" Over the past 6 months, Zhou Yu had ventured out 3 times, and after 2 fruitless excursions, Hong and Thunder God assumed this trip would yield no different results, hence their casual demeanor. Unable to contain his excitement upon seeing Hong and Thunder God, Zhou Yu whispered, "Brother Hong, second brother, I found it." This revelation left Hong and Thunder God momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in astonishment. Thunder God exclaimed, "Really?" Hong's expression shifted to one of gravity as he quickly pulled both Thunder God and Zhou Yu to a secure chamber within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, asking urgently, "Zhou Yu, have you truly found the spaceship? What are the specifics?" Zhou Yu, grinning at the visibly excited duo, replied, "Brother Hong, second brother, my expedition yielded significant discoveries. It's not merely a spaceship. There exists a complete spaceship production line on Mars." Upon hearing this, Hong and Thunder God's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thunder God eagerly inquired, "A complete production line? Does that mean we can usher Earth into the interstellar era?" Zhou Yu, feeling slightly awkward, replied, "Second brother, I'm afraid not. The primary equipment and materials for the spaceship on Mars are insufficient for mass production." Hong furrowed his brow, asking, "What materials are lacking? Do we have them on Earth?" Zhou Yu shook his head and said, "Brother Hong, there's no use in contemplating. The spaceship lacks gravity devices, and such materials do not exist on Earth. Even metals of the same properties are inadequate. Production is simply unattainable." Both Hong and Thunder God, being individuals of considerable heritage, understood the critical importance of the gravity apparatus on a spaceship, and their expressions fell to one of disappointment. Zhou Yu chuckled. Brother Hong, second brother. Although we lack the materials here on Earth, we possess the ancient civilization gravity chambers obtained from the ruins. Model 3 has compared the data and can directly transform the ancient gravity chamber into a single-person gravity pod, which can be installed on the spaceship, fully accommodating solo space travel. Hong's eyes lit up instantly. Is that true? How long will it take to manufacture a spaceship? Are there any intact spaceships remaining on Mars? Zhou Yu shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. There are no complete ships, only a semi-finished vessel, which is precisely missing the gravity device. That is why I hurry back. I estimate that to produce a complete spaceship, following the pace of the Martian production line, will take at least 6 months. Hong and Thunder God gazed at Zhou Yu with disappointment. Thunder God lamented, "So long? This means only you can venture out for now." A smug expression crossed Zhou Yu's face as he replied, "Indeed, for I can survive in the cosmos. Aren't you envious, second brother?" Thunder God, feeling slightly irked by Zhou Yu's arrogance, retorted, "Zhou Yu, it seems we haven't sparred in ages. Let's have a proper match later." Zhou Yu, taken aback, quickly conceded, saying, "Second brother, I was wrong." His acknowledgement was not out of fear of losing, but rather the hassle of sparring with Thunder God, for he had no time to waste. Seeing Zhou Yu so readily concede, Thunder God wore a pleased expression. Hong looked at the two with a hint of exasperation before turning to Zhou Yu with a serious demeanor. "Did you return specifically to retrieve the gravity chambers?" Zhou Yu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Brother Hong. I recall there are several sets of ancient civilization gravity chambers in the Academy's treasury that I wish to take." After a moment of contemplation, Hong replied, "You may use whatever is in the treasury, but exercise caution. I trust you are aware of the harsh realities of the cosmos." Zhou Yu fell silent for a moment, then smiled, saying, "Haha, rest assured, I am a person of great fortune and vitality. Nothing will befall me." With that, Zhou Yu stood up and prepared to head to the treasury. As he departed, Hong and Thunder God exchanged silent glances, feeling a sense of helplessness as the world's foremost martial artists found themselves relying on a mere 20-year-old to undertake such a perilous venture. Suddenly, Zhou Yu recalled something and turned back, saying, "Brother Hong, second brother, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after my 5 personal guards and friends." Thunder God, his gaze revealing an inscrutable expression, smiled and assured, "Rest easy. I will take good care of them." Zhou Yu grinned, "Thank you, second brother," and without a backward glance, he exited the training hall, heading straight for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's treasury. After Zhou Yu left, Hong turned to Thunder God with a grave expression. "We must also prepare ourselves." Thunder God, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded resolutely. Chapter 53, Completion. This marked Zhou Yu's second visit to the treasure vault of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. His previous visit occurred prior to his ascension to planetary status. This time, Zhou Yu made his way directly to the center of the vault, where he beheld several colossal gravity chambers. He casually selected one and stored it within his spatial ring. Having returned to Earth for less than an hour, he had no time to rest before preparing to depart once more. Before his departure, he sent an email to his 3 diligent personal guards, instructing them to choose a spirit of wood as a reward at the villa. Upon receiving their leader's email, the 3 guards were left bewildered, uncertain of what they had done to deserve another reward. Ever since being appointed as personal guards, their responsibilities had been minimal, and their leader often went missing, leaving them feeling like abandoned children. After sending the email, Zhou Yu swiftly ascended into the sky. Hong and the Thunder God stood atop the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, gazing at the azure streak of light in the sky, silently sighing. Meanwhile on Mars, the fully integrated number 3 of the Golden TC City Group provided Zhou Yu with a delightful surprise. Not only had number 3 resumed Mars mining operations, but it had also upgraded the previously B8 class metal ship by replacing its key components and exterior with C8 class metal, significantly enhancing its design. Although this consumed all the stored C8 metal for number 3, which possessed the entirety of Mars mineral wealth, it was undoubtedly worth the investment. At that moment, the once desolate Steel City was now bustling with activity, filled with crimson robots at work, countless machines operating, and vast quantities of metal being mined, transported, and smelted. After 6 days, Zhou Yu felt a hint of blood in his eyes. He had been sleepless for nearly 20 days. As he finally laid eyes on the orange-red planet once more, his spirits lifted. He had arrived. Quickly orienting himself, Zhou Yu's wristband established a swift connection with number 3's core. Moments later, he gazed at the vibrant city before him with a sense of disbelief. It seemed as though the entire city had come to life in just over 10 days. Suddenly, a red humanoid projection appeared before Zhou Yu, greeting him. Master, welcome back. The life support system has been installed, and number 3 has conducted a series of upgrades on the ship. Would you like to visit the production facility? Zhou Yu, initially somewhat dazed, was taken aback by number 3's words. Oh, you upgraded the ship? Was there enough time for that? Number 3's red hologram nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Master. The upgrades were conducted on the existing foundation and do not hinder your voyage. Feeling relieved, Zhou Yu replied, That's good. Take me to see it. I will also deliver the gravity chamber. Understood, Master. Please follow me, number 3 responded. Following the holographic figure, Zhou Yu marveled at the steel city. Moments later, number 3 led him into the core pyramid manufacturing facility, where a massive crimson, sword-shaped spaceship awaited him. A spark of excitement ignited in Zhou Yu's eyes. He dared to claim that no man could resist the allure of such a vessel. Observing Zhou Yu's fervent gaze, number 3 began its introduction. The original B8 class ship has been upgraded, with its main components replaced by C8 class metal. It measures 328 meters in length and features a blade-like design capable of slicing through most small meteoroids at high speeds. Its exterior has been entirely replaced with C8 class metal, and it is equipped with 4 C8 class laser cannons and 108 small laser guns. Its maximum speed can reach 15 times the speed of light, with an acceleration to light speed achievable in 30 minutes. It only requires the gravity system to commence interstellar travel. Listening to number 3's explanation, Zhou Yu gazed longingly at the magnificent vessel. Once the gravity chamber was completed in a few days, he would be able to travel aboard this ship, no longer forced to traverse the cosmos with his own body, a sensation he had grown weary of. Noticing Zhou Yu's captivated expression, number 3 continued, Master, after gaining control of this city, I diverted a portion of energy from all pyramids to power the ship, which should suffice for a year of travel. Please be mindful of conserving energy. Additionally, I have discovered a substantial amount of raw mineral remnants throughout the city and mining sites, accumulating 120,000 black dragon coins and 55 million silver blue coins for your initial use. Zhou Yu nodded in understanding. Initially, Mars had a population of several hundred million, yet, lacking logistics, only 3 ships had managed to escape, and the fate of those aboard remained uncertain. The remaining millions perished on the orange-red planet. The wealth number 3 had gathered from these remnants was no small feat, especially considering that humans in the universe typically preferred to store their riches in the Galactic Bank or the Universal First Bank for safety and convenience. 5 days later, Zhou Yu gazed at the sword-shaped ship before him, a feeling of satisfaction welling within him. The gravity chamber had been successfully installed, and the ship was now fully qualified for interstellar travel. Its overall crimson blade-like form resembled a colossal sword, with its smooth red metallic exterior gleaming under the lights, leaving Zhou Yu momentarily entranced. Master, the ship is fully completed and ready for interstellar travel. Shall we set sail immediately? Set sail for the Silver Blue Empire's Imperial Star, Zhou Yu declared. He had long decided that his first destination would be Silver Blue Star, the Imperial Star of the Silver Blue Empire. In terms of safety, it was on par with Long Star, though it might lack in resources. Nonetheless, for Zhou Yu at this moment, it was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Additionally, Silver Blue Star housed branches of pinnacle human forces, such as the Virtual Universe Company and the Galactic Bank, which could fulfill all of Zhou Yu's objectives. As Zhou Yu boarded the ship, his initial excitement gave way to a somber mood. He addressed number 3, erase all data pertaining to the solar system, especially Earth. Retain only the interstellar route map for travel and store it in your core location. If we face a threat of exposure, destroy it immediately. Earth's existence must not be revealed. Should a crisis arise, I will not hesitate to self-destruct, for even in the hands of cosmic-level powerhouses, I possess the means to end my own life, ensuring that, in the face of danger, it concludes here. An unclaimed life planet is an immense treasure for those in the cosmic corners, let alone a world filled with secrets like Earth. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's orders, number 3 fell into a rare silence before finally responding, Yes, Master, as you wish. Chapter 54, Silver Blue Star. After entering the gravity chamber, Zhou Yu lay back and said, Number 3, let's set off. The gravity chamber, once spacious enough for multiple occupants, had been transformed to accommodate only Zhou Yu, leaving him feeling somewhat cramped, almost as if lying in a coffin. He found this discomforting and resolved to purchase materials to modify the ship upon reaching Silver Blue Star, as the current conditions were quite unbearable. Upon receiving Zhou Yu's command, number 3 promptly replied, Yes, Master. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Yu felt a tremor emanating from the vessel beneath him, as the apex of the external core pyramid began to undergo a transformation, seemingly cleaved in twain, splitting apart from middle. From the fissure's depths, a crimson-hued, blade-like spaceship ascended slowly, adjusting its trajectory once it surpassed the height of the pyramid. In the next instant, a resounding hum filled the air, and a scarlet blaze erupted from the ship's rear. In the blink of an eye, the blade-like vessel shot forth like an unparalleled swordsman unleashing a dazzling strike, its luminous trajectory slicing through the heavens before vanishing from the planet's view. In less than a second, the ship liberated itself from Mars' gravitational pull, entering the vastness of space. Master, the ship has entered the cosmos. It is anticipated to reach light speed in approximately 30 minutes and transition into dark space. Shall we initiate external scenery simulation? There's no need. I have grown weary of it over the past 6 months, Zhou Yu replied with a hint of resignation. Moreover, he felt akin to a corpse resting in a coffin. Activating the simulation now would render him as though exiled in the starlit void. Understood, Master. Half an hour later, the voice of the ship's AI, designated as number 3, echoed. Report, Master. The ship is nearing light speed. We are about to initiate dark space traversal. Please prepare yourself. As the vessel accelerated to light speed, all connections to the gravity chamber flickered with luminescence, evidently operating at full power to safeguard Zhou Yu's well-being. Should energy levels falter, the gravitational forces at light speed would reduce him to mere pulp. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dark space traversal commencing. Successfully attaining light speed, the blade-like ship vanished from its original universe, and Zhou Yu only heard a resonant hum, followed by the cessation of the previously cacophonous sounds and vibrations as the vessel gradually stabilized. Upon entering dark space, Zhou Yu exhaled a sigh of relief within the gravity chamber and inquired of number 3, "May I exit the gravity chamber now?" Report, Master. External gravity has stabilized. You may exit at your discretion. With newfound assurance, Zhou Yu opened the chamber door, stepped out, and stretched his somewhat discomfort body. He then asked number 3, "How long until we reach Silver Blue Star?" Based on the calculated trajectory, the ship will arrive at the spatial wormhole in half an hour. We will need to decelerate for spatial traversal, and after overcoming the dim zone, we will accelerate back to light speed for cosmic navigation, totaling approximately 72 hours. Nodding at number 3's assessment, Zhou Yu remarked, 72 hours is not too long. He then seated himself outside the gravity chamber, commencing his review of the universal language he had only begun to study in recent days, a considerable challenge for him, though he could not rely on number 3 for translation once they reached Silver Blue Star. 3 days passed in a flash as Zhou Yu immersed himself in his studies. A solitary blade-like ship traversed the dark cosmos, its hull occasionally illuminated by a flicker of dim lights. Suddenly, number 3's voice roused Zhou Yu from his reverie. Report, Master. The ship is nearing the dark space coordinates of Silver Blue Star. Please return to the gravity chamber. Rubbing his slightly throbbing head, Zhou Yu acknowledged that language acquisition was invariably a headache-inducing endeavor. Once he regained his composure, he entered the gravity chamber. Click! The gravity chamber door sealed shut. Buzz! A silvery blue planet, several times the size of Earth, materialized in the distance as Zhou Yu's crimson ship emerged from dark space. The vessel remained stationary, for it had entered the jurisdiction of Silver Blue Star's starry expanse and awaited a signal from the planet before it could proceed. Upon the ship's emergence from dark space, Zhou Yu exited the gravity chamber, patiently awaiting the entry signal. Not long after, number 3 received a guiding signal from Silver Blue Star. Following the instructions, number 3 maneuvered the ship toward the interstellar docking area, where all incoming and outgoing vessels were regulated. In the cosmos, virtually every celestial body had a similar system in place. Any ship wishing to enter a life-sustaining planet must submit an entry application or else be deemed an invader, with the planetary authorities entitled to employ force. Of course, this rule primarily constrained the weak. Strength reigned supreme in the universe. Under Silver Blue Star's guidance, the ship gradually approached the docking area, swiftly penetrating the planet's atmosphere. During this descent, Zhou Yu observed numerous vessels traversing to and from the planet. Upon reaching a suitable altitude, number 3 received the docking signal and skillfully guided the ship to land in Zone C. Boom. The ship touched down in the azure docking area, and as the hatch opened, Zhou Yu felt the gravitational pull, though not excessively heavy, merely 5 times that of Earth. The Dantian planet trembled slightly, counteracting the gravity as he exited the vessel and set foot on Silver Blue Star's surface. At that moment, a human with pale blue skin approached, wearing a sycophantic smile and speaking in slightly accented universal language. Esteemed guest, welcome to Silver Blue Star. My name is Blue, and I am your guide here. If you choose to employ my services, I shall facilitate your journey, whether for tourism, shopping, or other endeavors, for just a modest sum. Zhou Yu pondered briefly, recognizing the necessity of a knowledgeable guide on Silver Blue Star. He addressed the individual before him. How much do you require? Upon hearing Zhou Yu's inquiry, Blue's face lit up with a smile, fully aware that the deal was secure. He replied, esteemed guest, a mere 10,000 silver blue coins will suffice, of which 5,000 is the docking fee, and the remainder is my service charge. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Yu produced 10 black dragon coins and casually tossed them to Blue. Very well, I entrust this to you. Catching the coins and recognizing them as black dragon coins, Blue's smile grew even more obsequious. Quickly entering work mode, he pocketed the coins and activated his personal AI to settle the docking fee. With a beaming countenance, he turned to Zhou Yu and inquired, esteemed guest, are you here for tourism, to settle, or for business? Zhou Yu scanned Blue briefly, contemplating before responding. First, take me to the embassy of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire on Silver Blue Star. I wish to apply for citizenship. Chapter 55, Virtual Universe Company. Though surprised that someone aboard a Class C spaceship had not yet acquired citizenship, Blue concealed his astonishment and respectfully addressed Zhou Yu. Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's flawless universal language, Blue speculated that he might be the direct disciple of a powerful planetary lord, likely here for leisure. Curiously, Zhou Yu observed the environment of Silver Blue Star, his first visit to a life-sustaining planet, in stark contrast to the desolate and barren landscapes of Venus, Mercury, and Mars. Silver Blue Star presented a vibrant world. Aside from differences in gravity and size, the environmental contrast was stark. Earth, a vast aquatic sphere, had 70 of its surface covered by oceans, while Silver Blue Star's waters comprised only 35, with the majority of its expanse dominated by solid land. Following Blue, Zhou Yu arrived at a rental facility within the interstellar docking area, watching as Blue adeptly rented a shuttle. With utmost respect, Blue opened the shuttle door and gestured. Esteemed guest, please board the shuttle. Zhou Yu observed the actions of Buell with a touch of unfamiliarity, nodding slightly before speaking. There is no need to address me as Your Excellency. Simply call me Zhou Yu. Upon hearing these words, a look of delight spread across Buell's face as he replied, certainly, Master Zhou Yu. For Buell, encountering a gentle and affluent employer was indeed a rare fortune. After boarding the shuttle, Zhou Yu gazed absently at the scenery outside, while Buell, sensing his contemplation, refrained from interrupting and quietly navigated towards the largest city on Silver Blue Star, the epitome of prosperity on the planet. For Buell, his keen eyesight was the cornerstone of his livelihood. Even before Zhou Yu's spacecraft had landed, he had instantly recognized that the vessel soaring above was of at least C-class caliber. Consequently, Buell was the first to approach the owner of the spacecraft, a decision that proved to be astute. Although Zhou Yu possessed only the strength of a Tier 3 planetary being, the slight antiquity in his flawless universal cosmic language suggested to Buell that he hailed from an ancient and powerful lineage. The shuttle traveled at remarkable speed, traversing from the interstellar docking area to the bustling metropolis of Silver Blue Capital in merely 40 minutes. Prior to departure, Buell had already arranged for Zhou Yu's nationality processing at the Black Dragon Mountain Embassy through his own means. As they disembarked, a similarly pale blue-skinned individual approached Buell, presenting him with a card while whispering a phrase before departing. Zhou Yu, intrigued, observed their exchange without comment. Buell then handed the card to Zhou Yu, saying, Master Zhou Yu, this is your pass for international processing. You may proceed directly, as all other formalities have already been taken care of. A smile graced Zhou Yu's face as he accepted the card, replying, thank you very much. He then entered the Black Dragon Mountain Embassy. Watching Zhou Yu's retreating figure, Buell felt a twinge of anxiety, wagering that he could reap significant benefits from Zhou Yu. Gritting his teeth, he began arranging appointments for other significant locales, such as the Cosmic Star River Bank and the Virtual Universe Company. Although he had only reserved standard services, the expenses were substantial. Had Zhou Yu not provided Black Dragon coins, Buell might have incurred a loss. Soon, Zhou Yu emerged from the Black Dragon Mountain Embassy. The nationality process was straightforward for any Tier 3 human, requiring merely 50 Black Dragon coins for registration. Upon seeing Zhou Yu's return, Buell promptly approached with a sycophantic smile, inquiring, Master Zhou Yu, do you have any destinations in mind? I have arranged appointments at most of the important sites within Silver Blue Capital. We can proceed without delay. Hearing this, Zhou Yu cast a contemplative glance at Buell, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips as he responded, "The nationality is settled. Let us first visit the Virtual Universe Company, then the Cosmic Star Riverbank. Additionally, I need to purchase some spacecraft equipment, and you shall arrange accommodation for me. I plan to stay on Silver Blue Star for approximately 10 days, and I will provide you with 10 Black Dragon coins daily as compensation." Buell's heart soared at Zhou Yu's words. It seemed his gamble had paid off. He respectfully opened the shuttle door for Zhou Yu, stating, "Very well, Master Zhou Yu. It is my utmost honor to serve you." It is worth noting that individuals like Buell typically had contracts with most factions on Silver Blue Star. Any expenditure made while accompanying a client to these contracted factions would earn them a commission. The Virtual Universe Company was not far from the Black Dragon Mountain Embassy. They reached their destination in mere minutes aboard the shuttle. Zhou Yu marveled at the imposing structure before him. Under the scrutiny of the third-level inspection, it was revealed that this skyscraper was entirely constructed from C9, grade metallic crystal silver iron, its value surpassing that of Silver Blue Star itself, underscoring the immense wealth of the Virtual Universe Company. It was remarkable that this edifice stood in a remote star region of human territory, marking it as one of the most iconic buildings in Silver Blue Star and even the Silver Blue Empire. As before, upon exiting the vehicle, a pale blue-skinned individual promptly handed a card to Buell, stating, "Buell, your reservation is confirmed. Here is the pass for VIP room 108 on the 6666 floor." Zhou Yu chuckled, remarking, "Buell, it appears you are quite the local expert here, knowing people everywhere." Buell, eager to flatter, replied, "Master Zhou Yu, you flatter me. I merely have a wide circle of acquaintances. Please follow me." Buell guided Zhou Yu into the Virtual Universe Company, expertly navigating to the conveyor belt and swiping the card. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of VIP room 108 on the 6666 floor. Buell presented the card to Zhou Yu, saying, "Master Zhou Yu, this is your reserved VIP room. Please, I shall wait for you outside." Zhou Yu took the card and thanked Buell before stepping into the room. Inside the VIP room, a grand chair dominated the center, and directly ahead loomed a vast holographic projection. As Zhou Yu entered, a virtual figure materialized upon the screen. Taking a seat, Zhou Yu addressed the projection. "I wish to open an account, and I have a top-tier secret technique I intend to sell to the Virtual Universe Company." This was a plan Zhou Yu had meticulously crafted, ensuring it was the safest course of action. Chapter 56, The Choice. Beep. The once vacant gaze of the projection flickered with life, transforming into a human silhouette. Zhou Yu surmised that the previous virtual intelligence lacked the authority for such matters, necessitating a direct connection to a superior at the Virtual Universe Company. The need for this connection stemmed from the fact that no one dared to deceive the Virtual Universe Company, unless one wished to court death. Zhou Yu regarded the figure with curiosity, but before he could speak, the silhouette initiated the dialogue. "Greetings, sir. May I inquire if the top-tier secret technique you mentioned is genuine, and whether it can be uploaded to the Virtual Universe for validation?" While aware that no one would dare to deceive the Virtual Universe Company, the figure still posed the question, cautious of potential risks. Zhou Yu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it can be uploaded at any time. However, I have yet to open an account with the Virtual Universe Company, so—" "Not a problem," the figure interjected, seemingly taken aback by Zhou Yu's status, and then gestured, sending a beam of light towards the bracelet on Zhou Yu's wrist. This bracelet, modified on Mars, had nearly caught up with the performance of most light brains. As Zhou Yu observed the device, a torrent of data flowed across its surface, and moments later, the light dissipated, accompanied by the announcement, "Done." Evidently, the figure had utilized their authority to facilitate Zhou Yu's account creation. Zhou Yu nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you." The figure shook their head, replying, "No need for thanks. You may call me Supervisor Kisu. Your virtual account has been established. I will now initiate virtual monitoring, allowing you to upload the secret technique to the Virtual Universe Company for verification. Should it be unrecorded and of proper grade, the company will offer you a reasonable price." Zhou Yu nodded and addressed his wristband, saying, "Number 3, upload the foundational and advanced techs of body control to the Virtual Universe Company." "Yes, Master," came the reply for number 3. The wristband illuminated, and a plethora of data began to flicker. Moments later, number 3's voice echoed, "Master, the secret technique has been successfully uploaded." Zhou Yu paid no heed to number 3, instead casting a nervous gaze towards the supervisor, Kisu, who stood before him. Although he was confident in the level of the secret technique, he harbored uncertainties about the existence of similar techniques in the vast universe. Upon receiving the uploaded technique, Kisu's consciousness was instantaneously drawn into a virtual space, while simultaneously, The virtual universe system commenced its evaluation of Zhou Yu's secret technique. Kisu calmly awaited the results. The content comparison of the secret technique began. No duplicates found. 21. 837 instances with a similarity below 10, confirmed as non-archived secret techniques. The feasibility of the technique commenced derivation. In an instant, a staggering number of virtual beings appeared before Kisu, encompassing all races within the human species, including certain subservient races. Countless silhouettes began practicing the secret technique under the control of the virtual universe's simulation, while time accelerated. In a mere moment, numerous foreign practitioners failed in their training, spitting blood and vanishing, leaving only blood and flesh-based humanoid entities. Concurrently, under the accelerated passage of time, humans who successfully completed the training of the secret technique soon emerged. Kisu focused intently and was astonished to see that they had fully simulated Zhou Yu's form. As time progressed, an increasing number of silhouettes succeeded in mastering the technique, culminating in the last blood-and-flesh humanoid virtual entity completing the training. The grand voice of the virtual universe system resounded. Feasibility derivation completed. Feasible. Level tentatively classified as top tier. Available for acquisition. Acquisition plan to be finalized. Please execute immediately. Subsequently, Kisu was swiftly expelled from the virtual space. In a top-floor office of the Silver Blue Star Virtual Universe Company, Kisu exhibited no reaction to the abrupt actions of the virtual universe system. Instead, he respectfully bowed towards the front and opened the email sent by the virtual universe company. Upon reading its contents, Kisu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he transferred his consciousness into the virtual entity. Though it appeared that a considerable amount of time had passed, under the control of the virtual universe system, only a few seconds had elapsed. Zhou Yu observed the figure before him lost in thought for a few seconds, before a benevolent smile graced his face as he spoke. Mr. Zhou Yu, greetings. After testing, the technique you are selling, body control, is classified as an entirely new secret technique. The virtual universe company presents you with two acquisition options. Zhou Yu exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face as he inquired, Supervisor Kisu, may I ask what these two options are? At this moment, Kisu's demeanor had markedly shifted from his initial stance, and having reviewed the email from the virtual universe company, he was acutely aware of the underlying implications of the human virtual universe system before him. Thus, he spoke kindly to Zhou Yu. The first option involves you granting authorization of the technique to the virtual universe company, which would then sell it on your behalf. The company will provide you with a one-time internal exchange credit of 100,000 points, and each time someone redeems your technique, you will receive 0.1 points. Alternatively, the virtual universe company offers a direct buyout of the technique for 1.2 million points, contingent upon your joining the virtual universe company. Should you opt for this plan, the company promises to bestow upon you the privileges of a core elite genius and arrange for your training at headquarters. Zhou Yu's heart raced at the mention of headquarters. Was it the initial universe or one of the four great secret realms? Regardless, both signify immense resources and opportunities. Zhou Yu licked his lips, opting to remain silent for the moment to hear the second proposition offered by the virtual universe company. Noticing Zhou Yu's contemplative demeanor, Kisu discreetly nodded in acknowledgement, further solidifying his respect for him, and continued, the second option entails the virtual universe company offering 1.8 million mixed yuan units for the purchase of your body control, accompanied by a requirement for you to sign a contract stipulating that if you later create and wish to sell subsequent parts of the technique, the virtual universe company holds the right of first refusal. Upon concluding his statement, Kisu gazed earnestly at Zhou Yu, eager to discern his choice. It was hard for Kisu to fathom that this mere planetary-level individual could devise a technique of such caliber, yet the judgment of the virtual universe company was infallible. Hearing these two choices, Zhou Yu fell into deep contemplation. The value of the first option undoubtedly outweighed that of the second. The resources accessible upon joining the virtual universe company were beyond ordinary imagination, albeit at the potential cost of some initial freedom. Zhou Yu remained tethered to Earth. Although the original narrative suggested no immediate concerns, one could never be too certain. The second option, however, merely promised exorbitant wealth, transcending that of most ordinary immortals, wealth sufficient to elevate Zhou Yu to the pinnacle of a realm lord. Chapter 57. The Fourth Order Battle Blade. Ahem. Observing Zhou Yu lost in thought for an extended period, Kisu cleared his throat to jolt him back to the present. Awakened by the sound, Zhou Yu quickly regained his composure, his expression serious as he bowed to Kisu, stating, Supervisor Kisu, I have several queries regarding the first option that require your clarification. If you will be so kind. A knowing glimmer danced in Kisu's eyes as he nodded. Ask away. Where is the headquarters located? What privileges accompany the status of core elite genius? What resources can be afforded for my training? What limitations would I face upon joining the virtual universe company? Most importantly, when would I be able to visit the headquarters? Zhou Yu voiced all his inquiries in one breath, then fixed a serious gaze upon Kisu. Kisu regarded the young man before him, whose eyes, though somewhat anxious, remained resolute in their questioning, and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He too had once been a youthful aspirant. The headquarters is situated at the heart of human territory, where you will have the opportunity to compare yourself with the most exceptional geniuses among the human race, in a locale inhabited by countless peak existences. The privileges of a core elite genius rank just below those of the 4 great secret realms. If your talent is sufficient, there exists the possibility of ascending to become one of the lords of these realms. As for the specifics of these realms, you will be able to inquire further once you join the virtual universe company, as your status will grant you the right to access such information. Regarding the resources allocated to you, upon signing the contract, the virtual universe company will promptly assign you a dedicated guard unit, and you will have the privilege of selecting a teacher of Realm Lord caliber from the company. As for limitations, there is only the matter of strength. The virtual universe company does not concern itself with individuals like you, but rather seeks to provide opportunities for your growth, with the hope of nurturing a formidable protector of the territory from the infinitesimal possibilities of 1 in a million, 10 million, or even a billion. Once you agree to join the virtual universe company, the virtual universe system will immediately dispatch a guard unit from headquarters to escort you there, expected to arrive at Qiulong Star to retrieve you in 2 years, something your C-class spaceship would take centuries to achieve, Ki suggested. Zhou Yu was not surprised that Kisu was aware of the classification of his spaceship. It was likely that upon his announcement of possessing a top-tier secret technique for sale, the virtual universe company had thoroughly investigated his profile. 2 years, a span ample enough for Zhou Yu to address the formidable early crisis posed by the golden-horned beasts on Earth. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhou Yu's eyes as he raised his gaze towards Kisu, stating, Director Kisu, I have made my decision to join the virtual universe company. I opt for the profit-sharing model for my points, and additionally, I require the elite genius privileges to be granted to me in advance. Moreover, I need complete freedom over the next 2 years. After that, I shall arrive at Qiulong Star ahead of schedule, awaiting my journey to headquarters. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's choices, Kisu erupted into hearty laughter. A sagacious choice indeed. Your requested privileges and freedom are entirely feasible. However, I advise against squandering these 2 years. Shortly, the virtual universe company will send you the contract. Once you sign it, your internal points and privileges will be granted instantly. Should you wish to utilize them, you may exchange them within the virtual universe. Naturally, upon exchanging resources, you must retrieve them from Qiulong Star or Inlan Star. Zhou Yu nodded in understanding, and shortly thereafter, his wristband vibrated, projecting a contract that meticulously detailed numerous clauses, encompassing both Zhou Yu's stipulations and the consequences of breach. Without perusing the document, Zhou Yu inscribed his mental imprint upon it. Under the vigilant surveillance of the virtual universe system, no one dared to deceive. Witnessing Zhou Yu's unhesitating signing of the contract, Kisu cast an approving glance his way, remarking, Well done. Within 3 minutes, the virtual universe system will transfer 100,000 points to your account, while your privileges have been elevated to that of a core genius, and the internal network of the virtual universe has been opened for you. After completing the contract, Zhou Yu relaxed instantly, respectfully addressing Kisu. Thank you, Director Kisu. No need for formality. In truth, I owe you my gratitude as well. This transaction is quite advantageous for me, Kisu replied with a smile. Following this, a mysterious smile graced Kisu's face as he said, Zhou Yu, please wait a moment. I have something for you. Kisu appeared momentarily lost in thought for several seconds. After 3 seconds, Zhou Yu felt a tremor beneath him as a platform emerged from the ground, adorned with several shimmering items. Zhou Yu turned to Kisu, inquiring with curiosity, Director Kisu, what is this? Kisu's projection approached the table, gesturing for Zhou Yu to come closer, laughing heartily. Take a look. These are gifts from me to you. Trinkets, nothing significant. Alas, the Inlan Star branch lacks superior items. See if you find them to your liking. Approaching the platform, Zhou Yu observed 3 items on display. Kisu stroked his chin, beginning his introduction of the items. The first was the Wind Crystal Battle Armor, crafted from D9, grade metal wind crystal iron, capable of withstanding attacks from domain lords of the 9th tier at maximum. The complete set consists of 6 pieces, inscribed with speed-enhancing secret patterns. augmenting speed by up to 50 for those below the Realm Lord level. The second item was an intelligent light brain, the latest model from the Virtual Universe Company. Its performance was commendable, at least far surpassing that of your wristband in computational speed, thus proving beneficial. The third item was the fourth-tier battle dagger, Wind Whisper, considered one of the more effective standard weapons, especially for those who have comprehended the domain of wind, though it remains usable for those who have grasped other principles as well. Zhou Yu's eyes ignited with fervor upon hearing Kisu's description of the fourth-tier battle dagger. Observing Zhou Yu's fervent gaze, Kisu erupted into laughter, saying, "You need not be so polite. Consider these as my investment in you. Aside from Wind Whisper, the other two are mere trifles, holding little significance for me." Accepting Kisu's words with a clenched jaw, Zhou Yu bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Director Kisu." This gesture was Kisu's goodwill towards him, which Zhou Yu felt compelled to accept. One who holds the position of branch director in the Virtual Universe Company surely possesses strength, at least at the Domain Lord level. Thus, Zhou Yu promptly stored Wind Whisper within his spatial ring and recognized the Wind Crystal Battle Armor and Intelligent Light Brain as his own. In no time, Zhou Yu completed a magnificent transformation, encased in an entire set of Azure Battle Armor. The occasionally flashing secret pattern lines rendered the armor particularly enigmatic, while his Intelligent Brain number 3 was seamlessly transferred to the latest model of the Intelligent Light Brain, experiencing profound enhancement. Kisu, observing Zhou Yu's actions, chuckled softly, refraining from further words, and departed, leaving the room to the intelligent projection. After indulging in self-admiration for a while, Zhou Yu regained his composure, only to find that Kisu had already left, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. He felt he had lost face. Gazing at his striking azure attire, he deemed it excessively ostentatious and promptly commanded the armor to shift to black. Chapter 58, Investment. At the pinnacle of the Virtual Universe Company, a subordinate remarked, "Director, that Wind Whisper was purchased by the ruler of the Yinlan Empire. Is it truly wise to gift it to a planetary-level individual?" Kisu retorted, "Do I require your guidance in my affairs? It is merely a trivial matter concerning the Yinlan Empire. Let him wait." "Understood, Director. However, what of it?" Kisu interjected, "Do you believe I am merely gifting a dagger? I am investing. Failing to invest in a promising genius while he is still weak would be folly. Shall I wait until he grows strong?" Kisu spoke with a hint of pride. He then reflected enviously on the contract the Virtual Universe Company had extended to Zhou Yu. Continuing to address his subordinate, "It is truly astonishing. A mere planetary-level individual can manifest top-tier secret arts. It is no wonder the Virtual Universe system offered such a lucrative contract, without restrictions. Ah, but it is merely a lack of limitations for geniuses. Indeed, wise Director. Now, you may leave, expedite matters with the armaments factory, and arrange for another Wind Whisper to be sent." Kisu commanded, without waiting for his subordinate's departure. He opened the internal network of the Virtual Universe, navigating to the secret art section to search for body control, stating, "I must uncover the mysteries behind this secret art." The subordinate, wary, quickly exited the office, closing the door behind him, exhaling with relief, yet faintly hearing from within, "How exorbitant! The Foundational Edition costs a staggering 10,000 points in the VIP room." Zhou Yu purchased over 100 anonymous accounts and Virtual Universe helmets through the intelligent projection, which constituted his highest current privileges. The acquisition of anonymous accounts is subject to an annual limit, and with his present authority, he could procure only this quantity, all activated for a duration of 1,000 years. After receiving the helmets, Zhou Yu placed them into his spatial ring and concluded the transaction. For him, the gains from this endeavor were monumental, surpassing his initial expectations. Waiting at the entrance for quite some time, Buell was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Yu emerge from the VIP room. He had entered unencumbered, but now donned a full suit of pure black armor. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his esteemed patron. Stunned, he pondered, wasn't he merely opening an account? How did he undergo such a transformation? Observing the intricate patterns, aura, and sheen of the armor, Buell was certain it was D-grade battle armor. In this day and age, one opens an account and receives a battle armor as a gift. Buell questioned his existence for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, his expression filled with reverence. He surmised the implications, but understood it was beyond his purview to inquire further, prompting him to adopt an even more obsequious demeanor. Zhou Yu approached him, stating, "Let us proceed to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank." Buell swiftly responded, respectfully affirming, "Yes, Lord Zhou Yu, please follow me." He then tapped a few commands on his light brain. The duo arrived at the entrance of the Virtual Universe Company, where the shuttle they were to take promptly landed before them. The same individual exited the vehicle, addressing Buell. Buell, please. Very well. Let's go. Bure did not dare to say much more and planned to let him return. Zhou Yu glanced at the two of them, pulled a black dragon coin from his pocket, tossed it over, and said, "Here you go." This was Zhou Yu's tip for the satisfactory service he received. The man hurriedly caught the black dragon coin, looking somewhat flustered as he turned to Bure. Bure quickly urged, "Aren't you going to thank the Lord?" "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Zhou Yu nodded, no longer paying attention, and boarded the flying shuttle first, addressing Bure. "Bure, let us proceed to the next destination." "Yes, my lord Zhou Yu." Seeing that Zhou Yu had already boarded the shuttle, Bure had no time to say anything further. He merely patted the man's shoulder before hastily returning to the cockpit, starting the shuttle, and heading towards the Cosmic Star Riverbank. At the Cosmic Star Riverbank, Zhou Yu directly applied for 3 bank accounts and promptly converted 3 points of Virtual Universe internal credits into money, transferring it into the accounts. The credits from the Virtual Universe company could be exchanged for currency at a rate of 1 credit to 1 mixed yuan unit, though 1 mixed yuan unit could not be exchanged back for 1 credit. One of the accounts was for his personal use, while the other 2 were designated for Hong and Thunder God. This wealth would suffice for their early needs. As for Luo Feng, he was of no concern to Zhou Yu. After the mixed yuan units were exchanged into the accounts, Zhou Yu swiftly became a 3-star client of the Cosmic Star Riverbank, and in an instant, his cerebral interface received a plethora of emails filled with various investment recommendations, planetary purchases, introductions to slaves, and an assortment of other offers. Zhou Yu helplessly regarded the incessantly blinking interface and directly instructed the assistant, "Filter out all useless emails." "Yes, master," replied the assistant. Instantly, the interface ceased its blinking, leaving Zhou Yu somewhat speechless. Even in the cosmos, the business of sales persisted. As he exited the bank amidst the awed gazes of the staff, it was evident that a 3-star user was a figure of great significance in the impoverished Silver Blue Empire. Bure, on the other hand, gazed at Zhou Yu with astonishment. Although he had suspected that Zhou Yu's identity might be extraordinary, he had not anticipated such a grand surprise. This was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of his life. After leaving the bank, Zhou Yu pondered for a moment and decided to find a quiet place, as his sudden involvement with the Virtual Universe company had disrupted his original plans. Thus, he addressed Bure, who appeared somewhat dazed, saying, "Let's not go elsewhere for now. Take me to a place of high confidentiality." Awakened by Zhou Yu's words, Bure immediately perked up and responded, "Yes, my lord Zhou Yu. I have already reserved the finest residential area on Silver Blue Star for you, not far from the Star Riverbank." He swiftly opened the shuttle's hatch for Zhou Yu. A few minutes later, the shuttle landed in front of a colossal complex of silver castles. Zhou Yu observed this expansive architectural ensemble from the shuttle, finding it quite pleasing. With ample space, albeit somewhat ostentatious in color, Bure explained to Zhou Yu, "My lord Zhou Yu, this is the most luxurious residence on Silver Blue Star, a property of the Silver Blue Empire, specifically designed to host esteemed guests and foreign delegations. It boasts the finest estates and castles on Silver Blue Star, with top-tier service and confidentiality." Zhou Yu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "All right, let us enter." "Of course, my lord Zhou Yu." As they stepped through the grand entrance, Bure activated the auxiliary cerebral interface, swiftly summoning a robot that flew towards them. The robot's mechanical eyes scanned both individuals before it announced, "Scan complete. Welcome to Silver Blue Castle. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" Bure projected the reservation information into the air. The robot scanned it and said, "Greetings. Your reserve accommodation is apartment X9807. Upon hearing this, Bure's expression instantly darkened, recalling Zhou Yu's earlier request. He turned to Zhou Yu, bowing apologetically, "My lord Zhou Yu, I am at fault. My identity and authority only allowed me to book such a modest residence, which may not meet your expectations. I suggest you make the reservation personally. I am truly sorry for my inadequacy." Zhou Yu regarded the visibly distressed Bure, a faint smile crossing his face as he said, "It's a minor issue. I will handle the reservation myself." He then addressed his intelligent interface, "3, I leave this to you. I wish to stay for 10 days. "Yes, master." Given Zhou Yu's status as a 3-star client at the Cosmic Star Riverbank, securing a reservation was quite effortless. In fact, as 3 processed the reservation, the behind-the-scenes owner of the establishment received a communique from the Cosmic Star Riverbank, informing him of an important guest's arrival at his castle and instructing him to provide the highest level of service. Mere seconds after the reservation was finalized, the castle complex buzzed to life, with many staff members and robots mobilizing in response to the directive to ensure excellent service for the esteemed visitor. The individual responsible for managing the castle soon appeared before Zhou Yu, also a blue-skinned human, but belonging to the collateral branch of the Silver Blue Empire's royal family, tasked with overseeing this castle. Bowing before Zhou Yu, he said, "Esteemed guest, I am Queensland, the manager of Silver Blue Castle. We are immensely grateful for your choice to stay with us, and we have prepared the finest castle within Silver Blue Castle for you. Furthermore, all your expenses during your stay will be at a 50% discount. It is our utmost honor to serve you." Zhou Yu regarded the castle manager with a placid expression, nodding as he replied, "Very well, lead me there. Additionally, I require no service. Please vacate the castle. I will reside here for 10 days, and do not disturb me unless instructed. Should any matters arise, direct them to Beret." "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." The castle manager, Queensland, replied respectfully, maintaining his composed demeanor. He then turned to Beret, recognizing the fortune that had befallen him. Even as a member of the royal collateral branch, he felt a twinge of envy. After all, this was a 3-star client of the Cosmic Star Riverbank. Even a fraction of what he possessed could allow them to live comfortably for a lifetime. If he could forge a connection with such an individual, it might indeed elevate him to new heights. With a gentle demeanor, he addressed Beret, "Greetings, Mr. Beret. I look forward to your guidance over the next 10 days. Beret, overwhelmed with excitement after hearing Zhou Yu's words, had initially feared he had disappointed Zhou Yu, yet he had been granted such significant authority. It was akin to playing a game and discovering that what was thought to be an ordinary piece of equipment turned out to be a globally unique item, with the game company even promising shares to the player who acquired it. A foolish smile spread across Beret's face at this realization. Observing Beret's dazed expression, Zhou Yu chuckled and said to Queensland, "Let us proceed to the castle." "Certainly, please follow me," Queensland replied, secretly envious of the beaming Beret, and then respectfully guided Zhou Yu. As they exited the reception area, 2 mechanical flying devices swiftly approached. Queensland courteously addressed Zhou Yu, "After you." Zhou Yu followed Queensland toward the most central castle within the complex, where meticulously planned welcoming ceremony awaited them. Zhou Yu marveled at the efficiency of the arrangements. It had been mere minutes since he placed the order, and everything was already so well organized. As he observed the departing figures, Beret, regaining his composure, hurriedly called out, "My lord Zhou Yu, wait for me," and quickly pursued after them. Following the meticulously laid path, they arrived at a building radiating a mesmerizing blue light. Queensland proudly announced, "Behold, this is the highest-rated castle in Silver Blue City, typically reserved for the monarchs of other cosmic nations, spanning an impressive area of 10 square kilometers. It boasted 100 C-class mechanical guards, 10 laser cannons, and 3 layers of small protective fields. The castle was also equipped with an abundance of entertainment, training, and combat facilities, ensuring the finest service for both residents and cultivation, with security and confidentiality rivaling that of the imperial capital of the Silver Blue Empire." Queensland's pride was evident as he spoke. Zhou Yu looked at the castle before him, nodding in satisfaction, and addressed them, "Yes, I am quite pleased. This shall suffice. You may return now." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's approving response, Queensland let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Indeed, your satisfaction is the greatest honor for Silver Blue Castle. Buell, find yourself a residence nearby. For the next 10 days, you shall serve me, and I will settle the expenses later," Zhou Yu instructed Buell. Buell, suddenly filled with excitement, responded, "Yes, Master Zhou Yu, thank you immensely. I have never resided in such a luxurious place before." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Queensland interjected, "Rest assured, Master Zhou Yu, we have already prepared accommodation for Mr. Buell. There is no need for you to pay extra. It would be absurd to burden such a distinguished guest with trivial concerns. Even if the highest price castle was offered at half price, could they not afford this minor expense?" The most crucial aspect remained ensuring the comfort of this esteemed individual, Queensland thought to himself. Quite impressive," Zhou Yu remarked, casting a surprised glance at Queensland before soaring into the castle. Queensland's face brightened into a radiant smile upon receiving Zhou Yu's praise, and he turned to Buell, saying, "Mr. Buell, congratulations. Your residence is not far. I will escort you there shortly. Please assist me over these 10 days." He extended his hand toward Buell. Coming to his senses, Buell broke into an exaggerated grin and replied, "Indeed, it is my honor to serve the master." As he grasped the hand of the castle's overseer, he felt an unusual sensation, realizing that it was certainly not ordinary currency, which only made his smile wider. The two exchanged knowing glances, each thinking how capable and accommodating this individual was. They erupted into hearty laughter together. Once inside the castle, Zhou Yu bypassed the entertainment and training areas, instead instructing Unit 3 to take control of the castle's intelligence system. After conducting a thorough scan to ensure everything was in order, he followed Unit 3 into the core secret chamber of the castle. Clearly, the owner of Silver Blue Castle was well aware of the needs of the esteemed guest they were hosting. Sitting comfortably in the secret chamber, Zhou Yu finally allowed himself to relax. Despite maintaining an air of composure since his arrival on Silver Blue Star, he had been internally tense, nearly losing his composure when encountering Kisu. Now, he could finally unwind. Chapter 60, Acquisition. Zhou Yu took a moment to adjust his state of mind and spoke to the empty chamber. Unit 3, initiate connection to the virtual universe. The intelligent light brain flickered to life, and a voice that resonated deep within his soul announced, connecting to the virtual universe. Instantly, his consciousness was engulfed in a haze, and the next moment, Zhou Yu found himself in an immense city. A chibi version of himself appeared on his shoulder, resembling Zhou Yu, and was identified as Unit 3. After several data upgrades, it had finally evolved from mere data into a humanoid form. Although it still had a considerable way to go before achieving true sentience, Zhou Yu believed that one day, Unit 3 would become a complete life form. Awestruck by the colossal city before him, Zhou Yu gazed at the myriad of extraordinary beings populating it and inquired of Unit 3, "Is this the virtual universe? How magnificent! What location am I currently in?" Unit 3 replied, "Master, you are presently situated in Silver Blue City on Black Dragon Mountain Island, Qinwu Continent." Zhou Yu understood. It seemed the location was assigned based on his real-world login position. He then stated, "Transport me to the headquarters of the virtual universe." Unit 3 responded, "Master, I regret to inform you that access to the headquarters has not been granted, and transportation is therefore unavailable. The Virtual Universe Company has established a private dimension exclusively for your use. Access to the headquarters will only be activated upon your physical arrival there. However, the necessary resources are already available for you to utilize within your dimension." Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of suspicion regarding his identity as an alien. He chuckled lightly, dismissing the thought as it did not hinder his resource utilization. "Understood. Please transport me to my private dimension." "Very well, Master." Initiating transport. In a flash of white light, Zhou Yu vanished from Silver Blue City, reappearing in an extraordinarily vast dimension. Upon entering his private realm, he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of control over everything, as if he could effortlessly reshape the entire dimension with a mere flick of his hand. Zhou Yu's expression grew serious. The virtual universe was indeed incredibly powerful. As he entered this dimension, Unit 3 received an email, informing him that all permissions for the private realm had been activated, allowing Zhou Yu one self-directed transformation. If he desired further alterations after stabilization, it would require the expenditure of 10,000 points. Zhou Yu contemplated for a moment, surveying the dimension before him. Gradually, he began to shape it, and a magnificent estate materialized before his eyes. Various landscapes emerged in the distance. Oceans, jungles, volcanoes, and waterfalls, slowly taking form. In no time, a complete miniature world appeared, and Zhou Yu marveled at his godlike ability to create, understanding why countless individuals were enamored with the virtual universe. Shaking his head, he cast aside that feeling and entered the estate, making his way to the study to activate the projection, eager to see the resources he had acquired. Unit 3, display my information. Certainly, Master. The projection swiftly revealed Zhou Yu's details. Zhou Yu, core elite genius of the Virtual Universe Company. Points, 99,997. Items, physical mastery. Gene evolution liquid, planetary level. Bloodline evolution liquid, domain lord level. A recommendation letter from a peak domain lord teacher. 1 domain lord level guard captain. And 20 domain lord level guards. Zhou Yu swallowed hard at the sight of the item list. The Virtual Universe Company was indeed extravagant. The gene evolution liquid could allow him to skip the arduous training process and directly reach the pinnacle of planetary level. According to the instructions, a few days in a nutrient tank would suffice for him to achieve planetary peak. For a genius of the Virtual Universe Company, spending time accumulating energy was an absolute waste. Once a breakthrough was made, the company would directly allocate gene evolution liquid to facilitate reaching that pinnacle, granting him more time to study secret techniques and comprehend the laws of the domain. The bloodline evolution liquid at the domain lord level was even more astounding. This tier represented the zenith of human bloodlines, requiring no training to naturally transcend to domain lord level upon maturity. For Zhou Yu, this was even more valuable than 100,000 points. As for the recommendation from a peak domain lord teacher, it was more than sufficient for someone of Zhou Yu's planetary level. The domain lord level guard had accompanied the ship that brought him here, and according to Kisu, it would take at least 2 years. Zhou Yu eagerly submitted a request to have the Gene Evolution Liquid and Bloodline Evolution Liquid sent to Silver Blue Star. In a short while, Number 3 received an email indicating that 2 items had departed from the nearest branch of the Virtual Universe Company and were expected to arrive at Silver Blue Star in 2 days. The resources were mobilized from the closest location to ensure the swiftest delivery to the applicant. Number 3 opened the internal exchange system of the Virtual Universe Company. The projection enlarged, revealing a comprehensive page categorized into 8 main sections: arcane techniques, weapons, treasures, technological weapons, materials, tools, creatures, and special items, each further subdivided into numerous types. Upon clicking on technological weapons, the following appeared: D-Class Planetary Defense System for 1,500 points, E-Class Standard Spaceship for 100 points, D-Class Standard Spaceship for 1 point, D-Class Planet Destroyer Cannon for 30 points, and D-Class Laser Cannon for 1 point. Zhou Yu gazed at the prices and exclaimed, "How exorbitant!" Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to place an order: 1 set of D-Class Planetary Defense System, 1 D-Class Planet Destroyer Cannon, and 3 D-Class spaceships. It was not that he wished for superior items, but rather that the higher grade options were beyond his financial reach. The cost-effectiveness of technological weapons was disappointingly low. However, the chosen level of technological weaponry sufficed. 4 close combat weaponry, a 4-tiered battle knife, was adequate for Zhou Yu to utilize up to the Domain Master level. In terms of psychic abilities, he directly exchanged for a divine weapon from the 9 Great Divine Arms, known as the Rending Divine Armament, which, being a standardized divine armament that was easy to learn yet challenging to master, was reasonably priced at only 3 points. Additionally, he spent 10 points to acquire a world ring, measuring 100 million kilometers in length, width, and height. Presently, the most beneficial aspect for Zhou Yu is still the arcane techniques. Apart from the Babada's meteorite legacy on Earth, no complete inheritance existed. All practitioners relied on unorthodox methods, and only through data analysis were 2 reasonably viable arcane techniques produced. Zhou Yu required a substantial number of foundational arcane techniques and professional mentors to guide him, for he was currently far from adequate. He clicked on the arcane techniques category. The options included movement techniques, offensive techniques, soul techniques, telekinetic techniques, and illusions. Zhou Yu perused the countless arcane techniques and ultimately selected several. For movement techniques, Wind Slaughter, a top-tier arcane technique for 10,000 points. 4 soul techniques, Domain Sovereignty, a top-tier arcane technique for 18,000 points. Additionally, he purchased a beginner's guide to arcane techniques containing over 10,000 low-level arcane techniques for 12,000 points. Zhou Yu refrained from exhausting his points entirely. Although physical mastery had been sold to the Virtual Universe Company in installments, each settlement followed a periodic cycle. Should he spend all his points and find himself without sufficient funds to purchase arcane techniques during his mentor's teaching, the loss would be considerable. Zhou Yu gazed at his remaining 451 points and sighed, reflecting on how quickly they diminished. Chapter 61. Recording the video. Zhou Yu glanced at his points balance and sighed, saying, "Number 3, inform Brule that several items will be arriving in the next few days and ask him to assist in bringing them in." Zhou Yu was not concerned about Brule harboring ulterior motives. After all, the goods were provided by the Virtual Universe Company, and who would dare to act with malice? He also authorized Brule as the recipient. Subsequently, he opened the recommendation letter for a peak-level Domain Master Teacher, and the projection instantly displayed the interface for peak-level Domain Masters within the Virtual Universe. Zhou Yu felt a shiver run down his spine as he beheld the staggering number of pages in the projection, each containing 100 peak-level Domain Masters, amounting to hundreds of billions of such teachers, a truly grand undertaking. Yet, considering the vastness of the universe, it was only natural that the Virtual Universe Company, being a pinnacle force of humanity, would place great emphasis on talent acquisition. Zhou Yu observed that the majority of these peak-level Domain Masters had received recognition from the laws. The strongest among them were not inferior to ordinary immortals, merely lacking breakthroughs due to their swift comprehension of the laws at the Domain Master level. They were undoubtedly the elite among humanity, and upon breaking through to immortality, they would instantly possess Marquis or even King-level combat power. Zhou Yu felt a headache coming on. The sheer number of peak-level Domain Masters was overwhelming. He directed Number 3 to filter the results. Number 3. Please extract those peak-level Domain Masters proficient in the wind space and wind time laws. Understood, Master, replied Number 3, waving its hands, causing the projection to transform, reducing the page count to over 100,000. Now, filter for those skilled in swordsmanship and the rending divine armament. Without a change in expression. Number 3 waved its hands again, and moments later, only a little over 1,000 pages remained. Gazing at the remaining 10,000 peak-level domain master teachers, Zhou Yu's lips twitched wildly. Truly, the Virtual Universe Company was impressive. Number 3, proceed to filter out the 100 most powerful and adept in teaching. The projection flickered, and only a single page remained. Zhou Yu's excitement surged as he opened the information on the remaining candidates. Krent, peak-level domain master, recognized by the laws of wind and space, exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship, once withstood a strike from a Marca-level immortal and retreated unscathed. Note, potential for king level. Currently preparing for a breakthrough with little time for instruction. Zhou Yu, peak-level domain master, recognized by the laws of wind and time, adept with the rending divine armament, capable of contending even at the 9th level of the rending divine armament. Louis, peak-level domain master, recognized by the laws of wind, time, and space. Unrivaled mastery of the rending divine armament and swordsmanship, regarded as the foremost combatant among peak-level domain masters, a dual practitioner of time and space. Former prince of the primordial secret realm, who later abandoned his identity for unknown reasons. Record, defeated a Marca-level immortal head-on. Note, extremely stringent in teaching. Only those with exceptional talent need apply. After perusing the profiles of all 100 peak-level teachers, Zhou Yu found himself at a crossroads, as each of them was remarkably suited to his needs. Excluding those currently in the midst of breakthroughs or with teaching obligations, there remained a considerable number for his selection. Zhou Yu fixated on one of the names in the projection, contemplating for a long while. Remembering the introduction, he steeled his resolve, clenched his hands tightly, and thought, if I am to choose, let it be the strongest. Life is fleeting. I shall seize this opportunity, and promptly submitted his application. After making his choice, Zhou Yu exhaled in relief, only to realize he was drenched in cold sweat. It was important to remember that this was within the virtual universe. Soon, Zhou Yu received a response from the Virtual Universe Company. He opened it. Greetings, Zhou Yu. Your application to study under the peak-level domain master, Louis, has been received, and a mentorship assessment has been issued. Please record a combat video within the Virtual Universe system, showcasing your full strength. Upon completion, upload it to the Virtual Universe system. If successful, you will receive a confirmation email within 3 days. If not, you will be granted another opportunity to apply for mentorship. Zhou Yu was taken aback upon reading this information. There was indeed an assessment, and even a chance for a second application should he fail. It seemed that Louis had turned down numerous talented individuals. Having made his decision, Zhou Yu felt no regret. He disregarded the content of the message, focusing solely on recording a stellar assessment video. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to give 100% effort. With a serious expression, Zhou Yu stated, Number 3, the Virtual Universe system must have a specialized training ground for testing simulations. Please transport me there directly. Master, you may apply for a training space. Very well. Proceed with the application. And remember to make me look impressive on camera. Haha. Yes, Master. In a flash of light, Zhou Yu vanished from his private realm. Training space. Zhou Yu found himself in a void, where a grand voice resonated around him. Virtual Universe system. Please set the combat environment and opponent. In a scene set within a vast forest, a first-tier stellar warrior emerged, the stage meticulously set. The environment began to shift dramatically, revealing an expansive woodland before Zhou Yu. At the same time, a formidable stellar opponent exuded an aura of dread from a distance of 3 kilometers. This was a virtual entity simulated by the virtual cosmos system, benchmarked against the vast majority of stellar combatants. As Zhou Yu sensed the malevolent energy emanating from the virtual being, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The specifics of its attack methods, secret techniques, speed, and comprehension of laws remained an enigma. Was this truly the standard combat power of a first-tier stellar entity? It appeared even more formidable than he had anticipated. With no time to assess the situation further, both combatants surged forward, the distance of 3 kilometers vanishing in an instant. Zhou Yu aimed to probe the depths of this virtual adversary's capabilities. The moment their weapons clashed, Zhou Yu was forcefully repelled by an overwhelming force. Despite his physical strength exceeding that of his opponent by several times, the might of a first-tier stellar being was beyond the capabilities of a third-tier planetary warrior. He swiftly redirected his attack through a shift in his domain. Yet from this encounter, Zhou Yu gleaned a portion of the virtual being's strength, a minor mastery of the realm of fire, with physical exertion approaching 30 times. and an explosive speed that was only slightly inferior to his own. A confident smile graced Zhou Yu's face. This was sufficient. A multitude of flying daggers, akin to streaks of light, surged towards the virtual being, effectively sealing all avenues of escape. Channeling the full force of his domain, he pressed down upon the virtual opponent, who was caught off guard and ensnared by the overwhelming power. The virtual entity gazed in terror as the countless daggers advanced towards it, and in a moment of desperation, it erupted in a blaze of intense flames, scattering the daggers momentarily. Yet before it could breathe a sigh of relief, a battle blade, radiating a cerulean glow, flashed before its eyes, instantly plunging it into darkness. It was Zhou Yu's blade, which in that fleeting moment of the virtual being's explosion, cleaved it in twain. The recording concluded. As Zhou Yu observed the fading remnants of the virtual body, a hint of amusement graced his features. Number 3, do I look handsome? He quipped. Chapter 62, Planetary Defense System. Number 3, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixed her gaze intently upon Zhou Yu and inquired, "Shall we upload the video to the virtual cosmos system?" Feeling a flush of embarrassment from her piercing gaze, Zhou Yu hurriedly replied, "Yes, upload it immediately." Haha. A flicker of data passed through Number 3's eyes as she proceeded to upload the video. Subsequently, she addressed Zhou Yu, "Master, the technological weapon you purchased has arrived. Shall I exit to receive it?" Zhou Yu was taken aback. "So soon? Is there stock available on Silver Blue Star?" he asked, hastily responding, "Please exit." In a flash of light, Zhou Yu vanished from the virtual cosmos. In the real world, the intelligent light brain dimmed, and as Zhou Yu opened his eyes, Number 3 projected the external situation before him. He observed Bulei outside, engaged in a heated argument with robots while clutching 2 shimmering silver boxes. "Don't stop me. I'm here to deliver items to Lord Zhou Yu. Let me in," Bulei implored urgently. The robotic guards responded with their monotonous mechanical voice. "Entry prohibited without the owner's permission. Please vacate immediately, or we will resort to force." The eyes of the robots at the entrance began to emit a red light, indicating an impending combat mode. Nevertheless, Bulei resolutely stood his ground, unwilling to retreat. Zhou Yu, witnessing this, felt a twinge of exasperation. He had forgotten to grant Bulei access rights. Turning to Number 3, he commanded, "Let Bulei in," and set his permissions. "Understood, Master." Instantaneously, all robotic sentinels received the command, their previously red eyes transforming to a tranquil blue. They then bowed to Bulei, stating, "Instructions received. You are now permitted entry to the castle upon announcement to meet the Master. Mr. Bulei, please enter." Bulei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, narrowly escaping a precarious situation, while a glimmer of elation sparkled in his eyes, knowing Zhou Yu had witnessed his ordeal. Upon entering the castle, Bulei followed the guidance to the door of Zhou Yu's private chamber. He adjusted his attire and knocked on the door. Before long, Zhou Yu's voice resonated, "Come in." Pushing the door open, Bulei found Zhou Yu seated in the center of the chamber, his demeanor instantly igniting a pang of nervousness within him. He promptly declared, "Lord Zhou Yu, here are your items," placing the 2 boxes before him. Zhou Yu regarded the boxes without comment, unperturbed by Bulei's subtle machinations. As long as Bulei was earnest in his service, Zhou Yu would not hesitate to reward him. Looking at Bulei, Zhou Yu spoke, "Bulei, I appreciate your assistance over these past few days. There are still many items I need you to procure or deliver here." With a sycophantic smile, Bulei replied, "Lord Zhou Yu, you flatter me. It is an honor to serve you." Zhou Yu, amused by Bulei's obsequiousness, smirked and said, "Very well. I have several tasks for you. First, I need you to purchase resources for the training of 10,000 planetary level warriors for 1 year, and 1,000 stellar level warriors for the same duration. I will acquire them at market price. How much you can negotiate is up to you, and any excess will be yours to keep. The second task, in 10 days, I require the purchase of slaves, with a maximum level of cosmic and a minimum of stellar. There should be no fewer than 1,000 stellar level slaves. I am aware that Silver Blue Star may not have cosmic level slaves, but you may find a way to procure them. If you can secure a cosmic level slave, I will reward you with 10 million Qinwu coins. However, if you fail, the reward will be forfeited." A glint of amusement flickered in Zhou Yu's eyes. The opportunity had been granted, and the outcome now rested in Bulei's hands. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Bulei's eyes reddened with excitement, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Like humans, the blood of the Silver Blue Star inhabitants coursed red through his veins, and Zhou Yu's words quickened its flow, causing his complexion to shift from blue to purple. With fervent breath, Bulei exclaimed. Lord Zhou Yu, rest assured, I will accomplish both tasks and will not disappoint you. Zhou Yu, noting Bulei's transformed visage, could not help but smile knowingly. Go take care of it. Still in a state of exhilaration, Bulei, with a purple-tinged face, proclaimed, Yes, Lord Zhou Yu, and swiftly departed. Zhou Yu sensed Bulei soaring outwards at an astonishing speed, clearly demonstrating that wealth can indeed spur action. Shaking his head, Zhou Yu turned his attention to the 2 silver boxes before him and instructed number 3, scan these items and determine their contents. Yes, initiating scan. The intelligent light brain projected a beam of light that swept over the boxes. Moments later, the light faded, and number 3 reported, Master. The left box contains the D-level planetary defense system you purchased, while the right box holds a D-level standard spacecraft, the Star Destroyer. Intrigued, Zhou Yu inquired, how could they arrive so swiftly? Report, Master. This is due to the Virtual Cosmos Company's Silver Blue Star Division, under the management of Supervisor Kisu, having expedited the items from the recent auction by breaking them down. A glimmer of admiration shone in Zhou Yu's eyes. Truly, a person capable of becoming a divisional supervisor possessed remarkable acumen. Moreover, Zhou Yu felt indebted to him. With a resigned nod, Zhou Yu picked up the box, aligning it with the detection screen, and pressed his palm against it, feeling a brief sting as a prompt emanated from the box. This is a one-time spatial box developed by the Virtual Universe Company, designed for singular use. Once an item is extracted, the interior space collapses autonomously. The production cost is minimal, making it exceptionally suitable for transporting low-tier items. Genetic testing has been confirmed. Permissions have been granted, and the item description has been dispatched. Shall we proceed? No, let it remain for now. Zhou Yu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Fortunately, it does not automatically unfold upon unlocking. Otherwise, this castle would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Upon opening the box, the transmitted item description reads, D-Class Planetary Defense System. Basic Planetary Defense System. Primary Galactic Defense Control Center. D-Class Detector. Capable of surveying the cosmic environment within a 1 light-year radius. D-Class Monitor. Capable of meticulous observation of a specified cosmic area, quantity, 10,000, which allows for absolute surveillance of small star systems. B9. Class Laser Cannon 1 kilowatt. Destructive power rated at stellar grade 9, can be coordinated with detectors and monitors for precision strikes. D-Class Large Laser Cannon X10. Capable of instantaneously obliterating small meteors and asteroids threatening life-bearing planets. D-Class Planetary Shield X10. Can envelop a planet in an energy protective shield, capable of withstanding assaults from D-Class laser cannons. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This level of power is more than sufficient for Earth's initial requirements. Even an all-out assault from the Nolan family would find it impossible to breach this defense system. As for the spacecraft, they are designated for his and Hong's use, perfectly suited for D-Class, and are standard vessels of the virtual universe, unattainable by personnel outside the company. This grants them a measure of prestige. The D-Class Star Destroyer is strategically positioned on Earth, possessing sufficient power to pose a threat to domain-level beings, effectively neutralizing early crises. Chapter 63, Bloodline Evolution Liquid. Zhou Yu stowed the 2 boxes within his spatial ring, intending to wait for an opportune moment to unveil them. The time was not yet ripe. Then, contemplating the intelligent holographic device in his hand, a spark of curiosity and wonder flickered across his face. He turned to Unit 3 and inquired, Unit 3, do you think that virtual game is entertaining? Is it akin to reality? Just to be clear, I'm not intending to play, merely curious. Unit 3, with an impassive expression, regarded Zhou Yu, a glimmer of data flashing in its eyes. It replied, the highest-rated virtual game has been purchased for you. Shall we enter? Zhou Yu's eyes brightened, and feigning innocence, he said, alas, Unit 3, how could you purchase it without my consent? Truly wasteful. Unit 3 maintained its stoic gaze, reiterating, shall we enter? Zhou Yu, feeling somewhat resigned, replied, fine, since it has been purchased, I suppose I shouldn't let it go to waste. I shall reluctantly give it a try, but Unit 3, do refrain from such frivolous spending in the future. As he entered the game, a thought crossed Zhou Yu's mind, and he instructed Unit 3, if anything arises, simply extract me immediately. The matter at hand is paramount. Unit 3 responded, understood, Master. Zhou Yu then closed his eyes and plunged into the virtual game. 2 days later, while orchestrating a guild to combat a boss within the game, Zhou Yu abruptly vanished, never to reappear in that realm, leaving behind a mysterious legend. In a secret chamber, Zhou Yu gazed somewhat bewildered at the matters before him, taking a moment to regain his composure. Shaking his head, he mused, virtual games are indeed captivating. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Unit 3, please delete the game. It is too mentally consuming. Unit 3 replied, understood, Master. The game has been deleted, and the items you purchased, including the Gene Evolution Liquid and Bloodline Evolution Liquid, have arrived at the Silver Blue Manor. Buell was currently entering with personnel from the Virtual Universe Company. Zhou Yu's spirit surged. It seemed he would soon experience rapid advancement. He exclaimed, wonderful. Where are they now? Never mind, I shall go out directly. Without waiting for Unit 3 to respond, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from the chamber, only to reappear at the castle's entrance. Upon opening the door, Zhou Yu beheld Buell in a human-clad in virtual universe attire, adorned with a horn, standing just outside the threshold, seemingly having just arrived. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, both individuals broke into smiles, unlike Buell's obsequiousness. The personnel from the Virtual Universe Company offered a standard, cordial smile. Before Zhou Yu could utter a word, the company representative spoke first. Your Highness Zhou Yu, greetings. The items you ordered have been delivered. Due to the immense value of the items, identity verification is required for the handover. Ignoring the professional smile on the representative's face, Zhou Yu eagerly inquired, what must I do? The representative raised his arm, indicating, please scan your mental energy over the detector in my hand. Zhou Yu glanced at the watch-like device on the representative's hand, and with a surge of mental energy, he swept over it. Instantly, the detector emitted a sound. Identity confirmed. Please proceed with the transfer. Upon hearing the detector's confirmation, the representative produced a ring and extended it toward Zhou Yu, stating, Your Highness Zhou Yu, it is an honor to serve you. Here is your item. Please accept it. Zhou Yu received the ring, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This must be the world ring he had purchased. Nodding, he expressed gratitude to the Virtual Universe personnel. Thank you very much. With the item transfer completed, the representative concluded, Your Highness Zhou Yu, I must depart to other planets. May your life be eternal. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Zhou Yu momentarily stunned. Gazing at the fleeting figure, Zhou Yu was filled with astonishment, quickly realizing the value of this transaction. Such power was indeed to be expected. He then turned to Buell, who seemed to have temporarily sealed his hearing, and stated, You understand what should and should not be said, correct? I hope that upon my return, there will be good news. A resolute voice responded from behind, Yes, Master Zhou Yu. Upon returning to the secret chamber, Zhou Yu donned the world ring, a look of exhilaration gracing his features as he swiftly completed the binding process. The moment the binding was finalized, Zhou Yu vanished into the world ring, which encompassed a realm measuring 1 billion kilometers in length, width, and height. A figure materialized within, alongside several items stored inside. Zhou Yu surveyed the interior of the world ring, marveling at its grandeur, recognizing it as a creation of a domain-level powerhouse. The dimensions and stability were indeed extraordinary. His gaze then shifted to the items nearby, a 5-meter-tall evolution chamber resembling a colossal egg, a weapon akin to a flying shuttle emanating gusts of wind, and 3 tomes crafted from black metal. Turning his attention to the evolution chamber, he commanded, Unit 3, please provide an introduction to these items. Unit 3 promptly appeared on Zhou Yu's shoulder, explaining, Master, according to the information dispatched by the Virtual Universe Company, this evolution chamber contains a specially calibrated evolution liquid for you, which has merged both the Gene Evolution Liquid and Bloodline Evolution Liquid. After a 7-day immersion, your physical strength and genetic breadth will reach the planetary level limit. Unlike the Bloodline Evolution Liquid and the Bloodline Evolution Agent, this liquid will not alter your bloodline. Rather, it allows your genes to surpass prolonged evolution, directly attaining domain-level genetic strength, ensuring your appearance remains unchanged. Zhou Yu was instantly filled with delight. He had initially worried that using the domain-level Bloodline Evolution Liquid would transform him into a different race, but this revelation brought him immense joy. However, even if the Bloodline Evolution Liquid alters one's race, Zhou Yu would still choose to utilize it, for in this universe, only strength is eternal. With a hint of excitement, Zhou Yu inquired, Number 3, how is this to be used? Master, the response came, according to the instructions, you merely need to immerse yourself in the evolution chamber. The prepared evolution liquid will complete the transformation of your body within 7 days. However, please be advised that you may experience some discomfort during the immersion. Rest assured, this is a normal phenomenon. Additionally, you will receive a response regarding your apprenticeship application in 1 day's time. So please be prepared. Number 3 reminded Zhou Yu of the events to come. Zhou Yu nodded earnestly, saying, Understood, let's begin. Notify me if my apprenticeship is successful. Certainly, Master. Simultaneously, a beam of light emanated from Number 3's right hand, activating the evolution chamber. Instantly, the towering 5-meter chamber began to operate, various indicator lights illuminating as the door opened. Zhou Yu disrobed and stepped into the chamber, and in the next moment, the door sealed shut. A deep purple nutrient liquid began to spread from beneath Zhou Yu's feet, filling the entire chamber within a minute. As the chamber commenced its function, the foremost display screen began to exhibit Zhou Yu's bodily metrics, directly indicating the progress of his enhancement. The evolution liquid swiftly took effect, emanating a faint glow and beginning to bubble. Zhou Yu immediately felt an excruciating burning sensation coursing through his entire being. Aware that this was a sign of the evolution liquid's efficacy, Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and silently endured, meticulously attuning himself to the changes within his body. Chapter 64. Kuei. This prepared evolution liquid operates from the outside in. Within the bubbling purple liquid, Zhou Yu's body trembled as it absorbed vast quantities of the liquid, simultaneously expelling numerous dead cells. Zhou Yu could perceive that his strength was visibly increasing at an astonishing rate. This newfound strength rendered the burning pain almost trivial, even bordering on pleasurable. However, he also sensed that as his body grew stronger, the intensity of the pain escalated. Zhou Yu frowned slightly at this realization. Compared to his burgeoning strength, this fleeting discomfort was inconsequential, serving merely to temper his will. Moreover, this pain would only persist for 7 days. While his resolve was not yet on par with Luo Feng, who had endured the trials of the Star Tower for thousands of years, he believed that a mere 7 days would not be enough to break him. Number 3 observed Zhou Yu's furrowed brow from outside the chamber, choosing not to return to the intelligent light brain. Instead, it sent a message to Buell, instructing him not to allow anyone to disturb them for the next 7 days, advising that any matters could be addressed thereafter. It also took control of the castle's defense systems and mechanical guards, securing the area surrounding the castle. As time inexorably passed, Zhou Yu continued to endure the pain inflicted by the evolution liquid while feeling his body enhanced by at least tenfold. Suddenly, he heard number 3's voice. "Master, your apprenticeship email has been replied to." Zhou Yu opened his eyes within the evolution liquid, the pain causing blood vessels to surface in his eyes as he gazed at number 3 outside the chamber, silently uttering a single word. "Nian." "Understood, Master." "Esteemed Core Elite Genius Zhou Yu, greetings. Your video has met the standards set by the Realm Master Kuei, and your apprenticeship assessment has been approved. Upon receiving this email, please grant the Realm Master Kuei access to your private dimension within the virtual universe. He will arrive in 1 hour to instruct you. Cherish this opportunity." The email also included Kuei's virtual account. Upon hearing number 3's words, Zhou Yu's mouth fell agape with excitement, and in an instant, the purple evolution liquid surged into his mouth, causing him to choke momentarily. Nevertheless, the exhilaration on his face remained undiminished. He swiftly cast a glance at number 3, signaling for the access to be granted to Kuei. "Yes, Master." Soon, number 3 complied with the virtual account details provided in the email and opened the permissions for Kuei. Then, number 3 inquired, "Will you be entering the private dimension of the virtual universe, Master?" Zhou Yu nodded eagerly, though he refrained from speaking, as the excitement had caused him to choke on the evolution liquid, leaving his throat burning with discomfort. Upon noticing Zhou Yu's nod, number 3 activated the intelligent light brain on the ground, which emitted a glow, and Zhou Yu closed his eyes as the grand voice resonated in his ears, connecting to the virtual universe. Unlike the previous experience, this time he did not appear in the exterior city, but directly within the private dimension he had set. Zhou Yu assessed his body in the virtual universe. Aside from the pain radiating from the outside world, he felt no other adverse effects. He proceeded to the highest platform of the estate, quietly awaiting his teacher's arrival. An hour passed swiftly. With absolute control over the private dimension, Zhou Yu sensed an overwhelmingly formidable life force manifesting in this space. He turned to face it, and a being towering at 25 meters with deep purple skin and dual horns appeared before him. The decisiveness in his gaze indicated a being accustomed to battle. The 3 law imprints on his forehead attested to his mastery of the laws. Even in the virtual universe, Zhou Yu could feel an immense pressure emanating from him. Simply gazing at this entity made Zhou Yu's body tremble involuntarily. This was the oppressive weight of life itself. With a steely resolve, Zhou Yu bit his tongue, the sharp pain liberating him from the oppressive aura of the being before him. Kuei observed Zhou Yu's sudden escape from his life force with a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, a sound akin to blades sharpening echoing. "Not bad." Zhou Yu quickly regained his composure, bowing deeply and nervously stating, "Teacher K, greetings. I am Zhou Yu, and I am immensely grateful for your acceptance of my apprenticeship application. Kuei regarded Zhou Yu's courteous demeanor with approval, nodding in satisfaction. Respect for one's teacher is universally appreciated, and in the cosmos, the bond between master and disciple can often surpass even that of parent and child. Looking at the somewhat anxious Zhou Yu, Kuei remarked, I have reviewed the video you submitted. You possess many strengths, yet your deficiencies are even more pronounced. Your comprehension of the laws, the application of your physical power, and the amplitude of your telekinesis are commendable. However, in other areas, you are utterly lacking, even inferior to apprentices in the universe. Your movements are entirely reliant on physical strength and telekinetic propulsion. Your techniques are rudimentary, and your swordsmanship is unremarkable. It can be said that your current prowess is solely due to your exceptional physical power, amplitude, and domain. Zhou Yu felt a wave of shame wash over him. Wishing he could find a hole to hide in, he had always believed himself to be exceptional, even having defeated a virtual opponent at the stellar first stage. Yet now he realized he was utterly lacking. Kuei observed Zhou Yu with a knowing smirk, saying, in addition to these shortcomings, you lack combat experience against equally skilled opponents. While you exude a murderous intent, you remain too naive. What intrigues me further is how you, with such a poor foundation, managed to create physical mastery, and how a mere planetary third stage could comprehend the triple domain, especially considering you appear to have only existed for roughly 20 years. Truly astonishing. Zhou Yu was struck with horror, staring at Kuei in disbelief. Was this what it meant to be a true powerhouse? All secrets seemed to reveal themselves unabashedly before him. Kuang glanced at the terrified Zhou Yu and smirked, saying, there is no need for alarm. In this boundless universe, all manner of miracles may unfold. Whether it be fortuitous encounters or extraordinary insights, they are not of great consequence. Moreover, your current capabilities are hardly enough to stir my heart. Zhou Yu finally felt a sense of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and respectfully replied, thank you, Master. There's no need for gratitude. I am here to guide your cultivation. Your fortuitous encounters are of little concern to me. From this point forward, I will arrange your training. The first step is to solidify your foundation. Otherwise, the most you could achieve would be an elevation to the Domain Lord level through the bloodline evolution liquid provided in the contract, leaving you forever unable to ascend to the realm of the Boundary Lord, Kuang stated with a dispassionate expression. Chapter 65, Body Technique. Zhou Yu, feeling somewhat ashamed, addressed Kuang. Yes, Master. Kuang continued. For now, you need not concern yourself with the aspects of physical strength, mental amplification, or domain level. These are sufficient for you to utilize at this stage. Your primary focus should be on mastering body techniques, sword techniques, and domain usage, as well as accumulating combat experience. Furthermore, the 3 secret methods you purchased must await your foundation's completion before you can study them. Zhou Yu nodded obediently, replying, understood, Master. Kuang regarded the respectful Zhou Yu and instructed, follow me. Zhou Yu trailed behind Kuang to a flat expanse within the private realm. Observing the environment, Kuang remarked, the surroundings are quite pleasant. Is this your homeland? Zhou Yu gazed at the scenery, a gentle light flickering in his eyes as he nodded. Indeed, Master. Kuang nodded in acknowledgement and then turned serious, addressing Zhou Yu. Let us begin. The first task is to refine your body technique. I can help you address your deficiencies within 30 days, but you must endure immense suffering during this time. If you find it unbearable, simply speak, and I will terminate our teaching relationship immediately. Zhou Yu's expression sharpened. Understanding this was the first trial of his apprenticeship. How could he know his limits without experiencing them? Moreover, this was merely the initial test. Resolutely, he assured Kuang, rest assured, Master, I will fulfill your requirements. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in Kuang's eyes as he replied, I hope so. With that, he began to modify the private realm, starting with gravity. He manipulated the gravity in the private space, increasing it 10-fold for the first 10 days, then escalating it to 100-fold, and finally to 1,000-fold by the end of the body technique training. The virtual universe, undoubtedly the most powerful, offered training effects akin to those in reality. Apart from the inability to comprehend laws within its confines, it was almost a separate universe altogether. The adjustment of pain perception commenced. Use of domain is prohibited. Zhou Yu, within this virtual universe, you will not truly perish. Thus, I will amplify your pain perception to its utmost limits. Any attack you endure may render you motionless. Your task is to completely evade these assaults. Additionally, you are granted 10 opportunities to die each day. This is the maximum your soul can withstand. Exceeding this will result in its collapse. Once training begins, it will not conclude until you either achieve your goal or die 10 times. So, Zhou Yu, Are you prepared to face hell? Zhou Yu's spirits surged at those words, his eyes reddening as he declared, "Bring it on, master." Kuang regarded Zhou Yu's gaze and smiled approvingly, his face breaking into a manic grin as he proclaimed, "Excellent. Today's challenge is to evade 10 blades of the shattering divine weapon. Trust me, you will not want to be struck by them." Zhou Yu felt a chill as he beheld the frenzied expression on Kuang's face, his body sending signals urging him to flee. Before he could react, 10 azure curved blades erupted from Kuang, launching directly at Zhou Yu. Sensing the impending strike, Zhou Yu hastily unleashed his mental energy to deflect the attack, narrowly escaping. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Kuang's eyes as he halted the assault, coldly stating, "This is body technique training. Do not rely on mental energy. Allow your body to feel." Zhou Yu, somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Yes, master, my apologies." "Continue," Kuang commanded. He regulated the speed of the shattering divine weapon strikes to remain within Zhou Yu's limits. The 10 azure blades swiftly formed a formation and advanced toward Zhou Yu. He dared not be careless, focusing intently on the incoming blades. Anticipating the first azure gleam, he evaded just in time, letting out a sigh of relief. Boom! The blade he dodged struck a nearby boulder, and in an instant, the azure blade disintegrated into countless smaller blades, shattering the boulder entirely. Zhou Yu's face paled at the sight of the boulder's fate. Was this the shattering divine weapon? It was utterly terrifying. If he were to be struck, he would surely be torn to shreds. A flicker of resolve ignited within his eyes. He must not be hit. Expanding his bodily senses to the maximum, Zhou Yu began to leap and dodge in response to the attacking azure blades. Meanwhile, Kuang sat cross-legged on the grass, observing Zhou Yu's movements with an impassive expression. At that moment, 3 blades cornered Zhou Yu, and fear flashed in his eyes as he realized he might not escape this time. He exerted all his strength to evade 2 of the blades, but the final blade struck his chest directly. In an instant, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed Zhou Yu, his eyes glazing over as his mind blanked. The terrifying assault of the shattering divine weapon reducing his body to mere powder. Fortunately, the speed of the blade's explosion was swift, allowing Zhou Yu to experience only a fleeting moment of agony. In comparison, the pain inflicted by the evolution liquid felt like a mere ordinary massage. The next moment, Zhou Yu was resurrected, appearing before Kuang, collapsing to the ground, gritting his teeth, his eyes bulging as sweat poured from him like rain. After a moment, as he began to regain his composure, Zhou Yu trembled and asked Kuang, "Master, this pain is simply too..." Before he could finish, Kuang's cold gaze swept over him, and Zhou Yu dared not speak further. Kuang, with an expression of indifference, queried, "What? Are you considering giving up? Can you not endure this little pain?" "Let me tell you, I employed the same method for my body technique. Among all boundary lords within the Virtual Universe Company, my close combat body technique is the fastest, most elusive, and most vexing. Even boundary lords who have mastered top-tier techniques cannot compare to me in close combat. I am confident I can evade most attacks, even against immortal close-range strikes. Just as an adversary who comprehends the myriad lines can unleash countless illusions upon you. If they cannot strike you, what purpose do their attacks serve? When confronting an assault, do not rely solely on your eyes. The omnipresent wind will guide you on what to do." Drenched in sweat, Zhou Yu pondered Kuang's words, "The wind, is it?" Then, standing resolutely, he declared, "Master, let us continue. I shall not yield." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's steadfast words, a flicker of a smile graced Kuang's face as he replied, "Very well, go forth. And remember my words." "Yes, master." As the body technique training commenced anew, Zhou Yu, despite his fear of the shattering divine weapons attacks, closed his eyes and began to sense carefully. The wind would reveal everything to him. In an instant, everything around Zhou Yu vividly manifested in his mind. 10 blades, forged from countless razor-sharp edges, became distinctly visible against the backdrop of the wind's perception, as if time itself had slowed. 10 azure streaks of light cleaved through the air towards Zhou Yu's form, yet he evaded them with a precognitive grace, his eyes closed in serene concentration. Ku nodded at the sight of Zhou Yu, his eyes shut tight, and remarked, "Impressive comprehension." Chapter 66. The first phase completed. Several hours later, Zhou Yu lay sprawled on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. At long last, it was finished, even within the confines of the virtual universe. An overwhelming fatigue emanating from the depths of his soul rendered him utterly reluctant to rise. Throughout the hours of training, although Zhou Yu swiftly grasped the nuances, he occasionally faltered due to minor errors, resulting in direct annihilation by the splitting divine blades, leading to his demise 6 times before meeting Ku's standards. Seeing the satisfied nod from Ku, Zhou Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Ku was astounded by Zhou Yu's rapid progress. Once a mistake was made during training, it was never repeated. The techniques he had comprehended seemed to be employed with the ease of someone who had trained for years. Ku mused to himself, what terrifying aptitude and bodily memory. However, only Zhou Yu himself understood that while his comprehension was commendable, it was not to such an exaggerated degree. His remarkable advancement was entirely attributable to the capability of data locking. Furthermore, a portion of this was indeed driven by the excruciating pain that had awakened Zhou Yu's latent potential. Though the pain lasted but a fleeting moment, the sheer terror of feeling as if his entire being, body and soul, had been rent asunder unleashed a tremendous reservoir of power within him. Zhou Yu endured this agony 6 times, and upon hearing that training had concluded, he marveled at his own resilience in having persevered and completed the session. Ku, observing the exhausted Zhou Yu sprawled on the ground, remained unfazed and simply stated, "Well done, we shall continue tomorrow." Yet, the smile gracing Ku's face revealed his satisfaction with Zhou Yu's performance that day. Upon hearing Ku's words, Zhou Yu's expression transformed into one of confidence as he replied, "Yes, master." Ku nodded and then vanished from the private dimension in an instant. Gazing at the simulated azure sky of the private dimension, Zhou Yu weakly uttered, "Number 3, exit the virtual universe." "Yes, master," responded number 3. In a flash of light, Zhou Yu disappeared from the private dimension. Within the world ring, Zhou Yu, submerged in the evolution chamber, opened his eyes. In just a few hours, he distinctly felt a heightened control over his body and an enhanced sensitivity to the external environment. Facing the searing sensation of the evolution liquid, Zhou Yu now perceived it as a gentle breeze against his skin. In comparison to the pain inflicted by the splitting divine blades, this was an absolute relief. Zhou Yu activated the data panel to review the results of his training. Zhou Yu. Status: Normal. Warrior, Planetary Level 3. Mentalist, Planetary Level 3. Gene Multiplication, 11, Continuously Evolving. Telekinesis Amplitude, 108. Physical Power, 60. Domain, Wind Domain, Second Layer, 65. Secret Technique, Bodily Control Consciousness Manifestation. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled upon glancing at the attributes displayed on the panel, particularly at the astonishing figure of his gene multiplication, which elicited great joy. He had not anticipated that the domain master-level evolution liquid would possess such an effect. However, upon further reflection, he found it quite reasonable. As a lineage capable of becoming a domain master-level life form upon reaching adulthood, the gene multiplication could hardly be comparable to that of an ordinary lineage, which merely rested at a base level of 1. The domain master-level lineage represented the pinnacle of human ancestry. For instance, Luo Feng's golden horn giant beast avatar could achieve domain master status upon maturity, boasting a gene multiplication tenfold that of ordinary humans. Zhou Yu carefully assessed the extent of his bodily enhancement. Once he fully absorbed the evolution liquid, his gene multiplication was expected to reach approximately 283 times, effectively aligning him with the standards of humanity's apex lineage. Regrettably, this evolution liquid was only applicable at the planetary level, should one aspire for higher tiers. The resources required would be exorbitant. Only those geniuses who joined the virtual universe company at the planetary level could partake in such benefits. In merely a few hours of cultivation, Zhou Yu could keenly sense his substantial growth. Should he engage in combat against his former self, he was confident that the current Zhou Yu could avoid any of his former self's attacks without even a single hair being touched. Reflecting on his own transformation, Zhou Yu's expression was a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He had indeed grown stronger, yet the pain was undeniably real. Not daring to dwell on such thoughts, he closed his eyes to swiftly recover his mental state, knowing that any lapse would undoubtedly hinder his training the following day. Before closing his eyes, he instructed number 3 to awaken him an hour prior to training, fully aware that in his current fatigue state, he might not rise promptly. Outside the evolution chamber, number 3 observed the weary Zhou Yu, her expressionless gaze flickering with a fleeting emotion before settling back into a blank stare at the slumbering figure of Zhou Yu. 6 days later, the evolution liquid within the chamber had dulled to a faint purple hue. With his eyes closed, Zhou Yu appeared utterly relaxed, even bearing a slight smile. The intelligent light brain outside the chamber pulsated with a soft glow, indicating that Zhou Yu had entered the virtual universe. Within the private dimension, Zhou Yu strolled leisurely amidst the perilous blades of 100 splitting divine blades, effortlessly evading the barrage of luminous streaks, while the terrifying howls echoed around him. failing to disrupt his focus. Each of Zhou Yu's movements was deliberate and precise, devoid of any superfluous actions. Watching Zhou Yu's training, Ku's face radiated with utmost satisfaction. From the fourth day onward, Zhou Yu had not succumbed to death even once during training. Even when Ku deliberately increased the difficulty, it merely momentarily disrupted Zhou Yu's rhythm, which he quickly regained. On the seventh day, amid Ku's continuous elevation of the challenge, Zhou Yu completed the first 10 days of training ahead of schedule, skillfully evading hundreds of splitting divine blades moving at the speed of a planetary level 9 under a 100-fold gravitational force. Seeing that the splitting divine blades no longer posed a threat to Zhou Yu, Ku gestured with his hand, causing the blades to dissipate into nothingness. Addressing the momentarily dazed Zhou Yu, Ku stated, "That will suffice. Your talent surpasses my expectations. You have qualified for the first phase of agility training. We shall commence the second phase in 3 days." Snapping back to reality upon hearing Ku's words, Zhou Yu respectfully replied, "Yes, thank you, Master, for your guidance. There is no need for such formalities. I eagerly anticipate cultivating an extraordinary genius under my tutelage. Your timing is impeccable. Upon your arrival at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, I shall assign you a task." Ku concluded with a hint of intrigue in his expression. Zhou Yu regarded Ku's demeanor with curiosity, yet refrained from inquiring further. He would learn of the task in due time and felt no urgency. Instead, he respectfully affirmed, "Yes, Master, I shall not disappoint you." Upon hearing this, Ku laughed heartily, saying, "This will not be a simple task. You must endeavor diligently." Zhou Yu's face displayed a resolute expression as he replied, "Master, rest assured, I am confident." The original text regarding the setting of genetic multiples is somewhat perplexing. As an adult and a realm master, the genetic multiple of the golden horn behemoth is 10 times that of a basic human. The Zerg, the demon race, and other unique life forms possess varying genetic multiples, while humans seem to serve merely as the foundational unit. This is rather unusual, likely due to the vast population of humans, the majority of whom have cultivated their abilities from ordinary bloodlines, resulting in their genetic multiples remaining unchanged. Thus, this baseline multiple is established on the strength of their genetics. For instance, the top 10 beings of peak human bloodlines, such as the barbarian from Ankastar, attain realm master status upon adulthood, and it would be quite unreasonable for their genetic multiple to remain at a mere 1. Therefore, I have chosen to set the genetic multiple for realm master level bloodlines at 35. After all, it is inconceivable for a peak human bloodline to achieve such formidable capabilities solely upon reaching adulthood. Such a state hardly qualifies as the pinnacle of human bloodlines. This is merely my personal setting as an author, and I kindly request not to be criticized for it. Thank you immensely. Chapter 67, The Shattering Divine Weapon. Liu glanced at the self-assured Zhou Yu and nodded, his crimson eyes revealing his satisfaction. He said, "Excellent, this is the confidence I admire. Maintain it. I shall take my leave and see you in 3 days." Haha. Zhou Yu responded, "Yes, I humbly bid farewell to my teacher." With that, Liu vanished into his private dimension, and Zhou Yu chose to exit the virtual universe. Today marked the final day of immersion in the evolution liquid, and he was eagerly anticipating the transformations that awaited him post-enhancement. A flash of white light signaled Zhou Yu's exit from the virtual cosmos. Inside the evolution chamber, the liquid's hue grew increasingly translucent, and the data displayed on the chamber screen dwindled to a mere 0.1. In a few short minutes, the enhancement would reach its conclusion. Zhou Yu felt a surge of power coursing through his body. If his previous physique resembled an ordinary automobile, then his current form was akin to a spacecraft traversing the cosmos. Had he not yet fully absorbed the liquid, he would have been eager to burst forth from the chamber and experience the thrill of flight. Soon, 30 minutes had elapsed, and the evolution liquid had entirely transformed into a transparent fluid, with all its energy fully absorbed. Zhou Yu sensed a perfect sensation enveloping him. Beep! The chamber emitted a sound as the data on the screen surged from 999 to 100, and the soft glow that had persisted for 7 days extinguished. The completely transparent liquid began to exit from beneath Zhou Yu's feet. Zhou Yu patiently awaited the expulsion of the liquid. While there was no visible alteration to his exterior, both his potential and actual physique had experienced monumental enhancement. Remarkably, due to the potent effects of the realm master-level evolution liquid, Zhou Yu's genetic multiple surged to 3 times that of a regular human, comparable to the results achieved by Luo Feng during the first tribulation of the 9 Tribulations secret tome. However, this remained the pinnacle of Zhou Yu's current capabilities. unless he encountered treasures akin to blood luo crystal that could catalyze a transformation in genetics. Further enhancement would be unattainable. With a crack, the evolution chamber emptied, and the door swung open. Zhou Yu soared out, waving his right hand to disperse the residual liquid clinging to him, simultaneously commanding his battle attire, which lay on the ground, to adorn him. He then activated his data panel. Zhou Yu. Status: Normal. Warrior, Planetary 9th level. Mind Master, Planetary 9th level. Genetic Multiple, 3. Psychic Amplitude, 108. Physical Output, 60. Domain, 2nd level of the Wind Domain, 65. Secret Techniques: Body Control, Consciousness Manifestation. As Zhou Yu gazed at the number representing his genetic multiple, a knowing expression crossed his face. His calculations were indeed accurate. The Realm Master Level Evolution Liquid had elevated his genetic multiple to 3. Furthermore, after absorbing the Evolution Liquid, Zhou Yu had reached the planetary level's threshold, fully prepared for a breakthrough. Yet, he intended to wait until he had addressed his deficiencies before pursuing such advancement. Achieving a genetic multiple of 3 also signified that all his attributes had tripled, while the maximum strength of other planetary-level humans remained at 1. Zhou Yu's had risen to 3, a comprehensive augmentation encompassing defense, recovery, energy, and even comprehension, all at least 3 times greater than before. Even the planetary core within his Dantian was thrice as large as that of ordinary humans. After a brief period of acclimatization to his enhanced physique, Zhou Yu found himself in a state of heightened tension, where even the slightest disturbance would trigger an instantaneous response from his body. At this moment, he was singularly focused on one task. He directed his gaze toward the weapon exuding an overwhelming aura of wind, the shattering divine weapon. With a wave of his mind power, he summoned it to his grasp, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and trepidation as he beheld the shattering divine weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons. His admiration stemmed from its immense power, while the trepidation was rooted in fear. During the first 4 days of training, Zhou Yu had met his demise at the weapon's blade more than 10 times, each encounter inflicting excruciating pain that still caused him to tremble at the thought. Gazing at the shattering divine weapon, now radiating with a potent wind aura, Zhou Yu felt a surge of eagerness as he initiated the bonding process. Soon, the weapon illuminated, signifying his successful claim over it. After establishing his bond, Zhou Yu tentatively began to manipulate the shattering divine weapon with his mental prowess. Under his control, the once unified weapon began to fracture, releasing a flurry of slender blades that whistled around him. Truly, it was deserving of its status as one of the 9 divine weapons. Although the manipulation proved challenging, the shattering divine weapon significantly amplified the potency of his mental power. In terms of speed, lethality, and durability, it surpassed ordinary psychic weapons by leaps and bounds. Zhou Yu discerned that each blade was composed of 81 minuscule cutting edges, and the entire shattering divine weapon boasted a total of 81 blades. If the divine weapon of Gold Kong fusion represented brute force overcoming finesse, then the shattering divine weapon stood as a testament to finesse conquering brute force, encompassing all possibilities. It was no wonder that during training, being struck by the shattering divine weapon resulted in such catastrophic damage. Each of the 9 divine weapons possessed unique manipulation techniques, categorized into 9 levels of mastery, with the singular commonality being that the ultimate 9th level was indomitable and could rival even the mightiest foes. This encapsulated the potential limits of the 9 divine weapons. The 9 levels of the shattering divine weapon are as follows. 1. Tear the wind. 2. Split the void. 3. Strike the wind. 4. Mastery through simplicity. 5. Celestial revolutions. 6. World of wind. 7. Temporal stasis. 8. Time flows like a shuttle. 9. Indomitable and rivaled. After toying with the shattering divine weapon for a while, Zhou Yu decided to stow it away, for his teacher had assigned him specific training tasks, and there was no rush. As for the other 3 secret techniques, Zhou Yu refrained from perusing them, having been informed by his teacher that he could only commence training once he had rectified his deficiencies. Meanwhile, outside, Burley observed the heavily guarded castle with a sense of helplessness. A day prior, he had sent Zhou Yu a message, but unfortunately, Zhou Yu was preoccupied during a critical moment and did not respond. Thus, on the 3rd day, he sent Burley an email instructing him to wait outside until his master emerged. What else could Burley do? He was at the mercy of his benefactor and had to serve with utmost caution, so he respectfully awaited Zhou Yu's emergence from his seclusion. Exiting the world ring, Zhou Yu stretched languidly and inhaled the air, savoring the essence of freedom. Although survival was possible within the confines of the world ring, the absence of wind, rain, and the vitality of life imbued him with a persistent sense of oppression. Adjusting the world ring and simulating a state of invisibility, Zhou Yu was acutely aware that a mere ninth-tier planet bearing such an artifact was a blatant invitation to all and sundry, proclaiming, "Here lies a fool with abundant wealth." Chapter 68. The Chilling Reality. A faint smile graced Zhou Yu's visage as he addressed the figure at his shoulder, designated as Number 3. Inform Brule. "We're to ascertain the status of his task." "Yes, Master," Number 3 responded, a flicker of data coursing through its eyes. Zhou Yu settled quietly in the castle's grand hall, awaiting Brule's reply. At that moment, Brule observed as all security personnel within the castle began to withdraw. Concurrently, a luminous screen projected directly from his cerebral interface, eliciting an immediate surge of elation. This had been meticulously arranged. Only messages from Zhou Yu would manifest in such a manner. Upon closer inspection, Brule exhaled a sigh of relief. For the pressure he had endured over the past days had been immense. The slave masters of the cosmos were not easily appeased, and any further delay could have relegated him to a mere commodity in their grasp. With a newfound sense of ease, Brule promptly sent out 2 messages, one to the most formidable slave master in the surrounding star systems, a figure of notable strength albeit inferior to the Qiulong star. The other was directed to the estate manager, whose connections enabled him to summon the slave master. In a bid to fulfill Zhou Yu's directive, Brule had even promised to allocate 80% of his commission to the estate manager, a sum that, even at 20%, represented unimaginable wealth to him. He hurriedly made his way back to the castle, intent on relaying this information to Zhou Yu. The exhilaration coursing through him quickened his blood, causing his body to take on a purplish hue. Following the designated path to the castle S-Hall, Brule was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Zhou Yu. For had he delayed even another 2 days, he might have found himself as one of the slave master's possessions. With a sycophantic tone, he exclaimed, "Master Zhou Yu, I have completed the 2 tasks you assigned. Might you have time to accompany me to inspect the goods?" He then presented a diminutive spatial pouch from behind him to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's mental energy swept over it, revealing an unexpected array of planetary and stellar-level cultivation resources, prompting him to gaze intently at Brule. As if anticipating Zhou Yu's thoughts, Brule interjected, "Master Zhou Yu, I assure you, I am not so affluent. These are procured by Mr. Queensland, who understood that you sought to acquire resources." Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully, casually stowing the pouch within the world ring. Observing Brule's anxious demeanor, he narrowed his eyes and declared, "Let us proceed. Take me to see those slaves." Brule instantly beamed with joy, bowing deeply before Zhou Yu and eagerly responding, "Certainly, please follow me." Brule guided Zhou Yu to the reception area of the castle cluster, the very place they had arrived at. There, 2 individuals awaited their arrival. Queensland, the overseer of the castle cluster, and the slave master Brule had mentioned. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, their faces lit up, and they hastened towards him. Queensland introduced, "Master Zhou Yu, this is Hai Kuo-Wan, the largest slave trader in the vicinity." A smile crept onto Zhou Yu's face as he replied, "A pleasure, Mr. Hai Kuo-Wan. I have heard that you possess the goods I seek." Hai Kuo-Luan, a humanoid with pitch-black skin devoid of hair and adorned with a multitude of scales, responded with an air of confidence, "Rest assured, Master Zhou Yu, I have the finest and most abundant stock in the surrounding empires. You shall not be disappointed. Please, allow me to show you." Zhou Yu nodded affirmatively, expressing, "I hope so." The 4 of them then boarded a luxurious shuttle heading toward Hai Kuo-Wan's base. After approximately 30 minutes, Zhou Yu sensed the shuttle coming to a halt. He opened his eyes and gazed outside, where a modest marketplace stood at the city's edge, bustling with patrons, predominantly stellar-level beings. With planetary-level individuals being few and far between, cosmic-level entities were unlikely to frequent such a humble locale. Hai Kuo-Wan addressed Zhou Yu, "Master Zhou Yu, we have arrived. The goods you desire are within this market. Allow me to lead the way." Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed. As the foremost slave trader in the region, Hai Kuo-Wan's demeanor was excessively deferential, raising his suspicions. He instructed Number 3 to swiftly gather information on this individual via the virtual universe system. Fortunately, with its recent upgrade, Number 3 was capable of conducting conscious dialogues post-bonding. After relaying the findings, Zhou Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to discreetly follow the enigmatic figure before him. Hai Kuo-Wan guided them to a completely black building, wearing a broad smile as he addressed Zhou Yu. "Esteemed Master Zhou Yu, the goods you seek are housed within. Please, enter with me." Zhou Yu cast a glance at the obsidian structure, maintaining an expressionless facade as he nodded. Very well, let us proceed. With that, he stepped forward, while Brule and Queensland remained outside, to Hai Kuo-Wan. They were not his clientele, and thus had no place in the transaction. Even Queensland was but a distant relative of the Silver Blue Empire's royal family, hardly deserving of consideration. At that moment, Hai Kuo-Wan's focus was solely on the affluent patron before him. He could almost envision a substantial fortune soaring toward him. Meanwhile, Brule and Queensland, left at the entrance, made no protest. They were already well acquainted with Hai Kuo-Wan's nature. Not only, but his entire race was characterized by such behavior. The only commendable trait was their strict adherence to contractual obligations, ensuring that the payment owed would be fulfilled. Thus, they remained unperturbed as they engaged in light conversation at the door. As Zhou Yu entered the building and followed Hai Kuo-Wan into a light elevator descending steadily, curiosity piqued within him at the thought of conducting transactions underground. Clearly, Hai Kuo-Wan was a shrewd businessman, as he immediately perceived Zhou Yu's intrigue. A predatory grin spread across his face as he explained, "Esteemed Master Zhou Yu, the reason for situating the trading venue underground stems from a past incident involving a malfunctioning control chip. One slave's soul core was not situated within a brain, leading to a catastrophic loss of control and a subsequent slave revolt that injured many of my patrons, resulting in considerable financial loss. Henceforth, every batch of transactions has been conducted underground." Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, feigning curiosity as he inquired, "Is there truly such a race?" Hai Kuo-Wan's eyes gleamed with a glint of menace as he laughed heartily. "Indeed, esteemed guest, the universe is vast and replete with wonders. However, due to the immense losses incurred from that slave, I captured him and compelled him to witness the destruction of his home planet. Unable to bear it, he took his own life, thus eradicating that race from existence." A hint of regret flickered across his face as he spoke. Zhou Yu felt an unsettling chill. Such was the stark reality of the cosmos. A planet devoid of the protection of the strong was as insignificant as chaff. He nodded indifferently, choosing silence. Chapter 69. The Purple Pattern Tribe. Soon, the light escalator descended to the lower level. Upon gazing into the vast rocky chamber, he beheld it teeming with humans, encircled by a cadre of armed guards. One guard, upon noticing Hai Kuo-Wan's arrival, hastily saluted and communicated the situation in a language Zhou Yu could not comprehend. After listening expressionlessly, Zhou Yu gestured for him to withdraw, and then, with a beaming smile, began to introduce the matter to Zhou Yu. "Esteemed Lord Zhou Yu, we have a total of 892 slaves here, 300 of stellar rank 9, 950 of rank 8, 130 of rank 7, with the remainder being above stellar rank 3. Among them, 2 are newly captured cosmic level individuals. One is a cosmic rank 2 warrior, and the other a cosmic rank 1 controller. May I inquire which ones you require?" Zhou Yu was somewhat taken aback by Hai Kuo-Wan's words. The existence of 2 cosmic level beings was indeed unexpected. A hint of surprise flickered across his previously impassive face as he replied, "Oh, 2 cosmic level individuals, you say? Hai Kuo-Wan, lead me to see these 2 cosmic beings." Hai Kuo-Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement at Zhou Yu's request. "Certainly, Lord Zhou Yu. Please follow me to the lounge, where I shall have them brought forth for your inspection." Zhou Yu's curiosity piqued. Typically, cosmic-level beings within this desolate star domain were high-ranking members of various factions. He wondered how Hai Kuo-Wan had managed to capture 2 such individuals without any backing. Nodding slightly to Hai Kuo-Wan, he followed him into a lounge within the subterranean cavern. In the lounge, the guard who had just reported to Hai Kuo-Wan stood respectfully beside 2 humans clad in slave garments. Upon seeing Hai Kuo-Wan and Zhou Yu enter, the guard stepped forward and addressed Hai Kuo-Wan in an unfamiliar tongue. "Boss, the cosmic-level slaves have been brought over. Are you certain these individuals are purchasable? We have nearly emptied our coffers to capture these 2. In such a remote locale, is there truly someone capable of affording cosmic-level slaves?" Hai Kuo-Wan responded in the same obscure language. "There is no choice. We have been pushed to a dead end. If it weren't for this, would I dare to call him Lord? Cosmic-level slaves were inherently expensive, and there were scarcely any who could afford them in this star domain." The news of a potential buyer had surfaced, albeit from a planetary level, which seemed to imply an affiliation with a significant power. Yet, if he dared to deceive me, I would make him understand the meaning of hell. A sinister smile crossed his face as he turned to Zhou Yu, now beaming with enthusiasm, and spoke in the universal tone. "Esteemed Mr. Zhou Yu, these 2 are indeed the cosmic-level slaves you seek. Capturing them required considerable effort on our part. Believing Zhou Yu to be oblivious to their conversation, Hai Kuo-wan was unaware that Zhou Yu had utilized his powerful bodily control abilities to translate the guard's speech upon their arrival. Though the first utterance had eluded him, the subsequent dialogue had been flawlessly interpreted for him. Upon absorbing the translation, Zhou Yu maintained his calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He addressed Hai Kuo-wan. I am quite intrigued to examine these two slaves. Do elaborate. Hai Kuo-wan gestured towards the taller of the two slaves, approximately 3 meters in height, his entire body adorned with purple patterns, resembling someone clad in rocky gauntlets. Esteemed Mr. Zhou Yu, first, we have this member of the Purple Pattern Tribe, a cosmic rank 2 warrior, adept in the realm of flames. The Purple Pattern Tribe possesses profound forging techniques. Regrettably, they offended the wrong individuals millennia ago, resulting in their entire star system being reduced to cosmic dust, leaving only a handful of their kin to wander the universe. As Hai Kuo-wan spoke, a flash of anger and sorrow crossed the eyes of the two slaves. Although they were bound by control chips and unable to resist, it did not negate their emotions. Noticing their feelings, Hai Kuo-wan's face twisted into a cruel expression. To him, slaves were devoid of their own souls. Cosmic level or not, obedience was all that mattered. A slight movement of his fingers prompted the two purple-patterned slaves to collapse, clutching their heads in agony, evidently punished by the control chips at Hai Kuo-wan's command. Zhou Yu frowned slightly, a fleeting glimpse of compassion flashing in his gaze. Unnoticed by Hai Kuo-wan, his smile gradually transformed into a cold expression as he instructed, Enough of this noise, Hai Kuo-wan. Let us proceed directly to the main point. Do not waste my time. Startled by Zhou Yu's words, Hai Kuo-wan halted his actions, recognizing the significance of his esteemed client. He turned to Zhou Yu and replied, Of course, esteemed Lord Zhou Yu. Feigning impatience, Zhou Yu inquired, And the other one? Hai Kuo-wan hastily continued, The other is also a member of the Purple Pattern Tribe, a cosmic rank 1 controller, equally skilled in flames, and they are brothers, possessing a remarkable synergy. It is a pity their tribe's forging secrets could not be passed down. A hint of regret lingered in his eyes as he finished. Zhou Yu cast a cold glance at Hai Kuo-wan before fixing his eager gaze upon the two slaves. Two cosmic-level beings were indeed a rarity. Typically, an entire star system would only yield one such powerhouse. What began as a mere jest to assign a task to a subordinate had unexpectedly transformed into a considerable surprise. He directly addressed the expectant Hai Kuo-wan. I will take both. State your price. In an instant, Hai Kuo-wan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his smile becoming exceedingly warm. He quickly exclaimed, Esteemed Lord Zhou Yu, are you saying you wish to purchase both? He emphasized the last word for clarity. Spare me the pleasantries. Provide the valuation. Zhou Yu replied with feigned annoyance. Hai Kuo-wan promptly began to quote the price. The standard price for cosmic-level warrior slaves is 100 billion black dragon coins. The price doubles with each rank increase. The controller's price is 3 times that of a warrior of the same rank, totaling 500 billion black dragon coins. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? After a brief calculation, Zhou Yu found the price acceptable, but did not wish to allow the portly Hai Kuo-wan to grow too pleased with himself. Thus, he stated, I can offer you 150 million cosmic coins, and I require you to include all the stellar-level slaves here as well. He fixed a stoic gaze on Hai Kuo-wan. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's offer, Hai Kuo-wan's heart raced. Cosmic coins are not something just anyone could wield. His expression shifted to one of respect as he mentally calculated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he weighed the value. As Zhou Yu began to display signs of impatience, Hai Kuo-wan steeled himself and resolutely stated deal. Zhou Yu, observing the perspiration-drenched Hai Kuo-wan, allowed a smile to surface. May our collaboration be fruitful. Once the decision was made, Hai Kuo-wan wasted no time and arranged for the transfer of control chip permissions over the slaves. Chapter 70. The return begins. After completing all the necessary formalities, Hai Kuo-wan, wearing a hint of excitement, remarked, Lord Zhou Yu, I have certainly incurred a significant loss this time, but getting to know a person of your stature makes it all worthwhile. Zhou Yu harbored not a shred of belief in Hai Kuo-wan's words. His expression remained impassive as he nodded slightly, stating, Very well, please provide your bank account details. Yes, my Lord Zhou Yu, my account is G63TT677S84S. Zhou Yu's luminous brain interface flickered to life as he turned his gaze towards Hai Kuo-wan, saying, The transfer has been completed. The remaining arrangements are yours to handle. In an instant, Hai Kuo-wan received the notification of the deposit, and with palpable excitement, he replied, Yes, my lord Zhou Yu, I will ensure everything is arranged promptly. Although the profits from this transaction were not substantial, they would sufficiently alleviate their urgent financial predicament, ensuring they would not be devoured by rival factions. At the entrance, Queensland and Buell were engaged in a discussion regarding the number of slaves Zhou Yu might purchase when the grand door swung open. Their conversation abruptly ceased as they turned to behold Hai Kuo Wan respectfully escorting Zhou Yu out, his exaggerated smile so pronounced that it could easily squash a mosquito. Trailing behind them was a large contingent of slaves, particularly the two impassive individuals at the forefront, whose aura rendered both Queensland and Buell momentarily breathless. Upon spotting Zhou Yu, Buell could hardly conceal his exhilaration, especially when he laid eyes on the two purple-striped slaves at the front. He hurriedly approached Zhou Yu, obsequiously stating, "Congratulations, my lord Zhou Yu, on acquiring such satisfactory slaves." Queensland echoed the sentiment, as the commission from this monumental deal, combined with the amount promised by Buell, would multiply his personal wealth manifold. Zhou Yu observed the excitement in their eyes and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "What is this? Can you not contain your eagerness?" Queensland and Buell were taken aback, quickly responding, "We would not dare. We are merely elated for your success." Not wishing to prolong the jest, Zhou Yu turned to Queensland and instructed, "Please escort these slaves to the castle. That should not pose a problem, I trust." Queensland, elated, promptly replied, "Of course, my lord. You can rest assured that none will be missing upon arrival." Zhou Yu regarded the deferential Queensland and said, "Then I entrust this task to you. Number 3, transfer 30 million Qianwu coins to Buell's account." Buell, upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, felt his mind momentarily blank as he stammered, "My lord Zhou Yu, is that not an excessive amount? 30 million Qianwu coins? This?" Zhou Yu's smile deepened as he replied, "Not excessive at all. 20 million is for the successful completion of my task, a promise fulfilled, while the remaining 10 million serves as recognition for your efforts over the past few days, a personal reward." Zhou Yu placed particular emphasis on the word personal. Fully aware of the significant contributions Buell had made in accomplishing his objectives, while simultaneously issuing a subtle warning to others to refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Queensland felt a sense of awkwardness wash over him, recognizing that the admonition was likely directed at him, discouraging him from coveting the 10 million. Had Zhou Yu not spoken, Buell might have seized the opportunity to take advantage of him the moment Zhou Yu departed, for such was the law of the cosmos. Buell, deeply moved by Zhou Yu's statement, understood the implication as a seasoned opportunist. Initially planning to devise a means of escape once he had seen Zhou Yu off, he now found himself relieved of that burden by Zhou Yu's words, rendering him momentarily speechless. Zhou Yu noted Buell's complexion shifting yet again, as if on the verge of tears, and a chill ran down his spine. Surely he would not weep before me. He quickly interjected, "Enough of this sentimentality. Let's hasten back." Observing Zhou Yu's disdainful expression, Buell's features stiffened, and all his emotions were promptly suppressed. With an awkward chuckle, he swiftly led Zhou Yu towards the shuttle docking area. Meanwhile, Queensland was engaged in finalizing the handover and transportation arrangements with Hai Kuo Wan. That night, within the castle, Zhou Yu lay quietly atop the highest tower, gazing at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. In just one more day, he would return to Earth. Although his time here had been a mere 10 days, he found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for all that Earth encompassed. Initially prepared for the worst upon venturing to this alien world in search of strength, he had not anticipated being afforded the opportunity to join the Virtual Universe Company as a core member, replete with abundant resources, far exceeding his expectations. As he contemplated the endless cosmos, memories of his arrival on Silver Blue Star flooded his mind. Buell, striving tirelessly for survival, the merciless slave master Hai Kuo Wan, the plight of 892 enslaved souls, and the two cosmic beings whose home planets had been annihilated. Zhou Yu reflected on the harsh reality of this universe, where strength dictated existence, all in pursuit of a better life. Gradually, Zhou Yu succumbed to slumber, foregoing his usual cultivation that night, surrendering to the tranquil embrace of the starlit sky. Number 3, observing his resting master, refrained from any reminder, instead commanding the surrounding guards to cease their patrols and remain on standby, ensuring that his master was undisturbed, vigilantly guarding his side. In the interstellar docking area, Zhou Yu boarded the luxurious shuttle newly acquired by Buell, setting course for the docking zone of the ship. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the designated location for the Sword Blade spacecraft. With a face full of gratitude, Buell addressed Zhou Yu, "My lord Zhou Yu, I cannot thank you enough for this opportunity that has altered my fate. This is where I must bid you farewell." Zhou Yu, observing Buell's invigorated demeanor. Allowed a smile to flicker across his face as he waved his hand dismissively. I merely provided an opportunity to someone willing to strive with all their might for life. You have not disappointed me, having perfectly fulfilled my requirements. Before Buell could respond, Zhou Yu waved his hand once more, turning his back as he stepped onto the Sword Blade spacecraft, which swiftly sealed its hatch, leaving Buell behind to watch. Upon entering the ship, Zhou Yu swiftly made his way to the cockpit and instructed Number 3, initiate departure. First, ascend into the cosmos and locate a suitable position for us to switch vessels. The cockpit's display promptly responded, understood, Master. I am currently mapping the surrounding star charts and preparing for takeoff. In the C-zone of the interstellar docking area, a sword blade-like vessel began to illuminate with radiant light, and in the next instant, it transformed into a streak of brilliance, vanishing from sight, leaving a scar upon the sky of silver blue star. Soon, the spacecraft breached the atmosphere, navigating toward a designated asteroid belt on the star chart. Chapter 71, Slaves. Zhou Yu sensed the presence of 3 D-class standard spacecraft and over 800 slaves within his world ring. Was this his contribution to Hong and the others? Amused by his own musings, Zhou Yu chuckled softly. When Queensland had delivered the 892 slaves to the castle, Number 3 had already conducted a thorough inspection of their control chips to prevent any deceit from Hai-Qual Wan. Subsequently, all devices within the castle were disabled, and using the world ring, he had successfully transported all the slaves inside, simultaneously opening the disposable spatial box containing the spacecraft. Given that they were currently situated on the imperial planet of the Silver Blue Empire, retrieving the purchased D-class spacecraft was rather inconvenient, and the Sword Blade spacecraft could neither be discarded nor directly stored within the world ring. Thus, they would have to wait until they exited the sphere of influence of Silver Blue Star before undergoing a vessel change. 15 minutes later, the Sword Blade spacecraft entered a dense asteroid belt. Zhou Yu carefully assessed the surrounding environment for any dangers, and, upon finding none, he swiftly exited the cabin to retrieve the D-class standard spacecraft from his world ring. As the third eye on his shoulder flickered with countless streams of data, it effortlessly commanded the spacecraft before him. The hatch opened, and Zhou Yu swiftly retracted the blade ship, which transformed into a streak of light as it entered the D-class standard vessel. Following the guidance, he proceeded directly to the control room. Observing the technologically advanced control center, Zhou Yu nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a vessel produced by the Virtual Universe Company, and in comparison, his makeshift blade ship only possessed a semblance of aesthetic appeal. Settling comfortably in the control room, Zhou Yu, filled with vigor, addressed the third eye. 3. We are heading home. Within the asteroid belt, a colossal spaceship instantaneously morphed into a brilliant beam of light, vanishing from the vicinity of the asteroids. In the quietude of space, the immense vessel accelerated, with Zhou Yu engaged in a discussion about the ship with the third eye. Soon, the voice of the third eye resonated in the control room. We are about to enter the dark universe. Zhou Yu, somewhat awestruck, remarked to the third eye, so soon? It's only been a short while, and we've already reached the speed of light. Suddenly, the ship jolted, plunging into a profound silence, indicating that they had traversed into the dark universe. The third eye replied, report to the master. Achieving light speed took merely 15 minutes, which is double that of the blade ship. Furthermore, the maximum speed is 3 times that of light, and according to our current trajectory, we shall reach our destination in less than 2 days. With a beaming smile, Zhou Yu exclaimed, truly, this vessel crafted by the Virtual Universe Company is remarkably swift. 3. Can you simulate the exterior scenery? I have yet to behold what the dark universe looks like. The third eye shook its head and replied, regrettably, master, the D-class ship does not possess the capability for real-time simulation in the dark universe. The speed at which the ship traverses is so rapid that even light cannot transmit. We can only display simulated visuals. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu expressed his disappointment. A simulated display? Then, very well. I shall await a more advanced ship in the future. Understood, master. He then summoned 2 cosmic-level slaves from his world ring. The 2 members of the Purple Pattern clan bowed respectfully, addressing him as master. Zhou Yu gazed at the seemingly reverential cosmic-level beings, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before taking a deep breath and stating, I am Zhou Yu, a core genius of the Virtual Universe Company. I did not purchase you to enslave you. Rather, you may consider this an employment opportunity. I require you to serve me for 10,000 years, safeguarding a planet. Upon the completion of this term, I shall destroy your controlled chips and grant you freedom. At that point, whether you choose to depart or remain will be entirely up to you. After delivering this declaration, Zhou Yu scrutinized the two, awaiting their response. He possessed the means to enslave them, but deemed it unnecessary. Controlled ships were only effective on those below the domain master level, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Although the two members of the Purple Pattern clan were merely cosmic-level beings of the first and second ranks, they exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, astonished that one would purchase slaves only to grant them freedom. The second-rank cosmic warrior among them queried, "Master, is what you say true?" Zhou Yu smiled, observing their astonishment as he spread his hands and replied, "Would I have any reason to deceive you? Your lives are currently in my hands. There is no need for me to resort to such duplicity." The two Purple Pattern slaves exchanged glances before kneeling on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "Ji Yin Ikan, Ji Yin Asda, we greet you, master." Witnessing their change in demeanor, Zhou Yu smiled and assisted them to their feet. "Excellent. You shall henceforth be the captains of 890 humans, whom you will command. Likewise, should any among them break through to cosmic level, I shall afford them the same opportunity. As for the resources for training, I will distribute them based on your performance every century. Do not let me down." The two brothers, Ji Yin Ikan and Ji Yin Asda, responded in unison, "Yes, please rest assured, master." Zhou Yu nodded at them, stating, "Very well. I entrust this task to you. You have 48 hours to subjugate the 890 slaves. I wish to witness your capabilities." With that, he returned the two to the world ring, and sensing the pull of the ring, they offered no resistance as they vanished within. Ji Yin Ikan, somewhat resigned, remarked, "Asda, do you think what master said is true?" Ji Yin Asda, appearing relaxed, replied, "Does it truly matter whether it is real? Our lives are now in his hands. 10,000 years is but a fraction of our existence. What harm is there in taking a gamble? Time will reveal all." After uttering this, Ji Yin Asda gazed at the vast expanse before him, reflecting, "Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to join the virtual universe company at the planetary level and to possess such an expansive world ring. Our master is undoubtedly extraordinary. We may have the chance to venture further and even restore the former glory of the Purple Pattern clan." Upon hearing Asda's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Ikan's eyes. After a moment of silence, he declared, "Asda, I shall follow your lead." Ji Yin Asda smiled at his brother, saying, "Let us fulfill the task bestowed by our master. After all, we were once among the tribal leaders of the Purple Pattern clan. We cannot afford to disgrace ourselves." Ikan nodded silently, trailing behind Asda as they soared towards the direction of the 890 slaves. Meanwhile, the third eye projected their conversation for Zhou Yu to observe. He nodded in approval at their conduct. Ji and Asda was indeed astute, fully aware of their circumstances. Chapter 73, The Return. For Zhou Yu, they were merely newly acquired slaves, and complete trust would be foolish. Only the passage of time could prove their loyalty. He silently watched the images projected by the third eye, observing as the two gradually managed to subjugate all the slaves, nodding in appreciation. These two indeed possessed some capability, as over 4,000 slaves had been subdued in less than 3 hours. Subsequently, he divided all the slaves into two groups, warriors led by Ji Ikan and mentalists under the command of Ji Asda. Once the two had gained control over everyone, they awaited their master's orders, unaware that Zhou Yu was observing them throughout. "Master, we are approaching the spatial wormhole. Should we exit the dark universe?" The third eye's voice echoed in the control room. Zhou Yu shifted his gaze from the projection to the third eye, inquiring, "Have we arrived at the wormhole we departed from?" "Slow down." "Yes, master." Within the dark universe, the ship's speed began to diminish sharply, soon decreasing to light speed. In the vast emptiness of the original universe, a massive ship suddenly appeared. The third eye initiated the exterior simulation as soon as they exited the dark universe. Addressing Zhou Yu, "Master, shall we enter the wormhole for spatial jumping?" Zhou Yu stretched and replied, "Let us proceed. We are almost home." "Yes, master." In an instant, the ship entered the spatial wormhole, and after a brief tremor, it emerged in the void of the Milky Way galaxy. In an instant, the spaceship came to a halt. Within the control room, the light screen began to flicker with a multitude of numbers as Unit 3 calculated the trajectory of their departure. In this void of dark cosmic space, pinpointing coordinates proved to be a formidable task. Zhou Yu observed Unit 3's actions with trepidation, refraining from interruption. The spaceship commenced a circumlocution around the surrounding cosmic expanse, steadily locking onto its path through celestial charts. Hours later, the vessel abruptly ceased movement and pivoted, accelerating in one specific direction. Within the control room, all data vanished, and the impassive visage of Unit 3 re-emerged, articulating, "Master, the coordinates for the Dark Universe have been secured. Shall we proceed with the traversal?" Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yu replied, "Let us traverse." Upon pinpointing the coordinates, the journey unfolded swiftly, culminating in their arrival at Earth in a mere 40 minutes. Gazing upon the azure orb before him, Zhou Yu exhaled in relief, finally back home. He commanded Unit 3 to conceal the spaceship on the far side of the moon and sent an email to Hong and Thunder God, instructing them to meet him there. Suppressing his eagerness to return home, Zhou Yu resolved to finalize all matters first, as the spaceship settled upon the lunar surface, patiently awaiting the arrival of his companions. On Earth, upon receiving Zhou Yu's message, Hong and Thunder God exchanged delighted glances, somewhat surprised that he did not choose to meet them directly on Earth. Their trust in Zhou Yu prompted them to set forth for the moon without delay. They also prepared their personal guard, having rehearsed for nearly a month, before launching into the cosmos. With their remarkable speed, they swiftly penetrated the atmosphere, heading toward the moon. Once there, Unit 3 detected two life forms approaching and promptly alerted Zhou Yu, casting a guiding beam of light from the ship. Spotting the beam, Hong and Thunder God altered their course toward it. "Master, Hong and Thunder God will arrive at the moon in 5 minutes," announced Unit 3. Zhou Yu's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, excellent, let's prepare." Exiting the spaceship, he retrieved 2 additional vessels from his world ring, concealing them for surprise. Just as he finished hiding the ships, he noticed 2 streaks of light racing towards him. Moments later, Hong and Thunder God materialized before Zhou Yu. Thunder God enveloped him in a warm embrace and exclaimed, "Zhou Yu, my friend, you have finally returned. How was your adventure in the cosmos?" Zhou Yu, unable to suppress a smile at Thunder God's exuberance, replied, "Indeed, the universe is truly vast." Hong, however, turned his gaze toward the colossal ship not far behind Zhou Yu, particularly intrigued by its insignia. "That ship doesn't appear to be the original, and it certainly seems extraordinary," he remarked. Zhou Yu, brimming with pride, responded, "Brother Hong, Brother 2, this vessel is no ordinary ship. It is crafted by one of the mightiest forces in the universe, far surpassing the previous one in every conceivable aspect." Upon hearing this, Thunder God's eyes gleamed with mischief as he sidled up to Zhou Yu, draping an arm over his shoulder and teasingly inquiring, "Little Zhou, with such an impressive ship in your possession, what will become of your old one?" His gaze lingered on the magnificent vessel, revealing a glimmer of desire. Hong shared a similar sentiment. No man could resist the allure of a cosmic ship. Zhou Yu, amused by Thunder God's words, thought of the concealed vessels and replied playfully, "Ah, you make a valid point. Since I now possess such a fine ship, the old one has become redundant. I might as well give it to Brother 2. Thunder God, whose attention had been fixated on the ship, now turned eagerly to Zhou Yu, exclaiming, "Zhou Yu, are you serious? That is fantastic. You mustn't backtrack on this." Meanwhile, Hong noticed a flicker of realization in Zhou Yu's expression, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he silently observed the playful exchange. Zhou Yu, with a twinkle in his eye, waved his hand, summoning the sword blade ship before them. Thunder God dashed to the front, as if caressing a beloved, and exuberantly thanked Zhou Yu. "Haha, Zhou Yu, you are too kind. I have longed to experience the thrill of a cosmic vessel." Indeed, the ship's exterior was striking and rivaled that of standard vessels. Zhou Yu, noting Thunder God's enthusiasm as he clung to the sword blade ship, exchanged a knowing glance with Hong, signaling him to cooperate. Understanding the cue, Hong wore a sly smile, realizing Zhou Yu was about to set a trap for Thunder God. Zhou Yu exaggeratedly declared, "Brother Hong, this sword blade ship is unique. I have gifted it to Brother 2. My apologies." Hong feigned a sigh, playing along, alas. It seems he was quicker on the draw. Thunder God, feeling a bit sheepish, suggested, "Brother Hong, why don't we share the ship? After all, we're practically family, right?" He remained blissfully unaware of the scheme unfolding before him. Chapter 74, The Trap. Hearing Thunder God's words, Zhou Yu feigned disdain. "Brother 2, do you think so little of me? Would I allow Brother Hong to share ship with you?" With that, he tugged Hong aside, proclaiming, "Brother Hong, I have prepared a gift for you as well." With a flicker of his mind, he deactivated the cloaking of the 2 identical colossal ships, which now loomed before them. Hong's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the vessels, glancing at Zhou Yu, whose face radiated joy. "Is this truly the gift you've prepared for me? Quite splendid. I'm most pleased." Zhou Yu, observing Thunder God's bewilderment, declared loudly, "Indeed, I purchased 3 ships at once, specifically as gifts for you both. However, since Brother 2 has chosen the sword blade ship, I shall not insist further. He began to retract the ship. Suddenly, Thunder God, who had been momentarily stunned by the appearance of the two ships, swiftly reappeared before Zhou Yu, urgently interjecting. Wait, Zhou Yu, put down the ship. Let us talk this through. His desperate plea elicited laughter from both Hong and Zhou Yu, who were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Realizing he was being toyed with, Thunder God shot them a resentful glance, resigned to being the butt of the joke. Zhou Yu and Hong, unable to contain their mirth, continued to laugh until Thunder God's embarrassment turned to frustration, prompting them to cease their amusement. Then, Hong, donning a serious expression, inquired, Zhou Yu, what treasures have you brought back from your journey? With that, Zhou Yu ceased his playful antics, turning to address both Hong and Thunder God earnestly. Brother Hong, Brother Tu, let's discuss this in the ship. He led the way inside the vessel. Thunder God, noting the shift in tone, abandoned his earlier demeanor, following closely behind Zhou Yu and Hong, oblivious to the suppressed laughter shared between them. Zhou Yu, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, as if a switch had been flipped. Instantly, both he and Hong erupted into hearty guffaws, while the Thunder God behind them wore a look of exasperation, though he too began to chuckle, relieved that there were no unfortunate mishaps. Soon, Zhou Yu led Hong and the Thunder God to the control room of the spaceship, where he regarded them with a smile and said, Brother Hong, Brother Air, allow me to introduce someone to you. Curiosity sparked in the eyes of Hong and the Thunder God. They wondered if there was someone else present. Zhou Yu called out, Number 3, come out to greet our guests. In an instant, the spaceship projected the image of a child strikingly resembling Zhou Yu, who then performed an ancient bow before addressing them. Master Hong, Master Thunder God, greetings. I am the intellect, known as Number 3. Hong's eyes lit up, and he turned to Zhou Yu, asking, Is this the intelligent wristband I gifted you? Zhou Yu nodded, squinting with a grin. Indeed, it is that very wristband. However, for some unknown reason, it seems to have evolved gradually, even acquiring a semblance of form, albeit one that bears a striking resemblance to me. It feels as if I have raised a son. The Thunder God, intrigued by this revelation, quickly inquired about the specifics, as he was the only one still utilizing the intelligent wristband. Perhaps, drawing from Zhou Yu's experience, he too could create one. Zhou Yu, unreserved, shared the details of Number 3's transformations. As they listened, both men pondered deeply. But this was merely a trivial matter. They were far more interested in the fruits of Zhou Yu's latest expedition, particularly how he could afford to bestow upon each of them a spaceship. Hong, straightforward as ever, asked, Zhou Yu, what did you gain from this journey? Zhou Yu contemplated briefly before recounting his travels to Silver Blue Star, joining the Virtual Universe Company, purchasing slaves, and encountering various wonders of the cosmos. Sharing every detail without reservation, Hong and the Thunder God grew somber, while they had previously gleaned the harsh realities of the universe from relics. Witnessing it unfold before them sent a chill down their spines. Even cosmic-level beings could be reduced to slavery, while those of their mere planetary level could be acquired for a mere few Black Dragon coins. There was not a single human on Earth who surpassed the planetary tier. The Thunder God, feeling parched after hearing Zhou Yu's account, asked, So, what exactly is this Virtual Universe Company you joined? And does this mean you now command 2 cosmic-level beings and 4 890 stellar-level slaves? Hong looked at Zhou Yu in astonishment. Zhou Yu regarded them earnestly, stating, Yes. Brother Air, it is indeed through joining the Virtual Universe Company that I secured a substantial sum of funds, enabling me to purchase these slaves and acquire a planetary defense system. The Virtual Universe Company stands as one of the 5 most formidable forces among humanity across the cosmos. It is fair to say I have ascended to a new pinnacle, becoming one of its members. Within its ranks lie countless geniuses, secret arts, powerful mentors, and an abundance of resources that promise the finest training. After absorbing Zhou Yu's words, Hong fell silent before asking, So, you have 2 years remaining before you must depart Earth for the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company? The Thunder God, too, focused intently on Zhou Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu's face broke into a cheerful smile as he replied, Indeed, but this is my choice. Joining the Virtual Universe Company grants me access to the most resources and the best instructors, ensuring my swift growth. As for Earth, it is your responsibility to guard it. Do not accuse me of selfishness, ha ha ha. Hong and the Thunder God fell into a thoughtful silence, recognizing that they would likely make the same choice in his position. Noticing their pensive expressions, Zhou Yu smiled gently and said, I will procure enough technological weaponry to ensure Earth's safety. For the remaining 2 years, I do not plan to venture out again. I shall await the Virtual Universe Company to come for me. Hong nodded in agreement. Very well, But what do you intend to do with so many slaves? If they're all brought to Earth, it will undoubtedly cause significant upheaval. The Thunder God, irritated by Han's comment, retorted, "Humph. Those planetary-level beings on Earth are like mud, unworthy of support, with hardly any ambition, only concerned with their own little plots of land." Zhou Yu reassured him, "Brother Air, this is a matter of perspective. They can only see what exists on Earth. However, I have other plans for them. Apart from the two cosmic-level beings, I will station the others across the various planets in the solar system." Hong nodded. Since you have arranged everything, let us proceed as you suggest." Subsequently, Hong and the Thunder God watched as Zhou Yu produced a spatial ring, the very one Hong had gifted him. "What is this?" Zhou Yu handed the ring to Hong, stating, "Brother Hong, this contains a wealth of resources, including 100 virtual universe helmets, all activated with anonymous accounts for you to distribute as you see fit." Chapter 74, Deploying the Defense System. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Hong sensed its contents and inhaled sharply, the ring brimming with resources. Though he was aware that Zhou Yu had acquired a significant bounty, seeing it before him still stirred excitement within him. Both he and the Thunder God had painstakingly accumulated their cultivation resources through arduous training and occasional finds from relics, gradually building up their stock. Now, with such an abundance before him, Hong felt somewhat overwhelmed. The Thunder God, noticing Hong's expression, grew curious and snatched the ring, exclaiming, "Brother Hong, what s with that look? It's just a bit of resources. How could you be so?" Suddenly, as he sensed the contents of the ring, he tossed it away in shock, then quickly snatched it back, anxiety etched on his face. Zhou Yu, observing their reactions, sighed in exasperation, "Brother Hong, Brother Air, the spaceship I gifted you is far more valuable than this modest collection of resources. Surely you jest." With his eyes gleaming, the Thunder God continued to fondle the ring as if enchanted. "It's just that we are unaccustomed to such wealth. We have never seen so many cultivation resources. TSK, the planetary-level beings on Earth are truly fortunate." Zhou Yu smiled, "Brother Hong, shortly, I will transfer all the control chips for the slaves to you. In 2 years, I must head to the headquarters, so they will remain under your authority. I have also opened a Universe Galaxy bank account for each of you, with a deposit of 1 unit of mixed essence. As for the actual amount, you and the Thunder God can refer to the basic cosmic knowledge I sent you." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Hong furrowed his brow, saying, "There's no need for control permissions. It doesn't matter who oversees them. Even if you leave, you can still manage them through the virtual universe." Zhou Yu chuckled, "Brother Hong, I'm merely passing the buck to you. You'll handle their cultivation resources now." Hong, bemused by Zhou Yu's comment, thought to himself that there was little difference, as they would still be utilizing the funds Zhou Yu provided. Having concluded these matters, Zhou Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, as though he had cast off a heavy burden. He looked at the still contemplative Hong and the Thunder God, saying, "Brother Hong, Brother Air, I entrust Earth to your care. I truly cannot bear this weight. I will go outside to release the people, and from then on, it will be in your hands." Without waiting for their response, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from the control room. Zhou Yu then emerged outside the spaceship and waved his right hand, liberating all the slaves contained within the world ring. In an instant, the lunar surface was populated with countless humans, as if summoned by an invisible command. Under the leadership of Zhou Yu and Zhou Yu, all individuals knelt on one knee, their right hands placed upon their chests, and shouted in unison, "We have seen our master." Zhou Yu, observing their actions, felt a moment of bewilderment. This was not something he had instructed them to do. Turning his gaze towards number 3 perched on his shoulder, he noted the expressionless nod in response. Well, the mystery was solved. This was the doing of number 3. However, Zhou Yu did not voice any objections and simply waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Meanwhile, Hong and Thunder God, roused by the commotion, hurried over, their eyes widening at the scene before them, eager to speak with Zhou Yu. Yet, Zhou Yu, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face, transformed into a streak of light and soared towards Earth, leaving behind a parting remark. "Zhou Yu and Zhou Yu, from now on, they shall be your masters. Obey their commands without question. Hong, Thunder God, I leave them in your capable hands, as I must attend to the planetary defense system." Ha ha ha. This left thousands of bewildered subordinates in their wake. Hong and Thunder God stood rooted to the spot, their eyes twitching in disbelief as they beheld the throng of humans, all stronger than themselves. They had something to say to Zhou Yu, but he was already 1,000 kilometers above Earth, laughing uncontrollably at their expressions as he departed the moon. Number 3, ever considerate, had recorded the entire scene. After a few moments of mirth, Zhou Yu finally composed himself, rubbed his face, and gazed down at the azure planet below, a smile gracing his lips. Opening his world ring, he extracted a box containing the planetary defense system. Placing his palm upon it, the box activated swiftly, its surface illuminating with a brilliant white light. As if by magic, an array of technologically advanced components began to emerge from the box, assembling themselves with remarkable speed, expanding to envelop the outermost layer of Earth's atmosphere, forming a protective net that subsequently vanished into stealth mode. As time progressed, the items from the box emerged at an ever-accelerating rate, installing themselves in various directions throughout the solar system. Zhou Yu marveled at the self-deploying devices, exclaiming, "Truly, the products of the virtual universe are unparalleled. The fully automated installation is astonishingly powerful." Several hours later, the one-time space box ceased to release objects, and its internal space began to collapse, as if calculated precisely to obliterate the box itself. A flicker of data passed through Number 3's eyes as it received a connection request from the Planetary Defense Systems Control Center. It immediately addressed Zhou Yu, stating, "Master, the control center for the Planetary Defense System has been fully installed. According to the installation progress, the entire defense system can be established within the solar system in 3 days. Shall I set permissions? 3 days? That is remarkably swift," Zhou Yu mused. "Please set me, Hong and Thunder God, to the highest permissions, granting us complete control," he expressed with a hint of admiration. "Understood, Master. Permissions have been set. Number 3 confirmed." Executing the command instantaneously. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Zhou Yu's eyes as he declared, "Excellent. Number 3, let us return home." "Yes, Master," Number 3 replied, an almost imperceptible emotion flickering across its otherwise impassive face. Zhou Yu transformed into a beam of light, racing towards his villa in Jiangnan City. Unbeknownst to the various factions on Earth, they were now shrouded in layers of security, as the technological prowess of the products from the virtual universe far surpassed that of Earth. In Jiangnan City, Zhou Yu unlocked the door to his 3-story villa, stepping inside and reflecting on how comforting home always felt. Upon scanning the villa, he noted the training hall had been equipped with numerous new training devices, and the entire residence was impeccably maintained, clearly the work of Xiao Gu and his crew. Zhou Yu smiled to himself. "Number 3, please notify my 5 personal guards to come here," he instructed, contemplating the need to provide his personal guard with some benefits. Hong and Thunder-God's guards were all planetary level, while his 5 were still at the apprentice level, which felt rather embarrassing, though they had not been together long. Their performance and potential had been commendable, prompting Zhou Yu to reward them by directly elevating them to planetary level. "Yes, Master." Chapter 75. The breakthrough of the guards simultaneously. The wristbands of the 5 personal guards, dispersed across various districts, emitted alert signals, causing them to simultaneously set aside their tasks. Upon opening the messages, which were from the speaker, their faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly employed various means to rush to Jiangnan City, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers behind. 3 hours later, as the last of the personal guards entered the villa, Zhou Yu descended the stairs, yawning. The 5 guards observed their languid speaker, and thoughts of their recent experiences cast a shadow in their eyes. Zhou Yu, noticing the expressions of his selected 5 guards, felt a tinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Ha ha ha, it has been quite a while." Their resentment intensified. Was this how a speaker should address his own personal guards? Were they not directly under his command? The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Ultimately, the strongest among the guards broke the silence, bowing to Zhou Yu and inquiring, "Master, how long will you be staying this time? Is there something important you need us to do?" Zhou Yu looked at his captain, seeking salvation, and replied, "Rue, Feng, I plan to remain here for a considerable time, at least for the next 2 years." Upon hearing this, the guards breathed a sigh of relief, but the mention of 2 years of stability elicited eye rolls from them. Zhou Yu chuckled awkwardly before continuing, "The main reason for summoning you all here is to provide you with an opportunity for a breakthrough. I've acquired some resources that hold no use for me, but are perfect for you." Instantly, the resentment evaporated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Having undergone rigorous training over the past 6 months, they had already achieved the pinnacle of the war god level, merely lacking the methods and sufficient energy to break through to planetary level. Now, with the breakthrough methods and energy at their disposal, they were poised for advancement. Zhou Yu gazed at their exuberant expressions and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Why are you still standing there foolishly? Hurry up and begin your training." Instantly jolted from their reverie, the 5 individuals, led by Rue Feng, respectfully bowed to Zhou Yu and expressed their gratitude for his guidance. Zhou Yu remained silent, merely gesturing for them to take their seats, and the 5 promptly settled down to commence their training. As Zhou Yu observed them gradually entering a focused state, he deftly manipulated resources to appear before them, attentively monitoring their progress to avert any unforeseen incidents. In a mere moment, Rui Feng, the strongest among them, began to undergo a transformation as a vast amount of cosmic energy was absorbed into his body. Employing the most stable method of breakthrough, he did not experience the tumultuous upheaval that Zhou Yu had during his own ascension, with Rui Feng's breakthrough seemingly triggering a cascade effect. The remaining 4 gradually fell into a similar state of focus. Watching Rui Feng and the others, Zhou Yu stroked his chin, noting the escalating intensity of their auras. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought, "Break through swiftly, my loyal disciples." Under the dual influences of abundant energy and the most stable method of breakthrough, the ascension of the 5 proceeded remarkably smoothly. Rui Feng, progressing the fastest, soon completed his breakthrough, emanating a formidable aura that radiated an ethereal quality. Had he awakened a talent for speed? Was it akin to his own wind attribute? Noticing the furrowed brows of the other guardians under Rui Feng's potent aura, Zhou Yu swiftly waved his right hand, conjuring an invisible barrier of wind to isolate everyone. Gradually, Rui Feng's aura began to retract, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he felt a sensation entirely distinct from before. Overcome with joy, he turned to Zhou Yu to share the news. "Master," he began, but Zhou Yu immediately silenced him with a gesture, indicating that the other 4 were still in the midst of their breakthroughs. Observing the ongoing transformations of his companions, Rui Feng cautiously nodded at Zhou Yu and approached him. Zhou Yu regarded the recently ascended captain of the guard thoughtfully, then spoke, "Take the time to carefully perceive the changes within your body. Ascending to the planetary level marks the first metamorphosis for all life in the universe." Rui Feng, casting a glance toward his teammates still undergoing their breakthroughs, silently nodded and began to attune himself to the alterations occurring within. As Rui Feng completed his transformation, the other 4 gradually reached a favorable state, various energies swirling around them. Through Zhou Yu's perception, he identified their elemental affinities: fire, metal, lightning, and wood. After a considerable duration, the energy fluctuations within the villa stabilized, and the 4 completed their breakthroughs almost simultaneously. Observing the elation of a successful ascendance, Zhou Yu smiled and remarked, "Do not be overly excited. This is merely a breakthrough to the planetary level, nothing to make a fuss over. Take a moment to sense your newfound abilities." Rui Feng and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of awe and reluctance to contradict Zhou Yu, and they replied, "Yes, Master." The 5 began to introspectively assess their transformations, and soon, Rui Feng beamed at Zhou Yu, exclaiming, "Master, my new ability post-breakthrough allows me a 50 increase in speed, and I feel as if I can sense the power of the wind." Zhou Yu made a comparison and replied, "What you possess is likely the wind attribute's wind speed, significantly enhancing both your velocity and control over the wind." Turning his attention to the others, the youngest guardian, Huo eagerly chimed in, "Master, my lightning power has increased by 30, and my speed has also seen a remarkable boost." Lu Ji added, "Master, my flame's temperature has risen by 50, and I now possess a degree of immunity to fire." Duan Xian reported, "Master, I feel my physical strength has significantly increased." As he spoke, a metallic sheen glimmered on his body. Yuan's son, after carefully sensing his own condition, appeared perplexed and said, "Master, it seems I have not experienced any significant changes." Chapter 76, Luo Feng emerges. Zhou Yu looked at Yuan's son, recalling the wood attribute genetic energy that manifested during his breakthrough, pondering the improbability of him lacking a unique ability. Even he had acquired an obscure, yet seemingly useless special ability through his unconventional breakthrough method. This is a gift from the universe. Each individual's genetic energy possesses unique properties, resulting in varying abilities, most of which are overt, while Yuan Sen's situation likely falls under the category of latent abilities. Zhou Yu deftly summoned a knife to float before Yuan San, making a cut across his palm. Yuan San watched Zhou Yu's actions without resistance, knowing full well that Zhou Yu meant him no harm. Curiously, he observed as the knife sliced into his palm, and in an instant, a vibrant green light enveloped the wound, healing at an alarming rate, while Yuan San felt his energy depleting. Zhou Yu, realizing Yuan Sen's situation, addressed everyone, saying, "Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the planetary level. The abilities you have acquired are commendable. Rui Feng's wind speed, Hua Win's Spirit Lightning, Lu Ji's Scorching Flame, Duan Xian's Indestructible Body, and Yuan Sen's Regeneration all represent notable capacities within their respective elements. Consider yourselves fortunate. I will provide you with detailed descriptions of your newly acquired abilities shortly, but do not dwell too much on them. The paramount focus should remain on your strength. I will ensure you have ample resources. Devote yourselves entirely to your personal growth and disregard trivial matters. Delegate what cannot be managed to your subordinates. The five nodded reverently, affirming, "Yes, master." Zhou Yu, observing the quintet who had successfully ascended, stretched languidly and inquired, "Now, do share what significant events have transpired over the past 6 months." During this half-year, Zhou Yu had been preoccupied with his own affairs, scarcely attending to events unfolding on Earth, spending more time in space than on the planet itself, having only entrusted them with a few crucial tasks. As Zhou Yu posed his question, the five stifled their excitement, with Rui Feng as the captain of the guards, beginning to report, "Master, there have been several noteworthy occurrences over the past 6 months. Firstly, regarding Luo Feng, the individual you instructed us to monitor. He has been in the number 9 ruins for nearly 5 months now without emerging. The second matter involves the unrest on Mist Island. Hua Wen conducted an investigation and reported signs of revival, with indications of the emergence of nature spirits, and the monsters there appear to be growing increasingly formidable. Among them, 2 individuals had distinguished themselves during their training at the elite camp, thus possessing some knowledge of the situation on Mist Island. The third matter concerns the Li Yao couple from the HR Alliance, who, taking advantage of Luo Feng's entrapment in the number 9 ruins, have begun to covertly target Luo Feng's family. Fortunately, as you instructed, we have successfully protected them." Rui Feng continued. "Additionally, some members of the council have been restless, learning of Luo Feng's acquisition of numerous nature spirits and attempting to seize them. However, before we could intervene, Luo Feng's brother utilized the nature spirits to secure shares in the industrial and commercial bank, thwarting the plans of the covetous council members. Hui Fengyi Hiflicted. Both brothers are formidable figures. The elder is a genius, and the younger is no less impressive. His intellect is quite extraordinary." Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully. Taken aback by the Li Yao couple's audacity, he had presumed that Li Yao would be demoralized after being bested by Luo Feng. It was astonishing that they resumed their reckless pursuits so soon after merely half a year. However, Zhou Yu had no intention of intervening directly. He preferred to let Luo Feng resolve the matter on his own. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity after his guidance. Would Luo Feng truly require an entire year and 3 months before emerging? After listening to their accounts of nearly half a year's events, Zhou Yu instructed, "Very well. You may return to your training. Set these matters aside for now. After all, I possess no significant influence and have no desire to complicate things further." "Understood, master. We shall take our leave then," replied Rui Feng and the others, bowing respectfully to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go on." The five then exited the villa, instantly transforming into 5 streaks of light that soared into the sky. For them, aside from Hua Wen, who was a mentalist, the others had never experienced the sensation of flight and were eagerly anticipating the exhilaration of breaking through to planetary rank. In the number 9 ruins, Luo Feng was manipulating over 30 flying daggers towards the crystalline chamber of trials. The force he unleashed, exceeding 30 times that of a high-level war god, struck the wall, which finally began to crack under the immense pressure. Seeing this, Luo Feng's face lit up with joy as he swiftly directed the daggers to strike the same spot once more. Crack! The crystal wall, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, shattered into pieces. Luo Feng was ecstatic. He had finally passed the trial and could exit, silently grateful for the visualization technique taught by Zhou Yu, without which he would never have been able to complete the assessment so swiftly. At the moment the crystal chamber collapsed, the No. 9 ruins transmitted a signal towards the direction of the meteorite star in the cosmos. This was a pre-programmed protocol of the number 9 ruins, unchanged even after tens of thousands of years. Despite the meteorite star's destruction and the absence of any response since, the intelligent core of the No. 9 ruins faithfully executed the protocol. Regrettably, the signal could not escape Earth. In its former state, Earth would have transmitted it effortlessly. However, now it was completely encircled by the D-class planetary defense system. Although the defensive measures were not yet fully deployed, the core of Earth was already enveloped by numerous protective devices, making it impossible for such a signal to break through the defense layers. Meanwhile, deep within Mist Island, aboard a colossal spacecraft, a certain life form in the control room began to awaken upon intercepting the signal. Chapter 77. merging with the wind. In the private dimension of the virtual universe, Zhou Yu is once again slain by the Rift Divine Soldier under the control of Kuei. This marked his 6th death within the first day of the second phase, leaving him with 4 opportunities remaining. This excruciating pain had begun to feel somewhat familiar to Zhou Yu, and while he trembled all over for a moment, it did not imply that he wished to endure it. However, faced with the suddenly doubled gravity and the Rift Divine Soldier, the difficulty exceeded his expectations. And this was merely the first day of the second phase. Noticing Zhou Yu's furrowed brow, Kuei, who saw that he had yet to grasp the key to the training, shook his head and remarked, "Zhou Yu, your current state is not right. You have yet to enter the training mindset." Zhou Yu felt a pang of guilt and quickly admitted, "Master, I apologize. I became overly relaxed upon returning to my hometown." Kuei gazed at Zhou Yu with indifference, a cold smile gracing his lips as he said, "While returning to your hometown may allow for relaxation, do you currently possess the strength to protect it? The cruelty of the universe is something I need not explain to you. I will give you 10 minutes. If you cannot enter the right mindset by then, you may cease your training for today." Zhou Yu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He indeed had relaxed, having unconsciously surrendered all responsibilities to Hong and the Thunder God. After being jolted awake, he immediately began to focus his mind, striving to calm his restless heart. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yu's thoughts gradually stabilized. He opened his eyes, devoid of any agitation, only determination shining through. Addressing Kuei, he said, "Master, let us begin." Kuei, satisfied with the transformation in Zhou Yu, nodded in approval and reminded him, "Very well, relying solely on the perception of the wind is insufficient to evade all attacks. You must learn to merge with the wind. Everything in the universe, as long as it is not in absolute stillness, exists within the wind. Integrate with it." Upon hearing Kuei's reminder, Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Throughout the previous 6 deaths, he had indeed made progress and had begun to touch upon the threshold of understanding. It was merely his unsettled mind that had hindered him. Kuei recognized this and intentionally interrupted his training to help Zhou Yu regain his focus. Excitedly, Zhou Yu exclaimed, "Yes, master, I understand." The training resumed, and unlike the previous 6 attempts, this time Zhou Yu's body began to drift, his movements no longer reliant on mere perception and evasion, as if guided by an invisible wind. Observing Zhou Yu's comprehension of the technique he had described, Kuei wore a satisfied smile. Several hours later, with a final death maneuver, Zhou Yu evaded the last blade of the Rift Divine Soldier. All the Rift Divine Soldiers vanished, and gravity returned to normal, marking the end of the training. Zhou Yu, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, respectfully bowed to Kuei, saying, "Thank you, master." Aware of Kuei's habit of departing immediately after his training, Zhou Yu bowed as soon as the session concluded. Kuei merely nodded at Zhou Yu's gesture, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, before vanishing from the private dimension of the virtual universe. After Kuei's departure, Zhou Yu slumped in exhaustion within the private dimension. The training regimen Kuei had devised pushed his mental state to its limits, leaving him yearning for sleep after each session. However, in this state, his physical sensations became increasingly acute. Thus, immediately after collapsing, he called out, "Number 3, exit the virtual universe." Upon awakening in the external world, Zhou Yu stifled his fatigue and attentively sensed the sensations coursing through his body. As time passed, his control over his body improved once more. The feeling of exhaustion gradually dissipated in the face of Zhou Yu's formidable recuperative abilities. Turning to number 3 perched upon his shoulder, he inquired, "Has anything noteworthy occurred today?" Number 3 replied, "Master Luo Feng, who was trapped in the number 9 ruins, emerged around 4 a.m., and according to data analysis, his current combat power ranks as an invincible war god by Earth S standards." A smile crept onto Zhou Yu's face as he remarked, "He emerged at 4 a.m. It seems he gained quite a bit from his time inside. Indeed, it appears the winds are beginning to stir." Number 3 continued, report, "Master, according to the planetary defense system, there are currently no signs of wind in Jiangnan City. Should we proceed with manipulations?" Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback by No. 3's suggestion, responding with a hint of exasperation, "No need for that. What about Hong and the Thunder God? How have my personal guards fared?" "Understood, master." Monitoring indicates that the 5 personal guards returned to their respective residences after testing their planetary-level abilities yesterday and have commenced their training. Master Hong and Master Thunder returned to Earth at 2 a.m., accompanied by 2 slaves from the Purple Pattern clan. Based on their expressions upon returning, it is advisable for you to refrain from contacting them for the time being. Currently, Master Hong is in discussion with Luo Feng, while Master Thunder is training at the headquarters of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Upon hearing number three's advice, Zhou Yu resolved to keep his distance from Hong and the Thunder God for the next few months, acknowledging that it was somewhat ungracious to have tricked them. How is the deployment of the planetary defense system progressing? Zhou Yu inquired with curiosity. Number 3 connected to the planetary defense system and reported. According to the control center of the defense system, 60 of the solar system has been deployed. Based on current progress, it will take approximately one more day for full deployment. Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the third attendant and said, if Luo Feng comes looking for me later, allow him to enter directly. I wish to further experience the sensation of merging with the wind, as teacher Kuei described. Understood, master, replied the third attendant. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu closed his eyes, focusing on the feeling of merging with the wind that he had just trained in. Immersed in his cultivation, he felt as though he had connected with the winds of the entire planet, as if a mere wave of his hand could summon countless tempests across the earth. In this ethereal realm of wind, Zhou Yu seemed to transform into the very essence of the breeze itself. At that moment, Luo Feng arrived outside the villa. Following the third attendant's arrangements, he entered the dwelling and, noticing Zhou Yu seemingly deep in meditation, opted not to disturb him. Instead, he quietly seated himself at a distance, observing Zhou Yu as he trained. To Luo Feng's eyes, Zhou Yu appeared as a rampant tornado, an unending vortex of wind seemingly poised to obliterate anything in its path. Even with his current strength, Luo Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing a life form nearby, Zhou Yu immediately recognized it was Luo Feng. He ceased his contemplation of the wind, allowing his breath to gradually calm, and opened his eyes. Seeing Zhou Yu conclude his practice, Luo Feng quickly rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Teacher Zhou Yu, for protecting my family. Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. After all, you are one of my students. I cannot allow others to bully you. Moreover, the calamity shall not befall your family. Li Yao and the others have made it through unscathed. Gratitude shone in Luo Feng's eyes. For him, the safety of his family surpassed all else. Chapter 78. The arrival of Luo Feng. Zhou Yu observed the grateful Luo Feng and shook his head. You should handle the Li Yao couple yourself. I believe you possess the strength to do so. Hong and Thunder God will not interfere. Luo Feng nodded, unfazed. With his current capabilities, Li Yao posed no threat whatsoever. His visit was not only to express his gratitude to Zhou Yu, but also to challenge him. Having achieved a mental strength amplitude exceeding 30 and learned to manipulate the escape sky needle, Luo Feng yearned to test his mettle against the strongest mentalist on Earth. With this thought igniting a fervent battle spirit within him, Luo Feng declared to Zhou Yu, Teacher Zhou Yu, I wish to challenge you. I desire to ascertain the extent of our disparity. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, a mixture of amusement and disbelief crossing his features as he regarded the fervent Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you must have gleaned some information about the cosmos within the ruins. Can you guess what planetary stage I currently occupy? Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. According to the intelligence from the ruins, the three most formidable individuals were Hong, Thunder God, and Zhou Yu, both Hong and Thunder God being at planetary stages 6 and 7, while Zhou Yu was classified at planetary stage 1. The gap between him and the others was vast, making Zhou Yu the only viable target for his challenge. Curiously, he inquired, Aren't you at planetary stage 1? It was evident that the information from the ruins was somewhat outdated. Zhou Yu, observing Luo Feng's curiosity, sighed in exasperation. You may use the auxiliary light brain you carry to scan me. Upon entering the villa, the third attendant had already detected the auxiliary light brain on Luo Feng. Surprised by how Zhou Yu knew of his possession, Luo Feng nonetheless trusted him and proceeded to allow the light brain to scan Zhou Yu. Beep. Life form detected. Planetary stage 9. Luo Feng was utterly astonished. In merely half a year, Zhou Yu had ascended from planetary stage 1 to planetary stage 9. What a remarkable pace of cultivation. Zhou Yu smiled at Luo Feng's astonished expression. Do you still wish to challenge me? Without hesitation, Luo Feng nodded vigorously. Yes, I wish to challenge you. Receiving guidance from you, Teacher Zhou Yu, will undoubtedly lead to my advancement. Zhou Yu nodded in acknowledgement, truly impressed by Luo Feng's unwavering determination. However, he recognized that Luo Feng's foundational skills were lacking, and the guidance he could offer would be limited to aspects of physical exertion and mental strength. He did not want to directly admit that Luo Feng's fundamentals were insufficient, as that would be rather embarrassing. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu looked at the spirited Luo Feng and extended 3 fingers. Let us set the challenge aside for the moment. The gap between us is too vast. I propose this. You may unleash your full strength in 3 attacks against me. If your performance satisfies me, I shall present you with a gift. How does that sound? Luo Feng's eyes brightened at Zhou Yu's proposal. To receive a gift from someone who had rapidly ascended to planetary stage 9 within merely 6 months was undoubtedly remarkable. Eagerly, he exclaimed, "Teacher Zhou Yu, prepare yourself." No sooner had he spoken than Luo Feng propelled himself towards Zhou Yu using the escape sky needle, unleashing 365 golden blades that enveloped Zhou Yu's figure. As he observed Zhou Yu, who appeared defenseless, a moment of hesitation crossed Luo Feng's mind. But it was swiftly replaced by astonishment. The blades of the escape sky needle passed through Zhou Yu's form without inflicting a single scratch, as if he were merely an illusion. Zhou Yu's body instinctively tensed in response to the incoming blades, not from any sense of danger, but rather as a reflex honed from experiencing attacks from the divine splitter. He spoke, "Unleash your full power. Your current strength cannot harm me." Seeing Zhou Yu unscathed only intensified Luo Feng's fighting spirit. The 365 blades of the escape sky needle glimmered ominously, their attack speed accelerating to a terrifying degree, producing a cacophony of howls. This initial assault served merely as a test, and Luo Feng attentively noted the reactions of each blade as they passed through Zhou Yu. Gradually, he discerned the truth. Zhou Yu was not an illusion. Rather, he had evaded all of the blade's attacks with astonishing speed, returning to his original position and creating this illusion. Astonished, Luo Feng marveled at Zhou Yu's incredible speed and agility, realizing that the disparity at the planetary level was far greater than he had imagined. However, Luo Feng was not one to easily concede defeat. Though he had only recently acquired the complementary technique for the escape sky needle, he had successfully grasped the first layer within half a day, owing to his formidable mental strength amplitude. As his mental energy surged, the golden blades in the air began to thrash violently, their patterns glowing brighter until they coalesced into a singular form. A bead of sweat appeared on Luo Feng's forehead as he fixated intently on Zhou Yu. Drill Mountain Spike. In an instant, the 365 blades transformed into a colossal conical shape, spinning with terrifying tearing force as they charged directly at Zhou Yu. This attack was exponentially swifter than the previous two, and its unified form caused Zhou Yu to flash a glimmer of admiration. Truly, Luo Feng's comprehension was remarkable. At last, Zhou Yu made his move, transforming into a wisp of breeze that vanished from sight, leaving Luo Feng to feel only a gentle gust. As Zhou Yu disappeared, the frenzied, tearing force of the escape sky needle carved an immense chasm into the villa's floor. Dust billowed, enveloping the interior of the villa, and at that moment, Zhou Yu's voice resonated beside Luo Feng. Impressive power. Luo Feng turned to see Zhou Yu materialize beside him. With a graceful wave of his hand, Zhou Yu commanded the swirling dust, which obediently converged into the vast pit created by the escape sky needle. In mere moments, the dust settled, restoring the room to its former state, save for a deep pit where Zhou Yu had once stood. Luo Feng gazed at Zhou Yu with eager anticipation. "Teacher Zhou Yu, have I met your standards?" Zhou Yu's face broke into a smile as he remarked, "Indeed, your ability to evade from your original position has far exceeded my expectations. While this level of attack power is insufficient to breach my defenses, it would certainly be rather embarrassing if I, having trained my agility, were to be struck." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he inquired, "So, what about the reward?" Zhou Yu, taken aback by Luo Feng's eagerness, replied with a hint of exasperation, "Calm down. Why the rush? Do you think I could deceive you?" He then directly stated, "Number 3, send the follow-up of body control to Luo Feng." Suddenly, a projection appeared on Zhou Yu's shoulder, responding, "Yes, master. The advanced chapter of body control has been dispatched." Luo Feng, curious, asked, "What is the advanced chapter of body control?" Zhou Yu shook his head and said, "You'll understand once you cultivate it." In Chapter 79, Babata could no longer contain himself. Observing Zhou Yu capably dodging the attacks of the shattering divine weapon under immense gravity, Babata nodded in satisfaction, waving his right hand to nullify both the weapon and the gravity. He addressed Zhou Yu, "Well done. Your agility is satisfactory. However, do not grow complacent. This is merely the foundation. The true essence lies in your comprehension of the laws, and you still have a long way to go." Excited by Babata's words, Zhou Yu felt he had finally completed the first step of his training. As he relaxed, gazing at the vanished shattering divine weapon, he expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to your guidance, master." Babata nodded. "Indeed, you have met the requirements. Talent is secondary. Perseverance during your training is paramount. If you cannot endure, I would not grant you opportunities." Zhou Yu's face lit up with enthusiasm as he bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, master." A flicker of satisfaction passed through Babata's cold eyes as he observed the weary Zhou Yu. However, since you did not complete your training in advance, there will be no time for rest. Tomorrow, we commence battle training. Zhou Yu, intrigued, asked, Master, why not start with battle training from the beginning? Babata, with a touch of exasperation, replied, Do you wish for a swift demise? With your current combat level, you would merely be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Now that you have solidified your agility foundation, you can grow in combat. Initiating such training from the start would be highly inefficient. And I also need to assess you through this training. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhou Yu respectfully said, I shall adhere to your arrangements, Master. From tomorrow onward, I will summon suitable opponents from the virtual universe for you, both of your kin and others. You must survive and eliminate all enemies until you earn my recognition. Do you understand? After stating this, Babata's icy pupils erupted with a chilling, killing intent, as if the very air in the private space was thick with it. Zhou Yu, sensing this aura, felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement, his eyes glimmering with fervor as a wild battle spirit began to blossom. Babata, perceiving Zhou Yu's battle intent, let out a hearty laugh before vanishing from the virtual universe. Zhou Yu felt a surge of adrenaline, eagerly anticipating the training to come. At that moment, Number 3 appeared before Zhou Yu, stating, Master, an unidentified signal has been detected at Mist Island, and the planetary defense system has registered a sudden influx of wood spirit crystals, prompting a significant evolution in numerous monsters. Planet-level monsters have emerged, and many are heading toward Mist Island. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Yu's eyes as he realized that Babata could no longer restrain himself from taking action against Luo Feng. Compared to the original timeline, this had occurred at least a year earlier. Stroking his chin, Zhou Yu decided against seizing or sabotaging Luo Feng's opportunities, for everyone has their own path to tread, and he was not in need of such resources. However, he thought, observing the unfolding drama could be entertaining. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he said, Number 3, exit the virtual universe. I've been hiding from them for a month. It's time to make my appearance. I wonder how Hong and Lei are progressing. Let's go meet them. Yes, Master. As the virtual universe exited, Zhou Yu opened his eyes in the villa, inhaling deeply to savor the rapid recovery of his state. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the direction of Mist Island. In Australia, at Mist Island, nearly all planet-level beings on Earth had converged here. Since the last appearance of the Wood Spirit, various global factions have been covertly investigating Mist Island. However, due to the island as perpetual fog and the dense monster population, progress had been slow. This time, however, the emergence of planet-level monsters had captured the attention of these factions. The frenzy escalated when someone witnessed a Lord-level monster devouring a white crystal emitting a fragrant aroma, subsequently breaking through to planet level, sending the factions into a frenzy. Upon learning of this, the various powers rushed to Mist Island in search of the mysterious crystal. When Zhou Yu arrived, chaos erupted across Mist Island, the once white mist now tainted with the scent of blood. The most formidable of the royal-level monsters, the Octopus Beast King, had fallen victim to the might of Thunder God, who had dramatically increased his strength. Hong and Thunder God were present, primarily to support their younger brother, not intending to seize anything. In the past, they might have been unable to resist taking action, but now, enriched by the abundant resources provided by Zhou Yu, they found little interest in the wood spirit crystals. They were, however, curious about the secrets of Mist Island, a small area that not only hosted the precious Mo Yun vine, but also a plethora of wood spirit crystals. After previously subduing the Mo Yun vine, Hong and Thunder God had investigated the area, but to no avail. Now, only a few months later, the appearance of the wood spirit crystals hinted at a hidden, mysterious relic within. Zhou Yu felt a twinge of nostalgia. This battle was undoubtedly far more intense than depicted in the original narrative, with the vast lake now tinged with a hint of crimson. Chapter 80. The net is drawn. The most fierce competition was undoubtedly in the heart of the lake region, where the most abundant Muya crystals could be found. At this moment, Luo Feng was being lured towards the fallen ink starship by Babata. It was thanks to his comprehension of the wind that Zhou Yu could sense Luo Feng's position, but he remained powerless regarding Babata's whereabouts. After all, the fallen ink starship was an F-class vessel, and its concealment was beyond the capabilities of a mere planetary-level warrior like him to detect, even if it were damaged. At that moment, Hong seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to gaze at Zhou Yu, who was concealed at the edge of Mist Island, and shot a beam of light directly at him. Upon perceiving Hong's gaze, Zhou Yu's expression stiffened, and he swiftly dodged the light while dispelling his concealment. He offered an awkward smile to Hong and Thunder God, transforming into a streak of light and appearing before them, sheepishly greeting Brother Hong, second brother. It's been a while. Hong rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore Zhou Yu. After a month of turmoil, he was thoroughly exhausted, having handled nearly everything himself. Thunder God was merely a source of comic relief, contributing little more than assistance in combat. Looking at Zhou Yu, Thunder God gritted his teeth, remarking at you, "Not hiding anymore? Dare to face us?" This past month, Thunder God had been similarly coerced into overtime, assisting Hong, and had significantly reduced his training time. Zhou Yu replied earnestly, "Isn't it because I missed Brother Hong and a second brother?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Hong and Thunder God's eyes twitched simultaneously. Even Hong could not refrain from retorting, "I think you're just restless and here to watch the fun." Thunder God added, "You, your shamelessness has reached new heights. We need to have a proper spar. It's been too long since we last fought, and my hands are itching." Seeing Zhou Yu's brazen demeanor, Thunder God was strongly tempted to give him a good thrashing. Acknowledging Hong and Thunder God's comments without rebuttal, Zhou Yu burst into laughter. Brother Hong truly understands me." He then sensed the aura of the two, noting their significant improvements compared to a month ago. It seemed they'd been diligently utilizing the virtual universe for combat training during that time. With ample resources at their disposal, their progress was akin to being fitted with an accelerator. Despite the majority of the month being spent on administrative matters, their advancements were visibly impressive. In Zhou Yu's perception, the intensity of Hong and Thunder God's auras was nearing the 9th tier of planetary strength. It appeared they had indeed been pent up, and now, with abundant resources, they experienced a remarkable surge in power. Zhou Yu looked towards Mist Island and curiously inquired, "Brother Hong, second brother, how have your harvests fared?" Hong smiled and replied, "Quite well. We've collected a total of 19 crystals so far, which is the highest among all factions. However, a third of them were discovered by Luo Feng. One must admit, psychic warriors have their advantages. It's unfortunate we did not uncover that mysterious ruin." Zhou Yu sighed, realizing the impossibility of such a discovery. Given the F-class ship, Thunder God shamelessly chimed in, "I have slightly less than Brother Hong, with a total of 15 crystals, most of which I acquired through persuasive means." There is strength in numbers. Zhou Yu shot Thunder God a disdainful glance and fell silent, focusing on the situation on Mist Island. When he saw his 5 personal guards wreaking havoc like unbridled hounds, his expression darkened. What on earth was happening? Where was his mature and reliable guard? No longer burdened by various trivial matters and having broken through to planetary level, the 5 from Ruifeng had completely let loose after a month of pent-up training. They became the disruptors on Mist Island, bringing misfortune to anyone who crossed their path. Working in seamless coordination, they not only overwhelmed their opponents, but also ensured none could escape. Except when encountering personnel from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, they showed restraint. Otherwise, factions like the HR Alliance and various national forces suffered greatly upon catching up to their targets. The Ruifeng group did not seize their resources, but rather encircled them for forced sparring, appearing to test their strength. However, Zhou Yu saw through their intentions. They were merely there to cause chaos. Having become Zhou Yu's personal guards, they were tasked with managing various affairs for the global factions, particularly the HR Alliance, which led them to target HR Alliance members the most vigorously. Nevertheless, they displayed a measure of restraint, only leaving their opponents bruised, a point of embarrassment rather than a life-threatening injury. Zhou Yu observed his unruly 5 with exasperation, but, recalling their hard work over the past few months, shook his head and chose to ignore them, allowing them to vent their frustrations. Simultaneously, he scanned the entire area, noting the presence of approximately 50 Mu Yu crystals. According to the planetary defense system, this number matched the crystals detected externally. Most of the monsters on the island had been eliminated given the overwhelming advanced combat power from Earth. It was a miracle they had lasted this long. The once picturesque Mist Island now lay in tatters, especially the central region, which had vanished entirely. The lake, tinted a faint red, concealed countless wrecks beneath its surface, while the lake bed had been riddled with numerous cavities, causing a noticeable drop in water level. There was no alternative. Earth was in dire need of resources. And facing a treasure like the Mu Yu crystals, which could significantly reduce arduous training time, no one could remain indifferent. Everyone had descended upon Mist Island like locusts, draining it of its resources. As time passed, nearly an hour had elapsed without any faction on Mist Island making further gains. And Luo Feng had also been absent from Zhou Yu's senses for some time. It seemed that Babada was preparing to conclude the operation. Zhou Yu spoke up, "Brother Hong, second brother, we can wrap this up. All the Muya crystals have been located. Hong nodded as he surveyed the current state of Mist Island, then turned to Zhou Yu. All right, I'll arrange for the Extreme Martial Arts Hall personnel, and then we'll head to space. A flicker of battle intent gleamed in his eyes. Thunder God mirrored this sentiment. Gazing at Zhou Yu with a mischievous grin as he hastily organized the Thunder Martial Arts Hall members, clearly eager to engage him in a bout. Zhou Yu wore an amused smile. Want to strike him? It wouldn't be that easy. If he could reach him, it would be his defeat. He then cast a glance at the still frolicking Ruifeng Five and, in a light-hearted manner, conveyed a message through the wind, saying, "Stop playing. There are no resources left on Mist Island. Be careful not to get caught and beaten up by them when they unite. It's time to call it a day." The Ruifeng group was in pursuit of a foreign planetary-level target when Zhou Yu's voice suddenly reached their ears, causing the five of them to shiver. They exchanged glances, as if to say, "What is our teacher, this homebody, doing out here to watch the show?" A hint of panic washed over their faces. But after hearing Zhou Yu's words, they collectively sighed in relief, realizing that their teacher bore them no ill will. Chapter 81, A Lack of Martial Virtue. Watching the distant foreign planetary-level warrior retreat, the Ruifeng group felt a twinge of regret and promptly abandoned the chase. They saluted the sky, and then, turning to each other, Ruifeng declared, "Brothers, we've had our fun. Let us retreat." In an instant, the five of them vanished, leaving behind 5 streaks of light shimmering in the distance. At this moment, those who had been beaten by them, having failed to locate Muya Jing for an extended period, were preparing to unite and seek revenge. While they did not intend to kill, it was certain that they would face another bout of violence if captured. Unfortunately, due to Zhou Yu's prior warning to the five, their plans for vengeance were destined to be thwarted. Observing their own faction gradually withdrawing from Mist Island, Zhou Yu and his companions paid no heed to the other obstinate forces remaining on the island, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they soared into the cosmos. This left behind a chaotic Mist Island, where factions of desperate individuals banded together, turning their sights toward the major powers, intent on tearing a piece of flesh from them, resulting in yet another fierce melee. Meanwhile, Luo Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he retreated alongside the members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, though those observant enough would discern a glimmer of joy upon his face. In the frigid, desolate expanse of space, several 100,000 kilometers from Earth, Zhou Yu and his 2 companions stood facing one another. The vacuum of the universe posed no immediate threat to them. Zhou Yu, gazing at Hong and Thunder God opposite him, radiated a fierce battle intent, gripping his sword tightly. The domain of wind erupted forth, now more refined than before, as he continuously absorbed insights from his physical training into the currents of the wind, achieving significant progress. One mastery leads to the mastery of all. Sensing the palpable threat emanating from Zhou Yu, Hong and Thunder God recognized that his strength had surpassed theirs. Yet, they did not flinch as martial artists. Confronting those stronger than oneself is a form of cultivation, is it not? The two exchanged a glance, seemingly communicating, before simultaneously unleashing their respective domains. In the dark void of space, 3 colossal sources of light, white, azure, and violet, suddenly materialized and swiftly intertwined. Boom! Even in the vacuum of space. The clash of these 3 formidable energies resonated with a deafening roar, which all 3 could distinctly hear. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yu's domain of wind was the most powerful among them. The azure field forcefully suppressed the domains of both Hong and Thunder God. Yet, they were equally unyielding, their eyes aglow with fierce determination as they combined the dual domains of light and thunder to resist Zhou Yu's wind domain. The combined strength of their domains surprisingly held back the 3rd level of Zhou Yu's wind domain, resulting in an ongoing struggle for dominance over this territory, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, feeling the immense pressure bearing down on them, Hong and Thunder God, wielding weapons crafted from Xian Iron Mother recently obtained from Mars, swiftly advanced toward Zhou Yu's direction. Zhou Yu chose not to employ his 4th-tier battle sword, Wind Whisper, nor did he utilize his enhanced physique at 3 times the genetic multiplier. Instead, he maintained his usual 9th-tier planetary strength, wielding merely the weapons made from Xian Iron Mother, which had been fashioned for the slaves from the Martian mines. As he observed Hong and Thunder God rapidly approaching, a chill swept through Zhou Yu, as if countless spectral blades were poised to pierce his being. The light emanating from the battle spear in Hong's hands began to distort as he attacked, transforming into numerous vicious, serpentine rays of light that lunged toward Zhou Yu. Mastering a myriad of fighting styles, Hong had seamlessly integrated all that he had learned into his spear technique. Over the past month, aside from handling various affairs, He had witnessed numerous battles in the virtual cosmos and acquired a wealth of foundational secret techniques, greatly expanding his horizons and transforming him in every aspect. What was once a straightforward beam of light in Hong's hands now appeared capable of twisting into any shape at will, with countless spear shadows darting toward Zhou Yu's face. Had it been Zhou Yu before his training and movement, he would have been unable to evade the bizarre light spears and would have to endure the hits with sheer strength. However, in this moment, as the multitude of spear shadows surged toward him, his body instinctively moved, transforming into a phantom that evaded capture, effortlessly sidestepping the chaotic and twisted spear shadows of Hong. Zhou Yu suddenly sensed a threat approaching from behind, experiencing a slight tingling sensation on his back. If Hong's spear was intricate and dreamlike, then Thunder God's blade was wild. Swift and direct, its dark red surface shimmering with violet lightning. A trace of released electrical energy from the blade caused the surrounding vacuum to erupt violently. The unspoken camaraderie between Thunder God and Hong was evident. A mere brief exchange of glances had sufficed to devise a united plan, their coordination flawless. Thunder God had Zhou Yu firmly in his sights, his battle blade transforming into a ferocious lightning tiger, charging with unbridled speed. As he swung the blade, a terrifying arc of light cut through a vast expanse, including Zhou Yu's position, the razor-sharp edge slicing through the air. Yet in the next instant, Zhou Yu was severed in two, only to dissipate into nothingness. Hong and Thunder God were not taken aback. Although Zhou Yu was stronger at the 9th tier of planetary strength, his speed had not reached a level beyond their perception. Even though Zhou Yu's velocity exceeded their expectations, they could still discern that he had vacated his original position the moment Thunder God swung his blade. Zhou Yu, now a distance away, regarded Hong and Thunder God with caution, saying, "Brother Hong, brother Air, how could you conspire against me like this?" Thunder God chuckled, replying, "We initially had no intention of joining forces. However, upon sensing your current strength, both Hong and I concluded that if we didn't unite, you would undoubtedly thrash us. And that would be a significant loss." Hong's eyes glinted with amusement, agreeing with Thunder God's assessment. Zhou Yu chuckled sheepishly, wondering if his intentions were so easily guessed, and retorted, "Isn't it because you and Brother Hong are so strong?" Thunder God recalled the events from a month prior, where Zhou Yu had deftly shifted the blame onto them, leaving them in an extremely awkward situation, and now intended to catch them off guard in this battle. He resolved that they must not let Zhou Yu escape this time. A sly smile crept across Hong's lips, a glint of danger flickering in his gaze as he exchanged looks with Thunder God. In unison, they surged forth with incredible speed toward Zhou Yu, Thunder God calling out, "Brother Hong, catch him, don't let him escape." As Zhou Yu beheld the two fierce figures rapidly closing in on him, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine, and he thought, "Oh no, they're just looking for a fight. Brother Hong and Brother Air merely want to catch me and give me a good thrashing." The battle fervor that had risen within him instantly dissipated. Recognizing that this was no place to linger, he shimmered with azure light and vanished from the scene, shouting, "Brother Hong, Brother Air, you're not playing fair." The three of them vanished from the starry sky, leaving behind only a trace of lingering power from their colliding domains swirling in the void. Chapter 82. The Frantic Babata. On Earth, Babata projected before Luo Feng, wide-eyed with disbelief, asking, "What? You claim that Zhou Yu's psychic talent surpasses yours, and that he has created body, control, and consciousness manifestation. How is that possible? Why was there no indication of Zhou Yu's status in my scans? Moreover, my records show that half a year ago, he was merely at the 1st tier of planetary strength. How can he have broken through to the 9th tier now?" Babata exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Luo Feng wore an innocent expression as he replied, I thought you already knew, Babata." Babata paced in front of Luo Feng, insisting, "Impossible. Tell me, does Zhou Yu possess a high-level intelligent light brain? Although the Yuma starship has suffered significant damage, it is not something that can be shielded by Earth's technological products." Luo Feng recalled the situation at Zhou Yu's villa and nodded, saying, "It seems that Brother Yu has one by his side. I noticed a figure resembling yours near him last time at the villa, though he appeared to have a vacant gaze and a rather monotonous tone." Babata nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, that must be the manifestation of a highly advanced intelligent light brain. But where did he obtain it? Such a level of technological product could not possibly exist on Earth. The auxiliary light brain that Hong possesses is the highest grade currently available on the planet. Moreover, the techniques of body control and consciousness manifestation could never be created by a mere planetary level being. This Zhou Yu is undoubtedly concealing a monumental secret." Luo Feng, dismissive of Babata's anxiousness, replied, What's the big deal? Perhaps Brother Yu is simply extraordinarily gifted. Babata, struck by Luo Feng's humor, burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Ha ha! Luo Feng, do you truly believe that? Do you know what level these two techniques represent? Even within the heritage of Yuma Star, these two techniques are not trivial. While they may not compare to the Soul Seal and Void Tower created by your teacher, they undoubtedly reach the threshold of top-tier techniques." A flicker of confusion appeared in Luo Feng's eyes as he asked the increasingly agitated Babata, "Are these two techniques really that formidable?" Babata, somewhat exasperated by Luo Feng's ignorance, explained, "Luo Feng, do you know how many requirements there are to break through to immortality?" Upon hearing Babata's question, Luo Feng sighed. "Babata, I am just a planetary-level being. How could I possibly know how one breaks through to such exalted existence?" Babata took to the air, perching on Luo Feng's shoulder, and, with his hands clasped behind his head, began to elucidate. "My former master taught me that there are 3 hurdles to surpass in order to achieve immortality. The first is to stabilize and exert a force of 100, fully unlocking one's physical potential. The second is to completely comprehend one of the 8 elemental laws: wind, light, thunder, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The third is to break through the primordial core and connect with the source of the laws. Only a realm master who has achieved all 3 can transcend into immortality." Luo Feng listened, somewhat bewildered, and asked, "Babata, what exactly are the lower-level laws? And what is the primordial core?" Babata, exasperated, replied, "These concepts are all contained within the heritage of Yuma Star. I will teach you bit by bit. But what I want to convey is that Brother Yu's techniques are not to be underestimated. Just the basic and advanced additions of body control he provided you can enable you to steadily cultivate up to 60 times physical exertion. If I am not mistaken, there should also be an ultimate addition that allows one to directly cultivate to 100-fold exertion. This is already a technique aimed squarely at immortality. Although it is only one of the conditions for breaking through, you should also know that some techniques can enhance physical capabilities. For instance, certain races in the universe possess the innate ability to shrink their bodies tenfold while simultaneously enhancing their physical attributes tenfold, and these enhancements can stack with physical exertion. Luo Feng, stunned by this revelation, quickly inquired, "Is Brother Yu really that strong? Then, Babata, are there techniques within the heritage of Yuma Star that can enhance the body?" Babata, observing Luo Feng beginning to grasp the significance of these 2 techniques, nodded affirmatively. Of course, although the lineage of Yuma Star primarily focuses on mental practitioners, it does not mean that it has forsaken the warrior path. There are indeed numerous similar techniques, albeit the highest only enhances to a 10-fold degree. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at Babata. "Tenfold is no small feat. Combined with my 60 times exertion, that amounts to 600 times the strength." Babata, sensing Luo Feng's enthusiasm, felt a pang of concern. He quickly cautioned, "Luo Feng, this is only useful below immortality. Once one becomes immortal, the effect dissipates." Luo Feng, taken aback by Babata's words, retorted, "Babata, didn't you say I have virtually no chance of breaking through to immortality?" Babata, feeling somewhat awkward at Luo Feng's remark, promptly changed the subject, saying, "Furthermore, the consciousness manifestation technique is even more terrifying. It can still be effective even after becoming immortal. Moreover, I have analyzed that this technique is exceptionally suited for you, as it can significantly elevate your mental amplitude. Given your current soul strength, it could elevate your mental amplitude to over 300, and it would greatly assist you in cultivating the Void Tower." Luo Feng inhaled sharply, his eyes blazing as he looked at Babata. "Babata, is that true? My mental amplitude is currently only 30. Babata, troubled by Luo Feng's apparent indifference toward Zhou Yu, sighed. "Luo Feng, I am warning you that Zhou Yu may pose a problem. You must be cautious, as the heritage of Yuma Star is indeed very alluring." A smile crept onto Luo Feng's face as he reassured, "Rest easy. Brother Yu is not that kind of person. I trust he would not harm me. Furthermore, Babata, don't you think Brother Yu would be a perfect fit for our Yuma Star lineage?" Babata paused, instinctively nodding in agreement, his excitement bubbling over. "You're right, Luo Feng. Ha ha ha. You are truly clever. We must not let such a genius slip away." Luo Feng found Babata's exuberance amusing, despite being an ancient entity who had lived countless ages. He was unexpectedly easy to manipulate. However, Luo Feng was serious about persuading Babata to recruit Zhou Yu into the Yuma Star lineage. Chapter 83, Challenge. At the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, Zhou Yu and his 2 companions sat around a tea table. Thunder God beamed at Zhou Yu, while Hong wore a similarly jovial expression. In contrast, Zhou Yu, with his slightly curly hair, wore a look of exasperation as he cast a resentful glance at Thunder God. Second brother, your hands are truly unlucky. If you had been a bit heavier, I fear all my hair would have turned to charcoal. Thunder God, eyeing Zhou Yu's slightly curled hair, rubbed his bald head with a mischievous grin. Little Yu, being bald isn't so bad. It's quite stylish. How about I give you a trim? Zhou Yu's eyelid twitched as he promptly shook his head in refusal. Second brother, please spare me. Both Hong and Thunder God burst into laughter at Zhou Yu's reaction. Zhou Yu understood that Thunder God was merely joking and joined in the laughter before turning serious. Brother Hong, second brother, aside from wanting to spar with you, I also wanted to inform you that I will be entering seclusion for a while. My teacher has arranged new training for me. Hong and Thunder God were aware of the benefits Zhou Yu had received since joining the Virtual Universe Company, so they were not surprised by his mention of a teacher. They felt a twinge of envy at Zhou Yu's rapid growth and strength. Thunder God remarked, your teacher is impressive. In just a month, he has trained you so adeptly. Your previous combat skills were, shall we say, rather brute force oriented. Zhou Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Had he really been that lacking before? Hong turned to Zhou Yu and asked, how long will this seclusion last? Zhou Yu shook his head. I don't know. It might not conclude until I set off. My teacher hasn't specified the standards, but it's certainly not a simple matter. Hong and Thunder God nodded in understanding. Hong turned to Zhou Yu and reassured him, rest assured and enter your seclusion. My brother and I will keep a vigilant watch over matters on Earth, especially with the contingency plans you've set in place. The vast array of experiences gathered within the virtual universe not only broadened their horizons, but also provided them with an abundance of resources, which they swiftly assimilated. At this juncture, their growth and strength rivaled that of Zhou Yu himself. Furthermore, both Hong and Thunder God possessed a wealth of 1 Hunyuan unit gifted by Zhou Yu, sufficient to sustain their progress for an extended period. Zhou Yu chuckled at Hong's words, reflecting on how the solar system had become the safest sector in the entire Milky Way, bolstered by the presence of these two stalwarts who had upheld humanity since the Great Nirvana era. Moreover, with the extraordinary wildcard, Luo Feng on Earth, their safety was as assured as a rock. Well then, Hong I shall take my leave. I will head to the lunar spacecraft for my seclusion. I would appreciate your assistance in looking after my 5 rather foolish bodyguards, Zhou Yu said, recalling his somewhat exasperating guards that resembled carefree huskies on Mist Island. Hong and Thunder God, already informed by their subordinates of Zhou Yu's bodyguard team's antics, exchanged amused glances, their lips curling into faint smiles. Hong nodded, assuring him, you need not worry. Thunder God added with a chuckle, why not send them to me? They seem to suit my taste, haha. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, go away, I'm leaving. In an instant, he vanished before their eyes, leaving Hong and Thunder God in the room, erupting into laughter. On the desolate and frigid moon, 3 massive spacecraft were anchored in a secluded valley. Zhou Yu entered the cockpit, gazing at the projection of Unit 3 on the screen, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, it's just the 2 of us now, 3. For the next 2 years, you shall be my sole companion. Unit 3 observed Zhou Yu in silence, its lack of emotions leaving it puzzled by its master statement. For Unit 3, external factors held no sway, so it merely stared blankly at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu smiled gently and said, you will come to understand in time. Unit 3 nodded in response, yes, master. Now, activate the cryogenic pod on the spacecraft. I intend to enter the virtual universe for an extended period. Should any significant matters arise on Earth, notify me accordingly. Understood. The cryogenic pod has been activated. Zhou Yu approached a silver, egg-shaped cryogenic pod, removed his belongings, and reclined within it. The pod's door slowly closed, and Zhou Yu lay quietly, shutting his eyes as he issued the command, enter the virtual universe. Soon, a familiar voice resonated in his ears, connecting to the virtual universe. Within the private realm of the virtual universe, a flash of light enveloped Zhou Yu as he materialized in a lavish estate, with Unit 3 appearing on his shoulder simultaneously. Observing the personalized space he had crafted to his liking, Zhou Yu stroked his chin and smiled. It seems I shall spend the next 2 years here. At the highest point of the estate, Zhou Yu sat alongside Unit 3, quietly admiring the sunrise simulated by the virtual universe system. Though artificial, it bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. A splendid view. Kuei appeared behind Zhou Yu. Gazing at the sunrise in awe, Zhou Yu turned and bowed respectfully. Master. Kuei's icy gaze shifted from the sunrise to Zhou Yu, softening slightly as he nodded. Indeed. The opponents you will face in your upcoming training will predominantly comprise various races from the cosmos. The Zerg, the demonic, the mechanical, the cosmic behemoths, and even the human race. Your task is to survive and vanquish all adversaries. After each victory, the virtual universe will accurately assess your combat prowess and present you with your next opponent, each one tailored to exploit your weaknesses. I have arranged for you to engage in 3,000 battles, with an opportunity for clarification provided after every 10 encounters. You have less than 4 years to accomplish this goal. Only by achieving it will you be deemed worthy of undertaking my mission. Upon hearing Kuei's words, a fervent determination ignited in Zhou Yu's eyes, coupled with an insatiable curiosity about the mission Kuei had mentioned. However, he held his tongue, confident that he would discover it in due time. Kuei seemed to sense Zhou Yu's intrigue, but refrained from revealing the specifics of the mission, cryptically stating, "Completing this task will yield rewards that elevate you to unprecedented heights." Zhou Yu's already fervent gaze blazed with even greater intensity. If a genius like Kuei, hailing from the primordial realm, deemed it sufficient to elevate one to such heights, the task must be formidable. Yet, the primary challenge lay in the 3,000 battles ahead. Zhou Yu eagerly urged Kuei, "Master, let us begin. I can hardly contain my excitement." Observing Zhou Yu's fervor, Kuei's face illuminated with satisfaction as he proclaimed, "Excellent. Let the feast commence." Chapter 84. The Four-Armed Blade Mantis. The private realm transformed into a deep brown death planet at Kuei's words, its surface marred by cracks through which molten lava flowed. Suddenly, a towering figure, 3 meters tall and seemingly encased in black metal, emerged, illuminated by the lava below. It glimmered ominously, its 2-meter-long arms resembling razor-sharp blades. This marked Zhou Yu's first opponent, a being who had attained the planetary grade 9th tier within the realm of gold. Merely meeting its gaze sent a shiver of impending doom through Zhou Yu. In a mere instant, Unit 3 retrieved the opponent's data and reported, "Master, this is one of the Zerg's subservient races, the Four-Armed Blade Mantis. They are innately attuned to the golden laws, renowned masters of the blade. The infamous Blade Zerg is their progenitor." Zhou Yu, drawing his sword, remarked, "So it's merely a bug." Though his words were nonchalant, he recognized this as the most formidable adversary he had yet encountered, equal to him in every regard: genetic multiplier, cultivation, domain. And those 4 lethal arms instilled within him a profound sense of peril, accompanied by a flicker of caution in his eyes. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, the Four-Armed Blade Mantis revealed a terrifying murderous intent in its jade-green eyes, its form quaking as it vanished from sight and rapidly charged toward Zhou Yu. The sharpness of the golden domain cleaved the ground around the mantis, causing molten rock to splatter without affecting it in the slightest. As the Four-Armed Blade Mantis dashed toward him, Zhou Yu heightened his senses to their utmost limits, unleashing the wind domain at full force to seize control of the area. Kuei stood silently above the planet, observing the ensuing battle with quiet anticipation. With a sudden tremor of its legs, the Four-Armed Blade Mantis materialized before Zhou Yu, its 4 blade-like arms gleaming with golden radiance as they struck toward Zhou Yu's body. Instead of employing mental energy, Zhou Yu wielded his sword with blinding speed, deflecting the mantis's slashes. Zhou Yu understood that Kuei had assigned him the Four-Armed Blade Mantis as a means to learn and grow through combat, specifically targeting his weaknesses in swordsmanship. Thus, even as he struggled to withstand the initial onslaught of the blade-wielding foe, he refrained from using mental energy, relying solely on his singular advantage, speed, to navigate the fray. The clash between the 2 combatants caused the death planet to tremble gradually, revealing a subtle but unmistakable vibration coursing through the entire sphere. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the very ground, already riddled with fissures, was fracturing further under the impact of their domains colliding. The residual powers of the golden and wind domains wreaked havoc, leaving devastation in their wake. Zhou Yu's gaze remained fixed on the Four-Armed Blade Mantis, absorbing every move like a parched sponge soaking up water, diligently learning from the martial expertise displayed. It was fortunate that he had undergone a month of training in agility. Otherwise, he might have struggled to withstand even a single strike from the Four-Armed Blade Mantis, let alone grow amidst the chaos. He was acutely aware of how hollow his previous strength had been. The silhouettes of the 2 adversaries flickered across the desolate planet as Zhou Yu deftly evaded the onslaught of the Four-Armed Blade Mantis, parrying with his weapon whenever he failed to dodge. With each block, he felt the force of the golden domain seep into his blade, leaving fine cuts along his arm. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, Zhou Yu's swordsmanship was visibly improving, evolving at a remarkable pace. After 3 grueling hours of combat, he had transitioned from barely evading to occasionally countering the Blade Mantis's attacks. Despite his mounting injuries, each blow making him feel as if the next could be fatal, his eyes sparkled with an increasingly brilliant light. At last, Zhou Yu, overwhelmed by his wounds, was caught off guard and decapitated by the four-armed blade mantis. He could only utter a final declaration. "Son thief, wait for me, I will return." In the next instant, within the confines of the private spatial realm, time seemed to rewind, restoring the Death Planet to its pre-battle state. The scars on the four-armed blade mantis were fully healed, its emerald eyes locked intently on the newly revived Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu twisted his neck and wore an expression of exhilaration. The sensation of death was unpleasant, yet the rapidity of his progress rendered it trivial. If one were to liken his previous self to an ordinary person wielding a blade, he now barely qualified as a swordsman. Unlike before, the four-armed blade mantis seemed to sense danger and refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead regarding Zhou Yu with wariness, its toothy maw emitting a series of menacing growls, while its metallic form resonated with subtle vibrations. Observing the cautious mantis, Zhou Yu's excitement intensified. "You won't attack? Then I shall not hold back." The brilliance of his domain surged, rapidly advancing toward the blade mantis, while he instantaneously appeared behind it, his sword poised for a swift strike. Although the mantis could not match Zhou Yu's agility, its attack speed, aided by its four arms, was no less formidable. Sparks erupted as its blade arms clashed with Zhou Yu's weapon, seemingly transforming into a massive shield that absorbed his every assault and even counterattacked. Zhou Yu's eyes gleamed with admiration at the mantis's defensive strategy. Indeed, it was a natural master of swordplay, adept in both offense and defense. Each failed strike prompted it to swiftly adjust its position, appearing at Zhou Yu's side in an instant. It seemed the four-armed blade mantis had discerned Zhou Yu's fighting style, as its golden domain flickered with increasing intensity. Though they wielded domains of equal rank, Zhou Yu found himself outmatched in control, as the golden domain began to gradually suppress his wind domain. Yet, rather than dishearten him, the mantis's offensive spurred Zhou Yu's excitement further. "So you wish to counterattack?" Now it becomes interesting. As his domain expanded to its utmost extent, he experienced yet another breakthrough in control. In the crucible of life and death, the pace of his improvement surged, and this was merely his first opponent. The azure-hued wind domain and the golden-hued golden domain vied for dominion over the area as the restored Death Planet commenced its violent fragmentation. Neither combatant cared whether they fought in the air or on the ground. Under the influence of their domains, the very matter of the planet's surface seemed to vanish, sparkling as it scattered throughout the sphere. Chapter 85. The Cultivation Plan. Bang! In another fierce exchange, the two fighters recoiled simultaneously, swiftly retreating into space as the fragile equilibrium of the Death Planet shattered under the strain of their conflict. The planet could no longer maintain its integrity, and countless fissures on its surface began to widen, particularly in the direction of their battle, which had devolved into a sea of lava. In the next moment, it was as if the Death Planet had been detonated, erupting violently, with debris and molten matter hurtling into the void. Zhou Yu and the four-armed blade mantis evaded the oncoming debris with alacrity. The terrifying force posed little threat to them. The aftermath of the planet's explosion quickly cooled in space, forming a vast asteroid belt that provided countless footholds for the two combatants. Following the planet's destruction, their battle intensified further. The shift in their environment offered them greater freedom of movement. However, the advantage remained firmly in favor of the four-armed blade mantis, whose extensive combat experience in the vacuum of space presented significant challenges for Zhou Yu, culminating in the mantis severing Zhou Yu's left arm during the fray. Sweat began to bead on Zhou Yu's forehead, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, he teleported directly in front of the blade mantis. Crack! A series of slicing sounds echoed as both fighters seemed on the brink of mutual destruction. Zhou Yu's body was cleaved apart by the mantis's four blade arms. Yet he retaliated with equal ferocity, his right hand severing the mantis's head almost simultaneously. A fierce resolve emanated from Zhou Yu's gaze. In the fleeting moment before his revival, he had thought, "Though you may be stronger now, my ruthlessness exceeds yours. This round is a draw. Let us begin anew." The battlefield reset once more. No longer on the original Death Planet, but within the asteroid belt formed from its remnants. The observer, Pu, regarded Zhou Yu's combat with satisfaction, continuously adjusting the battlefield to exert maximum pressure on him. Zhou Yu's expression morphed into one of madness and ruthlessness as he surveyed the battlefield, while the recently revived four-armed blade mantis inexplicably sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. Earth. Luo Feng piloted his aircraft toward Zhou Yu's villa, only to find it deserted. Puzzled, he sent a private message to Zhou Yu's personal guards, inquiring about his whereabouts. Rue Feng, Do you know where Brother Yu's gone? Rui Feng and the others, aware of Luo Feng's close relationship with their superior, did not hesitate to disclose the information. They informed him, Patrol Officer Luo, the teacher left us a single email stating he would be in seclusion for an extended period. However, prior to his retreat, he was seen with Master Hong and Master Thunder. We are not entirely sure of his current location. Perhaps you could inquire with them. Luo Feng pondered thoughtfully, nodding as he expressed his gratitude. All right, I understand. Thank you. Rui Feng responded courteously, no need for thanks. As he concluded the private message, a frantic voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng, hurry. Ask that Hong where Zhou Yu has gone. We cannot let such a talented individual escape. Luo Feng nodded and said, all right, I shall seek out the museum master now. With that, he soared into the sky, entering the aircraft as he set his course towards the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Museum. At that moment, within the headquarters, Hong and Thunder God were engaged in an exchange of cultivation experiences when suddenly, Hong's wristband emitted a sound. Master, Inspector Luo Feng wishes to pay you a visit. Should I grant him entry? Both Thunder God and Hong paused their conversation, curiosity piqued. After all, Luo Feng had just returned from Mist Island. What could he possibly want? Thunder God responded to the wristband. Admit him, please arrange for his arrival. Thunder God, with a hint of envy, remarked, Luo Feng's rate of progress is nearly rivaling that of Zhou Yu. Even before achieving planetary status, he managed to defeat the planetary-level Li Yao. His combat prowess is undoubtedly on par with our elite guards. Hong nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, he likely possesses some unique opportunity. We should consider adding him to our training roster. Thunder God concurred. Certainly, given his current circumstances, he would be an excellent choice. Have you finalized the list on your end? Thunder God replied, almost. Besides my elite guards, I have also evaluated several highly loyal God of War level individuals, and they are ready for deployment at any moment. Hong continued, then let us add Luo Feng to the list. When he arrives, I shall have a word with him. Nodding in agreement, the two settled into silence, awaiting Luo Feng's arrival. Before long, a knock echoed from outside, followed by the voice of a staff member from the Extreme Martial Arts Museum. Master, Inspector Luo has arrived. On replied, come in. Yes. The staff member ushered Luo Feng into the room before discreetly exiting and carefully closing the door. Luo Feng regarded Hong and Thunder God, nodding in acknowledgement, Master Thunder God. Hong responded, yes, Luo Feng, what brings you here? Luo Feng slightly bowed towards Hong and inquired, Master, I wish to ask where Chairman Zhou Yu is. I have important matters to discuss with him. Hong's gaze sharpened, asking, what is it that you need to discuss with him? Luo Feng hesitated upon hearing Hong's question. Sensing Luo Feng's reluctance to speak, Hong, recalling that he also needed to discuss matters regarding Zhou Yu, decided to be forthright. Zhou Yu is currently in seclusion on the moon. Even Thunder God, and I find it difficult to meet him. Luo Feng felt a headache coming on, suddenly realizing, the moon? Why on earth would Yu Ge be in seclusion there? Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances before explaining, we were just about to tell you. Thunder God, Zhou Yu, and I have devised a training plan for humanity on Earth. We intend to provide ample resources and secret methods to rapidly cultivate a select group of strong individuals, and you are among them. Luo Feng, puzzled by this revelation, heard Babata's disdainful voice in his mind. What resources and secret methods could they possibly have? Luo Feng, you need not join them with my greatness. I can undoubtedly train you to become a formidable force in the universe. Observing the confusion in Luo Feng's eyes, Hong clarified. Are you curious about where our resources and secret methods come from? Luo Feng nodded, genuinely intrigued, considering that even the spirits of flora on Earth were deemed treasures in such times. A flicker of respect crossed Hong's eyes as he recounted how Zhou Yu had ventured alone into the cosmos recently, successfully bringing back a wealth of resources and secret methods. However, he withheld certain information, such as the planetary defense system, cosmic-level slaves, and the 3 spacecraft. Chapter 86. The Thief's Relentless Heart. Luo Feng, bewildered by Hong's words, pondered. Has Earth truly entered the cosmic age? In his mind, Babata was raging impossible. There cannot be any navigable spacecraft on Earth. How could he have traveled to another life-bearing planet? To make such a journey in such a short time, one would need at least a Class C spacecraft. Otherwise, traversing the shadowy regions would be unfeasible. Luo Feng, feeling a headache from Babata's exaggerated outburst, began to inquire of Hong, Master, can we now manufacture spacecraft on Earth? Or do we excavate one from the ruins? To reach another planet, we would need at least a faster-than-light spacecraft, and such vessels are not easily obtained. Hong's gaze sharpened as he looked at Luo Feng, remarking, "I suspected you had acquired extraterrestrial inheritance. It appears your legacy is quite remarkable." Unmoved by Hong's astonishment, Luo Feng calmly replied, "Master, you jest." Hong, not wishing to dwell on it, smiled and explained, "This is not merely Zhou Yu's doing. At that time, you were ensnared within the ninth ruins. Zhou Yu realized that no spacecraft could be found on Earth, so he ventured to various planets within the solar system. And unexpectedly, he found one, a Class C spacecraft. It was thanks to this vessel that he journeyed to outer space and successfully integrated into a superpower, acquiring abundant resources. Upon his return, we compiled a training roster, of which you were a part." Luo Feng fell into deep contemplation after hearing Hong's words, mentally asking Babata, "Can the secret methods for Meteor Star be shared? Earth is my mother planet, and I wish to contribute." Babata fermniti yictith. No. The secret methods of Meteor Star are exclusively for its disciples. Dissemination is strictly forbidden. Simultaneously, Babata, perplexed, urged Luo Feng to inquire with Hong, "Master, which power did you join?" Hong furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before revealing to Luo Feng, "It is the Virtual Universe Company, and he is a core elite disciple." No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure materialized beside Luo Feng, as Babata appeared next to him, incredulously exclaiming, "How can this be? How could a mere planetary-level individual directly join the Virtual Universe Company and become a core elite disciple?" Hong and Thunder God instantly became vigilant, turning to the projection and demanding, "Who are you?" At the same time, two cosmic-level members of the Purple Pattern clan, who had been concealed nearby, emerged behind Hong and Thunder God, firmly locking onto Luo Feng. In an instant, Luo Feng found himself immobilized. Babata quickly discerned the level of these two humans and sensed Luo Feng's predicament, hastily calling out, "Wait, I mean no harm." Hong waved his hand, prompting the two to retract their gazes, though they did not conceal themselves again. Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng, eager for an explanation. Luo Feng, slightly exasperated by Babata's sudden appearance, nevertheless trusted in Hong and Thunder God's integrity. He explained, "He is an intelligent life form from the Mist Island ruins. All anomalies present on Mist Island serve to filter suitable inheritors, and I happen to meet the criteria." Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding passing between them. It made sense why such a small Mist Island could contain so many treasures. Thunder God quickly inquired, "What inheritance is it? Can it be shared?" Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. "All inheritances are strictly non-transferable. My initial purpose for seeking out the Master was to facilitate UG's entry into this power, but Babata, aware that he had caused considerable trouble for Luo Feng, opted for silence, fixating his gaze on the two cosmic-level beings while starting to believe in the truth of Hong's words. After all, how could a penniless earthling afford such high-tier slaves? After listening to Luo Feng's words, Hong felt a twinge of disappointment. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, the Thunder God directly inquired, "Can we join this faction?" Hong's eyes brightened at this prospect as he turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng appeared somewhat troubled and replied, "The predominant focus of my faction is on mental practitioners. And you too." Before he could finish, Babata interrupted him, addressing Hong and the Thunder God. "Yes, but this is limited to the two of you." Luo Feng looked at Babata with a puzzled expression. Babata, somewhat exasperated, communicated in Luo Feng's mind, "Are you foolish? Although that kid named Zhou Yu cannot be accepted. These two are undoubtedly prodigies. Just being planetary level, they can comprehend realms. If not for the fact that both are martial artists, where would you fit in?" Hong turned to Babata and asked, "Oh, are there any restrictions on joining your faction?" Luo Feng quickly recounted Babata's previous statements regarding his apprenticeship. Hong and the Thunder God exchanged glances, and amusement was evident in their eyes. This faction was indeed appealing. It was comprised solely of individuals without allies, and the absence of restrictions was splendid. The Thunder God promptly declared to Babata, "Great, both Hong and I are willing to join the Star of Falling Ink." Babata glanced behind them, nodded, and said, "Well then, proceed with your apprenticeship." After Hong and the Thunder God completed their apprenticeship, they marveled at the various secret techniques Babata sent them, compared to the techniques they had purchased in the virtual universe. Those from the Star of Falling Ink were evidently more systematic and targeted. Additionally, with Babata, this ancient relic curating techniques that were particularly suited for them, their excitement only grew. Seeing Hong and the Thunder God enthused after their apprenticeship, Babata asked, "So what do you think? Not bad, right?" Although the Star of Falling Ink primarily focuses on mental practitioners, the martial arts techniques here are equally formidable. Hong and the Thunder God gazed excitedly at the techniques displayed on their wristbands. The Thunder God casually nodded toward Babata, saying, "Yes, you are right." Not surprised by their enthusiasm, Babata's eyes twinkled as he suggested, "Why don't you send a message to that kid named Zhou Yu and invite him to join as well?" The techniques from the Star of Falling Ink are inherently more suitable for mental practitioners, and this does not hinder his affiliation with a virtual universe company. Every powerful being's growth journey cannot be confined to a single mentor. With the foundation of the Star of Falling Ink, he would undoubtedly progress more rapidly. Don't you agree? Luo Feng? Babata was clearly intent on securing Zhou Yu's membership. Feeling a bit awkward, Luo Feng replied, "Indeed, Hong, please notify Zhou Yu." After hearing Babata's words, Hong paused his examination of the techniques, contemplated for a moment, and nodded understood. "I will message Zhou Yu, and once he decides, I will inform you immediately." Chapter 87. Incubation? Upon hearing Hong's words, Babata burst into exuberant laughter. "Ha ha, good. Notify Luo Feng the moment there's news. Luo Feng, let's go. You must also work hard. We should return to training." With that, he disappeared from the sight of the three. Luo Feng, seeing this, refrained from saying more and addressed the still engrossed Hong and Thunder God. "Gentlemen, I shall take my leave." Hong nodded with a smile. "No need for formality. According to Earth customs, you are still our senior brother. From now on, you may call me Hong Ge, and Thunder God shall be addressed as Air Ge." Luo Feng nodded with a smile. "Hong Ge, Air Ge." The Thunder God grinned. He splendid. When time permits, let us spar a bit. With the inheritance you've received, you'll catch up swiftly. Just don't go easy on me then. A confident gleam shone in Luo Feng's eyes as he assured, "Rest assured, Air Ge, you shan't have to wait long." He then stated, "I will head back now. Should there be any news from Zhou Yu, do inform me at once. Only dead. No waities." With that, Luo Feng left the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, boarded his aircraft, and returned to his villa in Jiangnan City, entering the gravity chamber to commence training. Meanwhile, Babata appeared beside him and remarked, "Luo Feng, you must strive harder. The talents of those three undoubtedly rival yours, if not surpass it. They're all prodigies capable of comprehending realms at the planetary level. Such geniuses are rare. It is uncommon for a single planet to produce one. Yet Earth has birthed three at once. This is certainly extraordinary." Upon hearing Babata repeatedly mention realm, Luo Feng, intrigued, inquired, "Babata, what exactly is a realm?" Babata regarded the puzzled Luo Feng and explained, "A realm is an extension of the laws. In cultivation, one essentially cultivates these laws. To comprehend the laws, one must undergo several stages. Each individual's inclination toward the laws differs. Upon breaking through to the planetary level, one's genes will make a selection for you. For instance, your diamond body is a manifestation of the law of metal, indicating your greater affinity for it. By interpreting according to one's talent, one progresses from the most fundamental concepts to realms, ultimately evolving into worlds and even immortal divine realms. This is a transcendent path in the universe. The vast majority of cosmic-level beings are incapable of comprehending realms. Only those who attain dominion level can do so. However, there are exceptions in the universe. Those who can grasp realms even below dominion level are deemed geniuses, yet the probability of this is less than 1 in a trillion. For a seemingly ordinary life planet like Earth to produce three at once is undoubtedly shrouded in secrets. Luo Feng, be vigilant and remind Hong and the others not to expose themselves in the universe." Babata concluded with a grave tone. Luo Feng also felt a sense of gravity. He was no longer ignorant about the universe. He sent an email to Hong and the Thunder God regarding Babata's conjectures, then turned to Babata and asked Babata, "What level do I belong to?" Babata assessed Luo Feng and replied with a smile, "You barely qualify as a novice in the concepts, but compared to those three, you still have a considerable distance to cover. However, combat power is not solely dependent on realms. Trust me, with me, Babata, by your side, you will not fall short of Hong and the Thunder God. As for Zhou Yu, his path is not so simple. He has joined the Virtual Universe Company, a pinnacle force among humanity, and his growth will surpass your expectations." A determined glint appeared in Luo Feng's eyes as he declared, "Babata, I understand. Let's commence training without delay. I will not be outdone by them." Babata, seeing Luo Feng's competitive spirit ignited, laughed heartily, "Excellent. Let us begin with the Celestial Shuttle." He then adjusted the gravity chamber's settings and promptly projected the accompanying techniques for the Celestial Shuttle. Luo Feng had only just completed the first transformation of the Celestial Shuttle, but with his current mental energy amplitude, he was poised to advance to the second level. He focused intently on the image Babata projected and began his training. Meanwhile, Hong and the Thunder God were equally solemn as they read Luo Feng's email. This revelation was unexpected for them. It explained why they had rarely encountered planetary-level beings with realms in the training grounds of the virtual universe. Fortunately, they had spent most of the past month dealing with matters on Earth and had only engaged in a few battles in the training grounds, where their opponents had not necessitated the use of realms, allowing them merely to observe the fights. Hong turned to the Thunder God and remarked, "It seems we need to keep a low profile in the virtual universe." The Thunder God nodded, smiling. "Hong Ge, does this mean our Earth is truly remarkable?" "Ha ha!" Hong gazed upon the mischievous expression on the face of the Thunder God, a smile creeping onto his own lips as he remarked, "Well, with such an abundance of secret techniques and the training regimen provided by Babata, we shall soon ascend to the stellar level. Let's hope we do not lag behind." Upon hearing Hong's words, the Thunder God instantly retracted his smile, nodding gravely as he replied, "Indeed, we are still too weak. I must return to my seclusion. The fright instilled by Luo Feng has placed considerable pressure upon me." With that, he rose and strode toward the exit, vanishing in an instant from the extreme martial arts hall. Hong, staring at the place where the Thunder God had just been, fell into a momentary daze. Thoughts of the email sent by Luo Feng flickered through his mind, gradually replacing his smile with a solemn expression, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, he dispatched a message to his personal guards, informing them of his seclusion, while entrusting the training plan to his subordinate, the Iceberg Guardian. The Thunder God Martial Arts Hall received a similar notification, and Earth was momentarily enveloped in a tranquil silence, as everyone diligently pursued their self-improvement. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean's abyss, a colossal dark golden egg began to emit a radiant glow, as if on the verge of hatching. A gigantic cephalopod-like beast, a king-level monster, discovered this egg. Upon sighting it, an overwhelming desire surged within its being. It instinctively felt that consuming this egg would undoubtedly augment its strength. Several robust tentacles reached out toward the colossal egg, as if sensing the impending threat. The dark golden egg erupted in a burst of golden light the moment the tentacles made contact, obliterating them and severely wounding the king-level beast in an instant. Alarmed by the danger, the cephalopod monster let out a thunderous roar and expelled a torrent of black ink, hastily retreating from the scene, no longer daring to covet the precious egg. Meanwhile, the obliterated tentacles and the energy from the spilled blood were gradually absorbed by the dark golden egg, its radiance subtly intensifying,